The information on the metal plate dated back to year 2009. In other words, the branch of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery moved to the surface 10 years ago, relocating to the Fanhua Mansion in Jiangnan area's Liyuan Street. Wasn't a company that targeted cultivators supposed to avoid ordinary people? But now, it had unexpectedly moved to an area full of them. From the looks of it, quietly staying underground hadn't paid off that much, huh? Song Shuhang's eyes immediately started to tear up. He had experienced the brutal earth-crossing technique, eaten all that dirt, and endured so many hardships, but for what? Yu Jiaojiao was also very embarrassed. Although she had come here with her father when she was a child, it was still 30 to 40 years ago. She secretly shot a glance at Song Shuhang. At this time, Song Shuhang had suffered a heavy blow and was bewildered. Cough. Yu Jiaojiao coughed and said, "Shuhang, should we head to the Fanhua Mansion?" "Of course." Song Shuhang took a deep breath. Would he really give up on Elder Bamboo Pipe's sealed package after eating so many hardships? He certainly wouldn't. He had no intention of letting all his previous efforts go to waste. He had an iron-like will, and it wasn't so easy to take him down. "In that case, let's rest a bit and return to the surface," Yu Jiaojiao said. "Sure." Song Shuhang replied. To return to the surface, they needed to use the earth-crossing technique again. After acrophobia, Song Shuhang feared that he might start to suffer from claustrophobia as well. Whenever he thought of the depths of the ground, his legs would become soft. 1.5 hours later. Jiangnan area. Beneath the shade of a tree that people weren't paying attention to, a form quietly appeared. This form was precisely Song Shuhang's. To reduce the consumption of energy, Yu Jiaojiao decided to head to the surface in a straight line this time. On their way back, they passed through that underground river again. As a result, Song Shuhang was now drenched. The exhausted Yu Jiaojiao was sitting on his shoulder. It had taken nearly 3 hours to complete the round trip, and she had already surpassed her limit to carry out this task. Therefore, she said weakly, "The main road is just outside this public park. We can take a taxi and use it to head toward the Fanhua Mansion." "Sure, I'll call a taxi." Song Shuhang checked his pocket. Luckily, he brought some money with him when he left this time. "I'll rest for a while. Call me when we arrive at the destination," Yu Jiaojiao said as she stretched her claw, poking on Song Shuhang's shoulder. In the next moment, all the water drenching Song Shuhang's clothes turned into steam that disappeared without traces. "Jiaojiao, you went through a lot of trouble this time. You should have a good rest," Song Shuhang said gratefully. Although he had eaten a lot of hardships and dirt due to Yu Jiaojiao's earth-crossing technique, the little fish had helped him for the whole journey. Therefore, he had to be grateful. Around 20 minutes later, Song Shuhang paid the taxi driver and finally got off the taxi. Liyuan Street's Fanhua Mansion was right before his eyes. Before stepping inside the mansion, Shuhang thought to himself, hopefully, the branch of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery didn't move again. After entering the Fanhua Mansion, Shuhang took the elevator and headed to the 30th floor. After getting out of the elevator, he headed toward the end of the corridor. However, what appeared before his eyes was an empty floor, with no decorations or people around. Song Shuhang had a bad premonition. "They didn't move again, right?" Song Shuhang said as he opened his eyes wide. "Do you really think that I won't start crying?" Yu Jiaojiao opened her eyes and shot a glance at the empty floor. Soon after, she smiled and said, "Hee, this is a very simple cover-up. Shuhang, revolve your true chi and try to look at the place again. You'll see things clearly." Even if they had moved to the Fanhua district, they were an express delivery company that targeted cultivators. Therefore, they didn't usually accept goods from ordinary people. As such, they set up a very simple cover-up so as to avoid ordinary people casually barging into the place. After hearing Jiao Jiao's words, Song Shuhang operated his true qi and focused his mental energy, looking at the empty floor again. This time, he was able to see the real appearance of the floor. There was a bronze door at the end of the corridor, with two statues that resembled terracotta warriors on each side of the entrance. Those were puppet-like magical treasures in charge of defending the place. The place seemed rather deserted. After all, the number of cultivators was low. In addition, this was only a branch. There was no way it would be as lively as those ordinary express delivery companies. Song Shuhang crossed the corridor and arrived in front of the bronze door. Light flashed through the eyes of the two statues. After determining that Shuhang was indeed a cultivator, they allowed him to push open the bronze door and get to the other side. As soon as he opened the door, a clear and sharp voice echoed. A customer? How unusual, two customers coming to the branch at the same time. On the other side of the bronze door was a classical-style hall. In there, a woman wearing a cheongsam looked at Shuhang and exclaimed thus while smiling. She was the person in charge of this branch of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery. In front of her was a white-haired Daoist priest that was busy filling in the express delivery form. The Daoist priest was very strong. In addition, he seemed to be on the verge of breaking through. The aura his body was giving off was uncontrolled and seeping out in large quantities. The aura emanating from his body far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivators of the 5th stage realm. He was a cultivator that would soon advance to the 6th stage true monarch realm. The aura accidentally flowing out of his body made a small cultivator of the 2nd stage like Shuhang feel some pressure. At this time, the white-haired Daoist priest that was filling in the form turned his head around and looked at Song Shuhang out of curiosity. The legs of an ordinary cultivator of the 2nd stage would have already gone soft under the pressure of his uncontrolled aura. However, this little guy seemed to be capable of resisting it. The white-haired Daoist priest gently smiled at Song Shuhang. Then, he finished filling in his form and gave it to the girl wearing the cheongsam, asking, "How many spirit stones will it be?" The girl wearing the cheongsam looked at the address and said, "This place is somewhat far. It will be 1 spirit stone of the 5th stage rank." "Sure. I hope you'll mail it as soon as possible. This delivery is rather urgent," the white-haired Daoist priest said. "Don't worry. The Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery will deliver the goods as quickly as possible," the girl wearing the cheongsam guaranteed. "Thank you." The white-haired Daoist priest stood up and left the hall of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery. On his way out, the Daoist priest brushed past Shuhang, who was just about to enter. While brushing past Song Shuhang's body, the white-haired Daoist priest stopped for a moment. He gently sniffed and smelled a peculiar scent. It was the smell of a cosmic demon, the blood demon. A surprised expression flashed through the eyes of the white-haired Daoist priest. However, it lasted only an instant before disappearing. He gently smiled at Song Shuhang and left the hall. Song Shuhang arrived in front of the girl wearing the cheongsam. "Hello, dear customer. May I ask to which planet do you want to send your express delivery?" the girl wearing the cheongsam asked. The Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery currently specialized in delivering goods throughout space and rarely accepted goods that had to be delivered on Earth. They made exceptions only in special cases. Of course, the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery didn't give up on the business on Earth. They still had many subsidiary companies under them and handed all the Earth-related business to those companies. Those subsidiary companies didn't only handle business related to cultivators. They were also in charge of accepting some express delivery from ordinary people. Song Shuhang said, "Would like to collect a sealed package from 130 years ago." The girl wearing the cheongsam paused and asked, "A sealed package from 130 years ago? May I ask if you have a token?" "Yes." Song Shuhang took out the thick golden chain and handed it over to the girl. The girl wearing the cheongsam took the golden chain and inspected it for a moment, saying, please wait a moment. Since the package is quite old, I'll need some time to contact the headquarters to determine the situation. The sealed package was obviously not stored in the Jiangnan's branch of the company. All the goods that weren't successfully delivered would be sent back to the headquarters of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery and stored there. No problem, Song Shuhang replied. The girl wearing the cheongsam stretched out her hand and used a magical technique on the golden chain, sending the information related to the chain back to the headquarters. The efficiency of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery was extremely high. Around a minute later, she received the reply from the headquarters. After looking at the reply, the girl wearing the cheongsam smiled and asked, "According to the reply I received, it's a sealed package from 130 years ago belonging to Elder Bamboo Pipe of the 33 Divine Beast sect, is that correct?" "Yes," Song Shuhang replied. When our Three Ages Armed Escort Office prepared to deliver the sealed package to the 33 Divine Beast sect back then, the sect was destroyed. Since we were unable to find Elder Bamboo Pipe's traces later, we brought the sealed package back and stored it at our headquarters, the girl wearing the cheongsam explained. Song Shuhang gently nodded. The fragmentary memories he had obtained through the golden chain just happened to be related to the destruction of the 33 Divine Beast sect. It was the main reason the Three Ages Armed Escort Office failed to return the sealed package to Elder Bamboo Pipe back then. The girl wearing the cheongsam said, "According to the agreement between the Three Ages Armed Escort Office and Elder Bamboo Pipe, as long as a guest with this golden chain arrives at our office, they can take away the sealed package. But aside from this condition, Elder Bamboo Pipe also requested that the guest has to prove that they indeed practice the 33 Divine Beasts technique." There was this condition as well? Luckily, Shuhang indeed practiced that cultivation technique. "Sure, no problem." Shuhang stretched out his hand and operated the 33 Divine Beasts technique. The true qi condensed in the palm of his hand, and the cry of a whale echoed from time to time. That's indeed the 33 Divine Beasts technique. In that case, I'll have you leave behind an address for the delivery. We will mail the sealed package within a period of 2 days and send it to your new address. The girl wearing the cheongsam gave Shuhang an express delivery form with a smile on her face. She didn't inquire further. According to the policy of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery, anyone could take the goods away as long as they satisfied the conditions of the agreement. The girl wearing the cheongsam also added, "Dear customer, the cost for storing the package for 130 years, in addition to the transportation fee, equates to a spirit stone of the 4th stage rank." A spirit stone of the 4th stage rank? Song Shuhang opened his size-reducing purse and took out his last spirit stone of the 4th stage rank. As a result, aside from the spirit stone inside the silver dragon puppet that would soon get consumed, he didn't have any left. He was penniless. Song Shuhang was rather worried about the fact that he had to give up this spirit stone of the 4th stage as the storage fee. After all, it was a precious spirit stone of the 4th stage. He could buy something like 3 ordinary cultivation techniques such as the Flaming Saber technique with it. Hopefully, the value of the gift Elder Bamboo Pipe prepared for their disciple would be enough to offset the loss he was about to suffer. He could only hope that it wouldn't be a moldy teddy bear or something of the sort. Song Shuhang filled in the form and wrote the address of Yu Jiaojiao's villa on it. It was because he was planning to stay in that place for the next few days. At first, he was thinking of making a trip back home immediately after returning from space. But now, he discovered that Gao Moumou was currently staying at Yu Jiaojiao's place. In addition, his other 2 roommates were already on their way and would reach Yu Jiaojiao's villa in a short while. Such being the case, he decided to stay there for a few more days and have a get-together with his friends. The girl wearing a cheongsam received the express delivery form and returned the golden chain to Song Shuhang, saying, "Dear customer, your sealed package will be delivered within 2 days. At that time, be sure to inspect the content of the package carefully." "Ah, yes. Do you have any other business you need to take care of?" Thanks, and no, I don't have any other business here. Song Shuhang stood up and put the golden chain back into the size-reducing purse. In that case, I'll take my leave. Goodbye, dear customer, the girl wearing the cheongsam said with a smiling face. For the 3 ages worldwide express delivery, the faster one took away their stored goods, the better it was. It wasn't worthwhile to keep the goods stored for more than 500 years. Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao left the branch of the 3 ages worldwide express delivery. Song Shuhang sighed and said, "We managed to retrieve the sealed package successfully. The only problem is that we don't have any idea what's going to be inside. Hopefully, it won't be a doll or something of the sort. Otherwise, he would literally spurt a mouthful of blood out of his mouth." Yu Jiaojiao said, "Don't worry. There are several types of gifts a cultivator can give to their disciple. Amongst them are magical clothes and robes, flying or treasured swords, valuable medicinal pills, as well as other types of magical treasures. No teacher would gift something as impractical as a doll to their disciple." However, not even Yu Jiaojiao had a way of knowing whether or not the worth of the package would be comparable to a spirit stone of the 4th stage rank. After hearing Yu Jiaojiao's words, Song Shuhang was relieved and finally set his mind at rest. What Jiaojiao said was correct. Cultivators were different from ordinary people and wouldn't gift teddy bears and other useless things to each other. Yu Jiaojiao stretched herself and said, "In that case, let's take a taxi and head back home. It's already late, and we should be just in time to eat lunch when we get back." As soon as he heard the word eat, Song Shuhang's complexion turned somewhat pale. The word eat immediately reminded him of the taste of muddy water, as well as that brutal experience where his belly got filled with dirt. He was planning to look for a picture of Venerable White and pray a bit after getting back home later. His luck today hadn't been too good, and he would hopefully receive a boost after a round of prayers. The duo got into the elevator of the Fanhua mansion and proceeded downward, ready to call a taxi and leave the place. But right at this time, a voice echoed in Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao's ears. "Fellow Daoists, wait for a second." The voice was transmitted over through the secret sound transmission technique. Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao turned their heads around and saw a white-haired Daoist priest standing on the edge of the flower garden of the Fanhua mansion. It was the same white-haired Daoist priest that was mailing something in the branch of the 3 ages worldwide express delivery earlier. At this time, he had properly controlled his strength, and his aura had weakened a lot. The white-haired Daoist priest was sitting cross-legged next to the flower garden, and a small mountain of coins and banknotes was piled up in front of him. The Daoist priest had white hair and a ruddy complexion, as well as an out-of-this-world aura. Even ordinary people needed but a glance to discern that he was someone extraordinary and absolutely not a swindler that had dyed his hair white. Earlier, when the Daoist priest was sitting cross-legged next to the flower garden and meditating with his eyes closed, several brave Daoist followers quietly placed some coins in front of the Daoist priest and joined their palms together, making a wish. From the looks of it, these several brave Daoist followers were treating the white-haired Daoist priest as the Trevi fountain. Then, after the Daoist followers left, several passers-by that didn't understand the situation saw the coins in front of the Daoist priest and followed suit, throwing some money in front of him as well. When the Daoist priest got up and saw the pile of money in front of him, an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. Then, he waved his sleeve, and all the money was dragged inside his robe. After that, he headed toward Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao. He used a distance-shortening technique and arrived next to Song Shuhang with only 2 steps. Song Shuhang greeted the white-haired Daoist priest and asked, somewhat confused, "Daoist priest, do you need something from me since you called me?" "Little fellow Daoist, I stopped you because I have something to ask of you," the white-haired Daoist priest said with a smile, trying to make his good intentions as clear as possible. Then, he switched to the secret sound transmission mode and said, "Little fellow Daoist, do you have something related to a cosmic demon on your body, to a blood demon to be more precise?" "Something related to a blood demon?" Song Shuhang had 2 items with him that were related to a blood demon. One of them was a mysterious blood bone, and even Senior White couldn't tell what its use was. Therefore, he gave it to Song Shuhang so that he could give it to his dog if he ever decided to raise one. Aside from the blood bone, Shuhang still had a large number of blood pearls with him. At that time, the pitiful blood demon was ganged up on and beaten by the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Soon after, it was transformed into blood pearls that scattered all over the place through one of Venerable White's palm strikes. The number of the resulting blood pearls was incredibly high. Therefore, Song Shuhang also got his share. The white-haired Daoist priest asked this question because he sensed the aura of something belonging to a blood demon coming from Song Shuhang's body. I indeed have a few items related to a blood demon with me, Song Shuhang replied. A happy expression flashed through the eyes of the white-haired Daoist priest. However, he still maintained a calm expression on his face as he said, I hope you'll forgive this Daoist priest for being so blunt, but can you let me take a look at those cosmic demon-related items? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and put his hand into his clothes, secretly taking out a blood pearl from his size-reducing purse and giving to the white-haired Daoist priest. The white-haired Daoist priest took the blood pearl and sniffed at it. Then, he operated his true qi and checked the structure of the pearl. The happy expression flashing through his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. It's indeed a treasure left behind by a blood demon. Moreover, I wonder which powerful senior managed to transform the corporeal body of the blood demon into such a mysterious item. The white-haired Daoist priest held the blood pearl between his fingers and sighed with emotion. He had never heard of such a method to transform the body of a blood demon. Therefore, it was surely the work of an incredibly powerful senior. After looking at it for a while, the white-haired Daoist priest finally returned the blood pearl to Song Shuhang. Then, he used the Daoist protocol and said to Shuhang, I'm Daoist Priest Horizon. Little friend, are you interested in carrying out a transaction with me for these pearls derived from the body of a blood demon? After hearing these words, Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. Daoist Priest Horizon, what would you like to give me in exchange for these blood pearls? At this time, Song Shuhang was really short of money. If possible, he wanted to exchange the pearls for spirit stones. After all, he liked spirit stones the most. The blood pearls in his hands were obtained from the body of blood demon of the 6th stage true monarch rank. It shouldn't be a problem to exchange them for a spirit stone of the 5th stage rank, right? Daoist Priest Horizon faintly smiled. It was truly great that this little friend was willing to carry out a transaction with him. In that case, what could he use to carry out the transaction? Daoist Priest Horizon started to ponder. During the past several hundred years, he had been continuously studying blood demons. Given the powerful spiritual energy inside the blood pearl, he was able to deduce that the strength of the original blood demon, whose body had been transformed into pearls, was at least of the 6th stage true monarch rank. A blood demon of the 6th stage, this blood demon was very likely the same blood demon of the 6th stage rank that had landed within China's borders recently. According to the rumors, that blood demon had been extremely unlucky and was killed by a group of powerful seniors that were having a get-together as soon as it descended to the ground. That day, Daoist Priest Horizon was also thinking of looking for the blood demon. As of late, he was trying to forge a special magical treasure that required the energy of a blood demon as the core. Therefore, he had constantly been collecting items related to blood demons, but both the quality and quantity of the goods he had collected so far were far from being enough. If he could successfully forge that magical treasure, he would have an 80% assurance of getting past the last checkpoint of the 5th stage during his progression to the next realm, something he had been delaying for nearly 300 years. Unfortunately, although he managed to obtain inside information about the place where the blood demon was going to land, the latter changed its direction halfway and headed toward that group of powerful seniors having a get-together, bringing destruction upon itself. By the time Daoist Priest Horizon reached the place the blood demon had descended to, not even the tiniest bit of its corpse was left behind. But what he hadn't expected was that he would be able to come in contact with the crystallized body of the blood demon after a relatively short amount of time. It was truly fate. However, this blood pearl is very valuable. If I use spirit stones to carry out the transaction, it will look as though I'm not sincere enough. In addition, this little fellow Daoist seems to have a powerful senior backing him up, Daoist Priest Horizon thought to himself. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang hadn't practiced the mind-reading technique. Otherwise, he would have asked Daoist Priest Horizon not to show too much sincerity and just use spirit stones to carry out the transaction. Daoist Priest Horizon looked at the blood pearl and pondered for a moment. Then, he thought of something and glanced at Song Shuhang. The little fellow Daoist in front of him was at the second stage 4th Dantian, Dragon Body Dantian, realm. However, his constitution was very powerful and was comparable to someone that had opened the 7th Dantian, the Dragon Head Dantian. Actually, it was even stronger than that. From the looks of it, he was practicing a powerful body tempering cultivation technique and had taken several strong medicinal pills that could help one strengthen their constitution. Additionally, a bronze light would flash from time from the place between his eyebrows. It was a sign that his mental energy had already reached the 3rd stage rank. Such being the case, perhaps he really satisfied the conditions. After pondering for a short moment, Daoist Priest Horizon asked, "Little fellow Daoist, how many of these pearls do you have with you?" He had already determined that the smell of blood demon was still coming from Song Shuhang's body. Therefore, he definitely had more than just this blood pearl. "I have around 20 of them in total," Song Shuhang replied. 20? That was perfect. Daoist Priest Horizon thought that Song Shuhang had at most 4 or 5 of these blood pearls. Never would he have expected that Shuhang had 20 of them. In addition, each of them was a high-quality item of the 6th stage rank. If that was the case, the number of pearls was more than enough for him to forge that special magical treasure. He had spent nearly 300 years to build his tailor-made magical treasure to transcend the heavenly tribulation. After waiting for 300 years, his opportunity had finally come. Thereupon, he said, "Little fellow Daoist, such being the case, is it fine if I pass on to you strength and skills in exchange for the pearls? Let's convert 5 blood pearls into 1 year's worth of strength and skills. In total, I will pass on to you 4 years' worth of strength and skills. How does that sound? Pass on strength and skills? Cultivators can even pass on something like this?" Song Shuhang thought to himself, somewhat confused. "Ah. I finally remember who you are." Right at this time, Yu Jiaojiao suddenly said, "No wonder I found the Horizon Dao name familiar. You are the crazy skill imparter. Shuhang, you absolutely can't let him pass on his strength and skills to you. Run quickly." The frenzied strength imparter, Horizon. After listening to this nickname, it was clear that it wasn't Daoist Priest Horizon's first time passing on his strength to someone else. At this point, imparting strength to other people had become his hobby. Hence the nickname Frenzied Strength Imparter. But judging from Yu Jiaojiao's reaction, this lovely white-haired grandpa that would regularly appear inside martial arts novels to impart some of his strength to the main character wasn't really good news. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him to run away as fast as possible. "No, wait. Fellow Daoist, this is a misunderstanding. Let me clear things up," Daoist Priest Horizon said hurriedly. But Daoist Priest Horizon had yet to finish his sentence when little friend Song Shuhang had already escaped at full speed. As soon as Yu Jiaojiao said "run quickly," Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork and quickly left the place. Daoist Priest Horizon stood in place with his hand stretched out, as well as a dumbfounded look on his face. At this time, he wanted to cry but had no tears. It was a misunderstanding. It was just a big misunderstanding. What the hell was the deal with this frenzied strength imparter nickname? Although he frequently imparted strength to others, it was only after he had obtained the consent of the other party. What reason there was to run away like that? In the meantime, just as Song Shuhang was running at full speed, Yu Jiaojiao told him about the deeds of the frenzied strength imparter Daoist Priest Horizon. Daoist Priest Horizon indeed had the peculiar hobby of imparting strength to other people. However, it wasn't a hobby he was born with, but something that came into existence due to special circumstances. Unless there was a good reason behind it, why would a cultivator pass on to others the origin true qi or origin spiritual energy they had painstakingly accumulated through their practice, basically working for free for other people? The main reason that had pushed him to develop this hobby was the heavenly tribulation. Daoist Priest Horizon had been a peak 5th stage spiritual emperor for nearly 300 years. However, he hadn't rushed to break through the 6th stage realm. After a careful self-assessment, Daoist Priest Horizon determined that he had only a 20% probability to become a 6th stage true monarch if he were to try to break through without proper preparations. As for the probability of failing, it was as high as 80%. It was a situation where he would survive only 2 times out of 10. Daoist Priest Horizon was a powerhouse of the Golden Core realm, and his lifespan was very long. Such being the case, why would he want to carelessly throw his life away? Thereupon, Daoist Priest Horizon suppressed his realm as much as possible and tried to find a way to increase his chances of transcending the heavenly tribulation. However, suppressing his realm wasn't something that was going to work in the long term. Daoist Priest Horizon was already at the peak of the 5th stage realm, and even if he stopped practicing, the spiritual energy inside his body would reach the maximum limit in around 10 years. And whenever that happened, his golden core would automatically give birth to a spirit lake, making him forcefully advance to the 6th stage true monarch realm. But later, Daoist Priest Horizon had a very good idea that prevented this situation from taking place. The good idea consisted in imparting his strength to other cultivators through the strength imparting method or consuming his origin spiritual energy to transform and strengthen the muscles and bones of other people. With that, he wouldn't have to worry about the heavenly tribulation for some time. At that time, when he thought of imparting his strength to others, Daoist Priest Horizon believed himself to be truly clever. Not only could he pass on to the other party his origin true qi through the strength imparting method, but also obtain something of equal value in return sometimes. For the past 300 years, Daoist Priest Horizon never got tired of it and kept imparting strength at intervals of a few years or tens of years. Just in this fashion, Daoist Priest Horizon's nickname, Frenzied Strength Imparter, spread around. But if it was only the Frenzied Strength Imparter nickname spreading around, it wasn't such a bad thing. After the name had spread enough, Daoist Priest Horizon could take advantage of the opportunity to open a big business. After all, there were a lot of people in the world of cultivators that wished someone could pass on to them strength and skills. In particular, if people below the 5th stage were lucky enough to have a 5th stage spiritual emperor pass on to them their strength and skills, their body would be able to experience the effects of the spiritual energy ahead of time, increasing their overall strength and power of martial skills. At the same time, their bones and muscles would also strengthen and undergo a transformation. It was simply too helpful. But if he was one of those lovely white-haired grandpas that imparted strength to others, why would just the mention of Daoist Priest Horizon's nickname, Frenzied Strength Imparter, frighten people so much that they started running away as soon as they recognized him? Was it possible that Daoist Priest Horizon secretly tampered with the strength imparting process and caused harm to the person that had received his power? Of course, this wasn't the case. Daoist Priest Horizon was very earnest while passing on to others his strength. Each time he imparted his strength to other people, he would take into account both the quantity and the quality. He had a certain reputation in this aspect. Speaking of which, the whole situation was rather unusual. Whenever Daoist Priest Horizon wanted to impart his strength and skills to someone, he would enthusiastically take a step forward and call the fellow Daoist in question. Like, "Fellow Daoist, please, wait a minute." Or, "Fellow Daoist, may I have some of your time?" Or other similar sentences such as, "This poor Daoist noticed that your talent is incredibly high, and I just happen to have 5 years' worth of strength here with me that I can pass on to you through the strength imparting method. Are you interested? You can have this power as long as you pay a small fee." Daoist Priest Horizon was very good at selling his services. Whenever he tried to convince someone how good and effective his strength imparting method was, he would succeed 80% or 90% of the times. Thereupon, he would impart his strength to the opposite party and receive a payment in return. After carrying out the transaction, both parties would be very satisfied. During the past 300 years, Daoist Priest Horizon had imparted his strength to 72 cultivators. But it was right at that time that the trouble started. Amidst the 72 cultivators, 29 died not long after accepting his strength under the power of the heavenly tribulation, with both their bodies and souls getting destroyed. People guessed that it might be due to those 29 cultivators being too greedy and accepting too much strength from Daoist Priest Horizon through his strength imparting method. They didn't even have the time to show off to their peers when they were forced to transcend the heavenly tribulation due to the sudden increase in their strength. Eventually, they were reduced to ashes since they were unable to prepare themselves for the event properly. Then, not long after carrying out the transaction, other 23 cultivators went through a calamity that destroyed their bodies. They had no choice but to change the shape of their corporeal body, turning it into a puppet or something similar to keep living. Then, other 2 cultivators offended a powerful expert from a demonic sect and got turned into undead servants. After that, other 11 cultivators went missing, their whereabouts unknown. Up to this day, only 7 cultivators were safe and sound. One almost had a 90% possibility of dying after receiving his strength. Amidst these 7 cultivators that were still safe and sound, there was one that had received Daoist Priest Horizon's strength imparting 12 years ago. That person had no idea as to how fearsome the frenzied strength imparter, Daoist Priest Horizon, was. After obtaining the power of the lovely white-haired grandpa, he returned to his sect and started to show off to his fellow disciples. But after learning the truth about the frenzied strength imparter from his senior and junior brothers, the young cultivator was almost frightened to death. He wrote a will that very night and lived every day after with fear and trepidation, starting to practice even harder. Luckily, he was able to survive in the end. Of the 72 cultivators that received the strength imparting, less than 10 managed to get through the ordeal safely. Thereupon, since quite some time ago, a lot of people in the world of cultivators that knew about Daoist Priest Horizon's strength imparting method started to avoid him. Most cultivators believed in the concept of fate. It was known that Daoist Priest Horizon didn't tamper with the strength imparting in any way. Whether we were talking about quantity or quality, they were both fine. There was nothing wrong with the strength he passed on to others. However, the luck related to this matter was rather unusual. Some people guessed that perhaps Daoist Priest Horizon was unwittingly passing on to the other person even the imminent disaster he was going to face when he would meet the heavenly tribulation while passing on to them his origin spiritual energy. Perhaps this was the reason 90% of the people that received his strength didn't end up well. Song Shuhang nodded his head and said, in other words, Daoist Priest Horizon's strength imparting method is something super scary. In addition, he wasn't someone that lacked strength. There were still a lot of uneaten spirit beast crystals in his size-reducing purse. The reason was that his constitution couldn't keep up with the rest of his body. Such being the case, he might really die if his strength were to increase again. Thereupon, Song Shuhang kept using the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork. Song Shuhang's movements were flawless when he used the footwork. At first sight, it didn't seem as though there was any difference between him and an ordinary person that was simply walking. But if one were to look carefully, they would notice that his speed was extremely fast. In the rear, Daoist Priest Horizon didn't bother chasing after him. Otherwise, he would have caught up to Song Shuhang within a second given his cultivation at the peak of the 5th stage realm. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Let's take a taxi and head back, alright?" But when he carefully recalled what had just happened, he discovered that there was no need for him to run. After all, Daoist Priest Horizon merely suggested to use the strength imparting method to carry out the transaction, but he didn't say he only wanted to use that method. They could have just used spirit stones to carry out the exchange. If he were to meet Daoist Priest Horizon again, he would directly go the point and ask him to carry out the transaction with spirit stones. Spirit stones were something he really needed at this time. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and today's temperature was also very high. Nevertheless, Jiangnan area's Liyuan Street was still full of people and bustling. Growl, Song Shuhang patted his belly. Due to the gastric lavage earlier, his stomach was currently empty. Although he would still recall dirt as soon as he heard the word eat, he was really hungry at this time. "Should we get something to eat first?" Song Shuhang said. "We might as well. After all, Daoist Priest Horizon didn't chase after us," Yu Jiaojiao replied. But for safety reasons, she still activated a small magical treasure she had with her. It was a magical treasure that could conceal a person's aura. It was something that Jiaojiao's father, true monarch tyrant Flood Dragon, had personally manufactured for her. After activating the magical treasure, it was possible to conceal both Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao's aura. With that, they wouldn't have to worry about Daoist Priest Horizon catching up to them by following their aura. In the next moment, Shuhang glanced at the row of shops in the proximity of Liyuan Street. There were all types of food, with nothing lacking. In terms of size, it was almost comparable to the row of shops selling food in front of Jiangnan's university. Then, Song Shuhang quickly saw a rather special shop that sold fish heads. Unexpectedly, there was a very long line in front of the shop even though it was blazing hot. The line started at the entrance of the shop and extended for several tens of meters. That lineup was really something. It seemed that not even the blazing hot weather could stop the enthusiasm of gluttons. But was this fish head shop really that famous? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Thereupon, Song Shuhang decided to stand in line out of curiosity. In front of him was a young student with sweat dripping down from the tip of his nose due to the hot weather. Just as Song Shuhang stood behind him, he felt a pleasantly cool sensation transmit from the rear. He felt as though he had entered a room with the air conditioner on. He couldn't help but turn his head and look behind, seeing the now very tall Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang smiled at him. The young student smiled back at him. From the looks of it, he would have to stand in line for quite a while. Therefore, Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, "Little brother, is the fish head of this shop very famous?" "Fish head? No. The fish head of this shop is average," the youth replied with a smile. Song Shuhang. It was a fish head shop, but their fish head-based meal wasn't even that famous? Such being the case, what were these guys forming the line planning to buy? But right at this time, the low voice of a young girl was transmitted from Shuhang's rear. "Did you decide to stand in the line because you saw all these people waiting and got curious? Actually, all of us are lining up for the meat sandwich and not for the fish head." Song Shuhang. Meat sandwich? If they are lining up in front of a fish head shop to eat meat sandwiches, won't the owner of the shop feel like crying? Actually, the manager of the shop indeed felt like crying at this time. He glanced at the kitchen of his fish head shop, and an extra set of tools used to prepare meat sandwich had appeared in that place. Additionally, there was also a veiled woman with a tall and slender figure in there. Her slender hands were quickly operating a tool that the shop manager had never seen before, swiftly slicing up all different types of meat. The movements of the veiled woman were flawless, and even something as simple as slicing meat up looked like a beautiful piece of art when she was the one doing it. But why had this strange veiled woman appeared in his fish head shop? The shop manager tried to recall what had happened. Everything happened this morning. The veiled woman and a white-haired Daoist priest came to his fish head shop to have a meal. Although he felt that the duo was somewhat strange, a client was a client. Since he had decided to open a shop to do business, he wouldn't reject them. The veiled woman and the old man casually ordered the specialty of his shop. After the meal was served, the white-haired Daoist priest ate with great enthusiasm, but the veiled woman moved her veil to one side and ate a mouthful, placing her chopsticks down immediately afterward. There was nothing strange about it. After all, the shop manager never thought that his fish head specialty would be able to please anyone that ate it. It was quite normal that some of the clients might not like it. But what happened next stunned him. The veiled woman stood up and headed toward the kitchen, saying to the chief chef, "The fish head you prepared was just too bad. I wasn't even able to eat a mouthful of it before stopping. Come, let me teach you how to prepare that fish properly." The chief chef was dumbfounded. Then, the woman didn't stand on ceremony and took the kitchenware from the chef's hands and started to prepare the fish step by step. While preparing it, she was even giving a thorough explanation of each step. If you slice the fish this way, it will be tastier. The seasoning has to be combined in this way. The strength of the fire is also very important. It has to be controlled properly. From the way the woman was speaking, she looked like a teacher lecturing a student. There was no trace of politeness. Back then, the shop manager got very angry after seeing this scene. What was that woman doing? She couldn't even let people do business in peace? Moreover, the chief chef of his shop was also a seasoned chef. Wouldn't he get mad if the woman were to lecture him like a little kid? However, the chief chef of his shop didn't lose his temper and kept listening to the woman like a good student. Then, he even took out a small notebook from somewhere and started to earnestly note down each step the veiled woman was explaining. The shop manager was dumbstruck. Had the chief chef of his shop eaten the wrong medicine today that he ended up becoming so tame? After the veiled woman completed her lecture, the chief chef acted as though he had found a rare treasure and enthusiastically thanked her. Then, he ran away while tightly holding the notebook. He ran away, just like that. He didn't even greet the manager. Back then, the shop manager called him 5 times but received no answer. The shop manager felt that his lungs were about to explode from anger. What kind of joke was this? Were the chief chef and the veiled woman in cahoots, playing a prank on him together? At that time, the shop manager felt like grabbing the collar of the veiled woman and letting her have a taste of the angry roar skill of the shop manager. No, wait, the shop manager remembered that he indeed rushed toward the veiled woman and tried to grab her collar. But, what had happened afterward? He remembered that everything before his eyes turned black and he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he discovered that the veiled woman had usurped his shop and was now using the head fish shop to prepare meat sandwiches. The most fearsome thing was that the veiled woman was extremely good at doing business. There was already a very long line outside, and the number of clients was so high that one couldn't even see the end to it. The eyes of the shop manager immediately started to tear up. At this time, the veiled woman looked at the shop manager and said indifferently, "Stop looking at me like that. You don't have to worry about the earnings, they will be all yours. I have no interest in pocket change." When she was preparing the fish head earlier, a miraculous glow flashed through her mind, just as though she had been suddenly enlightened. Several pairings of different types of meat had resurfaced in her mind. The veiled woman felt that those several different combinations were rather interesting. If she were to successfully match them, the quality of the feast would go up a notch this time. Thereupon, she immediately got into action and started experimenting. She tried several types of pairings, and just as she was experimenting, the fragrance of the food she had prepared drifted far away, attracting several people over. Unknowingly, the clients had formed a long line, looking at her with expectant gazes. The veiled woman pondered for a moment and concluded that she might as well sell these experimental meat pairings. It was still better than throwing them away. Thereupon, she started to prepare meat sandwiches. Of course, so as to avoid the spiritual energy inside the food harming the clients, she carefully removed it before preparing the dishes. This was a brief recap of what had just happened. The clients waiting outside were really lucky. Both because the spiritual energy within the ingredients had been removed and also because these valuable ingredients belonged to the world of cultivators. Their bodies would greatly benefit after eating them. Sometimes, being a foodie was a good thing. The veiled woman kept experimenting with different pairings of meat. But right at this time, someone pushed open the back door of the kitchen. Next, a white-haired Daoist priest entered the kitchen. His expression was somewhat awkward at this time. In addition, he completely weakened his aura so as to avoid influencing the shop manager, who was just an ordinary human being, and even used a magical treasure to suppress it further. The white-haired Daoist priest was precisely the frenzied strength imparter Daoist Priest Horizon. He was the same person that had come here together with the veiled woman this morning to eat the fish head. "Miss Bie Xue, I've returned. What good thing to eat do you have here?" Daoist Priest Horizon smelled the fragrance in the kitchen and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The veiled woman, Bie Xue, smiled and asked, "Are you done taking care of your matters?" Daoist Priest Horizon nodded and said via secret sound transmission, "The item has been sent." While I was at it, I also asked a specialized sect if they had the golden black cicada taming technique stored somewhere. However, the possibility of obtaining it is very scarce. After all, golden black cicadas are simply too uncommon. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Horizon. I'll remember your kindness." Bie Xue faintly nodded her head. She had obtained several valuable golden black cicadas recently and wanted to see if she could train them up. According to ancient records, they were a culinary delicacy, and she wanted to seize the opportunity to make the dish popular again. In addition, I've also collected information about Venerable White. Senior White indeed passed some time here in the Jiangnan area. Then, according to another news, Senior White once drove a hand-guided tractor on Jiangnan area streets. Daoist Priest Horizon had a strange expression on his face. Then, he took out his mobile phone and started to swipe on it. His friend said that he had gotten his hands on a picture where Venerable White was setting out on a journey with a hand-guided tractor. The picture was taken through a surveillance camera. Therefore, it was somewhat blurry. His friend was just sending the picture over. "I see." Miss Bie Xue nodded. Recently, Venerable White organized a hand-guided tractor competition that shocked the whole world of cultivators and was even broadcast live. Unfortunately, she was busy with something and couldn't make it there in time. "It's here. The picture my friend sent." Daoist Priest Horizon took the mobile phone and zoomed the picture he just received. On the picture, a brand new hand-guided tractor was sprinting on the road while emitting black smoke. The person driving the hand-guided tractor was a man that looked like an immortal that had come out of a painting, incredibly handsome. After seeing him, people wished they could reserve the words pretty, beautiful, and handsome for his exclusive use. But this man that seemed an immortal had an excited expression on his face at this time. He was grabbing the steering wheel with both hands and his body shaking up and down along with the tractor. It looked he was having a lot of fun. Then, next to the immortal-like man was another person. It was a university student with fine features. He still had the childishness typical of a student on his face, and since the hand-guided tractor only had one seat, the student had no choice but to curl up into a ball, looking very delicate and charming. Before Senior White drove the hand-guided tractor, it is said that a hole suddenly appeared somewhere in the Jiangnan area. The hole had a semicircular shape. In addition, the two events were more than 1 month apart. Such being the case, we can assume that Senior White lived in the Jiangnan area for more than 1 month after coming out secluded meditation. Now, the only way we have to find Senior White's traces is to find that youngster that was with him on the hand-guided tractor, Daoist Priest Horizon suddenly opened his eyes wide. Then, he zoomed even more and carefully looked at the picture. Although the face of the youth in the picture looked a bit more immature, there was no mistaking. The youth in the photo was the same youth he had met earlier and proposed the strength-imparting deal. He was absolutely sure that he wasn't mistaking him for someone else. Miss Bie Xue glanced at Daoist Priest Horizon with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Fellow Daoist Horizon, did you recognize the youth?" Daoist Priest Horizon nodded and said, "What a coincidence. I just met this boy today. He's a cultivator of the 2nd stage and is seemingly very young. So he was related to Venerable White, no wonder his constitution was already this strong at his young age. The true qi inside his body was also very rich, and even his mental energy had reached the 3rd stage rank." Miss Bie Xue's eyes immediately lit up. Where is that boy now? 400 years ago, she thought of proposing to Fellow Daoist White, openly declaring her love for him. However, Fellow Daoist White rejected her without thinking twice. As a result, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue never invited Senior White to the Immortal Feast for the following 400 years out of spite. But after thinking about it for a while, she decided to give Venerable White another opportunity this year and send him an invitation. But here came the problem, she was unable to find Fellow Daoist White. She had no idea where he had run to. He hadn't suddenly decided to close up for hundreds of years, right? Daoist Priest Horizon forced a smile and said, "Earlier, I was preparing to carry out a transaction with that youth, but he directly ran away." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. She was, of course, aware of Fellow Daoist Horizon's frenzied strength imparter nickname. Therefore, she could understand why that youngster had run away like that. After all, if she were in the shoes of that young cultivator and were to discover that Fellow Daoist Horizon wanted to impart his strength to her, she, too, would have run away as quickly as possible. However, she had finally managed to obtain information about Venerable White. Therefore, she wouldn't give up so easily. Thereupon, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked, "Fellow Daoist Horizon, can you find out where that youngster is right now?" Daoist Priest Horizon nodded and said, "Naturally, I can find him. It's nothing difficult as long as he is still in the Jiangnan area." Cultivators had numerous methods to look for other people. As a consequence, Daoist Priest Horizon also knew several techniques that could allow him to track other people down. Otherwise, how could he find suitable targets to whom he would later impart his strength? A happy expression flashed through Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's eyes. "In that case, can I ask Fellow Daoist to give me a hand with this matter and look for that youngster in my stead? As a reward, I'll especially prepare several dishes that will leave you very satisfied. How about it?" "That's great." Daoist Priest Horizon swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Such being the case, I'll take advantage of the fact that he shouldn't be too far away yet and start tracking that little Fellow Daoist immediately." After saying this much, Daoist Priest Horizon got out of the kitchen through the back door and started to prepare his tracking magical technique. As long as the traces of the aura of the opposite party were still in the Jiangnan area, he could find him. But the youngster that Daoist Priest Horizon wanted to find just happened to be lining up in front of the fish head shop at this time. Yu Jiaojiao's small aura-concealing magical treasure was something that true monarch tyrant Flood Dragon had manufactured personally. Therefore, it was incredibly effective at hiding one's aura. Although Daoist Priest Horizon used his tracking magical technique, he couldn't notice Song Shuhang's presence even though he was standing right in front of the shop. Such being the case, Daoist Priest Horizon's tracking magical technique finally led him toward a certain villa in the Jiangnan area. After all, Yu Jiaojiao's villa was full of Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao's aura. Around 10 minutes later, The long line in front of Song Shuhang finally came to an end. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and said, "It's almost my turn." The line was truly long. At the same time, he started to wonder about something in his heart. Now then, why did I decide to stand in line even though I already knew how long the line was? I waited for such a long time here just to eat meat sandwiches. I was already super hungry earlier, and I'm not particularly picky when it comes to food. As long as it can fill my belly, anything is fine. Song Shuhang, but since it would be his turn soon, he might as well finish what he had started and continue to stand in line. In addition, he would get to have a taste of the meat sandwich that caused all these people to form his huge line and wait under the scorching hot sun. He refused to believe that a mere meat sandwich could be this incredible. Was it possible that it would casually start emitting golden light and make all those that had eaten it feel as though they were madly running along the seashore, provoking a foodgasm? Just as he was in deep thoughts, the line in front of him slightly moved forward, allowing Song Shuhang to get inside the fish head shop. Inside the shop, 3 men dressed up as kitchen helpers were now acting as shop employees. They were continuously bringing piles of meat sandwiches out of the kitchen of the shop. Then, there were other people in charge of packing them up and receiving the payment on one side. Song Shuhang sniffed lightly and said, "What a nice smell." The smell was simply too good. Just by smelling the fragrance, one got the impulse of immediately trying the food. The people there felt as though their feet were glued to the ground and couldn't get away from the fish head until they had gotten a taste of it. No wonder so many people decided to stand in line just to have a taste of this delicacy. Song Shuhang discovered that the people standing in line were all ordering a large number of sandwiches. "Give me 10, the youth in the forefront position said. "Give me 12. The uncle behind the youth didn't want to be outdone. "I want 5 of them, a gentle girl said in a low voice. In addition, Song Shuhang noticed that clients that had bought only 2 meat sandwiches gritted their teeth and stood in line again after eating their fill. It wasn't surprising that the line was getting longer and longer, without showing any sign of reducing. It was simply a vicious circle. From the looks of it, it's something really delicious. Perhaps I should buy several of them and give them to Gao Moumou and the others after going back, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. But right at this time, Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on his shoulder, said softly, "Wait a moment. There is something wrong with the food inside the sandwiches." "There is something wrong with the food?" Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Was it poisoned? This food isn't something that ordinary people can eat. At first glance, I can tell that most of the meat comes from rare animals and only cultivators can eat it. Nevertheless, all the spiritual energy inside the food was removed, but both the flavor and the texture of the food are incredibly high quality, Yu Jiaojiao continued with her explanation. It's food that only cultivators can eat? Yu Jiaojiao lowered her voice and said, "In other words, the chief inside the kitchen is an immortal chef." An immortal chef? Song Shuhang immediately recalled the dishes he ate while he was staying at Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's place. The finely prepared dishes were so delicious that he wished he could keep eating forever. More importantly, the finely prepared dishes of immortal chefs could even strengthen one's constitution. At this time, Song Shuhang was worried about his constitution the most, and as long as there was an opportunity to strengthen it, he wouldn't absolutely miss it. But why is an immortal chef inside that fish head shop? Song Shuhang asked. Had an immortal chef decided to overtake a fish head shop and decided to sell meat sandwiches to make a living? Right at this time, the young male kitchen helper asked, "Dear customer, how many do you want?" It was already Song Shuhang's turn. "Give me 50, Song Shuhang said. It was something that an immortal chef had prepared. Even if the spiritual energy inside had been removed, it would still greatly benefit ordinary people if they were to eat it. It was even better than casually finding some money lying down in the streets. He would be stupid if he didn't seize the opportunity to buy as many meat sandwiches as possible. Unfortunately, he didn't bring too much cash with him this time. Otherwise, Song Shuhang would have ordered even more meat sandwiches. Song Shuhang even thought of heading toward a nearby bank to withdraw money and line up again. The 50 meat sandwiches were amassed and filled to the brim a large bag. Song Shuhang lifted the large bag with one hand and headed toward the counter while in deep thoughts. But right at this time, a tall and slender figure came out of the kitchen. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was still wearing a veil as before. After coming out, she sniffed lightly. When she was in the kitchen earlier, she smelled the fragrance of a very nice-smelling green onion. It was the fragrance that only a 400+ years old green onion that had turned into a spirit could have. Thereupon, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue followed the scent and came out of the kitchen. In the end, her vision fell on Song Shuhang's body. The smell of the green onion was coming from his body. Just as Immortal Fairy Bie Xue saw the appearance of the youngster clearly, a strange expression flashed through her eyes. Was this fate? She was just planning to look for this youngster and even asked Fellow Daoist Horizon to help her find him. Little did she expect that the person she was looking for would directly come to her. Shuhang had come to the fish head shop and just finished buying the food and, heading to the counter to pay. In addition, the green onion fragrance that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smelled earlier was coming from Song Shuhang's body. It wasn't coming from his clothes or items but directly from his skin and bones. This green onion fragrance addition Song Shuhang was worth buying. For an instant, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue even thought that Song Shuhang was a green onion that had practiced until becoming capable of assuming human form. But more importantly, this youth was related to Senior White. It's the same youngster that was driving the hand-guided tractor together with Fellow Daoist White. As soon as Immortal Fairy Bie Xue saw Song Shuhang, the picture of Venerable White driving the hand-guided tractor resurfaced in her mind, making her chuckle. Perhaps because he was related to Venerable White, and also due to the nice fragrance of green onion coming from his body, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's favorable impression of Song Shuhang increased greatly. In short, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's first impression of Song Shuhang was a good one. The expression in her eyes also became gentler. Song Shuhang, who was paying for the sandwiches, felt that someone was staring at him. He gently turned his head around and his gaze met with Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's. When he saw the veiled woman staring at him, he felt as though he was a fish on a cutting board getting stared at by a chef. Song Shuhang determined that the veiled woman was the immortal chef residing in the fish head shop. He could feel fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her body and see something akin to wheat flour covering her hands. But why had this immortal chef come out of the kitchen, starting to stare at him? Is there something on my face? Right at this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue narrowed her eyes and smiled at Song Shuhang, saying via secret sound transmission, "Hello, fellow Daoist." "Hello, Fairy Maiden," Song Shuhang also replied via secret sound transmission and returned the greeting. Then, he raised the large bag he was holding in his hand and said, "Fairy Maiden's cooking is truly excellent. Thank you." Although Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was wearing a veil, it was clear from her eyes that the compliment made her happy. "In that case, unless Fairy Maiden has something to ask of me, I'll take my leave," Song Shuhang said as he waved at Fairy Bie Xue. Song Shuhang was a little awkward at this time. Although he was simply buying some food, he felt as though he was someone trying to gain small advantages and got caught red-handed by the owner of the shop. Therefore, he immediately prepared to leave after waving his hand at Bie Xue. After hearing that Shuhang wanted to leave, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue immediately said, "Little fellow Daoist, wait for a moment." There was no way she would let Song Shuhang leave like that. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked at the veiled Fairy Maiden in puzzlement. "Fairy Maiden, do you need something from me?" Naturally, she wanted to know about Venerable White. However, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue and Song Shuhang had just met each other. If she were to directly ask him, "Fellow Daoist, do you know Venerable White?" she would surely make the youngster vigilant. Therefore, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue thought for a moment and said, "Little fellow Daoist, the smell coming from your body is really nice." Song Shuhang. Is this sexual harassment? But right at this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue clapped her hands and said to the owner of the shop, "Shop owner, today's activity ends here. There is a row of meat sandwiches in the kitchen that's almost ready. Control the strength of the fire yourself and sell it once it's properly roasted. I have some business to attend to. I'll take my leave first." The owner of the shop shed tears of joy. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue turned her head around and said to Song Shuhang, "Little fellow Daoist, can I have some of your time?" Song Shuhang nodded lightly. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue and Song Shuhang headed toward the back door of the fish head shop and exited the place. Outside was an invisible immortal boat hovering midair. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue brought Song Shuhang inside the immortal boat and asked at the same time, "Little friend, did you perhaps consume a very old green onion?" A very old green onion? Was there even a need to guess? She was obviously talking about Lady Onion. Speaking of which, the last time Song Shuhang ate Lady Onion sprout, he almost died. The worst thing was that he ended up dreaming of Lady Onion's life experience for that very reason. After that, he was forced to live for several hundred years as a green onion that kept swaying in the wind. Whenever he recalled that dream, Shuhang felt very aggrieved. At that time, he was lucky that Daoist Priest Cloudy Mist of the Penniless Thief sect was nearby and used his emptying miracle hands to take Lady Onion's sprout out of his stomach, transforming it into an onion spirit crystal. Even now that crystal was still inside his size-reducing purse. Thereupon, Song Shuhang nodded and said, "I indeed ate a special green onion in the past." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "No wonder there is such a strong smell of green onion coming from your body." Song Shuhang. "Fairy maiden, you are surely misunderstanding. The reason my body smells like a green onion isn't that I ate one. It's because Lady Onion's body melted and mixed with the hot water while I was taking a medicinal bath inside a golden coffin. Afterward, I was cooked up for a while within the coffin and ended up having this smell," Song Shuhang thought to himself. However, these past events were very painful to recall, and it was better not to mention them. Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on Song Shuhang's shoulder, chuckled. She knew the story of Song Shuhang and the green onion oil. "Right. Little fellow Daoist, do you still have the leftovers of that green onion?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked at this time. "I think I have them," Song Shuhang said. That onion spirit crystal was precisely a leftover. In addition, Lady Onion had grown a new sprout. Of course, he wouldn't go as far as cutting off Lady Onion's sprout. After all, she was an onion spirit with intelligence that could even assume human form. You really have it?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had just thoughtlessly asked the question. Her main objective was to chat with Song Shuhang a little and familiarize herself with him so that she could ask him about Venerable White later. She hadn't expected that Song Shuhang really had the leftovers of that several hundred years old green onion with him. Immortal chefs always liked unusually old seasonings. Thereupon, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked, "Little fellow Daoist, are you interested in carrying out a transaction for that green onion leftover?" Yes, I am. After all, there is no point in me keeping it. However, it's somewhat strange," Song Shuhang said. After saying this much, he stretched out his hand and put it inside his clothes, taking out a dark green crystal out of his size-reducing purse and handing it over to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. "How come it's in a crystallized form?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue took the crystal and started to inspect it. There was no mistaking. It was a 300 to 400 years old green onion that had turned into an onion spirit. In addition, its size was also remarkable. From the looks of it, almost the whole green onion had melted and crystallized. If she could obtain this crystal and refine it through various methods, it would last for several years. After thinking up to this point, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smiled at Song Shuhang and said, "Little friend, is there something you want in particular?" She would try to satisfy Song Shuhang's requests to the best of her ability to give Venerable White some face. "Something I want in particular?" Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and said, "There is indeed something I would really like to have, but I have no idea of its true value or confidence in getting it." "Just say it. I'll appraise it for you," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said with a smile. "It's the blood of demodragon," Song Shuhang replied. His weak constitution was a big problem for him for the current him. Only the demodragon medicine obtained from the blood of a demodragon could quickly solve this problem for him. "The blood of demodragon? For what reason do you need it?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue curiously looked at Song Shuhang. Then, she smiled gently. Now she understood the reason for the request. After all, although Shuhang's constitution was very strong for a cultivator of the second stage realm, the true qi inside his body was rich and abundant. In addition, the place between his eyebrows was faintly giving off a bronze radiance. It was a sign that his mental energy had reached the third stage rank. In short, although his constitution was strong, his mental energy and true qi were even stronger. As such, he was trying his best to find a way to increase the strength of his constitution even further and maintain a balance between the three. Additionally, if blood of demodragon and constitution were mentioned in the same line, there could be only one reason. "Do you plan to prepare the demodragon medicine?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked with a smile. "Yes," Song Shuhang said with a nod. There was no need to hide the truth. A senior cultivator needed but a glance to discern the state of his body. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue shook her head and said, "Unfortunately, I don't have the blood of demodragon either. In addition, the blood of demodragon is much more valuable than this green onion crystal." The blood of demodragon was 100 times more valuable than the green onion crystal. As if that wasn't enough, the blood of demodragon could be found only through sheer luck and not by searching for it. No demodragon had made its appearance for a very long time already. As such, the value of its blood had increased even further. Song Shuhang sighed and nodded his head. However, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, he had already anticipated such an outcome. But right at this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "Although I don't have the blood of demodragon with me, I can still offer you a very good deal. I can prepare an immortal dish for you. Although its effects won't be as good as the demodragon medicine, it should still be able to increase the strength of your constitution up to the limit of the second stage." Immortal dishes prepared by an immortal chef had all sorts of benefits. However, the effects of an immortal dish that an ordinary immortal chef had prepared were limited. When Song Shuhang was staying at Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's place, the immortal dishes he got to eat there had the same effects of one round of the basic Buddhist fist technique. Of course, it was also because the immortal chefs staying at Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's place didn't go all out. After all, it was just an ordinary meal. But the veiled woman before his eyes said that she could increase the strength of his constitution by 2-3 small realms. Who was this fairy maiden? Speaking of which, Song Shuhang noticed that he had been really rude just now. Since he had started chatting with the veiled woman, he hadn't asked for her name, neither he had bothered introducing himself. Thereupon, he introduced himself and said, "Fairy maiden, I'm Song Shuhang. Can I know your name?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smiled and replied, "Everyone calls me Bie Xue. You can call me the same. We immortal chefs are different from ordinary cultivators, and we don't have an official Dao name." Fairy Bie Xue. Song Shuhang found the name somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue? The Immortal Feast? Song Shuhang blurted out. You heard about the Immortal Feast? Oh, it's not that surprising, actually, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said gently. This youngster had a good relationship with Venerable White. Therefore, there was a chance he had heard about the Immortal Feast from Venerable White. "Yes, I've heard about Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Feast from a senior. Truly a hard-to-come-by banquet. I know many seniors that are trying their best to find an opportunity to attend the Immortal Feast," Song Shuhang said. Song Shuhang hadn't expected that he would get to meet Immortal Fairy Bie Xue even before Su Clan 7 brought him to the Immortal Feast. What a coincidence. Nevertheless, did every important person have some kind of special hobby nowadays? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's Immortal Feast was well known in the whole world of cultivators, and a lot of people would fight to the death to get an invite. After all, whenever one had an opportunity to eat at the Immortal Feast, their constitution would strengthen, their strength would increase, and if they were lucky enough, they might even break through a small realm while eating the dishes. But who would have expected that the legendary Immortal Fairy Bie Xue would come to a fish head shop in the Jiangnan area and quietly start selling meat sandwiches? After hearing Song Shuhang's words, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue narrowed her eyes and smiled. From her point of view, it was Venerable White that had told Song Shuhang this information. In short, Venerable White had indirectly praised her. As such, she was very happy after listening to Shuhang's words. If someone's mood was particularly good, they would become very generous. "In that case, do you wish to carry out this transaction with me?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said with a smile. Since her mood was very good, she was already planning to prepare a table full of immortal dishes for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded and said, "It's a deal then." After all, the onion spirit crystal was useless to him, and if he could increase the strength of his constitution until reaching the peak of the second stage, it would greatly reduce the pain that was transmitting from the place between his eyebrows. In addition, if he could increase the strength of his constitution until reaching the peak of the second stage, he could eat more spirit beast crystals and do his best to quickly reach the third stage realm. Deal. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was very happy. "In that case, little friend, can you leave me your address? I'll prepare the ingredients now and finish the dishes tomorrow. How about it?" When she came out this time, she didn't bring a lot of things with her. Therefore, she didn't have many ingredients and even the tools at her disposal were limited. Such being the case, she needed some time if she wanted to prepare an immortal feast for Song Shuhang. "No problem, senior." Song Shuhang gave Yu Jiaojiao's villa's address to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. The deal that had left both parties very satisfied. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue managed to obtain the onion spirit crystal and successfully struck up a relationship with Song Shuhang. Tomorrow, she would take advantage of the banquet to ask Song Shuhang about Venerable White. On the other hand, Song Shuhang now had the opportunity to strengthen his constitution and was obviously very happy. Yu Jiaojiao was also very happy since she would quietly freeload food tomorrow. It was a win-win situation for everyone. At this time, Lady Onion, who was inside Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse, heaved a sigh of relief. Since Immortal Fairy Bie Xue appeared, her heart had been in turmoil. At first, she thought that the 300 years old green onion leftover that Song Shuhang was talking about was her. Lady Onion really feared that she would lose again the green onion sprout she had grown with so much effort. But now, it seemed she had escaped this calamity. After heaving that sigh of relief, Lady Onion was in a dilemma. Not good. I have to stop with this depressing attitude. This time, that crystal managed to take my place, but what about the next time? If they want to carry out another transaction that involves a green onion, will Shuhang cut off my green onion sprout? The more Lady Onion was thinking, the more worried she was getting. As expected, she would have to escape again. This time, Song Shuhang didn't have his ghost spirit. As long as she had an opportunity, she would be able to get away without a hitch. In the meantime, Daoist Priest Horizon finally arrived at Yu Jiaojiao's villa through his tracking magical technique. There is no mistaking. It's here. Daoist Priest Horizon muttered to himself. However, the boy didn't seem to have returned. Should he wait for him at the entrance? Just as he was in deep thoughts, a figure came out of the villa. It was a young man wearing glasses. At this time, he had a small notebook in his hands and was seemingly thinking about something. The story must be xianxia as well, however, I've never written xianxia novels. The world building is going to be quite troublesome, the young man muttered to himself. This young man was none other than Gao Moumou. Moumou had managed to get out of that small black room with much difficulty and was now able to see the sun again. Chapter 606 Gao Moumou's Tragic Plot. Gao Moumou came out of the villa to welcome Lin Tubo. Tubo had just called and told Moumou that he was inside a taxi. Unless there was a traffic jam, he would get there in around 10 minutes. Thereupon, Gao Moumou picked up his notebook and got out of the villa to welcome Tubo and relax a bit. Today, it was blazing hot outside, and although staying inside Yu Jiaojiao's villa under the air conditioner would have been much better, Gao Moumou had had enough of staying in that small black room during these past few days. Therefore, he decided that he would rather go stand outside in the scorching sun than stay inside the small black room and enjoy the cool air. All for the sake of freedom. It was just a little hot, what was the big deal about that? After thinking this much, Gao Moumou headed out and sat under a big tree near the entrance, cooling himself in its shade. He was planning to think about the plot of the movie while waiting for Tubo. A xianxia world setting combined with a science fiction one, will they be able to shoot a good movie out of this? Wait, why am I worrying about this? Shuhang and his friends want to shoot a movie just to amuse themselves. Therefore, something like a world setting isn't even that important, Gao Moumou muttered to himself while noting things down on his notebook. Actually, there were indeed similar world settings. However, those settings weren't truly xianxia, but had replaced the xianxia cultivation system with a powerful martial arts system, combining it with an apocalyptic or science fiction background. For example, a lot of modern superhero movies had a similar setting, and the thing was even more common in anime and manga. In that case, I'll simply replace that various martial arts system with a cultivation one. With this, the world setting has been taken care of. Then, if they want to shoot a movie based on it, the plot can only be something like fighting powerful invaders, reforming the corrupt world, or saving humanity from destruction. Perhaps it's better to choose the most direct one, fighting powerful invaders. This type of plot is usually more light-hearted and popular and not as tiring to watch as those battles of wits and strength, Gao Moumou said as he quickly noted everything down on his notebook. Then comes the main character, he. The main character must be dogged by bad luck and suffer all the bitter experiences that a man can possibly suffer, like his first love getting married to someone else, like his second love dying. Oh, wait. Since it's a xianxia setting, I can turn the second love of the main character into a ghost and make the main character fall in love with her without him knowing the truth. It should be rather interesting to see his reaction when he discovers that his sweetheart had already died. After losing his first and second love, the main character will start to drown his sorrows in wine, feeling more dead than alive. It should work just fine as the original dispirited image of the main character. However, ghosts and such things are actually banned from appearing in current Chinese movies, right? Well, it doesn't matter. Song Shuhang's movie won't be screened at the cinema. It's a movie they are shooting just to have some fun. Next comes my supporting role. I'll become the senior brother of the main character, and I will often compete against him in martial arts while harboring evil intentions, beating him black and blue each time and tormenting him for my pleasure. It sounds pretty good. However, so as to avoid Shuhang complaining, I'll need to make this character die in some way. But before getting rid of the senior brother character, I'll definitely try to make it come out clean. I can't risk ruining my image in Yai's eyes. Now then, there is that scene about the vehicle registration certificates that Shuhang asked me to include in the plot. In that case, there is a need to introduce a playboy that will later turn into the sole weapon of the main character or something similar. The playboy will carelessly crash into the drunk main character. The main character won't get hurt, but the playboy will be killed in the collision. Then, due to various coincidence, he will turn into the sole weapon of the main character. Yeah, that sounds pretty good too. The story will be a tragedy for the most part and will move people to tears. Who said that an author writing comedy novels could only write comedies? What a joke. A rough draft of the plot had taken shape just like that. Gao Moumou quickly started to write everything down as he got this sudden burst of inspiration. The setting of the story was going to be a futuristic world in a parallel universe. The Earth in that world would suffer a surprise attack from mysterious enemies. No one knew what the origin of these mysterious enemies was. Perhaps they were the creatures of the underworld, or perhaps aliens. Or again, they might be crazy anti-human adventurers. No one knew who they were. After the attack of these mysterious enemies, humanity suffered a great loss, and the world entered an apocalyptic state. If not for the fact that Earth had a mysterious influence protecting it from the shadows, perhaps humanity would have already ceased to exist. Later, the mysterious influence protecting humanity would reveal itself. The members of that influence were none other than the immortals mentioned in legends. Their power was unparalleled. The strongest ones could move the mountains and drain the seas, as well as ride the clouds and fly on the mist. To ward off the surprise attack of these mysterious enemies, cultivators joined forces and started to recruit disciples en masse, not hiding anymore and finally walking in the sun. And the main character just happened to be one of the disciples of the cultivators faction. The story will begin with that senior brother making fun of and tormenting the main character on the martial arts stage and engaging in a glorious battle with him. Of course, each time the main character is injured, a gentle senior sister will appear and dress his wounds, comforting him. This senior sister will be the first love of the main character. Then, that senior sister will be forced to marry another man due to the pressure of her household. It's just too fun imagining Song Shuhang's crying face while he performs in this scene. Next, for plot development, that senior sister and her husband will die in the hands of those mysterious enemies, pushing the main character to take revenge. Gao Moumou continued to note down stuff on his notebook. It was simply excellent. The more he was writing, the more Gao Moumou was getting excited. He wished he could start shooting the movie immediately, throwing Song Shuhang on the ground and beating him black and blue while having an awe-inspiring expression on his face. It was simply too cool. After writing the start of the story, Gao Moumou stopped for a moment. He needed to slowly form the later part of the story in his mind. As for the next thing, should create the Xianxia power level system of the story. With a power level system, it will be very easy to determine who is stronger and who is weaker. Gao Moumou started to ponder. Which system should he use? Speaking of Xianxia stories, everyone was familiar with that fixed set of stages: foundation establishment, eye-opening, fusion, heart movement, golden core, nascent soul, astral projection, mental projection, body fusion, emptiness, conveyance, tribulation, transcendence. But so many stages were going to be troublesome if they wanted to shoot a movie. After all, a movie was different than a TV series, and there wasn't much time to describe all the cultivation realms. I've decided. I'll just use the bronze immortal, silver immortal, and golden immortal ranks. Want to argue that it isn't very Xianxia-like? Well, it's true. After all, I made everything up. Actually, it would be a cool surprise if this power level rank gets accepted, Gao Moumou said, laughing. Then, he noted this part down on the notebook as well. However, Gao Moumou hadn't noticed that just as he decided to use the bronze, silver, and golden immortal power level system for cultivators, a white-haired Daoist priest that had quietly appeared next to him and was staring at him. What a joke! Even if it was just a movie, how could the cultivation system be such a farce? Daoist Priest Horizon felt that he had to remind this young author writing the plot about a few things. Thereupon, Daoist Priest Horizon coughed and said, "Little friend, don't you feel that summarizing all the ranks as bronze, silver, and golden immortal is a bit too lame? Gao Moumou got a scare. Although he had been standing in the shade of the tree adjacent to the villa for quite some time, he hadn't noticed at all that there was someone else next to him. When he turned his head around, he saw a white-haired Daoist priest with a ruddy complexion. Except for a few wrinkles around the corner of his eyes, there were no other traces of the passage of time on his face. This Daoist priest had taken really good care of his health. In addition, he had a kind-looking face, and the first impression of whoever saw him was a favorable one. After glancing at him, people subconsciously felt that they could trust him and be friends with him. It was Daoist Priest Horizon's innate aura of kindness, and it could increase the favorable impression strangers had of him by 50 points. It was precisely due to this strange ability of his to draw people to him that Daoist Priest Horizon had managed to continuously find young cultivators and obtain their favorable impression in the past 300 years, finally managing to sell them his services. For this very reason, Gao Moumou's first impression of Daoist Priest Horizon was also a good one. Such being the case, he might as well listen to what this Daoist priest had to say. "Hello, Daoist priest," Gao Moumou said. "Was it really okay to summarize all cultivation levels as bronze, silver, and golden immortal in front of a Daoist priest?" However, what he wanted to do was shooting a movie and not making cultivation popular. As long as it was amusing, there was no problem. The white-haired Daoist priest cupped his fists and said to Gao Moumou, "I know that little friend is writing the plot of a movie." "Oh, sorry, I just happened to listen to you talking to yourself earlier. Therefore, I roughly know what is going on." "It's fine, Daoist priest. Moreover, what I wrote just now was only the setting." Gao Moumou gently smiled and added, "Such being the case, how does Daoist priest think I should set the cultivation system?" Daoist Priest Horizon continued with his explanation, "The power level ranking can't be too casual. I suggest using something like first class, second class, third class, fourth class, and so on." "Gao Moumou, can't we just keep my bronze, silver, and golden ranks in that case? At most, I can add platinum, diamond, grandmaster, sovereign, and so on as extra ranks." "It won't do?" Daoist Priest Horizon could see from Gao Moumou's expression that the latter didn't like his suggestion too much. Gao Moumou nodded and replied honestly, "To be frank, first class, second class, third class, and so on, remind me of the first grade, first second, third grade, etc., of primary school." Daoist Priest Horizon. After a short moment, the Daoist priest clenched his teeth and said, "In that case, how about changing it to stage? First stage, second stage, third stage, and so on, how about it?" Gao Moumou silently looked at the Daoist priest. Can't this Daoist priest come up with something that is a bit more original than simple numerical power levels? "Whatever, I'll note down first stage, second stage, third stage, and so on just in case." At that time, he would let Shuhang and Miss Yu Jiaojiao decide if they wanted power levels based on metals or if they preferred numerical ones. Thereupon, Gao Moumou noted down the various stages in his notebook. Daoist Priest Horizon was immediately very satisfied. As long as he could make this youngster fix the cultivation levels, his objective could be considered completed. Then, since he had already reached his goal, Daoist Priest Horizon should have naturally left, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly started to discuss the plot of the movie with Gao Moumou. Daoist Priest Horizon himself was also baffled and had no idea why he was doing it. His original intention was to give a piece of advice to this youngster in regards to the cultivation system. But for some reason, he found the youth before his eyes someone pleasant to chat with, and just as the two of them were chatting, they ended up discussing how to write down the plot of the movie. Although Daoist Priest Horizon hadn't ever written a novel, he had experienced a lot of things in his life. Him disclosing a little bit of the many things he had experienced in his life greatly benefited Gao Moumou. For example, Daoist Priest Horizon said, I heard little friend say that he wanted to write a plot that could move people to tears, is that correct? In addition, you wanted the main character to be very miserable so that people could sympathize with him, right? Yes. Daoist priest, do you have any good suggestion to make the main character even more miserable? Gao Moumou asked. After chatting with the white-haired Daoist priest for a while, Gao Moumou had already started to admire the opposite party quite a lot. The Daoist priest had a lot of experience and could see things from a different perspective, allowing him to get great inspiration. Actually, when you mentioned that the first love of the main character ended up marrying someone else, I recalled something that happened a long time ago. There was this fellow Daoist from a sect close by, and his life experiences left a deep impression on me. Daoist Priest Horizon heaved a long sigh and recalled what had happened back in those years. Old people really liked recalling things that had happened in the past. At that time, that fellow Daoist experienced something similar to what the main character of your story did. He was in love with a junior sister, and the junior sister was also in love with him. The duo had been in love for more 10 years, but then, an elder of the girl arranged a marriage for her. As if that wasn't enough, the wedding was going to be held a few days later. Back then, the junior sister said to that fellow Daoist, "Come look for me the day of the marriage. As long as you come, I'll give everything up and marry you." 2 days before the marriage, that fellow Daoist rushed to the place where the wedding would be held, preparing to give his all to stop the marriage of his junior sister. But just as he was halfway there, he chanced upon something unexpected. A wild monster beast. Eventually, the wild beast seriously injured him and caused him to lose his senses for several days. Then, as he regained his consciousness and looked for his junior sister, she had already gotten married to the other man. After recalling the scene, Daoist Priest Horizon sighed with emotion. If the monster beast had appeared due to someone's plot, he could have accepted what had happened. But later, he checked that place on behalf of that fellow Daoist, and it turned out that the appearance of the monster beast had really been just a coincidence. One could only say that it was the heaven playing tricks on the man. After sighing with emotion, Daoist Priest Horizon said, "I feel you can improve this part a little and keep it for the senior sister in your story." Excellent, truly excellent. Then, just as the main character loses his senior sister due to an unfortunate accident, his earth-shaking grief and tears should move to tear the audience as well. Gao Moumou took up his pen and quickly noted everything down on the notebook. Daoist Priest Horizon faintly smiled and nodded. Then, he also added, "There is another thing, if you want the grief of the main character to turn into strength, the death of that senior sister and her husband is far from being enough. In addition, the patterns which the death of two lovers can lead to are too few. You should increase the scale and make the whole sect of the main character die in the hands of those evil and mysterious enemies. With that, the anger and grief in the heart of the main character will reach the maximum level and give him the greatest motivation. Additionally, the plot won't be limited to the love, hate, passion, and revenge of that small faction, but will be elevated until reaching a worldwide scale." Daoist priest, your explanation was very valuable. Gao Moumou felt that he had met a good teacher and helpful friend. After all, how could the death of a couple compare to the death of the whole sect? Daoist Priest Horizon faintly smiled and continued, "Actually, we can give the main character the cough-up blood disease as well. As his sorrow reaches the highest level, he will gently cough and spit out blood. With that, the audience should sympathize with him even more." Excellent, excellent. Gao Moumou quickly noted down. Just in this fashion, Gao Moumou and Daoist Priest Horizon walked further and further away on this path where the main character was tortured and bullied, unable to turn back. As soon as they came back to the villa, Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao saw the scene of the white-haired Daoist priest and Gao Moumou happily chatting together under the scorching sun. The scene was simply too absurd and shocking. Yu Jiaojiao called out in alarm, "This is bad. I thought that the frenzied strength imparter had decided to let you go." I didn't think he would be so persistent and look for my house. He was simply waiting idly for the right opportunity. He wasn't the legendary frenzied strength imparter for nothing, he couldn't be so easy to deal with. According to the rumors, 80 to 90% of the young cultivators that the frenzied strength imparter had targeted ended up accepting his offer. Was it possible that Song Shuhang had no way of avoiding this calamity? Should we return to the villa through the ground? Song Shuhang asked. But it was too late. The white-haired Daoist priest in the front had already noticed Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao. He turned his head around and smiled at the two of them. From Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao's perspective, that smile could cause the downfall of cities and nations, because the people of those cities and nations would get scared shitless and create an uproar. After smiling, Daoist Priest Horizon cupped his hands and said to Song Shuhang, "Little friend, we meet again." Song Shuhang forced a smile and returned the courtesy. "Daoist Priest, you are very persistent." Cough. "Actually, I'm not that persistent." Daoist Priest Horizon blushed and explained, "The truth is that someone entrusted me to look for you, eh?" Just as he was halfway through his speech, Daoist Priest Horizon noticed the large bag full of meat sandwiches Song Shuhang was holding in his hand. Given its smell, it was definitely the meat sandwich that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue prepared. Is it possible that this little fellow Daoist went to that fish head shop to buy meat sandwiches? In that case, did he already meet with Immortal Fairy Bie Xue? The nearby Gao Moumou asked in puzzlement, "Shuhang, are you an acquaintance of this Daoist priest?" Song Shuhang nodded and said, "I left to collect an express delivery early this morning and decided to buy some food on the way. It was at that time that I met this Daoist priest." Next, Shuhang asked Daoist Priest Horizon, "Daoist Priest Horizon, did you say that someone entrusted you to look for me?" Daoist Priest Horizon looked at the large bag in Song Shuhang's hand and smiled mysteriously. "It seems you already met the person that entrusted me to look for you." Daoist Priest Horizon was just preparing to say this sentence when he felt something slam into him. His whole body was sent flying tens of meters away. On the road, he even bumped into and broke a sapling. Daoist Priest Horizon called out in pain. Just what had happened? Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. Why was Daoist Priest Horizon suddenly sent flying? Who had sneak attacked him? Gao Moumou was also baffled. The Daoist priest had flown away in such an exaggerated way. Did he get hit by a truck weighing 10 tons? However, the problem was that he hadn't seen anything bumping into the white-haired Daoist priest. Right at this time, ripples formed in midair and a faint silhouette of a small immortal boat suddenly appeared. As one might have guessed, the prime culprit that had sent Daoist Priest Horizon flying was precisely this immortal boat. Just as the immortal boat became visible, a weak aroma filled the surrounding area. As soon as the confused Gao Moumou smelled the aroma, he rubbed his eyes and sat down on the spot, leaning against the big tree and quickly falling asleep. "Is that sleeping gas?" Yu Jiaojiao said. "From the looks of it, this gas could only influence ordinary people. As long as the person in question had started cultivating and there was qi and blood energy, true qi, or spiritual energy inside their bodies, they could automatically counter the effects of the gas. It was very likely an automated emergency measure to prevent ordinary people from spotting the immortal boat, something that activated on its own just like the airbag of a car. After Gao Moumou lost consciousness, the door of the immortal boat opened and a young man anxiously rushed out of it. The young man quickly headed toward Daoist Priest Horizon, who had been just hit flying by the immortal boat. While running, he also pulled out some medicinal pills and said, "I'm so sorry. Senior, how are you? I swear I didn't do it on purpose." Daoist Priest Horizon rubbed his waist and got up. Although the collision wasn't enough to endanger his life, it sure was painful. Damn it, which bastard was driving without looking where he was going? What hit him wasn't an ordinary vehicle, but an immortal boat. Judging from the model, it was a delivery-type immortal boat that could shuttle back and forth in space. In addition, the pointed tip of the immortal boat could burst open meteorites and even smash them to pieces. Therefore, it hurt his waist quite a bit when it bumped into him. Luckily, he was a fifth-stage spiritual emperor, and the spiritual chi of his golden core automatically protected his body, preventing his muscles and bones from getting injured. "Senior, are you really safe and sound?" The young man rushed next to Daoist Priest Horizon, looking very anxious. Just as he was speaking, he took several medicinal pills out of his clothes. There were medicinal pills to heal external injuries, internal injuries, restore physical energy, restore spiritual energy, and so on. After seeing the worried expression of the young man, Daoist Priest Horizon's anger lessened. "You don't need to worry. This Daoist priest isn't as fragile as you think. However, you were just too careless while driving the immortal boat." "I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, Senior. What happened just now was very strange. Although I had been steadily controlling the immortal boat all along, there was a sudden interference when I was about to land that made me lose control of the vehicle. In the next moment, I discovered that I couldn't brake nor change the direction. As a result, I ended up bumping into you, Senior," the young man explained. At the same time, he stretched out the hands with the medicinal pills and said, "Senior, perhaps you can casually take a medicinal pill and eat it?" However, the young man forgot to mention one thing. Just as he was about to land, the sealed package inside the immortal boat produced a resonance with another item on the ground, and the power the sudden resonance generated was the main reason that caused him to lose control of the immortal boat. Daoist Priest Horizon. Is medicine something you can eat carelessly? If you aren't ill, you shouldn't eat it. Daoist Priest Horizon sighed with emotion and said, "I'm really fine. Forget it, let's just say that my luck today wasn't too good. Little friend, you better carefully inspect your immortal boat. If you hadn't bumped into me but someone else, I'm sure they would have died." Whether it was Gao Moumou, who was just a normal person, or the not too far away Song Shuhang, who was a cultivator of the second stage, they would have both died without a doubt if hit by this small immortal boat that could burst open even a meteorite. If someone had lost their life, things would have become rather difficult to handle, especially if it concerned that little fellow Daoist that had Venerable White's backing. The anger of a Venerable wouldn't die down so easily. "In that case, it was very lucky that I bumped into you, Senior." "Ah, that's not what I meant. I mean, it was a lucky coincidence that you happened to be so strong, Senior. I'll immediately inspect the immortal boat and will report about this accident to the headquarters. Something of the sort can't be allowed to happen a second time. It's simply too dangerous," the young man quickly explained. Daoist Priest Horizon. "Right, I forgot to ask your name, Senior," the young man said and gave Daoist Priest Horizon his business card. "I'm a 4-star disciple of the 3 Ages Worldwide Express Delivery. My name is Ling Duzi." Daoist Priest Horizon took the business card with Ling Duzi's contact details. In addition, there was his personal mark, 2 tier stains. Each official disciple of the 3 Ages Worldwide Express Delivery had their personal mark, and the tier stains were Ling Duzi's personal mark. The 3 Ages Worldwide Express Delivery? After overhearing the conversation, the nearby Song Shuhang was somewhat surprised. He had been to the Jiangnan area's branch of the 3 Ages Worldwide Express Delivery this morning to take care of the procedures necessary to collect that sealed package. Unexpectedly, the opposite party had come to deliver the sealed package so quickly. It had been just a little more than 2 hours since visited the branch. Their efficiency was simply shocking. In addition, didn't that girl wearing a cheongsam in Jiangnan's branch say that they would deliver the sealed package within 2 days? Or, this employee of the 3 Ages Worldwide Express Delivery was just passing by when the immortal boat had problems and crashed? The latter was way more likely. "I'm Daoist Priest Horizon. Little fellow Daoist, you don't need to worry so much. I'm really fine, and you can take back your medicine." Just don't be this careless again. Daoist Priest Horizon received the business card and sighed with emotion. After seeing Ling Duzi's frightened expression, he didn't feel like scolding him further. Thank you, Daoist Priest Horizon. I'll pay you a visit after a few days and make a formal apology for what happened today. Ling Duzi continuously expressed his gratitude. But then, he suddenly thought of something and unconsciously blurted out, the frenzied strength imparter. Daoist Priest Horizon complexion darkened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Senior. What I meant was, I meant that strength imparting is truly great. Strength imparting is a very good thing. Therefore, Senior is incredible as well. Ling Duzi really wished he could slap himself in the face. Now, he would have to apologize for one more thing when he went to visit him. Daoist Priest Horizon faintly sighed. It was a rather depressing thing. He really wished to find a place to cure this depression. After seeing this scene, Song Shuhang really felt like laughing aloud. After finishing with the apologies, Ling Duzi remembered about his task. He turned around and arrived next to Song Shuhang. Excuse me, are you fellow Daoist Song Shuhang? Ling Duzi asked. Yes, it's me, Song Shuhang said with a nod. He had really come to deliver his sealed package. Their efficiency was astonishing. Ling Duzi took out a folder and followed the standard procedure, saying, I'm Ling Duzi, a disciple of the Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery. Fellow Daoist Song Shuhang filed an application to collect a sealed package early this morning in Jiangnan area's branch. In addition, you have already paid the storage fee, is that correct? Song Shuhang nodded and said, yes, that's correct. Ling Duzi continued, fellow Daoist Song, may I ask you to show that golden chain as proof again? Song Shuhang took out the golden chain and gave it to Ling Duzi. However, Ling Duzi didn't take the golden chain in his hands. He swiped it with a small magical treasure and nodded his head after determining its authenticity. Please wait for a moment. I'll immediately bring you the sealed package. After saying this much, Ling Duzi jogged up to the immortal boat and picked up a box that had the size of a cubic meter. The box is so big? What could there be inside? Song Shuhang really hoped to find a pile of spirit stones inside the box after opening it. If they were all spirit stones of the 9th stage, even better. Of course, it was just his imagination running wild. He knew that it was impossible for something of the sort to happen. This is the sealed package that Elder Bamboo Pipe of the 33 Divine Beasts sect entrusted us to deliver back then. Now, it has been returned intact to its rightful owner. In addition, I'll have to ask fellow Daoist Song to leave behind a signature as proof that the goods have been delivered, Ling Duzi said as he passed Song Shuhang a crystal plate. What do I have to do? Use my fingers or the whole hand? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Ling Duzi smiled and explained, fellow Daoist Song has to place his whole hand on the crystal plate and leave behind a wisp of true qi as a signature. Song Shuhang followed Ling Duzi's instructions and stretched out his hand, placing it on the crystal plate and operating the true qi inside his body. When the 33 Divine Beasts technique was activated, the faint cry of a whale echoed in the surrounding area. Afterward, the true qi entered the crystal plate and left behind Shuhang's unique signature. Such being the case, my duty can be regarded as complete. Fellow Daoist Song, I wish you a good day. Ling Duzi said as he put away the crystal place. Then, he took out another business card and gave it to Song Shuhang. Right, fellow Daoist Song. If you want to send something to space the next time, you can contact me directly. However, I'm on leave each December. If you contact me during December, I can only work privately. If I work privately, the place to which I can deliver the package can't be too far away, but the price will be much lower. The Three Ages Worldwide Express Delivery allowed their disciples to take on individual tasks while they were on leave. However, the 3 Ages worldwide express delivery wouldn't guarantee the complete safety or integrity of the items delivered in such a way. However, these private jobs were cheaper, and if the package to deliver wasn't too high-profile or dangerous, it would be delivered without problems. As such, these private jobs became a way for the disciples of the 3 Ages worldwide express delivery to earn some quick bucks. I understand. Thank you. If there is a need to, I'll surely contact you, Song Shuhang said as he received the business card. The business card was rather sophisticated. There were 2 water stains above, and whenever someone saw these 2-tier stains, it gave them a very strange feeling. It was probably the effect of a small formation. However, he probably wouldn't send anything to space in the near future. Therefore, he wouldn't need this business card immediately. Speaking of which, he had another weird business card inside his size-reducing purse. It was the business card of that fearsome group of people demanding their pay. Even when it comes to demanding the payment, we are professional. Shuhang felt that he had to take good care of this business card and not let other people see it. Otherwise, if he were to borrow too many spirit stones from Venerable White and were unable to return them afterward, what would he do if Senior White were to see the business card of that group of people demanding their payment and call them over? Of course, it was unlikely that Venerable White would do something so cruel. It was just an example. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Shuhang stretched out his hand and picked up the box. But right at this time, the golden chain in his hand resonated with the item inside the sealed package. The golden chain slightly shook, and a golden light covered the surface of the chain. Song Shuhang immediately calmed down. Since it resonated with the golden chain, the item inside the box shouldn't be a teddy bear or something of the sort. Gao Moumou regained his senses and rubbed his eyes. Strange, how come I suddenly fell asleep? Gao Moumou said in puzzlement. Was it possible that he had lost consciousness due to a sunstroke? At this time, he discovered that he wasn't in the shade of that big tree next to the entrance of the villa anymore, but was lying on the sofa in the living room. From the looks of it, someone carried him back to the villa. On another nearby sofa was sitting that Daoist priest that he found very pleasant to chat with. The Daoist priest was holding a cup of tea with both hands and leisurely taking a sip. In front of him was a pile of meat sandwiches. Old Gao, you finally woke up. Song Shuhang's voice echoed right at this time. Gao Moumou turned his head in the direction the voice came from and saw that Song Shuhang was squatting in an empty area of the living room, trying to open a large box. Yes, I just woke up. Shuhang, for how long have I been asleep? Gao Moumou asked. Not long, just a few minutes, I guess, Song Shuhang replied thoughtlessly. The effects of the sleeping gas lasted for a very short amount of time. As soon as he finished signing the express delivery, he moved both the box and Gao Moumou back in the villa. He didn't even have the time to open the box that Gao Moumou woke up. From the looks of it, it was really a sunstroke. Right, Shuhang? Has Tubo arrived yet? Gao Moumou asked. For some reason, he felt rather energetic after waking up. Song Shuhang turned his head toward Gao Moumou and said, perhaps he is stuck in a traffic jam, and hasn't arrived for this reason. You can try giving him a call if you want. While he was speaking, he noticed that Daoist Priest Horizon stretched out his hand and grabbed a meat sandwich, starting to eat it with gusto. It was already the 7th. This Daoist priest sipping tea and eating meat sandwiches was really shameless. Song Shuhang wasn't the owner of the villa, and it wasn't proper for him to chase him out. As for the owner of the villa, Yu Jiaojiao, she felt rather embarrassed chasing out a senior at the peak 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. Daoist Priest Horizon wasn't shy of strangers either. After getting into the villa, he acted as though he was in his own house, eating and drinking as he pleased. He wasn't the frenzied strength imparter for nothing. Gao Moumou stretched himself and arrived next to Song Shuhang, asking casually, Shuhang, what is inside this box? It's the gift a senior sent, and I have no idea what is inside, Song Shuhang replied. Just as he was speaking, he stripped off the outside wrapping of the box. What appeared before his eyes in the next moment was a cubic block of metal. At first sight, it was just a cubic block of metal without even a crack in it. Don't tell me that the gift is precisely this cubic block of metal. Is this the gift? Yu Jiaojiao's voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. She used the secret sound transmission technique so as to avoid Gao Moumou hearing her. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and said, "It didn't feel heavy when I carried it inside. It's very likely that it's empty inside. Maybe the box is made of a special type of metal and one can open it only through a particular method." However, he couldn't exclude the fact that Elder Bamboo Pipe might have forged this weightless, cubic block of metal and sent it to their disciple for some reason. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang took out the golden chain. Earlier, the golden chain resonated with the cubic block of metal. If one considered the block of metal a sealed package, the golden chain was very likely the key to this package. As soon as Song Shuhang took out the golden chain, the cubic block of metal resonated with it. The pictures of 33 beasts appeared on the left side of the metallic cube. Then, the pictures formed a circle, matching the 33 beasts engraved on the golden chain. However, the 33 beasts on the metallic cube were arranged in a different order than the ones on the golden chain. Song Shuhang squatted down and stretched out his hand, pressing on the picture of a beast just as though he was pressing on the touchscreen of a smartphone, trying to change its position. As such, Song Shuhang was now aware of how to open this block of metal. He had to arrange the 33 beasts on the metal box in the same order as the ones engraved on the golden chain in his hands. Very soon, Song Shuhang finished arranging the pictures in the correct order. In the next moment, the upper part of the metallic cube slid to one side, revealing an opening. After seeing the scene, the nearby Gao Moumou said, "It's unexpectedly so high-tech." "Yep," Song Shuhang said as he nodded. That wasn't all. This thing was directly a product of black technology and was an object from 130 years ago. As expected, cultivators had already built and overused to death products that modern technology was able to develop just recently. As the box opened, Shuhang stood up and gazed at its contents. What would be inside this box that had cost him 1 spirit stone of the 4th stage as a storage fee? "So pretty," said Yu Jiaojiao, who was currently sitting on Song Shuhang's shoulder. "Pretty indeed." Inside the box were layer upon layer of clothes. In addition, it was all women's clothing. There were all kinds of clothes, and each of them had a unique design that could match the immortal clothing that fairy maidens wore in legends. However, the clothes were just pretty and nothing else. They weren't magical robes. Due to the special materials used to manufacture them, they were more resilient than ordinary clothes. However, these weren't magical clothes and didn't have the same features and defensive powers. Although there were several runes and formation on the clothes, their only function was to make the immortal clothing look even more beautiful. Due to the special materials used to manufacture them and the formation inside the metallic cube, the immortal clothing was preserved very well. Now, Shuhang was sure of something. The disciple of that elder of the 33 divine beasts sect was surely a fairy maiden. In addition, it didn't seem she was too old. Anyway, she had a petite build. The size of the clothes inside the box was rather small. Song Shuhang's shivering hands grabbed a piece of light blue immortal clothing that was giving off a luxurious aura. At the same time, it looked lovable due to its rather small size. The picture of a petite girl resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind as soon as he saw this set of clothes. It was Su Clan's 16th picture. Cultivators had a very good memory. Therefore, as soon as Song Shuhang recalled 16th's build, he determined that this piece of expensive immortal clothing would really suit her. She had short hair and was very good-looking even without any makeup. If one were to add this piece of light blue immortal clothing to the mix, she would surely look gorgeous. Next, Song Shuhang glanced at the second layer. The second layer also consisted of immortal clothing. However, their size was slightly bigger. Shuhang placed down the light blue immortal clothing and stretched out his shivering hands again, picking up a set of clothes from the second layer and unfolding it. It was a pure white dress that ended up in a short skirt. However, the rear part of the skirt was rather long. Anyway, this set of clothes was one size bigger than the previous one. Strange, why had Elder Bamboo Pipe bought two sets of clothes of different sizes for their disciple? The picture of a familiar fellow Daoist resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind as soon as he saw this pure white piece of immortal clothing. It was Soft Feather's picture. The short skirt and the extended back part made this piece of immortal clothing look full of vigor and energy, perfectly fitting for Miss Soft Feather's long legs. However, the body build of Su Clan's 16 and Soft Feather differed quite a lot. Was it possible that Elder Bamboo Pipe's disciple practiced a special cultivation technique and had some shape-shifting skill that could allow her to change the build of her body? Or perhaps Elder Bamboo Pipe didn't have only one disciple but a whole group of female cultivators? There were so many sets of clothes with all of them being incredibly pretty. Some of them suited Su Clan's 16, and others suited Soft Feather. There were even more clothes of different types below, and perhaps he would find another person to whom he could match them. Song Shuhang was extremely happy, or perhaps he wasn't. What was the point of him having all this women's clothing? He had exchanged a precious spirit stone of the 4th stage for a box full of immortal clothing. Although the value of this immortal clothing surely surpassed by far that of a spirit stone of the 4th stage, was he supposed to set up a stall and start selling these clothes now? In addition, how did this immortal clothing produce a powerful resonance with the golden chain? Was it possible that the golden chain had resonated with box and not with the items inside? So many clothes for women. Moreover, they all seem the classic type ones. Right at this time, Gao Moumou came over and stretched his neck, glancing at the clothes inside the box. I didn't expect that there would be only female clothes inside. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gao Moumou teased Shuhang as he said, "The senior that sent you this gift is rather interesting. Or perhaps, do you have some special hobby, Shuhang? TSK, you must be the one with the hobby of wearing female clothes." Song Shuhang taunted him. "I didn't say that you had the hobby of wearing female clothes. I only wondered whether you had the hobby of collecting stuff," Gao Moumou said with a smile. But then, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh. It's a rather interesting hobby now that I think about it. Should I make it so that Don't try to stop me." After moving the box to his room, Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and decided to take the immortal clothing out of it, orderly placing it to one side. Yu Jiaojiao asked, "Shuhang, have you decided what to do with this immortal clothing?" Song Shuhang shook his head and said, "I'll gift part of it to someone and keep the other part, making use of it depending on the circumstances." "In that case, what are you planning to do with this immortal clothing you just took out?" Yu Jiaojiao asked out of curiosity. Was it possible that Shuhang wanted to see which immortal clothing was suitable to which fairy maiden? Yu Jiaojiao knew that Song Shuhang was acquainted with several young and good-looking female cultivators. I don't want to give up just yet. I refuse to believe that there is only clothing in this box," Song Shuhang said firmly. Yu Jiaojiao teased him, "Ahaha, after all, it's just a gift. There would be nothing strange if there were only clothes inside the box." But just as she finished her sentence, she noticed that Song Shuhang's movement stopped and his eyes lit up. "Is there really something else inside the box?" Yu Jiaojiao curiously stretched her neck and glanced at the content of the box. There was really something else inside. After Song Shuhang took out enough immortal clothing to empty more than half of the box, Yu Jiaojiao noticed that there was something else as well at the bottom of the box. It was a thick golden chain, basically the same as the one Song Shuhang was holding in his hands. One needed but a glance to determine that the two items were part of the same set. Then, there was an item that resembled a box of sweets. After that, there was a thread-bound book. Finally, there was also a folded list. Thanks to the protective formation inside the box, all the items were preserved in good condition even though 130 years had passed. The first thing Shuhang did was to pick up the golden chain. In the next moment, the new golden chain and the one already in his possession produced a strong resonance. This other golden chain inside the box was the reason for the previous resonance. From the looks of it, it was another gift that Elder Bamboo Pipe had sent to their disciple. Shuhang gently sighed and placed the golden chain down. Then, he picked up that thread-bound book. This book was unexpectedly written by hand. After opening it, he discovered that it was written in traditional Chinese characters. Although it was a little difficult to recognize some of the characters, he could read and understand most of the text. On the first page was a piece of writing similar to the preface found in letters. It was something that the author of the book had written to Bamboo Pipe. In the preface, the author of the book thanked Bamboo Pipe for his continuous support up to this point. Then, he said that he had finally finished organizing all the analyses and theories about animal taming the two of them had come up with into a volume. After thoroughly revising and inspecting the text again, it would be possible to submit this new version of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming to the sect master and substitute the older manual of the 33 Divine Beasts sect with it. At that time, this new version of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming would help the disciples of the 33 Divine Beasts sect increase their animal taming skills by a notch. After compiling and checking the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, the author of the book especially transcribed a copy of the revised version of the book, sending it to their mentor and friend, Bamboo Pipe. They were hoping that Bamboo Pipe could find the time to revise this copy of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming one more time to see if there were parts that could be improved or corrected. At the same time, it would act as a keepsake. Obviously, the author of the book was also a disciple of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Moreover, it was one of those rare and valuable scientist-type cultivators. From the looks of it, the author of the book didn't usually stay inside the 33 Divine Beasts sect, but was outside, continuing with their research. As for the immortal clothing and other treasures inside the box, it should be something that Elder Bamboo Pipe had entrusted him to buy in his stead and deliver to his place. But due to an unforeseen event, this handwritten copy of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming ultimately couldn't reach Elder Bamboo Pipe. The reason was that the 33 Divine Beasts sect was destroyed in the meantime. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. After opening the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, he was fated to be related to the 33 Divine Beasts sect. No, that wasn't completely correct. He was already deeply related to this sect that had disappeared 130 years ago since the day he had started practicing the 33 Divine Beasts technique. However, the previous relationship could be considered as a passive one. But this time, it was Shuhang personally making contact with the opposite party. Shuhang opened the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Inside the book were described the taming methods for hundreds of spirit beasts, spirit birds, spirit insects, and spirit fish. The first 33 spirit beasts described were precisely the 33 spirit beasts needed for the 33 Divine Beasts technique. The 33 Divine Beasts sect originated from the 88th department of the ancient heavenly city, the Divine Beast Department. Even the symbol of their sect, the golden chain, was something that expressed the status of the master spirit beast tamers that the ancient heavenly city had officially recognized. Song Shuhang quickly reached the end of the book and firmly recorded in his mind its contents. After closing the handwritten book, he thought to himself, I wonder if I have the talent to tame animals. If I don't have it, I'll need to find a way to pass down the content of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming after I'm done with my practice someday in the future. Since he had obtained some advantages from the opposite party, he would try his best to settle the karma between them. With that, he could keep his conscience clean and obtain better results on his future path of cultivation. Song Shuhang felt that the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming alone had already made up for that spirit stone of the 4th stage he had spent to collect the package. Now then, I wonder if the author of this Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, who also happens to be the person that mailed the sealed package, managed to survive the destruction of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. After placing the handwritten book in his size-reducing purse, Song Shuhang took out that item that resembled a small box of sweets and opened it. Inside the box were gems of different shapes emitting a gentle radiance. There were 33 of them in total. Spirit beast crystals. Song Shuhang needed but a glance to determine that the gems were actually spirit beast crystal. In addition, he had already eaten several of the types present here. All the spirit beast crystals inside the box were of the 2nd stage rank, and they just happened to be the spirit beast crystals needed for the 33 divine beasts technique. Was this another gift that Elder Bamboo Pipe had prepared for their disciple? However, the 33 divine beasts sect was a powerhouse in the field of taming spirit beasts, and the number of spirit beast crystals they had in stock had to be shocking. Was there really a need for Elder Bamboo Pipe to buy spirit beast crystals for their disciple from the outside? Or perhaps, it was something that the sender had decided to personally gift to Elder Bamboo Pipe's disciple? In the end, Song Shuhang picked up that folded list. On the list was the detailed information about the immortal clothing. There were 4 sizes in total with 10 clothes of each size. On the back side of the list of immortal clothing were some words written by hand, a box of 33 spirit beast crystals. The handwriting was the same as the person's that had written the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. In addition, there was also a small paragraph below: "Congratulations to my fellow disciple for breaking through the 2nd stage realm. I don't have anything good to gift you here with me. Therefore, I had no choice but to give you a box of carefully selected spirit beast crystals that can help you with your practice of the 33 divine beasts technique." So that's how it was. Song Shuhang took in his hand that box with spirit beast crystals inside again. For the current Song Shuhang, this box of spirit beast crystals was even more useful than the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. It was something he could use immediately. Earlier, Shuhang thought he would have to face the arduous task of collecting those 33 different types of spirit beast crystals before he could try to advance to the 3rd stage. Lately, Song Shuhang could only helplessly watch as his cultivation realm was quickly increasing. At this time, he had basically broken through half of the small realms of the 2nd stage realm, but he was far from collecting even half of the 33 spirit beast crystals. In addition, many of the spirit beast crystals in his possession were of the 4th stage realm. If he were to eat them, his body might end up exploding. Eating them equated to gambling his life. On the other hand, if he failed to fully develop his innate true qi before reaching the 3rd stage, the effects of the 33 divine beasts technique would be greatly weakened. Suddenly getting this box full of spirit beast crystals had saved Song Shuhang a lot of time. In addition, all the spirit beast crystals in the box were of the 2nd stage rank, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of exploding after eating them with the whale swallowing technique. There simply wasn't a better gift for the current Shuhang. It was completely worth it. Song Shuhang said. It had been completely worth it to spend that spirit stone of the 4th stage to collect the sealed package. Now, he only had to wait until tomorrow to eat Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal dishes and have his constitution strengthened to the point of reaching the limit of the 2nd stage. After that, he could start eating spirit beast crystals without worry and try to eat all the 33 types of spirit beast crystals before reaching the 3rd stage. At that time, his innate true qi would truly take shape, and the speed of his cultivation would be able to catch up to those geniuses that still had that wisp of true qi inherited from their mother's body. On Song Shuhang's shoulder, Yu Jiaojiao was using her small claw to prop up her chin, apparently lost in thought. She felt that Song Shuhang's luck had been just too over the top for the past few days. But whenever she mentioned the word luck, Shuhang would push the blame on Venerable White. Was the legendary god of luck Venerable White truly so terrifying? Yu Jiaojiao grabbed her small and exquisite tailor-made mobile phone. It wouldn't cost her anything. Therefore, she might as well give it a try, right? Immediately after, Yu Jiaojiao swiped with her small claws on the phone and scrolled until arriving at a picture of Venerable White where his long hair was braided into pigtails and coiled around the top of his head. It was precisely one of the pictures in the Senior White's expression package that Song Shuhang and Soft Feather took back when they were seeking death together. Yu Jiaojiao placed her small mobile phone on the edge of Song Shuhang's neck, using the collar of his clothes as a stand. Speaking of which, Yu Jiaojiao didn't have any big wish lately. But if we were talking about small ones, she had one. I really wish that the guy called Gao Moumou could write 30,000 characters on his own this evening. If it's 50,000, even better. After discovering that Gao Moumou was Song Shuhang's good friend, Yu Jiaojiao couldn't forcefully lock him inside the small black room anymore. Such being the case, the number of daily chapters she could read wasn't enough to make her happy. Thereupon, she thought for a moment and decided to express this wish to see whether praying to Senior White was really effective. It couldn't harm to try. Yu Jiaojiao joined her claws together and paid her respects to the figure displayed on the screen of her phone. Song Shuhang. Shuhang had seen each of Yu Jiaojiao's actions through the reflection on the metallic box in front of him. Since his eyesight was particularly good, he even saw Senior White's picture on her small phone. 5 or 6 minutes later, Tubo's voice echoed from the entrance of the villa. Gao Moumou, Shuhang, I'm here. It's so hot today, and I've been blocked in the middle of the traffic with this terrible weather up until now. After hearing the voice of his friend, Gao Moumou enthusiastically went to welcome Tubo. His girlfriend Yai was sitting on the sofa and chatting with the white-haired Daoist priest, or perhaps listening to one of his stories. The white-haired Daoist priest had experienced many things in his life, and since Gao Moumou was free just now, he started chatting with Daoist Priest Horizon. Daoist Priest Horizon also got lost in his memories and started to tell about things that happened back then. The things he had experienced were even more incredible than stuff seen in novels or movies. Gao Moumou and Yai were completely enthralled by his words. Song Shuhang quickly put in order the small box. Then, he put the whole big box away in his size-reducing purse. The capacity of his size-reducing purse wasn't too high, and it was almost full after placing the big box inside. In addition, his purse had the shape of a rabbit. How could that senior that manufactured this purse for him have such bad taste? After putting his things in order, Song Shuhang quickly headed downstairs to greet Tubo together with Gao Moumou. In the evening, after even Yangda came over, the 4 roommates would finally meet up again. They would get dead drunk afterward. In the evening of that very day, Song Shuhang and the others really got dead drunk. After Yangda arrived, the 4 roommates, as well as Yai, the thick-skinned Daoist Priest Horizon, and an incredible beauty, happily drank together. That beautiful woman that resembled a movie star was Yu Jiaojiao. Song Shuhang lent her the shape-shifting brooch that he had borrowed from Soft Feather back then. The last time, he again forgot to return it to Soft Feather. Thereupon, he lent it to Yu Jiaojiao, who used it to assume her mother's appearance and accompany the others for a few drinks. It was unknown whether or not true monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon would shed a few tears after knowing that Yu Jiaojiao had backstabbed her mother like that. Yu Jiaojiao's subordinates had prepared the dishes, and there were several ingredients of the world of cultivators inside. All the spiritual energy inside the ingredients was removed so that even ordinary people could eat them. The alcohol was also provided by Yu Jiaojiao. It was part of the tribute that the sea race had paid to true monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. Even a cultivator would get drunk if they didn't use true qi or spiritual energy to resist its effects. In the end, aside from the powerful Daoist Priest Horizon, all the present got drunk and looked awful. The drunk Gao Moumou raised his cup and laughed heartily, ahaha. From today onwards, I'll aim to become a world-class author. I want to write a novel that gets adapted into a movie that becomes famous in the whole world. Yu Jiaojiao raised her cup and said, "Youngster, I really like this goal of yours. Just do it." Song Shuhang and the others had no idea as to what Gao Moumou had said. They only heard the word, "just do it," and raised their cups as well. Gao Moumou raised his head and elegantly drank until the last dropped the alcohol inside the cup. Afterward, he wobblingly stood up and said, "I, Gao Moumou, will keep my word. I'll start working from today to become one of the best authors in the world. I'll go to write something now. Today, I'll write to my heart's content and fight until dawn. You guys better not try to stop me, because I'll get very angry with whoever does that." Yu Jiaojiao, who had turned into a drunk fish, clapped her hands and saw him off. Song Shuhang and the others also instinctively clapped their hands to see him off. Unexpectedly, no one stopped Gao Moumou from going writing. In the next moment, the drunk Gao Moumou returned to his small black room and turned the computer on, starting to write. Normally speaking, what kind of plot would come out if he started to write after getting this drunk? Nevertheless, Gao Moumou was indeed somewhat out of the ordinary. In ancient times, there were poets that would get drunk and start writing poems to their heart's content. Gao Moumou's situation was similar. After getting drunk to a certain point, he would start writing at incredible speed. In addition, all the plot of the story was already in his mind, and he had thought about it over and over again. Then, just in this fashion, the drunkard kept writing chapters until dawn. One had to remember that even when Yu Jiaojiao locked him inside the small black room during the past few days, Gao Moumou could only write from 30,000 to 40,000 characters in one day, even if he was under the effects of the energizing medicinal liquid, spirit green tea, as well as under the mental and physical strengthening of the body tempering liquid. But now, Gao Moumou had typed on the keyboard at lightning speed and was able to write 2 days' worth of characters in only one night. If not for him feeling tipsy later, he would have written even more. Anyway, he was still able to write more than 50,000 characters in the end. Speaking of which, what kind of expression would Yu Jiaojiao make after discovering that Gao Moumou had written 50,000 characters while she was asleep? In the meantime, inside a bamboo garden next to a lake in the Jiangnan area. It was the place where Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's friend was currently residing. The whole building and even the enclosing wall on the outside were made of bamboo. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue spent the whole night gathering the best ingredients, and the list of immortal dishes to strengthen Song Shuhang's constitution had already taken shape in her mind. It was going to be one main course along with 13 side dishes. The main course had to be eaten in its entirety. As for the side dishes, it was necessary to eat only a certain number of them. One banquet should be enough to let the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution skyrocket. After the idea took shape in her mind, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue started to handle the various ingredients. She wanted to prepare the immortal dishes in this place and deliver them to Yu Jiaojiao's villa directly. On the edge of the cooking stove of the kitchen was that onion spirit crystal that she had obtained from Song Shuhang. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was planning to add some onion powder to one of the side dishes she was preparing to see what the results would be. Just as Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was quickly processing with the ingredients, the door of the kitchen was pushed open. In the next moment, a slender and tall figure wriggled its waist and yawned, entering the kitchen. It was Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's friend, the owner of the bamboo garden. She had a tall and slender build and was 1 head taller than Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Her figure couldn't be regarded as hot, but her waist was especially slender and somewhat resembled a water snake. Her waist was swaying from side to side after her each step, giving the illusion that she was dancing, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. "Bie Xue, what are you doing so early in the morning?" The woman arrived next to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue and stretched her neck, looking inside the pot. "Don't cause trouble. It's something I'm preparing for a little fellow Daoist," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said. "Why don't you sleep for some more?" I'll prepare you a vegetarian breakfast in a while. I smelled this fragrance while I was sleeping and got hungry. It's all your fault for preparing something so delicious early in the morning. In a while, I want to eat a vegetarian meat dish that tastes like chicken or ox. Actually, everything is fine as long as it has the same flavor as meat, the woman with the slender waist said with a smile. Still, she didn't dare to eat on the fly the ingredients Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was working on. After all, interrupting an immortal chef while they were cooking would make them rather angry. Although Immortal Fairy Bie Xue wouldn't get angry due to their relationship, it was still better to avoid doing something that could potentially ruin their friendship. And more importantly, due to certain reasons, she had to abstain from meat and could only eat vegetarian dishes. In addition, she couldn't touch strong-smelling vegetables either. She would have to endure it for another year and 10 months at the very least. As such, the woman with the slender waist squatted on the edge of the cooking stove of the kitchen and smelled the spreading aroma. Her drool was incessantly flowing, but she could only watch and not eat. Then, she suddenly saw that onion spirit crystal placed on the edge of the cooking stove. The crystal smelled really good. Bie Xue, what's this? She asked. It was a green onion capable of changing its appearance that got later transformed into a crystal, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue replied without turning her head. A green onion? In other words, it was a vegetable, right? If it was a vegetable, it was something she could eat. After thinking up to this point, the woman with the slender waist quickly stretched out her head and coiled her tongue around the onion spirit crystal, swallowing it down after chewing it twice. The woman held her cheeks with both hands and said with a happy expression on her face, it was indeed delicious. I'm very happy now. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue turned her head around, speechless. She rubbed her temples and said, Did you just eat that crystallized green onion? It was delicious, the woman with the slender waist said while immersed in the aftertaste of the green onion crystal. It was a green onion. Didn't you want to avoid eating strong-smelling vegetables and meat recently? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said as she forced a smile. In addition, she had obtained that precious spice in exchange for a whole set of immortal dishes, and now, someone unexpectedly gobbled it up before she could even use it. I know, but that was a vegetable. So I can eat it, the woman with the slender waist said complacently. A green onion is indeed a vegetable, but it's one of the 5 strong-smelling vegetables. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said. What? There is such a thing? But when that damned Baldy warned me not to eat meat, he said that I couldn't eat animals and could eat only vegetables. He didn't say anything about strong-smelling vegetables. Was that damned Baldy deceiving me? The woman with the slender waist screamed. Just as she was speaking, outside the bamboo garden, a small and exquisite pagoda descended from the sky. Foolish snake. You broke your vow of not consuming meat or strong-smelling vegetables. Now, obediently follow this lowly monk and get back inside the pagoda, closing up and practicing for another 3 years and 6 months. You'll also chant scriptures to wash your sins. A powerful voice spread from the small pagoda. At the same time, a ray of light shot out of the small pagoda and headed toward the kitchen of the bamboo garden, ultimately hitting the body of the woman with the water snake-like waist. Soon after, the ray of light transformed into a powerful force that attracted the woman with the slender waist toward the small pagoda. No, no, no. Damned Baldy, you deceived me. It's been only 2 months since I came out of that pagoda, and I didn't even have the time to enjoy myself. I don't want to return there. In addition, why does it have to be precisely 3 years and 6 months? Do you like that number that much? The woman with the slender waist screamed and held the edge of the cooking stove with all her strength, trying to resist the force the pagoda generated. The situation is beyond your control. 2 months ago, when I released you from the pagoda, you reached an agreement with this lowly monk. After coming out of the pagoda, you would eat only vegetarian dishes for 2 years. Had you upheld your part of the agreement, this lowly monk wouldn't have forced you to get back inside the pagoda. But now, you violated the agreement. Therefore, you lost. Whether one is a woman or a snake, they have to pay the price if they commit a mistake. Now then, obediently follow me in practice and chant scriptures inside the pagoda for 3 years and 6 months. That voice echoed once again, and the attraction force the small pagoda generated became even stronger. Just in this fashion, the woman with the slender waist was slowly pulled out of the kitchen. Her fingers dug into the ground and left 10 deep marks behind. Finally, she stubbornly held on to the entrance of the kitchen, refusing to let go. Damned Baldy, didn't you say that I couldn't eat animals but could only eat vegetables? Green onions are also vegetables, right? You deceived me. I won't accept it. I won't accept it, the woman with the slender waist shouted. Bie Xue, save me. The corner of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's mouth twitched. She wanted to help her but was unable to do so. TSK. Stupid snake, stop twisting the facts. When did this lowly monk tell you that you could only eat vegetables? This lowly monk only told that you couldn't eat strong-smelling vegetables and animals. A loud and angry voice spread from the pagoda. The woman with the slender waist blinked her eyes and tried to recall what had happened back then. Sheet, that damned Baldy really said something similar back then. He didn't say that she could eat only vegetables. Nevertheless, the woman with the slender waist ended up adding an additional part to the sentence in her mind. She instinctively thought that if she couldn't eat animals, she could only eat vegetables. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Damned Baldy, you were playing dirty and using confusing words. I refuse to accept it, the woman with the slender waist shouted. However, it didn't matter whether she wanted to accept it or not, the strength the pagoda was getting stronger and stronger while the struggle she was putting up weaker and weaker. Eventually, she was dragged inside the small pagoda. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue rubbed her face. She felt that her facial expression was a bit stiff at this time. She was speechless and didn't know what to say. Fairy Bie Xue, this lowly monk will now take his leave. I'll have that foolish snake chant scriptures and practice again while inside the pagoda. The voice was transmitted once more. As one might have guessed, the monk in the pagoda was also acquainted with Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. In addition, their relationship seemed to be as good as the one between Bie Xue and the woman with the slender waist. I see. See you again, great master. I wish you two to have fun, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said. It seemed she was rather indifferent about the monk forcefully taking away her friend. The reason was that this same matter had taken more than 30 times in the last 200 years. As if that wasn't enough, each time it had happened in her presence. As such, she had become somewhat numb to it. Just as Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was speaking, a banging sound was transmitted from within the pagoda. It was the final struggle of the woman with the slender waist. But after a short while, the pagoda restored its calm. Ultimately, the pagoda started to spin and whizzed high up in the sky, disappearing without a trace. August 8th, cloudy. Since the blazing sun wasn't shining in the sky anymore, the temperature had cooled down a little. Early morning, 9 a.m. Yu Jiaojiao finally sobered up. Yesterday evening, she and Shuhang managed to defeat Tubo and Yangda in the drinking battle. But afterward, the two of them suffered a crushing defeat in the hands of Daoist Priest Horizon. As the saying went, there was always someone better than oneself. Upon waking up, she felt her head aching a bit. After seeing that she had woken up, her servants brought over some hot water to sober her up, as well as some breakfast. Speaking of breakfast, the 50 meat sandwiches that Shuhang bought yesterday were all gone, and there wasn't even one left for today's breakfast. Shuhang, Yu Jiaojiao, and Shuhang's roommates only managed to eat 10 of them. The other 40 ended up inside Daoist Priest Horizon's belly yesterday evening. That Daoist priest had eaten and drunk to his heart's content yesterday, completely shameless. Yu Jiaojiao rubbed her temples once more. After getting out of bed, she picked up the nearby tablet as usual and started to fiddle with it, planning to take a look at how many characters Gao Moumou had written yesterday. But as soon as she picked up the tablet, she remembered what happened yesterday. Yesterday, Gao Moumou chatted with his friends for the whole day and drank together with her in the evening. Afterward, he got dead drunk. There was no way he would have had the time to write. In other words, Gao Moumou shouldn't have written anything yesterday. Yu Jiaojiao faintly sighed. For the past few days, she had been very happy while reading several thousands of characters each day. Therefore, she felt a bit uncomfortable not getting anything today. Just as she was in deep thoughts, the screen of the tablet refreshed, and Gao Moumou's novel had additional 16 chapters now. Yu Jiaojiao didn't dare to believe what she was seeing and used her small claws to rub her eyes. There were really 16 chapters, and each chapter was 3,000 characters long. The total number of characters was around 50,000. Just what had happened? When did Gao Moumou manage to write all these chapters? Yu Jiaojiao tried to recall what happened yesterday. Then, a scene suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Yesterday, after getting dead drunk, Gao Moumou coolly got up and told everyone about his new objective. After concluding his speech, he waved his hand and said, "I'll go to write something now. Today, I'll write to my heart's content and fight until dawn. You guys better not try to stop me, because I'll get very angry with whomever does that." Since everyone was drunk back then, no one tried to stop Gao Moumou. Was it possible that Gao Moumou really went to write after that? And kept writing until dawn? In addition, he was able to write whole 50,000 characters. Yu Jiaojiao blinked. Wait a moment. 50,000 characters? Is this just a coincidence? Yu Jiaojiao took out her mobile phone and swiped on the screen, revealing Venerable White's picture. Jiaojiao was somewhat excited as she held on to her phone. Had it really been that effective? Yesterday, she expressed a wish in front of Venerable White's picture, and the wish was precisely to have Gao Moumou write 50,000 characters. But with all the things going on yesterday, Gao Moumou shouldn't have had the time to write at all. Never would she have expected to discover the next morning that Gao Moumou had really written over 50,000 characters while she was asleep. This was the power of the wishes. Senior White is truly all-powerful. Yu Jiaojiao clenched her claws, unsure as to what to do. After pondering for a moment, she swiped on the screen of her tablet and logged in to an account. The ID of that account was, Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. As one might have guessed, it was her father's ID. As to why Yu Jiaojiao could use her father's account, it was because she was the one that created the account for True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. After logging into her father's account, she got into the 9 Provinces #1 group and downloaded a copy of Senior White's expression package from the files shared in the group. Then, she unzipped the package and sent it to her own account, Dragon Fish Beauty. She had managed to successfully obtain the complete version of Venerable White's expression package. Yu Jiaojiao planned to use a different picture of Venerable White as background each day. Then, she would pay her respects to him from time to time to gain some good karma. With that, she might be able to obtain even better results while wishing something the next time. Should she try to make Gao Moumou write 100,000 characters a day the next time? That was inappropriate. If he were to write 100,000 characters in one go, most of the content would be filler. Such being that case, perhaps it was better to wish for Gao Moumou to keep writing 20,000 daily characters for one whole month. Just as she was in deep thoughts, Yu Jiaojiao changed her screensaver and wallpaper into pictures of Venerable White. With that, she would be able to offer a prayer to Venerable White whenever she was unlocking her phone. Right, she was also planning to share this joyous event with others. After all, one should share their happy and enjoyable experiences. Yu Jiaojiao used her mobile phone to log into her personal account and wrote on her wall. Yesterday, I expressed a wish while looking at the picture of a handsome senior. Today, upon waking up, I discovered that the wish had been realized. I feel that the world is a wonderful place full of love. Yu Jiaojiao also attached the picture of her mother's bright smile to the post. She hadn't added many people to her Dragon Fish Beauty account. Most of the people were part of true monarch tyrant Flood Dragon's family. There were his wives, his sons that were about to complete the football team, and all his daughters. In addition, she had added a few seniors and fellow Daoists she was on good terms with. Recently, Yu Jiaojiao had also added Venerable White's account to her contacts. It happened when Venerable White asked for her help to summon a small tsunami in the proximity of that lone island in the East China Sea. The two of them added each other as friends. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Jiaojiao had said, "Handsome Senior," instead of Senior White. She didn't want Senior White to see the message and give her a taste of the latest edition of his disposable flying sword. After all, she was different than Soft Feather and didn't have any interest in sitting on a flying sword and wandering around the world like Thomas and Friends. Yu Jiaojiao glanced at the scenery outside the window. Her mood was very good at this time. In the morning, 10:40 a.m. Song Shuhang likewise woke up with a hangover. He felt as though his head was going to explode and as if someone was hammering it with their fists. His head was already hurting due to the excessive amount of mental energy. Now, with the addition of the pain from the hangover, he felt truly awful. I'd better stop drinking for the time being. Song Shuhang thought to himself. In addition, he discovered something very scary after waking up. He had lost one of the gloves he was wearing. Luckily, the right-hand glove hadn't fallen off too far and was still next to the bed. From the looks of it, it had come off while he was dead drunk. His luck was good yesterday, and he didn't end up activating that weird secret appraisal technique. It was great that he didn't appraise the bed, the pillow, or the quilt. Song Shuhang quickly picked up the glove and wore it. From now on, he would have to be more careful while going to sleep at night. He had to prevent himself from performing any action that might cause his gloves to come off while he was sleeping. He'd better find a way to fix the gloves to his hands before going to bed. After getting out of bed, Song Shuhang started brushing his teeth and washing his face. At the same time, he thought about what he was going to do today. Today, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue will come over with her immortal dishes, right? Hopefully, his constitution would strengthen enough to alleviate his headache after eating the immortal dishes. Just as he was in deep thoughts, a stream of air current entered from the open window. An immortal boat that ordinary people couldn't see had just arrived in the airspace of Yu Jiaojiao's villa. Next, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue came out of the immortal boat and stepped into the void while holding a huge lunchbox. She was still wearing a veil, and one couldn't see her appearance clearly. After leisurely walking up until the entrance of Yu Jiaojiao's villa, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, "Little friend Shuhang, are you home?" "Yes, I'm home." "Fairy Bie Xue, I'm coming." Song Shuhang replied. Song Shuhang quickly finished washing his face and headed downstairs to open the door for Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. "Good afternoon, little friend Song," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said with a smile. "It just so happens that I've already finished preparing those immortal dishes for you. If there are no problems, you can eat them now. If you wait too long, their effects will weaken." After hearing her words, Song Shuhang immediately said, "Immortal Fairy, please come in. It was better not to waste time and eat the immortal dishes before their effects weakened." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue entered the villa and immediately saw Daoist Priest Horizon sitting on the sofa in the living room. At this time, Daoist Priest Horizon was looking at Immortal Fairy Bie Xue with a bitter expression on his face. Although he was Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's good friend, it was still very difficult for him to eat her meticulously prepared immortal dishes. But now, she prepared a meal for little friend Song Shuhang, whom she had met just yesterday, and even personally came to his place to deliver it. It was like neglecting one's friends when smitten with a new love. After seeing Daoist Priest Horizon, the corner of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's mouth twitched under the veil. Daoist Priest Horizon had unexpectedly decided to settle down in this villa? Was it possible that he was still thinking of carrying out a transaction with little friend Shuhang and imparting him his strength? Actually, Daoist Priest Horizon's strength imparting was pretty good, but only if one ignored the 90% possibility of dying soon after. At this time, Yu Jiaojiao also came downstairs. Song Shuhang's 3 friends and Yai were so drunk that they probably wouldn't wake up until evening. In the dining room of Yu Jiaojiao's villa, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue opened the lunchbox and took the dishes out, placing them on the dining table. There were 1 main course and 13 side dishes. When Song Shuhang looked at the 14 dishes that were as beautiful as a work of art, he inwardly sighed with emotion. Today, he finally discovered that dishes that cultivators prepared really emitted light. Each dish Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had prepared for this feast was covered by a pale layer of fluorescent light. It was the spiritual energy inside the ingredients that was brought out thanks to the Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's culinary skills and had eventually turned into a pale layer of bright light that covered the dishes. In addition, these immortal dishes were something that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had prepared overnight and in a hurry. Therefore, the light they emitted wasn't that strong. If this was the immortal feast that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had been preparing for several years, would the spiritual qi inside each dish turn into golden light shooting toward the sky? With the spiritual qi taking the shape of dragons, phoenixes, and other exaggerated things? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Seeing the guests exclaim in surprise at the sight of their dishes was one of the biggest joys for a chef. "Please, enjoy yourself," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said smiling as she placed the main course in front of him. Song Shuhang had to eat the main course in its entirety, and he couldn't share it with others. As for the side dishes, Song Shuhang had to eat around 1/3 of each of them to have his constitution strengthened to the limit. Of course, he could eat all of them if he wanted to and there would be no problem whatsoever. But after seeing the expectant looks on the faces of Yu Jiaojiao and Daoist Priest Horizon, who were sitting on one side, how could Song Shuhang shamelessly enjoy all the side dishes by himself? Song Shuhang followed Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's instruction and finished the main course first. Then, they started to take turns and orderly finished eating the 13 side dishes as well. Although the scene wasn't as exaggerated as those characters that shed their clothes and started running along the seashore naked, whenever Shuhang swallowed down a mouthful of the immortal dishes, he felt his mind going blank. There was only one thought in his head at this time: eat, eat, eat. Without him even realizing, the strength of his constitution had started to quickly increase. With each bite of the immortal dishes he was taking, the energy within the food quickly spread to each part of his body starting from his belly. Once he finished eating those dishes, he felt his body become lighter, just as though he was about to float up. That bloated feeling transmitting from his dantian earlier had disappeared without traces. Even the pain transmitting from the place between his eyebrows had greatly reduced. At this time, the strength of his constitution had already reached the peak of the second stage. In addition, he felt as though his body had come somewhat younger. It wasn't just Song Shuhang's imagination, his lifespan had really increased a little. It was the power of the #1 immortal chef in the world of cultivators. While she was thinking of the immortal dishes to prepare to strengthen Song Shuhang's constitution, she also increased his lifespan. "Wonderful," Song Shuhang said softly. This feeling was even more wonderful than the one he had felt after coming out of that room with 5x gravity. He felt like floating up at this time. Shuhang left the dining table and found an empty place in the living room, starting to practice a fist technique. After practicing the basic Buddhist fist technique once, he felt that each of his fists was full of power and he could easily mobilize the whole energy of his body. At this time, the mere physical strength of his fist, without the addition of true qi, was comparable to his full-powered fist from yesterday. Beyond that, he could eat spirit beast crystals again and practice the 33 divine beasts technique. If he were to eat around 5 spirit beast crystals of the second stage each day, he should be able to perfectly condense the innate true qi inside his body within 10 days, allowing the 33 divine beasts technique to undergo a qualitative change. If a few immortal dishes could have such an effect, what would happen if he were to eat the food at the immortal feast in a while? Would his constitution reach the third stage realm directly? If a cultivator of the second stage realm possessed the constitution of the third stage realm, wouldn't they be the same as the Soul King, Dharma King Creation, training their body until reaching a constitution comparable to that of the next realm before even reaching it? However, Dharma King Creation had relied on the warring Buddha's true body to strengthen his body bit by bit. On the other hand, Song Shuhang had mostly eaten some food to reach the same effect. After practicing one round of the fist technique, Song Shuhang turned toward Immortal Fairy Bie Xue and cupped his fists, saying gratefully, "Immortal Fairy, thanks for the immortal dishes. You don't need to thank me. What we carried out was an equal exchange," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said with a smile. However, mentioning this matter made her heart ache. She had managed to obtain that onion spirit crystal from Shuhang with much difficulty, but that stupid snake ate it before she could even use it. After recalling this event, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked, "Right. Little friend Song, do you have any extra part of that green onion crystal you gave me the last time?" As soon as Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked this question, Lady Onion, who was hiding inside Song Shuhang's clothes, got so scared that her green onion root went soft. "Just as I expected, it's happening again. This time, Song Shuhang doesn't have a crystal with him. My green onion sprout is in danger." Song Shuhang shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Fairy Maiden. I only had that crystal with me." "In that case, little friend Shuhang, where did you find that several hundred years old green onion? If possible, can you tell me the location?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked again. If she knew the place where that green onion had come from, she could perhaps search it and find another very old green onion. "Sure, no problem. I met that green onion in a place behind my house, Mountain Nyoding. It's precisely that Mountain Nyoding next to Wenzhou City's Beijing Street." Then, Song Shuhang also added, "However, Fairy Maiden, the situation was a bit special back then. It wasn't me who found the green onion, it was the green onion that found me. Therefore, that green onion might not be a native of Mountain Nyoding." Song Shuhang had no intention of cutting of Lady Onion's green onion sprout again. Lately, Lady Onion had suffered a lot, to the point that her whole body melted while she was inside the golden coffin. Therefore, Song Shuhang felt very sorry for her. Such being the case, he didn't want to go into details when the topic shifted to Lady Onion. She was planning to send someone to search that Mountain Nyoding later and see if they could find anything. Immortal Fairy wouldn't go there personally. After all, she was a very busy person and didn't have the time to attend these small matters personally. After eating the immortal dishes, Yu Jiaojiao, Daoist Priest Horizon, and Song Shuhang sat on the sofa, enjoying the aftertaste of the dishes. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue put away the lunchbox and also arrived next to the sofa, sitting down. It seemed she wanted to say something but couldn't muster her courage. After pondering for a moment, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue decided to directly ask about the thing she wanted to know the most. "Little friend Song, do you know Fellow Daoist White?" "Fellow Daoist White? Do you mean Senior Venerable White?" Song Shuhang asked in return. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue nodded and said, "Yes." Song Shuhang blinked and suddenly remembered about something, breaking out in a cold sweat. He remembered that Venerable White once told him that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had proposed to him on her own initiative. But Venerable White rejected without a second thought. Afterward, the furious Immortal Fairy Bie Xue didn't invite Senior White to her immortal feast for the next 400 years. How should I reply to this question? After pondering for a moment, Shuhang said, "Yes, Immortal Fairy. I indeed know Senior White. When Senior White came out of secluded meditation this time, I was the person in charge of showing him around." "So that's how it was." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue nodded her head. No wonder little friend Song was related to Venerable White even though he was just a cultivator of the second stage realm. After a short pause, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue asked expectantly, in that case, little friend Song, do you know where Fellow Daoist White is right now? Song Shuhang replied, after the hand-guided tractor competition, Senior White brought several fellow Daoists with him and went to explore some ancient ruins. As for the exact location of those ancient ruins, I'm not sure either. Only Venerable White knew the exact location of the ancient ruins. Since Song Shuhang hadn't been there yet, he obviously didn't know. After hearing Song Shuhang's words, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue secretly sighed. Then, after a short pause, she asked again, in that case, little friend Song, do you know how to get in touch with Fellow Daoist White? Song Shuhang shook his head and said, Senior White is still inside the ancient ruins, and his phone is unreachable. In addition, Senior White didn't leave behind anything to contact him. Immortal Fairy, do you have business with Senior White since you are looking for him? If you want, I can give you Senior White's phone number, and you can contact him by yourself whenever he gets out of the ancient ruins. After hearing these words, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's eyes initially lit up, but after a short time, she lowered her head. It was rather disappointing to get Fellow Daoist White's phone number from another person. She wanted Venerable White to give her his number personally. After pondering for a moment, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said, little friend Song, can you give me your phone number? Mine? Song Shuhang was confused. Yes, I want your phone number. Can you give me a call when Fellow Daoist White comes out of the ancient ruins? I have something to ask him, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said as she clenched her white teeth underneath the veil. Song Shuhang. The thoughts of a woman were ever-changing. Song Shuhang was completely unable to understand what Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was thinking. Wasn't it much easier to just get Venerable White's number? What was the point of using him as a transfer station? However, why refuse the chance of becoming friends with the #1 immortal chef in the world of cultivators when it was delivered to his doorstep? Thereupon, Song Shuhang happily left Immortal Fairy Bie Xue his phone number. As soon as Senior White came out of the ancient ruins, Song Shuhang would tell him that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was looking for him. With that, Senior White and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue would be able to talk directly and solve the matter between them. Thank you, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said softly. Afterward, she and Song Shuhang exchanged phone numbers. After pondering for a while, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue took out something that resembled an invitation card. Then, she wrote Song Shuhang on it and gave it to Shuhang. Little friend Song, this is a gift for you. It was the invitation card to the Immortal Feast. Since when were invitations to the Immortal Feast so easy to earn? Song Shuhang still remembered that Senior Northern River's loose cultivator had tried to get an invitation card to the Immortal Feast in the 9 Provinces #1 group without success. Thank you, Fairy Maiden, but I won't accept an undeserved reward, Song Shuhang said with a smile. In addition, I might not even need this written invitation. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. Senior Su Clan 7 once promised me that he would bring me to the Immortal Feast together with him, Song Shuhang replied. Such being the case, this invitation card with the name Song Shuhang written on it was useless to him. Spirit River Su Clan 7? I see. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue looked at Song Shuhang with a curious expression on her face. This boy was able to make the battle madman known as Su Clan's 7 give up a seat in the Immortal Feast for him? Is it possible that he is Su Clan's 7 illegitimate child? Speaking of which, this boy is indeed rather similar to 7, they look gentle and quiet on the outside, but they have a terrifying saber intent on the inside. Such being the case, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue took the invitation card back and stretched out her finger, wiping away the Song Shuhang name and deleting it. Then, she drew a special frame in the name column and returned the invitation card to Song Shuhang. You can fill the name in the column by yourself. In addition, this is just an invitation card to the immortal feast. Regardless of how the feast is seen in the world outside, at least for me, it's just a meal where people are invited to eat, nothing more. Therefore, you don't need to refuse it. It's just a meal. Now, Song Shuhang could use this blank invitation card to bring another person with him to the immortal feast. The worth of the invitation card was in theory equivalent to 20 types of valuable ingredients used in the immortal feast, but its actual worth was even higher. This invitation card was difficult to get even if one had a lot of money. After forcibly giving the invitation card to Song Shuhang, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue didn't wait for his reply and stood up, heading toward the exit while carrying her lunchbox along. When she brushed past Daoist Priest Horizon, she glanced at him. However, Daoist Priest Horizon secretly shook his head. He and little friend Song Shuhang still had a transaction to carry out. He wanted the blood pearls that Song Shuhang had with him at all costs, and there was no need to use the strength imparting method. He could just use something else to carry out the transaction. Such being the case, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue lifted her lunchbox and left. After reaching the exit, she sighed gently. After obtaining information about Venerable White, her mood had seemingly changed for the better. The immortal boat started, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's silhouette grew more and more distant. Song Shuhang held the invitation card to the immortal feast that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had squeezed into his hands. It was difficult for him to refuse again. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Yu Jiaojiao and said, "Jiaojiao, do you want it?" Yu Jiaojiao had helped Song Shuhang a lot recently, especially when they went to space. Thanks to the defensive support she offered, Song Shuhang escaped many calamities. "I have no use for it. I already have my quota," Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon was an overlord of the East China Sea and had thus a large territory under his control. Such being the case, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had gotten a large number of her ingredients directly from True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. For this reason, the quota that True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon received for the yearly Immortal Feast was comparable to that of large sections. Song Shuhang nodded his head. In that case, he would keep the invitation card. From the looks of it, there were several seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group that were still hoping to secure an invitation to the Immortal Feast. Perhaps he could carry out a transaction with those seniors and obtain some spirit stones in exchange? He was in dire need of spirit stones at this time. Little friend Shuhang. Right at this time, Daoist Priest Horizon smiled and said, "Should we carry out a transaction as well?" "Daoist Priest, do you want the invitation card to the Immortal Feast?" Song Shuhang asked. No. I already have my quota for the Immortal Feast." Daoist Priest Horizon shook his head and said, "I just want your blood pearls." Song Shuhang immediately replied, "Sure, no problem. However, don't mention the strength imparting, Daoist Priest." Recently, his luck was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Whenever it was good, it was extremely good, but whenever it was bad, it was extremely bad. Such being the case, he didn't want to gamble with his life and face that 90% probability of dying after receive Daoist Priest Horizon strength imparting. Ahaha, Daoist Priest Horizon made a hollow laugh and said, "If you are not interested in the strength imparting, is there something else that little friend Shuhang is interested in?" "The blood of demodragon," Song Shuhang said immediately. Daoist Priest Horizon forced a smile and said, "I don't have it. If it was in my possession, I wouldn't have minded exchanging it with you. Unfortunately, very few demodragons appeared lately. If you don't have the blood of demodragon, I want spirit stones," Song Shuhang said very directly. After all, he was dirt poor at this time. "Spirit stones? You are fine with just spirit stones?" Daoist Priest Horizon said, somewhat depressed. Yesterday, he even thought that using spirit stones to carry out the transaction was somewhat insincere. But he hadn't expected that after tossing and turning around for a while, the opposite party would end up asking precisely for spirit stones. Chapter 614 A dead man can't bury the dead. Yes, spirit stones are just fine, Song Shuhang said firmly. He was simply too poor at this time. Aside from that spirit stone inside the silver dragon puppet, which was exhausted for the most part, he didn't even have the crumbs of a spirit stone. Being a cultivator without even a single spirit stone made him look simply too pitiful. Song Shuhang glanced at Daoist Priest Horizon. At this time, he had 20 blood pearls with him. With how many spirit stones could he exchange them for? A transaction was a deal where both parties were willing to exchange. Even if one had in their hand only a piece of rotten wood, as long as they could find the right buyer, and the opposite party also liked the commodity, it was possible to sell it at a good price. If Song Shuhang were to sell these blood pearls to other cultivators, the price he could sell them at would be low. After all, it was unlikely that the opposite party was in urgent need of these blood pearls. These blood pearls were the result of Venerable White's experiment. Venerable White wanted to transform the body of the blood demon into something akin to spirit stones. However, the transformation wasn't too successful. In the end, although these blood pearls indeed had the spiritual energy of the 6th stage rank within, the actual quantity of spiritual energy inside was comparable to only 70% of an ordinary spirit stone of the 6th stage. In addition, the purity of the spiritual energy inside was also inferior to that of ordinary spirit stone of the 6th stage. The impurities derived from the blood demon were mixed within the spiritual energy. Therefore, a blood pearl would be only comparable to 2 spirit stones of the 5th stage after the conversion. However, that was only under normal circumstances. Daoist Priest Horizon needed these blood pearls urgently. In addition, it didn't seem he was someone that lacked money. After all these calculations, Song Shuhang hoped to sell the blood pearls for 5 spirit stones of the 5th stage each. As a result, he would obtain 100 spirit stones of the 5th stage rank, which were equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage rank. For Shuhang, it was already an incredible number of spirit stones. One had to remember that the cost for entering Great Master Profound Principles, Jingang Immortal Cave, where one could try to comprehend the advanced version of the basic Buddhist fist technique in the heart-tempering ancient well, the demon subduing Buddhist fist technique, was 6 spirit stones of the 4th stage rank. If Shuhang had 1,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage rank with him, he could try to comprehend the technique innumerable times. On the other hand, he would need a whole 10,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage rank to learn that mysterious life-maintaining technique from Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, the flame-substituting technique. It was better to put off that mysterious life-maintaining technique until later. It wasn't worth it for Song Shuhang to spend so much money on it right now. After hearing that Song Shuhang wanted spirit stones, Daoist Priest Horizon's eyes immediately lit up. It was great if he could use spirit stones to solve the problem. Daoist Priest Horizon asked, "Little friend, for how much do you want to sell them?" Song Shuhang faintly smiled and said, "Daoist Priest, you can try offering a price." Daoist Priest Horizon pondered for a while and recalled the appearance of that blood pearl. The spiritual energy inside the blood pearl was almost comparable to that of a spirit stone of the 6th stage. Such being the case, should he offer a spirit stone of the 6th stage in return? However, he really needed these blood pearls, and it wasn't too practical to get them with just a spirit stone of the 6th stage rank. In that case, perhaps he should double the price? A blood pearl for 2 spirit stones of the 6th stage. What do you think? Daoist Priest Horizon said in a grave tone. Song Shuhang kept his calm. Daoist Priest Horizon had released the aura of a nouveau riche and directly increased by 4 times the price Shuhang had in mind. Thereupon, he nodded and said, "Deal." Shuhang could have probably increased the price even further if he were to go for it. After all, This was only Daoist Priest Horizon testing the waters, and it shouldn't be the limit of what he was willing to pay. However, Song Shuhang felt that the price was already good enough. Shuhang wasn't a qualified businessman. If he were to go out to make business, he would surely suffer loss after loss. Deal. Daoist Priest Horizon secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The duo exchanged their respective items. 20 blood pearls were traded for 40 spirit stones of the 6th stage, which were comparable to 400 spirit stones of the 5th stage or 4,000 spirit stones of the 4th stage. It was a deal that had left both parties satisfied. Daoist Priest Horizon took the 20 blood pearls and gently stroked each of them. Soon after, he turned his head toward the owner of the villa, Yu Jiaojiao, and said, "Fellow Daoist Jiaojiao, can you lend this Daoist priest a quiet room?" Daoist Priest Horizon wanted to carry out a small experiment first and see how compatible these blood pearls were with that tribulation transcending tailor-made magical treasure of his. He was looking forward to trying and seeing. No problem. This way, Daoist priest. At this time, Yu Jiaojiao still had her mother's appearance due to soft feathers shape-shifting brooch. She stood up and led Daoist Priest Horizon to the most internal room of the villa. That place was rather quiet, and he wouldn't get disturbed. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Jiaojiao," Daoist Priest Horizon said gratefully. "Daoist priest, you're welcome," Yu Jiaojiao replied with a smile. As long as he didn't mention that matter about the strength imparting, they could stay on good terms. In the meantime, Song Shuhang put all the spirit stones in his pocket. He absolutely didn't dare to put them in his size-reducing purse. After all, that spirit stone-swallowing puppet was still in there. According to the result of the appraisal technique, that thing was a high-quality puppet tailor-made for one of the VIP clients of the ancient Jet Black sect. It had many wondrous uses and needed 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage to be activated. 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage. Song Shuhang had nothing but 40 spirit stones of the 6th stage with him. They weren't even enough to fill the gap between that puppet's teeth. They would disappear without any traces if the puppet were to absorb them. Song Shuhang had already decided that he would give the puppet to Senior White so the latter could disassemble and research it. After all, he had no intention of wasting 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage to activate the puppet. After putting the spirit stones away, Song Shuhang took a gift box out of his size-reducing purse. Inside the gift box was a complete set of 33 spirit beast crystals, each of them of the 2nd stage rank. Song Shuhang's constitution had already strengthened until reaching the limit of the 2nd stage. Such being the case, he could use the whale-swallowing technique to eat these spirit beast crystals and complete the innate true qi inside his body. Amongst the spirit beast crystals that Shuhang had already eaten were the shark, sheep, horse, donkey, and camel types. Today, I'll eat the bull, deer, pig, dog, and cat types of spirit beast crystals. If I eat 5 types of spirit beast crystals each day, I'll be able to complete the innate true qi of the 33 divine beasts technique very quickly. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Thereupon, he returned to his room and took out those 5 types of spirit beast crystals and used the whale-swallowing technique to eat them, starting another day of practice. He was getting nearer and nearer to the 4th stage and his dream of riding a flying sword. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Song Shuhang remembered that he still had that blade-dragging technique with him. Evil thoughts, disperse. Unless it was to save his life, he wouldn't ever use the blade-dragging technique. It looked simply too stupid. In the meantime, in the faraway East China Sea. After searching in the East China Sea for a long time, that lustrous scholar that had forcibly taken control of Song Shuhang's ghost spirit was finally able to find the person he was looking for. A man dressed up as a scholar was currently running on the surface of the sea. He had disheveled hair and incomplete clothing, and only one of the shoes he had been wearing was left. He had a foolish smile on his face, and the fearsome immortal energy emitting from his body was creating huge ocean waves. Tears streamed down the face of the lustrous scholar as soon as he saw this person with disheveled hair running on the water. However, these tears were actually extremely pure spiritual energy. "Senior Brother Daoist, I'm here," the lustrous scholar said softly. A gentle expression flashed through his eyes, full anger and killing intent. But that man dressed up as a scholar didn't pay attention to the lustrous scholar. He kept foolishly smiling and running on the surface of the sea. Then, from time to time, he would suddenly drill into the sea and head toward the seafloor, disappearing without traces. The lustrous scholar rubbed his eyes and closely followed the mad scholar with incomplete clothing. The mad scholar in front of him kept running and looking for all types of strange fish, playing and fooling around with turtles, shrimps, and fishes alike. The lustrous scholar had never seen Senior Brother Daoist act like this. In his memories, Scholar Daoist was their big senior brother and the leader amidst the disciples of the scholarly sage. His every word and deed, as well as every action and movement, was something to be emulated in the eyes of the other disciples, a textbook example. He was their respected and beloved big senior brother. He was both a brother and a father to them. But the big senior brother before his eyes was acting like a child, laughing and aimlessly chasing after everything he was seeing. After gods knew how long, big senior brother Daoist got tired of playing. After getting tired, he stood motionless and allowed himself to sink in the water. He kept sinking and sinking. Eventually, he sank until arriving at the seafloor. The lustrous scholar followed behind him and also headed toward the bottom of the sea. Senior Brother Daoist lay prone on the seafloor with his eyes closed, not moving in the slightest. The immortal energy emanating from his body had created an empty space around him, not allowing the seawater to touch him. The lustrous scholar sat on his knees next to his senior brother. After a long, long time, the fast asleep senior brother Daoist slightly opened his eyes. Then, his innocent and pure eyes, similar to that of a child, curiously looked at the lustrous scholar. "Senior Brother Daoist, I'm here," the lustrous scholar said once again. Senior Brother Daoist still had a curious expression on his face, and he didn't seem to have recognized the lustrous scholar. The lustrous scholar gently kowtowed while sitting on his knees. "I ask Senior Brother Daoist to show me the way. Please, tell me where I can find the remains of the sage and our other fellow disciples." In those days, their teacher, the sage, lost the battle to become the new wielder of the will. In the battle for eternity, failure meant death. The scholarly sage died in the hands of the person that eventually became the new wielder of the will. After that, the new wielder of the will attacked without mercy, and the 13 Tribulation Transcender disciples of the sage almost completely died. Countless treasured books belonging to the scholars were destroyed, and tens of thousands of disciples of the sage died due to the flames of tribulation. Amidst that catastrophe that befell the scholarly faction, the remains of the sage and the 13 Tribulation Transcenders that had died with him disappeared without traces. Senior Brother Daoist bent his head to one side and kept curiously looking at the lustrous scholar. The lustrous scholar prostrated himself and said in a grave tone, "Senior Brother, the calamity is over. Please, allow me to recover the remains of the sage and our other fellow disciples to give them a proper burial." Back then, he asked slow-witted Song to seal him and had thus managed to barely maintain his feeble existence up until now. One of the reasons was so that he could give a proper burial to this teacher and fellow disciples after the calamity was over. Ahaha. However, Senior Brother Daoist suddenly laughed. "How can a dead man bury the dead?" "Senior Brother Daoist." The lustrous scholar resolutely kowtowed. "A dead man can't bury the dead," Senior Brother Daoist said again while laughing. The lustrous scholar forced a smile and faintly sighed in the end. "I understand." Then, he kowtowed again to Senior Brother Daoist and said respectfully, "Senior Brother Daoist, I already left behind the inheritance of the sage, and now, it's only waiting for the fated person to appear." At that time, I'll finally have completed the duty that senior brother left me. Such being the case, I have no longer anything left to do in this world, therefore, I'll ask senior brother about another matter. Who is the new wielder of the will? What was the origin of the new wielder of the will? Whether they were Daoists, scholars, Buddhists, demonists, or monsters, none of them knew the origin of the new wielder of the will. Back then, with whom did their teacher fight to become eternal? Ahaha! Senior brother Daozi laughed once again. Then, he turned his body over and started rolling on the seafloor. Senior brother, my time is limited. At the very least, give me an opportunity to put an end to this matter or vent my anger, the lustrous scholar said in a low voice. Senior brother Daozi still curiously looked at the lustrous scholar and sat up. He used one hand to prop up his chin and furrowed his brows, looking as though he was in deep thoughts. But if he could easily recall things, he wouldn't be in the state he was right now. Senior brother Daozi rolled on the seafloor while propping up his chin with his hand and thinking. The lustrous scholar was sitting on his knees in his original position and didn't speak, so as to avoid disturbing senior brother Daozi. Then, senior brother Daozi suddenly sat up and said, Netherworld. Netherworld? The new wielder of the will comes from the netherworld? The eyes of the lustrous scholar lit up. Senior brother Daozi clapped his hands and said, No, but that day, creatures of the netherworld killed many scholars. The lustrous scholar faintly sighed and kowtowed to senior brother Daozi once more. Afterward, he got up and headed toward the surface of the sea. He couldn't bury the remains of the sage. As for the inheritance, he had already arranged everything and only had to wait for the fated person to appear. Now, he still had a little bit of time left, therefore, he would head to the netherworld. Just as the lustrous scholar headed toward the surface of the sea, a luminous jellyfish tore space apart and appeared in front of him. Fellow Daoist, you are really persistent. The lustrous scholar looked at the jellyfish, and a slightly happy expression flashed through his red eyes. Where are you going next? And what are you planning to do? The luminous jellyfish looked at the lustrous scholar. Soon after, she discovered that the appearance of the scholar had changed. Isn't that little friend Song's appearance? The luminous jellyfish hadn't seen the lustrous scholar taking over Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. Hence her surprised expression. I'm going to the netherworld, the lustrous scholar said indifferently. That place will be my final destination, and it's unlikely that I'll return from there. Therefore, you don't need to follow me anymore, fellow Daoist. The luminous jellyfish looked at the lustrous scholar and ultimately nodded, saying, Take care of yourself. The lustrous scholar faintly shook his head. In the next moment, he used his hand to rip space apart. What appeared on the other side was a world full of filth and curses, a place that contained all the evil of the universe. The lustrous scholar took a deep breath and entered the netherworld. As soon as he entered the netherworld, all the strength he was suppressing was instantaneously released. A huge quantity of immortal energy filled the body of Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. Immortal energy was a type of energy at least 2 tiers higher than true qi and spiritual qi. It was the energy that belonged to 9th stage tribulation transcenders. Just as the lustrous scholar released all his strength, Song Shuhang, who was inside a far-off villa in the Jiangnan area, opened his eyes wide. Strength imparting? What's going on? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. He had just finished eating the 5th spirit beast crystals, the cat type 1, and was currently concentrated on his practice. At this time, the projection of the 10th beast, a cat, had materialized next to the embryonic form of the innate true qi inside his body. Immediately after, he controlled the spiritual energy inside the cat-type spirit beast crystal and filled his 4th dantian with it. But right at this time, a huge amount of energy appeared out of nowhere and flooded his body. That energy was extremely pure and way superior to true qi in quality. Strength imparting? F*ck, did the frenzied strength imparter Daoist Priest Horizon decide to sneak attack me and forcibly impart me his strength? This was the first thought that flashed through Song Shuhang's mind. After all, Daoist Priest Horizon was known as the frenzied strength imparter and had a rather scary reputation. In the eyes of others, it seemed as though Daoist Priest Horizon wouldn't give up on his target until he had reached his objective. However, Song Shuhang quickly denied this possibility, because the energy that poured into his body was purer and superior in quality compared to the spiritual energy of a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. Although he was just a small cultivator of the second stage, Song Shuhang had come in contact with the spiritual energy of several seniors of the fifth-stage Golden Core realm due to him being a member of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Therefore, this strength imparting wasn't Daoist Priest Horizon's doing. Such being the case, who had secretly passed strength onto him this time? Song Shuhang took a deep breath and tried to calm down. He first integrated the spiritual energy within the spirit beast crystal into his fourth dantian, thoroughly refining it once. Then, he transformed the spiritual energy inside the spirit beast crystal into origin true chi that so as to prevent any hidden danger from staying behind. Soon after, he sat cross-legged, continuously operating the 33 divine beasts technique. The energy that had poured inside his body was harmless, and there wasn't any ill intention behind it. Therefore, Song Shuhang was able to quickly guess where it had come from. The source of this energy was the ghost spirit. What happened to the ghost spirit? As soon as Song Shuhang thought about this matter, a certain thought was transmitted over from the ghost spirit side. The reason for this was the connection between him and the ghost spirit. From the looks of it, that powerful expert that had forcibly taken control of his ghost spirit was no longer able to completely block the connection between Song Shuhang and his ghost spirit. When that thought flashed through his mind, the ghost spirit transmitted over pieces and bits of information. Through this thought, Song Shuhang was able to get a gist of what was happening on the other side. That powerful expert that had forcibly taken control of his ghost spirit had released all his power and was currently preparing for a great battle. Then, just as that powerful expert released all his strength, a tiny fraction of that energy was transmitted over through the link between Song Shuhang and the ghost spirit. For that powerful expert, that amount of power was indeed tiny and insignificant, nothing but a drop in the bucket. Well, a drop in the ocean was perhaps more fitting in this case. But for Song Shuhang, such an amount of power extremely scary. Scary enough to make his whole body explode. This is already the second time, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. The last time, when the rank of the ghost spirit increased, Song Shuhang directly advanced of a small realm, breaking through from the third dantian, the dragon claw dantian, to the fourth dantian, the dragon body dantian. Afterward, Song Shuhang basically didn't accumulate any more true chi inside his body. For the past few days, he had mostly practiced in order to increase the strength of his constitution. Only after strengthening his constitution for good did he start to eat spirit beast crystals to enhance the true chi in his dantian. At this time, the terrifying energy that was transmitted over from the ghost spirit side had started to fill Song Shuhang's dantian. That amount of energy was truly fearsome. When this tiny fraction of energy entered Song Shuhang's body, it completely filled his fourth dantian, to the point of nearly squeezing out all the energy of the spirit beast crystal he had transformed into true chi earlier. Song Shuhang's dragon body dantian had a large capacity, but it was still completely filled when that small stream of energy entered his body, making it impossible to accommodate any more energy in there. The situation could be described as a small grain of sand falling into a water jar with some water inside. After entering the jar, the small grain of sand filled the water jar to the brim, not allowing anything else to get inside. It was so tightly packed in there that even the water originally present was squeezed out and started overflowing. Song Shuhang's current situation was the same. Since the true chi that was squeezed out had nowhere to go, it started to impact the checkpoint of the fifth dantian, the dragon palm dantian. However, how could he impact the checkpoint of the Dantian with such a small amount of true qi? The small amount of true qi that clashed against the checkpoint of the 5th Dantian was quickly consumed, unable to shake the checkpoint in the slightest. But right at this time, another small grain of sand was transmitted over through the connection between Song Shuhang and the ghost spirit, ready to forcefully push its way inside the already full water jar. One breath later, that fearsome energy was continually transmitted over from the ghost spirit side, and the duty to impact the checkpoint now fell on the shoulders of this ultra-high-quality energy. 2 breaths later, the checkpoint between the 4th and 5th Dantian was broken through. Song Shuhang's body slightly trembled. At this time, he was a cultivator of the 2nd stage 5th Dantian, Dragon Palm Dantian, realm. All of this had happened in the time it takes to breathe 5 times. Yes, all the things that were happening were super exaggerated. But it wasn't over yet. Even after breaking through the Dragon Palm Dantian, that high-quality energy kept pouring into his body. Just like before, a slightly larger amount of high-quality true qi filled to the brim Song Shuhang's 5th Dantian. Afterward, the high-quality energy kept pouring in and started to impact the 6th Dantian, the Dragon Neck Dantian. 6 breaths later, the checkpoint between the 5th and 6th Dantian was broken through. Song Shuhang's body slightly trembled once more. At this time, he was a cultivator of the 2nd stage 6th Dantian, Dragon Neck Dantian, realm. He was already one small realm higher than Miss Chu Chu. Miss Chu Chu was surely going to cry herself to sleep if she discovered this matter. Song Shuhang thought that it was over since he had broken through 2 small realms. But he quickly discovered how wrong he was. As before, another small grain of high-quality true qi filled to the brim his 6th Dantian and gave birth to another breaking through process. In the 2nd stage, there was a checkpoint, or bottleneck, between each small realm. If one wanted to make an analogy, the checkpoint was like rammed earth and Song Shuhang's true qi like a wooden stick. If one wanted to break through a small realm, they had to puncture through the rammed earth with their wooden stick. It was a slow and difficult process. But now, that wooden stick had been suddenly replaced by a treasured blade that could cut through iron as though it was butter. A single slash was capable of cutting through the rammed earth. Therefore, one only needed a few slashed to completely destroy the obstacle blocking their way. As such, those checkpoints that had caused several cultivators of the 2nd stage to go through countless hardships were nothing but plasterboard walls in front of Song Shuhang. It took the 7th Dantian, the Dragon Head Dantian, 8 breaths before falling to the enemy and getting breached. Song Shuhang's body slightly trembled. At this time, he was a cultivator of the 2nd stage 7th Dantian, Dragon Head Dantian, realm. Now, the 7 Dantians alongside his spine, the Sea of Qi, Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw, Dragon Body, Dragon Palm, Dragon Neck, and Dragon Head Dantians had linked up and formed the embryonic picture of a dragon. Only the Dragon Horn Dantian was left to complete the picture of the dragon. If the 8th Dantian, the Dragon Horn Dantian, were to open, all the true qi inside Song Shuhang's body, starting from the 1st Dantian, would pour into the 8th Dantian. In the next moment, the true qi that was continuously pouring into the 8th Dantian would gush out and cause a change in the world, attracting the lightning of tribulation. It was precisely the lightning of tribulation of the 2nd stage. As long as the cultivator could transcend the tribulation, their body would get greatly strengthened. In addition, the true qi inside their body would stop leaking out of the 8th Dantian and return to the original Dantian through the various Dragon of Dantians. At that time, the true qi would form a great cycle, changing into a great river. After that, the true qi would undergo a qualitative thanks to the great river and transform into its 2nd form, true liquid. Whenever that happened, the cultivator would reach the 3rd stage Battle King realm. In other words, Soft Feather's current realm. After reaching the 3rd stage Battle King realm, not only would one's true qi become liquid, but their mental energy would also undergo a change, with its color turning bronze. At the same time, the physical body of a third-stage Battle King would become extremely powerful. The body of the Battle King was a distinctive characteristic of cultivators of the third stage. It was their path to cultivation. The body of the Battle King was a reference to the 4 mysterious meridians that spread all over the body of a cultivator. The first meridian, Dazzling Star, the second meridian, Overcast Moon, the third meridian, Blazing Sun, the fourth meridian, Immaterial King. In other words, these 4 meridians were the full form and manifestation of the body of the Battle King. After slowly opening these 4 mysterious meridians, cultivators of the third stage could activate them during their battles to instantaneously receive a big boost in strength. With each meridian opened, the boost in strength would also increase. After opening all the 4 meridians, cultivators of the third stage could display the full strength the body of the Battle King, attracting the heavenly tribulation and impacting the bottleneck of the 4th stage innate realm. Afterward was the 4th stage realm, where one was finally considered independent and autonomous. In ancient times, sects and schools allowed their disciples to leave in order to train and gain experience only after they had reached this realm. After reaching this realm, cultivators could ride flying swords, flying sabers, and whatnot, and were capable of taking the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. However, one didn't really need to worry if they were to fail to transcend the tribulation. After all, both their body and soul would be destroyed in most cases, and the probability of staying alive was nil. But even if they were to survive, they would end up like the sect master of the Moon Saber sect, Ba Qianjun, who suffered day and night due to flames of tribulation and was better off dead than alive. Today, Song Shuhang had directly darted towards the 7th Dantian, the Dragon Head Dantian. He was only 1 step away from the realm where he would have to face the heavenly tribulation. He was literally 1 step away, because another small grain of high-quality energy had just filled to the brim his 7th Dantian. If some more high-quality energy was transmitted over, he would start breaking through the checkpoint of the last Dantian. At this time, Song Shuhang wasn't happy. On the other hand, he felt like crying. Because if he were to break through the 8th Dantian, the Dragon Horn Dantian, his true chi would start gushing out and attract the heavenly tribulation. At that time, he would be a dead man. After the 2nd stage, cultivators would face the heavenly tribulation whenever they advanced of a big realm. The heavenly tribulation was nothing to laugh at. Each time one faced the heavenly tribulation, they had to put their life on the line. If one tried to break through without the necessary preparations, they were simply looking for death. At this time, Song Shuhang wasn't prepared in the least. If he were to face the heavenly tribulation right now, his death rate was going to be more than 98%. There was that 1% probability of surviving if the high-quality energy could somehow help him transcend the tribulation. Then, there was another 1% probability of surviving if he had enough face, moral integrity, and luck. It's enough. Stop already. Song Shuhang roared inwardly. At least let me prepare a bit. I don't have any magical treasure with me that can help me against the heavenly tribulation right now. My stockpile of medicinal pills is also running low. And more importantly, I haven't finished eating the spirit beast crystals needed for my 33 divine beasts technique yet. I just ate 10 types of spirit beast crystals up until now, and I want to perfect my innate true chi before advancing to the next realm. If I enter the 3rd stage realm before completing it, all my previous efforts would be wasted. In addition, I have to wait for Senior White to come out of the ancient ruins, because the 33 divine beasts technique isn't complete either. I still need Senior White to come out of the ruins and obtain the complete set of the technique from that man wearing black clothes. Therefore, enough with these power-ups. Please, stop. However, this energy that was continuously transmitting over wasn't under Song Shuhang's control. Therefore, no matter how much he shouted, it was all useless. It was actually useful. As though it had reacted to Song Shuhang's strong rejection, the connection between Song Shuhang and the ghost spirit was broken. After the link was broken, the transmission of high-quality energy also stopped. Song Shuhang's realm had halted at the limit of the 7th Dantian, the Dragon Head Dantian. If he received even the tiniest boost, he would start breaking through the 8th Dantian. Great, great! At this time, Song Shuhang felt like crying. Song Shuhang wasn't even done getting all emotional when another stream of high-quality energy appeared out of nowhere and poured into his body. It was the last bit of energy transmitted over before the connection between Song Shuhang and the ghost spirit was broken. Song Shuhang immediately got anxious. No! If this stream of energy enters my body, I'll start breaking through the 8th Dantian. Perhaps because it reacted to his state of mind, the stream of high-quality energy didn't enter his Dantian. Instead, it decided to merge with the place between his eyebrows. The place between one's eyebrows was where the mental energy was located. Something that Song Shuhang found very scary happened immediately after. The bronze mental energy between his eyebrows got stronger and stronger until it started giving signs of transforming into silver-colored mental energy. It signified that his mental energy had increased by another big notch. Song Shuhang's eyes started to tear up. He had managed to increase the strength of his constitution until the peak of the 2nd stage with much difficulty, finally alleviating the pain transmitting from the place between his eyebrows. But now, his mental energy had increased yet again. He felt as though his head was going to explode. His mental energy was pulsating at intervals of 10 or so breaths, making him feel as though someone was pounding his head with a huge hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Since his head was sensitive, it was especially painful. Now then, would his constitution be able to keep up with his mental energy after advancing to the 3rd stage realm? Anyway, everything was over for now. Song Shuhang exhaled a mouthful of bad air and stopped practicing. Now, he had to keep under control his cultivation realm as much as possible. At the very least, he had to eat all the 33 types of spirit beast crystals before facing the heavenly tribulation in order to perfect the embryonic form of innate true qi inside his body, transforming it into fully developed pseudo-innate true qi. Of course, it was better to wait for Venerable White's return before transcending the tribulation. Song Shuhang started to contemplate what he was doing to do in the near future. But right at this time, the door of Song Shuhang's room was pushed open. Yu Jiaojiao, who still had her mother's appearance, barged into the room. Shuhang, I just received a piece of news. Mu Yuran, a small monster in the East China Sea, saw 2 super terrifying existences standing on the surface of the sea from afar. One was a man dressed up as a scholar, and the other a luminous jellyfish. It's very likely the same expert that forcibly took control of your ghost spirit, Yu Jiaojiao said excitedly. Then, she suddenly stopped and opened her eyes wide, glaring at Song Shuhang. After 2 breaths, she pointed at Song Shuhang and said, F***ck, what happened to you? Did Daoist Priest Horizon sneak attack you? Yu Jiaojiao also thought of this possibility as the first thing. What had happened was simply too exaggerated. Yu Jiaojiao brought Daoist Priest Horizon to the deepest room in the villa. Then, she ate some snacks and started surfing the internet while she was at it. When she got online, she received news about the East China Sea and rushed to Song Shuhang's room to inform him. But as soon as she got inside the room, she discovered that Song Shuhang, who had broken through the 4th Dantian not too long ago, was already on the verge of breaking through the 8th Dantian, the Dragon Horn Dantian. From the looks of it, he could break through at any time. This breakthrough speed was truly godlike. Since when had it become so easy for cultivators to advance in realm? Yu Jiaojiao started to ponder and could think of only one possibility. Was it possible that the frenzied strength imparter Daoist Priest Horizon had sneaked into Song Shuhang's room while she was eating snacks and surfing the internet, forcefully imparting his strength to Shuhang? After all, only the strength imparting could explain this sudden increase in Song Shuhang's strength. Song Shuhang raised his head and made a hollow laugh. Then, just as he opened his mouth to speak, his mental energy, which was already showing signs of turning silver, shone faintly. In the next moment, Shuhang felt as though someone had pounded his head with a hammer, a very big one at that. After getting hammered down, he felt as though his head was going to split into two. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and rolled on the floor in pain. His constitution had become a major problem once again. Should he ask the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group to help him seal his mental energy? However, he didn't want to casually go in the 9 provinces number 1 group and ask about this matter. If the stubborn fairy Firefly were to see his message and discover that he was still on Earth, she might make another trip just for him and use her repulsive force magical technique to send him into space again. What would he do if that happened? He had important matters to take care of and couldn't afford to waste time in space. How do you feel? Yu Jiaojiao asked, somewhat worried after seeing Shuhang's painful expression. I'm fine. It's just the slight aftereffect of breaking through several small realms at once. That type of good thing that makes you worry, Song Shuhang said as he rubbed his temples. Yu Jiaojiao asked, did Daoist Priest Horizon forcefully impart you his strength? It wasn't Daoist Priest Horizon, Song Shuhang replied. There was a small accident on my ghost spirit's side. With the help of the ghost spirit and that powerful expert, I was able to break through from the 4th to the 7th Dantian in one go, and there is only a little bit left before I break through the 8th Dantian as well. Ouch, but it wasn't without consequences. No matter how much he had tried to hide, in the end, Shuhang was still forced to face the strength-imparting calamity. Yu Jiaojiao more or less guessed what had happened. She knew that an incredibly powerful expert had forcibly taken control of Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. From the looks of it, that powerful expert had imparted some strength to Song Shuhang through the ghost spirit. Right. Jiaojiao, did you say that you found clues about my ghost spirit? Where was it seen last? Song Shuhang asked. Wait a moment. Yu Jiaojiao took her laptop and opened the map of the East China Sea. Afterward, she pointed at a small red dot above the map and said, it was here. I just received news that a small monster in the East China Sea saw from afar 2 terrifying existences standing on the surface of the sea. One was a man dressed up as a scholar, and the other a luminous jellyfish. That man is very likely the same person that took control of your ghost spirit. A luminous jellyfish? As soon as the jellyfish was mentioned, Song Shuhang recalled the things he experienced in the time city of the crystal clear water pavilion. At that time, due to Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique, he ended up inside a passageway that the luminous jellyfish guarded. Afterward, the luminous jellyfish wrapped him tightly with her tentacles until he lost consciousness. Later, he got his hands on that secret appraisal technique that made him spurt out blood from all over the body each time. Was this luminous jellyfish that had appeared in the East China Sea the same jellyfish he had seen in the crystal clear water pavilion? If it was the same jellyfish, was that powerful expert that had forcibly taken control of his ghost spirit also related to the crystal clear water pavilion? Hold on. The reason his strength increased was that the powerful expert that had borrowed his ghost spirit suddenly released all his power, seemingly preparing for an all-out battle. Was it possible that he was planning to start a major battle with the luminous jellyfish? Song Shuhang's thoughts were constantly welling up at this time. Jiaojiao, are those 2 still in the East China Sea? Are they fighting? Fighting? No. Although that fish-herding small monster saw the scene from afar, those 2 powerhouses didn't seem to have a bad relationship and parted ways after chatting a bit, Yu Jiaojiao replied. If those 2 terrifying existences started an all-out battle, that pitiful fish-herding small monster would have probably died already. Just the shock waves generated from the blows of those super powerhouses were enough to kill that small monster several times. If he wasn't planning to fight with the luminous jellyfish, with whom is that powerful expert that borrowed my ghost spirit planning to fight? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows. He tried to contact his ghost spirit again, but it was useless. The connection between the two had been blocked again, and there was no reply from the other side. Just as he was in deep thoughts, his mental energy rose again, and Shuhang felt as though someone was pounding his head with a hammer, making him feel very painful. Song Shuhang secretly clenched his teeth and said, "Jiao Jiao, do you know where the luminous jellyfish and my ghost spirit went afterward?" Yu Jiao Jiao replied, "After chatting for a bit with the luminous jellyfish, that man dressed up as a scholar suddenly disappeared. Soon after, the luminous jellyfish also disappeared without leaving any trace. In that case, are they still in the East China Sea?" Song Shuhang asked, somewhat worried. It was very difficult to find the traces of experts of that level. It was no easy matter discovering where they had gone. "I'm not sure about that. I'll help you monitor the situation for the time being. If they appear in another location of the East China Sea, it means that they are still roaming in the sea. At that time, we'll head toward the East China Sea and try to find them," Yu Jiaojiao replied. "Thank you, Jiaojiao," Song Shuhang said. He was lucky that Yu Jiaojiao was here to help him this time. Otherwise, there was no way he could search through the vast East China Sea by himself. "You're welcome. We are friends after all," Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. Song Shuhang was moved. "I have a mermaid friend. Are you jealous? If you are jealous, press 1. I'll send you the adorable picture of a mermaid. In the meantime, in space." Immortal Master Copper Trigram, who had now assumed Fairy Lychee's appearance, was drifting about in space. "I should be safe now, right?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram muttered to himself. The ambush in space that Northern River's loose cultivator was talking about in the group didn't take place. As such, Immortal Master felt that he was already out of the encirclement. "Hee, you are still too inexperienced to catch Copper Trigram," Immortal Master Copper Trigram said complacently. He was planning to make a trip to the moon first and look for a place to settle down. Then, he would adjust his condition and prepare for war. He wanted to prepare for the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City that would take place on next night of full moon, giving Northern River's loose cultivator a good beating. That stupid Northern River unexpectedly wanted to challenge him to a duel. He really didn't know the meaning of the word death. The truth was that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had already broken through during the past half a year. At this time, he was already true Monarch Copper Trigram. However, he had to keep a low profile before giving Northern River a good lesson. Immortal Master Copper Trigram could already imagine the scene on the summit of the Forbidden City during the full moon night. Just as Northern River's loose cultivator was completely sure of defeating him and ready to use that opportunity to break through to the 6th stage true monarch realm, he, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, would make his brilliant appearance and reveal his strength of the true monarch rank. What kind of expression would that stupid Northern River's loose cultivator make at that time? Copper Trigram was really looking forward to seeing it. "I'll scare you until you piss yourself, Northern River," Immortal Master Copper Trigram said full of confidence. He had to thoroughly prepare for war and be like a lion pouncing on a hare, sparing no effort. In addition, Northern River's loose cultivator was far from being a hare, he was a vicious wolf. Just as he was pondering about this matter, Immortal Master Copper Trigram suddenly furrowed his brows. He had seen a familiar silhouette in a distant place. Yes, it was indeed someone's silhouette. It was an adorable Pekingese jumping around on a meteoroid. In the world of cultivators, there weren't many monster Pekingese. Its true monarch Yellow Mountain's Doudou. Immortal Master Copper Trigram immediately recognized the Pekingese. But what was Doudou doing here? From his appearance, it seemed he was looking for someone or something in space. Wait, he is looking for someone? Immortal Master Copper Trigram was immediately alarmed. Is it possible that this is one of the traps that Northern River's loose cultivator was talking about? After all, as soon as one thought of dogs, they would also think about their innate ability to follow trails. Had Northern River's loose cultivator really prepared a huge encirclement in space and was just waiting for him to fall for it? But after breaking free of Fairy Firefly's repulsive flying rocket technique, he had headed in a casual direction. Was it possible that everything had been within Northern River's loose cultivator's calculations? Had Northern River's loose cultivator really got such a deep understanding of the situation? What should I do if this is really Northern River's ambush? Should I greet Doudou? Immortal Master Copper Trigram thought to himself. At this time, he had turned into Fairy Lychee. Therefore, there should be no problem even if Doudou were to discover him, correct? Although Fairy Lychee was supposed to be at the South Pole taking pictures with penguins, a day had passed already. It shouldn't be too strange for her to be currently in space, right? Immortal Master Copper Trigram firmly believed in his disguising technique. He wouldn't be discovered. Doudou hadn't discovered Immortal Master Copper Trigram's traces yet. Doudou was just a monster dog of the 4th stage realm. Perhaps he could rely on his keen sense of smell to find Immortal Master Copper Trigram if they were on Earth. But they were in space now, and his scouting abilities were greatly weakened. In addition, Doudou wasn't even looking for Immortal Master Copper Trigram. The person he was looking for was Song Shuhang. Doudou had quietly run away from home so as to avoid getting married to a man, successfully reaching space. While escaping, he didn't bring any technological equipment with him so as to avoid true monarch Yellow Mountain locking his position. Such being the case, he had no idea that Song Shuhang had already returned to Earth. Since he thought that Song Shuhang was still in space, he started looking for him as soon as he got there in the hope of seeking refuge. True monarch Yellow Mountain was simply too scary and unexpectedly wanted to marry him to a man. After pondering about the matter for a while, he concluded that it was better to stay with little friend Song Shuhang for the time being. Usually, he would complain that stupid Yellow Mountain wasn't looking for him to bring him home, but this time, he absolutely wouldn't believe true monarch Yellow Mountain unless the latter cancelled his marriage. Doudou had been searching in space for 2 days already. However, his luck was pretty good, and he had managed to lock onto the remnants of Song Shuhang's aura through a tracking magical technique. At this time, he was proceeding in the direction of Song Shuhang's aura. Behind Doudou, Immortal Master Copper Trigram maintained Fairy Lychee's appearance and kept quietly following him. At first, he thought that Doudou was looking for him, but then, just as he prepared to greet Doudou, he discovered that the person Doudou was looking for wasn't him. In that case, whom was Doudou looking for? Immortal Master Copper Trigram got curious and started following Doudou while keeping a certain distance between them. Just in this fashion, a man and a dog wandered further and further away in space. After an unknown amount of time, Doudou finally stopped. He had reached his destination. He raised his head and looked at a place not too far away from him. In there was a meteoroid with a palace built on it. A defensive formation protected the place, and only cultivators could see it. There is no mistaking. It's precisely this place. Doudou said excitedly. He knew from Song Shuhang's aura that this palace had been his final destination. Thereupon, Doudou dashed at full speed toward the palace. It looked like a magnificent palace at first sight. Therefore, it was surely going to be a fun place. Would Shuhang be happy to see him? After all, he was such a lovely Pekingese. Whoosh! Doudou squeezed himself into the layer that protected the palace and arrived in front of the entrance. There is air here, and I can breathe. There is gravity as well. Woof, woof. Doudou excitedly stepped on the ground. Afterward, he climbed on the door of the palace and gently knocked on it. Is anyone home? Woof, woof. I'm looking for Song Shuhang. Is anyone home? In a distant place, Immortal Master Copper Trigram looked at the palace and furrowed his brows. He felt as though he had seen this palace somewhere. After shaking his head, he quietly retreated. Doudou had come to space in order to find little friend Song Shuhang. It was truly unfortunate, but Doudou was doomed to be unable to find him. Because little friend Song Shuhang had already returned to Earth. Actually, little friend Song Shuhang should have been sent to space a second time, but Copper Trigram ended up taking his place when he disguised as him. Thereupon, Doudou could shout all he wanted, but no one was going to reply. A pleased smile appeared on Immortal Master Copper Trigram's face. A true expert wouldn't brag about their accomplishments but would quietly leave. There was no need to thank him, he was just a good-hearted person. Then, just as Copper Trigram was preparing to turn around and leave, the gate of the palace suddenly opened. A girl with fine and delicate features opened the main gate. She wore a purple skirt, and her long brown hair was carefully braided into pigtails. Moreover, her long fringe faintly covered her eyes. She was holding a thick book in her hands and gave off the air of a literate person. "Hello, are you looking for Song Shuhang?" The well-read girl lowered her head and looked at Doudou. Then, she squatted down and stretched out her hand, gently patting Doudou's head. She was wearing an incredibly beautiful glove on her hand. "Yes. I'm Song Shuhang's friend, Doudou. I'm looking for him so that we can play together." Doudou showed a cute appearance. "You are welcome to come over and play, but Song Shuhang has already returned to Earth," the well-read girl replied softly. Just as she was speaking, she seemed to have sensed something and looked toward a distant place. It was precisely the place where Immortal Master Copper Trigram was hiding. The well-read girl closely watched the place Immortal Master Copper Trigram was hiding. Her vision saw through Copper Trigram's cover, getting a glimpse of his appearance. In the next moment, tears started to copiously flow from the eyes of the well-read girl. Her eyes became very red, and she started to sob. The more she was crying, the more aggrieved she looked. Her whole body was trembling. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was baffled. What was happening? His eyes met with the well-read girl for an instant, and the other party started to cry as though there was no tomorrow. She cried so much that he felt uncomfortable all over his body. Did I offend her? But I was only hiding in this place and just happened to glance at her. Glancing at people is also wrong now? At this time, Doudou also turned his head around and looked in the same direction as Fairy Lychee. In the next moment, he saw Fairy Lychee hiding in that direction. "Fairy Lychee? How come you are here?" Doudou called out in surprise. Fairy Lychee was one of his powerful backers. Each time true monarch Yellow Mountain wronged him, he would run to Fairy Lychee's place and ask for her comfort. Sometimes, he would even borrow Fairy Lychee's anger to cause some trouble for stupid Yellow Mountain. Therefore, Doudou started to jump around happily as soon as he saw her. He left the entrance of the crystal-clear water pavilion at high speed and rushed to Fairy Lychee's bosom, happily barking. Doudou was completely unable to notice whether the Fairy Lychee before his eyes was the real one or not. It was one of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's strong points. After using the disguising technique, not even Doudou, who was extremely familiar with Fairy Lychee, was able to discern if the person before his eyes was really her or not. However, he might be able to tell them apart if they lived together for some time due to the clues Immortal Master might leave behind. "Fairy Lychee, do you know something? That stupid Yellow Mountain has gone mad. He unexpectedly wants to hold a wedding for me. Actually, the wedding itself isn't the problem is that he wants to marry me to a man." Doudou drilled into Fairy Lychee's bosom, chaotically wriggling. Then, he started telling her via secret sound transmission about how Yellow Mountain wronged him. Fairy Lychee smiled and patted Doudou's head, replying via secret sound transmission, "What did you do to make Senior Yellow Mountain so angry?" The voice was on point, the manner of speaking was on point, and the way she acted toward Doudou was also on point. She was undoubtedly the real Fairy Lychee. I didn't do anything, Doudou said with a guilty conscience. It seemed he had really angered Stupid Yellow Mountain when he'd broadcast the song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain during the hand-guided tractor competition the last time. Then, it wriggled again in Fairy Lychee's bosom and said, regardless of that, you must help me, Fairy Lychee. I don't even know who Stupid Yellow Mountain is planning to marry me to. This matter is really scaring me off. I'm afraid that he might change my sex through surgery and marry me to a man. Fairy Lychee gently stroked Doudou's head and said, sex change? Senior Yellow Mountain is overdoing it. Hee, changing Doudou's sex and marrying him to a man? I can only say that true monarch Yellow Mountain is a friggin' genius. This was what Immortal Master Copper Trigram was thinking in his heart. I know, right? He is going overboard. Fairy Maiden, you must reprimand Stupid Yellow Mountain for good once we return to Earth. You absolutely have to prevent him from marrying me to a man. I don't want to become someone else's wife. Doudou called out. You don't have to worry about a thing. Leave everything to me, the beautiful Fairy Lychee said with a smile. Yes, leave everything to this immortal master. Doudou, you should return to Earth, and at that time, you will experience a wedding that you won't forget for the rest of your life thanks to my help. Immortal Master Copper Trigram sneered inwardly. After saying this much, he hugged Doudou and looked at the entrance of the crystal-clear water pavilion once more. That girl was still crying, looking very aggrieved. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was simply unable to understand what was going on. Did she start crying and become like this just because I secretly glanced at her? Was this one of those, what are you looking at, moments but with copious tears involved? After heaving a sigh, he braced himself and arrived at the entrance of the crystal-clear water pavilion while holding Doudou in his arms. Little sister, why did you suddenly start crying like this? Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked. Sob, I'm not sure why, but when I saw elder sister, I felt very happy. Sob, since I got too happy, I felt the irresistible urge to cry. The well-read girl wiped away her tears and introduced herself. My name is Lychee. I'm Lychee, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said calmly. She felt very happy after seeing me. Immortal Master hadn't seen this female cultivator called Lychee before. In other words, the opposite party started crying because she saw Fairy Lychee, whom Copper Trigram was currently disguised as, and felt very happy. Such being the case, what was the relationship between Fairy Lychee and this girl? Hello, elder sister Lychee, you don't need to worry about me. I'll cry for a while and then stop. Sob, it's all due to my cultivation technique. It has nothing to do with you. Sob, please, don't take it to heart, Lychee said while wiping away her tears and trying to stop herself from sobbing. Around 10 minutes later, Lychee finally stopped crying and was now only sobbing from time to time. Women can cry rivers, but female cultivators can cry oceans. Immortal Master Copper Trigram thought to himself. She had cried for 10 minutes straight, and the tears didn't stop even for an instant. It was simply too much. All those tears were enough to fill a 2L bottle. After she stopped crying, Fairy Lychee cautiously stretched her hand out and pulled Fairy Lychee's sleeve, trying to sense her aura carefully. In the depths of her memories, there was a strange and fragmented piece of memory. That fragmented piece of memory had something to do with Fairy Lychee's aura and appearance. Lychee was getting a very gentle feeling from her, the same one you would get from a mother. Lychee was adopted by the crystal-clear water pavilion when she was just an infant. Therefore, her teacher and pavilion master Chu were both like mothers for her. But now, she felt a similarly gentle aura coming from the body of this fairy maiden named Lychee. It was a very strong heartwarming feeling. Mother, Lychee said in a very low voice. What? Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked in puzzlement. It's nothing. I was just talking to myself, Yi said as she waved her hand again and again. Just now, she couldn't help but utter those words while immersed in that strong heart-warming feeling. She obviously knew that the opposite party wasn't her mother. At this time, 10,000 horses were madly galloping inside Immortal Master Copper Trigram's heart. Although Yi spoke in a very low voice, Copper Trigram was able to hear her words clearly thanks to his cultivation of the 6th stage True Monarch rank. He asked that question earlier not because he didn't hear her words clearly, but because he didn't dare to believe what she had just said. Mother? This female cultivator named Yi just called Fairy Lychee mother? When did Fairy Lychee give birth to a daughter? Moreover, the daughter is this big already? If they were to discover this matter, wouldn't many fellow Daoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group be immediately grief-stricken? Wait a moment, there is something wrong with this development. They shouldn't have a mother-daughter relationship. Perhaps Fairy Yi just felt an aura similar to that of a mother coming from Fairy Lychee's body. Therefore, she unconsciously ended up calling her mother? Or so Immortal Master Copper Trigram guessed. At this time, Fairy Yi enthusiastically showed the way to Fairy Lychee and Doudou and asked them to be guests of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. The Crystal Clear Water Pavilion had been deserted for a long, long time. But now, guests were appearing one after another. After seeing Fairy Yi's enthusiastic expression, Immortal Master Copper Trigram and Doudou were unable to refuse and had no choice but to follow after her and pass through the big gate. This seems a good place, perhaps I can hide here until the battle with Northern River. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was in deep thoughts while following behind Yi. In the Jiangnan area, inside Yu Jiaojiao's villa. Gao Moumou finally woke after getting drunk. He scratched his head and took out the plot. It was time for him to show it to Shuhang. Yesterday evening, just as he was drinking, Gao Moumou suddenly got up and went to write more than 50,000 characters. Relatively speaking, he was the one that drank the least, and coupled with the fact that his capacity for alcohol was quite good, he managed to wake up rather early. After coming to his senses, he took the manuscript with the plot and started looking for Song Shuhang. He couldn't wait to show Song Shuhang this amusing plot. At this time, Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao, who had currently assumed her mother's appearance, were on the balcony of the villa, chatting about the important things that one had to keep in mind while transcending the tribulation. Song Shuhang was already a cultivator of the 2nd stage 7th Dantian, Dragon Head Dantian, realm, and he was very close to facing the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he needed to gain some extra understanding of the whole process. At this time, he felt that cultivating was not so different than going to school and studying. After all, cultivation was exactly like studying. The objective was to increase one's strength and knowledge during the course of time. Then, the heavenly tribulation one had to face after each big realm was something similar to the high school entrance examination or university entrance examination students had to face. Just like with those exams, to transcend the tribulation, one had to practice hard and make thorough preparations. At this time, Shuhang felt as though he was about to take the university entrance examination again. Yu Jiaojiao told Song Shuhang about her own experiences, telling him of the time she transcended her tribulation of the 2nd stage. However, you can only use my experience as a reference, and that's it. After all, I'm a half-flood dragon and half-monster fish. The heavenly tribulation I faced back then is surely going to be different than yours. In addition, my father was with me at that time, and he had prepared several items to help me transcend the tribulation. Your best option is to go into the 9 provinces number 1 group and ask some of the human seniors about this matter. They surely have a deeper understanding than me about the process. You have to pay particular attention to the items human cultivators need to prepare to guard against the heavenly tribulation, Yu Jiaojiao said. Thank you, Jiaojiao, Song Shuhang said. Now then, what items did a human cultivator need to prepare to guard against the heavenly tribulation? Song Shuhang was planning to wait for Senior White to come out of the ruins and ask him about this matter. In case Senior White was late, he would go to the 9 Provinces number 1 group and ask the opinion of Senior Northern River's loose cultivator or some other human cultivator. This matter about transcending the tribulation was making him feel very anxious. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the sound of footsteps was transmitted from the rear. Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao stopped chatting about the matter of the heavenly tribulation and turned their heads around. In the next moment, they saw Gao Moumou coming over with a thick manuscript in his hands. "Shuhang, here you are." Miss Jiaojiao is also here." "That's even better." Gao Moumou smiled and arrived at the balcony, pulling a chair and sitting down. "Old Gao, were you looking for me?" Song Shuhang smiled and glanced at Gao Moumou. He had already heard from Yu Jiaojiao that the drunk Gao Moumou had given his all yesterday and written over 50,000 characters. Whenever he thought about the dead drunk Gao Moumou frantically typing on the computer, Shuhang found the scene rather funny. Of course, he was also sad that his friend had to write characters even after getting drunk, therefore, Shuhang observed 3 seconds of silence for Gao Moumou. "I wrote the initial part of the plot. Come here and take a look." Gao Moumou poured himself a cup of tea and gave the manuscript to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took the manuscript in his hands, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. **CK. Not only did Gao Moumou write 50,000 characters yesterday, he also wrote the initial part of the plot. And that's not all, he even put it in order and printed it. After getting drunk yesterday, Gao Moumou really turned into Super Gao Moumou." Song Shuhang looked at him with admiration and observed another 3 seconds of silence for Gao Moumou before starting to read the manuscript. Yu Jiaojiao also stretched her neck out and read the text. The story was set in the future of a parallel world. According to the plot, Earth had suffered a surprise attack from incredibly powerful and mysterious enemies. The human race suffered severe casualties, and the world had now entered an apocalyptic state. But right at that time, another mysterious organization made its appearance. This organization had been protecting the human race all along and prevented the destruction this time. The members of this other mysterious organization were none other than the immortals mentioned in legends, their power unparalleled. The strongest of them could move the mountains and drain the seas, as well as ride the clouds and fly on the mist. To ward off the surprise attack of these mysterious enemies, cultivators joined forces and started to recruit disciples en masse, not hiding anymore and finally walking in the sun. Not bad, not bad. This world building is ingenious. It feels very natural, Song Shuhang said. That's a given, Gao Moumou said complacently while sipping his tea. He was looking forward to looking at Shuhang's expression after he had read the next part. Song Shuhang kept reading. The plot finally unfolded. The main character was the disciple of a medium-sized sect of a cultivation faction. Just as Song Shuhang had requested, the main character was delicate and pretty, with an elegant air around him. Not bad, not bad. Song Shuhang nodded his head. Venerable White was surely going to like such a main character. But just as he kept reading, Song Shuhang's expression became a little strange. The scene that officially gave start to the play was a martial arts competition inside the sect. The competition was between the main character and his senior brother, Gao Sheng. Afterward, the handsome and cool main character got beaten in all possible ways by that Gao Sheng. They competed in saber technique, sword techniques, fist techniques, foot techniques, and so on, but the main character was unable to defeat senior brother Gao Sheng in any of them. The scene where the handsome and delicate Senior White got beaten by this senior brother called Gao Sheng resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, and the mental energy between his eyebrows also started acting up, making him feel as though someone was pounding his head with a hammer. However, that pain was still nothing compared to the pain he felt after reading this section of the plot. Gao Moumou, can I ask you something? Song Shuhang said. Sure thing, Gao Moumou said complacently while sitting with one leg on the other. Song Shuhang asked, who is going to play the role of this senior brother Gao Sheng? Why are you asking the obvious? It's obviously going to be the handsome me. Gao Moumou said complacently. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the look in Song Shuhang's eyes changed. Song Shuhang was looking at him with a gaze full of compassion, and it seemed there were traces of pity as well. Gao Moumou didn't know if it was just his misconception, but he saw golden light scattering around Song Shuhang's body just as though he was the reincarnation of the Buddha, with that light of virtue full of pity and compassion shooting in all directions. Don't look at me like that. I told you earlier that I was going to create this role even if you didn't agree with it. It was the condition for me to write the plot, Gao Moumou said firmly. Song Shuhang nodded and said, don't worry. I won't object the creation of this role. I won't object at all. After saying this much, Song Shuhang stretched his hand out and gently patted Gao Moumou's shoulder, sighing. Then, he said to Yu Jiaojiao via secret sound transmission, Jiaojiao, what's the cost of a spot in that underwater graveyard of yours? I think I should reserve a spot for my dear friend there. Question mark. Yu Jiaojiao was confused. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and said, the main character of this story is Venerable White. Yu Jiaojiao finally understood what was going on. Are you two done flirting with your eyes? Gao Moumou said, if you have something to say, just say it. It's nothing, it's really nothing. Let's look at the rest of the plot, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Of course, he was just joking earlier. Senior White's tolerance wasn't that low. He should be fine with such a plot. After all, it was just an act. Song Shuhang kept reading Gao Moumou's plot. Senior brother Gao Sheng kept making things difficult for the main character and started to compete with him in sabers, spears, staffs, cudgels, and so on for a total of 18 different types of weapons. For some reason, Song Shuhang found the scene somewhat familiar. Afterward, a certain resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. Little White, where did you run off to? I thought you lost your way. Little White, shall we practice fist, saber, sword, staff, spear, techniques? Little White, carefully watch the saber, fist, sword, staff, spear. Little White, come again. Aye, Little White, today's training concludes here. I'll look for you tomorrow and we can play together again. The ting-a-ling sound coming from the bell of a horse was echoing in the background. *CK. It reminded me of that young man wearing green clothes that rode a white horse in the desert. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang looked strangely at Gao Moumou. He felt that his dear friend was unconsciously seeking death big time. Should they really use this plot? If they were to use it, Gao Moumou wouldn't be the only one to suffer the consequences. If Senior White were to see this plot, wouldn't he think that Song Shuhang was secretly firing shots at him? At that time, Song Shuhang might get backstabbed due to the death-seeking tendencies of his dear friend Gao Moumou. Forget it. I should read the whole plot before judging. After rubbing his temples, Song Shuhang took a deep breath and kept reading. In the story, after the main character was abused in all ways by senior brother Gao Sheng, a beautiful senior sister appeared and applied medicine to his wounds. This setting wasn't too bad. When this senior sister made her appearance, she gave off the impression of being one of those gentle and kind elder sisters that helped others. Not bad. But right after, the plot took a sudden turn and developed rapidly. That senior sister was ready to get married, but the bridegroom wasn't the main character. Luckily, that senior sister and the main character had an agreement: come to look for me the day of the marriage. As long as you come, I'll give up everything and marry you. Now, according to how things normally went, the main character should rush to the place of the wedding and cause havoc, ultimately marrying the senior sister, right? However, Gao Moumou decided not to follow the usual route. Just as the main character was heading toward the place where the wedding was held, he was attacked by the members of the mysterious enemy organization. As a consequence, he was forced into a coma for several days and missed the wedding of his senior sister. By the time he woke up, that senior sister had already become someone else's wife. Afterward, Gao Moumou described the heartbreaking scene of the main character losing himself in sorrow over the loss of his senior sister. That type of deep grief and remorse that couldn't help but make one cry rivers. Is it really fine to seek death like this? Song Shuhang glanced at Gao Moumou once more. That part was something Daoist Priest Horizon suggested. It's truly a masterpiece, Gao Moumou said with a smile. While speaking, he pointed at one corner of the manuscript where he had noted down material that Daoist Priest Horizon provided. Song Shuhang felt his head ache a little. As expected, it had been a big mistake allowing Daoist Priest Horizon to get inside the villa. Damn it. If Venerable White has something to say about the plot, I'll immediately sell out Daoist Priest Horizon, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Song Shuhang kept reading. After losing his senior sister, the main character tried to drown his sorrows in wine, but after the paragraph, the main character met his second love. It was a very good-looking woman that liked reading books, liked squatting together with the main character in the library to read books, liked freeloading books, liked looking at the setting sun together with the main character, and liked eating chicken legs. For this second love, Gao Moumou had used all of Song Shuhang's hobbies as a base. Chapter 619 Today, I'll completely grasp the cultivation technique. Gao Moumou had based the character of the second female lead on Song Shuhang's tastes. It was literally catering to someone's tastes. Therefore, Song Shuhang found this new female lead that had just appeared very pleasant. Now then, this was the feeling. This new girl was very likable and really conformed to his tastes. Song Shuhang thought of praising Gao Moumou, but after recalling that awful scene of the senior sister getting married to someone else earlier, he decided to keep the praise on hold. It was better to see how the plot was going to develop first. Song Shuhang knew that Gao Moumou had written this story with evil intentions. Therefore, he couldn't judge things before reading the story until the end. Then, just as he was reading, this second female lead that really conformed Song Shuhang's tastes suddenly decided to head to the afterworld. What was happening? The female lead was unexpectedly planning to abandon the main character and die by herself. The reason was that the second female lead was actually a ghost. She was the ghost of a beautiful woman. At first, the new female lead still had some resentment left towards the world, but after meeting the main character, all her resentment disappeared. As such, she decided to let everything go and head to the afterworld. But here came the problem. If she wanted to go to the afterworld, she first had to retrieve her ashes from the hands of the enemy. Needless to say, the enemy was precisely that mysterious organization that had attacked Earth. After reading up to this point, Song Shuhang's liver twitched. Gao Moumou, are you doing this on purpose? Song Shuhang called out. Halfway through my love relationship, just when things were showing some sign of development, I discovered that my girlfriend was a ghost. Sometimes, the truth was really cruel. Did Gao Moumou really have to make him experience this brutal experience even in a fictional movie? He was going to flip the table. Gao Moumou laughed, extremely satisfied, and said, "Waha. What do you think? It's a really cool story, right?" After seeing Gao Moumou's smug expression, even Song Shuhang's heart started to twitch. He wondered whether he should consider brainwashing Gao Moumou and have him change the plot. It was simply too disheartening. Due to the limited amount of time, I was able to write the story only up to this point. In the next part, a large number of characters will make their appearance one after another. Afterward, there will be all kinds of bloody battles, and it's the part one excel at the most, Gao Moumou said. Right. There is also that problem about cultivation realms. Which one do you think is better, a metal-based system or a numerical one? Metal-based system? Numerical one? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Do you prefer something like bronze, silver, golden, first class, second class, third class, or perhaps first stage, second stage, third stage? Gao Moumou asked. I find the metal-based system the best, Song Shuhang replied without hesitation. That metal-based system reminded him of a game he really liked to play during junior middle school. Back then, he wasn't that skilled and would often make his teammates rage quit. However, he still liked the game, and it was a memory he cherished. Therefore, as soon as Gao Moumou mentioned it, he selected the metallic system. We aren't good friends for nothing. We share similar opinions, Gao Moumou said. Immediately after, he used the pen to circle the metallic cultivation system on the manuscript. All the effort that Daoist Priest Horizon had put in yesterday to convince Gao Moumou had gone to waste. Well, it wasn't a complete failure either. Daoist Priest Horizon's rich life experiences had already transformed into part of Gao Moumou's story. It was something worthy of celebration. Song Shuhang managed to stop himself from ripping the whole manuscript apart and asked, Gao Moumou, how long will it take you to finish writing this story? I think I can finish it in around 1 month, Gao Moumou said after pondering for a moment. After all, the story was rather short and wouldn't take too much time. That's great, Song Shuhang said. After 1 month, he would be back from space. At that time, he would be able to contact the seniors in the group and start the preliminary preparations to shoot the movie. However, what I wrote isn't a screenplay. This story will have to be revised a bit before it can be turned into a movie, right? Gao Moumou asked. It's not a problem. I can contact a screenwriter and have him revise the story together with you, adapting it into a movie while trying to preserve most of its original plot, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. Well, that's great. Gao Moumou said. Such being the case, he would have an opportunity to learn from a professional screenwriter how to revise a story and turn it into a screenplay. However, I have a question, Mr. Gao, Yu Jiaojiao gently said while pointing at the manuscript. Is this going to be a cool and funny story? The reason she decided to kidnap Gao Moumou and have him write the plot was that she wanted a cool and comical plot. But what was going on with the initial part of Gao Moumou's story? It wasn't happy at all and gave a tragedy-like vibe. Don't worry, Miss Jiaojiao, Gao Moumou assured her, it will surely be a cool story. Yes, it was going to be a cool story. But he couldn't guarantee whether it was going to be a happy one or not. After Gao Moumou's reassured her, Yu Jiaojiao faintly nodded. After all, it was just the beginning of the story, right? Thereupon, Jiaojiao said happily, in that case, let's drink and celebrate again tonight. Let's celebrate the fact that Mr. Gao has started writing the story. Would Gao Moumou write with all his might again after getting drunk tonight? As soon as the word drink was mentioned, Gao Moumou's face whitened. Song Shuhang's head also started to ache a little. They had just recovered from the hangover, and they were going to drink again? That evening, Song Shuhang got drunk again. The host, Yu Jiaojiao, enthusiastically proposed to have another drinking session in the evening to celebrate the fact that Gao Moumou had started writing the story. The reason for the celebration made them unable to refuse. Since Yu Jiaojiao was so enthusiastic about it, Song Shuhang, his roommates, and Yai all ended up getting drunk and were ultimately sent to their room by the servants. That night, Gao Moumou and his girlfriend Yai quickly fell asleep. Therefore, Gao Moumou didn't write another 50,000 characters as Yu Jiaojiao hoped. Miss Yu Jiaojiao was very disappointed. August 9th, right after midnight. Song Shuhang woke up in a daze. His head was in pain. This evening, he deliberately controlled the level of his capacity for alcohol and was only slightly drunk, and nothing like yesterday when he was dead drunk. However, his mental energy was too strong at this time, and it would fluctuate from time to time, making him feel as though someone was pounding his head with a hammer. Thereupon, that occasional hammering forced Song Shuhang to wake up. Afterward, due to his head aching, he was unable to fall asleep again and lost his sleep. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes and forced a smile. If things kept going on like this, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all. The pain that his mental energy was causing him after sharply increasing this time was already in the range where he couldn't neglect it anymore. From the looks of it, he was going to suffer from insomnia until he could strengthen his constitution enough or find another method to solve the problem. Song Shuhang's current cultivation realm wasn't so high that he could go for months without sleeping. After 7 or 8 days of wakefulness, his condition would start to worsen. After faintly sighing, Song Shuhang got out of bed and pushed the door of the balcony open. Even though it was night, the Jiangnan area was still brightly lit. Large stalls selling grilled food, seafood, and so on were very lively at this time. Geez, Song Shuhang sighed, perplexed. After gazing at the nighttime scenery for a long time, Song Shuhang returned to his room and took out that box of spirit beast crystals. Since he couldn't fall asleep, he might as well practice. He felt that he had already thoroughly absorbed and refined the spirit beast crystals he'd eaten yesterday. Therefore, he could eat some more now. In addition, since he broke through several small realms yesterday, the number of spirit beast crystals he could eat at once should have also increased, right? He first took out 5 types of spirit beast crystals. The lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, and fox types. The whale swallowing technique activated, and the lion-type spirit beast crystal was swallowed up and digested with its essence being absorbed. The small illusory figure of a lion appeared next to the embryonic form of the innate true qi in Song Shuhang's Sea of Qi Dantian, pushing it one step further toward perfection. Afterward, the spiritual energy inside the spirit beast crystal was transformed into true qi and poured into Song Shuhang's Dantian. But at this time, all of his dantians were full. In particular, the dantians from the 4th, dragon body Dantian, to the 7th, dragon head Dantian, were filled to the brim by those grains of high-quality energy and couldn't accommodate any more true qi. After helping Song Shuhang break through, that high-quality energy stayed inside his dantians. That energy was simply too powerful, and although Song Shuhang started to slowly refine and transform it into his own true qi, the process was extremely slow. Without any external help, Song Shuhang would need years to completely refine the energy. Such being the case, before it could be even refined, the spiritual energy inside the lion-type spirit beast crystal that Song Shuhang had just swallowed and transformed into true qi was forcefully pushed towards the bottleneck of the 7th Dantian by that high-quality energy. But how could the energy of a spirit beast crystal of the 2nd stage break through that bottleneck? Thereupon, the spiritual energy inside that lion-type spirit beast crystal that Song Shuhang had just eaten was almost instantaneously consumed. It was nothing but a huge waste. It was no different than wasting the spiritual qi inside a spirit stone of the 2nd stage rank. Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. The true qi he obtained from the spirit beast crystal was wasted before he could even refine it. However, the projection of a lion had appeared next to the embryonic form of the innate true qi inside his original Dantian. Such being the case, didn't it mean that he could swallow all the 33 types of spirit beast crystals without having to worry about the amount of his true qi inside his body increasing? Although he was just wasting spirit beast crystals this way, Song Shuhang could complete his pseudo-innate true qi several days earlier. Although it's cost-ineffective, it's the best choice I have at this moment. In that case, let's give it a try. Song Shuhang tried to eat another spirit beast crystal, the tiger type 1. Just like before, the projection of a tiger appeared in his original Dantian. Then, the absorbed true qi was sent towards the checkpoint between the 7th and 8th Dantian before it was refined, getting quickly consumed. It seems to work. If there are no problems, I should be able to eat all the 33 types of spirit beast crystals today and condense that pseudo-innate true qi. Song Shuhang was very happy. Song Shuhang started to swallow down spirit beast crystals one after another. Leopard, wolf, fox, marten, bear, elephant, ape, chicken, crane, wild goose, hawk, snake, turtle, pangolin, rabbit, mouse, whale, piglet, crab, shrimp, cuttlefish. In addition, there were the ones he had already eaten: shark, sheep, horse, camel, donkey, bull, deer, pig, dog, cat, lion, and tiger, for a total of 33 spirit beast crystals. After he swallowed down the last spirit beast crystal, the projections of 33 different types of beasts had appeared on the edge of the embryonic form of the innate true qi inside Song Shuhang's dantian, quickly rotating. After rotating, the projections of the 33 beasts started to merge. What Song Shuhang practiced was the huge whale chapter of the 33 divine beasts technique. Therefore, the projections of the 33 beasts inside his body started to fuse using the whale as a base. Each projection that was fusing with the whale would change part of its appearance. It took from 2 to 3 seconds for one of the projections to fuse with the whale. Therefore, around 2 minutes later, the 33 beasts finished fusing with the huge whale, transforming it into a hideous monster. The newly born creature had 4 beastly claws, the neck hair of a lion, hard scales, pointed horns, the tentacles of a cuttlefish, the wings of a bird, and so on. In short, it had the distinctive characteristics of each of the 33 beasts. After this hideous creature came into existence, it hovered next to the embryonic form of the innate true qi and opened its mouth, swallowing it down. It was precisely the last step needed for the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi to take shape. This hideous beast was the key to complete it. With this 33 divine beasts' innate true qi, Song Shuhang's practicing speed after advancing to the 3rd stage realm wouldn't be inferior to that of geniuses that had practiced since they were kids. It was the cultivation technique that Venerable White had said was the most suitable for him. But how could the 33 divine beasts technique that originated from the divine beast department of the ancient heavenly city be so simple? Back in those days, even the 33 divine beasts sect was a large world-famous sect. Was it really possible that all the disciples they recruited didn't start practicing since they were little and missed the best period to cultivate just to learn the 33 divine beasts technique later to make up for the lost time? Of course, it wasn't this simple. Just as Song Shuhang condensed the perfect form of the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi, the innate true qi spread to all his body. It was the same as pouring dye stuff into the limpid water. The innate true qi started to affect all the true qi in Song Shuhang's body. The speed of the transformation was very quick. In around 2 or 3 breaths, the true qi inside Song Shuhang's sea of qi dantian was transformed into 33 divine beasts' innate true qi. Next, the change spread to his other dantians. He had finally managed to completely grasp the cultivation technique. Song Shuhang was a little excited. After coming out of the ancient ruins, Venerable White would be surely surprised after seeing him, right? Song Shuhang himself couldn't believe that he had managed to get the complete set of the 33 spirit beast crystals and perfect his innate true qi in such a short amount of time. However, Song Shuhang's excitement lasted only for around 10 seconds. Soon after, he discovered that when his true qi was transformed into 33 divine beasts' innate true qi, the bottleneck to the 8th dantian, the dragon horn dantian, couldn't hold any more and got breached. Song Shuhang's bottleneck to the 8th dantian was already on the verge of collapsing due to the high-quality energy that had been transmitted over by that powerful expert that forcefully borrowed Song Shuhang's ghost spirit back then. Then, just as the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi inside his body took shape, the bottleneck couldn't hold any more and ultimately collapsed. That large amount of 33 divine beasts' innate true qi inside Song Shuhang's sea of qi dantian erupted. The innate true qi flowed into the dragon tail dantian and then passed through the dragon body, dragon palm, dragon neck, and dragon head dantians. After passing through each dantian, the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi got stronger and bigger like a rolling snowball. In addition, the last few dantians were full of that high-quality energy that the powerful expert had transmitted over. This high-quality energy was like an incredibly old iceberg that was slowly melting. The true qi derived from this high-quality energy was likewise of very high quality. After merging with that portion of true qi, both the quality and the quantity of the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi rose sharply. In the end, that large amount of 33 divine beasts' innate true qi poured into Song Shuhang's 8th dantian, the dragon horn dantian. His 8th dantian was filled to the brim in one go. Filled to the point of bursting. Song Shuhang wanted to cry but had no tears. His dantian was unexpectedly full. Song Shuhang had underestimated the strength of the 33 divine beasts' technique. If ordinary cultivators broke through the dragon horn dantian, they would still have to accumulate true qi and fill their dantian to the brim before being able to transcend the tribulation. But the path Song Shuhang followed was different than that of ordinary cultivators, and he ended up directly skipping the true qi accumulating process. Although his 8th dantian was filled to the brim, the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi kept getting produced in his sea of qi dantian and other 7 dantians. Finally, the innate true qi produced in his 8 dantians poured into his dragon horn dantian. Afterward, all the true qi inside the dragon horn dantian leaked out and scattered between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual qi all over Song Shuhang's body became extremely rich, and the potted plants in the room started to quickly grow thanks to the strong spiritual energy surrounding them. After just a few breaths worth of time, beautiful flower buds had started to blossom. Later, if Song Shuhang was short of money, he could perhaps open a flower shop and make some money that way. Song Shuhang stopped the 33 divine beasts technique as soon as he could, but the true qi inside his body kept continuously gushing out. In the next moment, he got the feeling that the true qi gushing out of his body was attracting over a mysterious force between heaven and earth. Song Shuhang's complexion changed. That mysterious force that was getting attracted over was the heavenly tribulation. It was the same heavenly tribulation that many cultivators loved and hated. They loved it because their realm would increase after transcending the tribulation. They hated it because the number of cultivators that had died due to the heavenly tribulation since the ancient times up until now was simply too high to count. If Song Shuhang's true qi kept gushing out, the heavenly tribulation would take shape and strike down. No. Song Shuhang wished he could stretch out his hands and block up his dragon horn dantian. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible. At this time, he had already entered the tribulation transcending mode. Even if he stopped practicing, his body would keep producing true qi that would later gush out of his dragon horn dantian. It was no longer possible to stop the heavenly tribulation. Although Song Shuhang didn't have any experience transcending the tribulation, he heard from Yu Jiaojiao yesterday that the heavenly tribulation of the second stage was mainly made up of lightning of tribulation. It was very rare for the flames of tribulation or other elements to appear. The lightning of tribulation of the second stage was different for each cultivator based on their moral behavior. There were from 5 to 10 waves in total, with each wave being stronger and scarier than the previous one. If one's luck was good, the heavenly tribulation would disappear after 5 waves, and they would advance to the third stage Battle King realm. If their luck wasn't good, they would have to face 10 waves. Of course, the difference between facing 5 or 10 waves was the same as the one between heaven and earth. In short, the heavenly tribulation would also look at one's face. This matter about looking at one's face and moral behavior was enough to make the world of cultivators thoroughly despair. Since the lightning of tribulation was about to rain down, Song Shuhang couldn't stay inside Yu Jiaojiao's villa anymore. Therefore, he immediately jumped up from the bed and opened the window, jumping down from the second floor of the villa. Afterward, he operated the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork and quickly headed toward the suburbs of Honghe Town in the Jiangnan area. Gao Moumou, Tubo, and the others were still inside the villa. What would happen if the heavenly tribulation were to strike them? They were nothing but ordinary human beings, and they would immediately transform into ashes. Just as Song Shuhang jumped down from the second floor of the villa, Yu Jiaojiao also got out of her room and closely followed after him. Although she was slightly drunk, she immediately woke up when she sensed the aura of the heavenly tribulation. Shuhang, did you receive another strength imparting? Yu Jiaojiao asked anxiously. Before they went to sleep, Song Shuhang was still at the second stage 7th Dantian realm. But now, in the middle of the night, he had broken through and started to transcend the tribulation? After hearing Yu Jiaojiao's voice, Song Shuhang calmed down a bit. Then, he said with a pained expression on his face, "Today, I didn't receive any strength imparting. It was just me seeking death." "What did you do?" Yu Jiaojiao asked. "Today, I ate all the 33 types of spirit beast crystals in one go and completed the pseudo-innate true qi inside my body, finally transforming it into 33 divine beasts innate true qi. Then, not long after I had finally managed to complete the foundation of my cultivation technique, the bottleneck to the 8th Dantian was broken through. The true qi of the 33 divine beasts technique was particularly powerful and directly filled to the brim my last Dantian, attracting over the heavenly tribulation," Song Shuhang said with a face full of tears. "Yu Jiaojiao. If you didn't seek death, you wouldn't die." Why was it so difficult for Song Shuhang to understand this simple principle? "I can't stop the true qi inside my body anymore, and I feel that the heavenly tribulation can come down at any moment," Song Shuhang said anxiously. "Jiaojiao, do you know any nearby place where I can transcend the tribulation without anyone disturbing me? I'll carry you over there. In the meantime, you should try to adjust your condition until reaching an optimal state." Yu Jiaojiao's body flickered and appeared next to Song Shuhang. Afterward, she grabbed him as a flight-type magical treasure appeared beneath her feet, making the duo soar high up in the sky. 3 minutes later, Yu Jiaojiao brought Song Shuhang to a mountain valley outside Jiangnan area's Honghe town. Usually, cultivators would select carefully the place where they were going to transcend the tribulation. For example, if the heavenly tribulation was going to have waves of flames of tribulation, it was better to choose a place with water. If the heavenly tribulation was going to have waves of water of tribulation, it was better to choose a desert or a similar place. But Song Shuhang didn't have the time to choose a suitable place right now. The best he could do was to find a faraway and uninhabited place. Yu Jiaojiao asked, "Do you have enough medicinal pills?" "Yes," Song Shuhang replied. When the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group gave him that gift the last time, there were several medicinal pills inside. He hadn't used most of those medicinal pills and thus had several still left. Yu Jiaojiao asked another question, "What about magical treasures? Which magical treasures do you have?" "Wear them all." Song Shuhang immediately took out his emerald green kasaya from the size-reducing purse and wore it. He also took out the treasured saber broken tyrant and grasped it tightly. The ancient bronze ring and the green breeze speed boost amulet were also ready to get into action. He wore even that thick golden chain since it could slightly increase the efficiency of the 33 divine beasts technique. Even if the boost was minimal, it wasn't something to neglect while transcending the tribulation. Ultimately, he took out a volcano pill and placed it in his mouth. It was a medicinal pill that could allow him to recover a large amount of true qi within a very short period of time. If he was short of true qi while transcending the tribulation, he could immediately swallow it down. After finishing his preparations, Song Shuhang grasped the treasured saber broken tyrant tightly. In the meanwhile, true qi was endlessly gushing out of his body. "That's it? You don't have other defensive-type treasures with you?" Yu Jiaojiao asked. Song Shuhang forced a smile and shook his head. Aside from the emerald green kasaya, which he was already wearing, he didn't have any other defensive equipment. After all, he had had no idea that he would end up transcending the tribulation so soon. He wasn't prepared in the least for what was going to happen. He didn't even get to ask the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group which items human cultivators needed to gather before transcending the heavenly tribulation of the second stage. Couldn't you have waited for a few days before transcending the tribulation? You are worrying me to death. Yu Jiaojiao anxiously stamped her foot. She remembered that when she transcended the heavenly tribulation, her father, true monarch tyrant flood dragon, prepared 10 defensive magical treasures and helped her arrange layers upon layers of defensive formations on a small island in the East China Sea. The defensive formations were arranged by Yu Jiaojiao herself, and her father couldn't do it in her stead. After all, the heavenly tribulation was a private affair. If someone were to lend a hand to the person transcending the tribulation, the might of the heavenly tribulation would increase. The stronger the person that interfered with the process was, the stronger would the heavenly tribulation get. Such being the case, although Yu Jiaojiao knew several types of defensive formations, she couldn't arrange them in Song Shuhang's stead. And teaching Song Shuhang how to arrange defensive formations within such a short amount of time was also impossible. First of all, most of these formations were secret techniques of true monarch tyrant flood dragon's family and couldn't be taught to outsiders. In addition, formations required a lot of skills and learning them wasn't as simple as copy and paste a file on the computer. It was a process that involved a lot of basic theory. Therefore, it was impossible for Song Shuhang to learn how to arrange formations within a short period of time. But more importantly, Song Shuhang didn't have with him the materials necessary to arrange the formations. Even if he had godly comprehension skills and could learn how to arrange formations instantly, he wouldn't be able to arrange any formation that could help him transcend the tribulation without the necessary materials. After seeing that the heavenly tribulation was getting closer and closer, Yu Jiaojiao sighed and said, "Shuhang, don't die." Song Shuhang turned his head around and said with a stiff smile on his face, "I feel that I might really die this time." He felt that the number of waves of his heavenly tribulation was going to be rather high. Due to him practicing to completion the 33 divine beasts technique, all the true qi inside his body had transformed into a type of true qi that was very similar to innate true qi. Innate true qi happened to be the true qi that belonged to cultivators of the 4th stage. Although Song Shuhang's true qi wasn't really innate true qi, it was infinitely close in quality to the true qi of the 4th stage. In addition, his mental energy was several times stronger than an ordinary cultivator's of the 3rd stage. These two factors combined together increased the strength of Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation by a lot. Song Shuhang felt that the heavenly tribulation he was about to face was going to be super strong. He had to prepare to withstand at least 10 waves. Yu Jiaojiao said angrily, "Tisk, tsk, tsk. Don't speak in auspicious words. I feel that my heavenly tribulation is going to have 10 waves," Song Shuhang said with a sigh. When he pressed down the button to officially join the 9 provinces number 1 group back then, he decided that he wouldn't be afraid even if he were to face the heavenly tribulation and die. But he didn't expect that the possibility he had considered several months ago was now on the verge of coming true. Yu Jiaojiao. She had no idea how to comfort Song Shuhang. If Song Shuhang, who hadn't prepared in the least for the heavenly tribulation, were to face 10 waves, he would die 99 times out of 100. At this time, Yu Jiaojiao could do nothing aside from silently praying. At the same time, she began to accumulate her strength. If Song Shuhang failed to transcend the tribulation, she would give her all and make her move at the critical time, seeing whether or not she could scatter the heavenly tribulation. 8 minutes later. The true qi gushing out of Song Shuhang's body was getting stronger and stronger. The grass and trees in the mountain valley started to quickly grow after getting enriched with the spiritual qi. At the same time, slight changes were also happening in Song Shuhang's body. However, these changes were so slight that not even Song Shuhang, who was preparing to transcend the tribulation, noticed them. What was changing was his constitution. At this time, his constitution was slowly but incessantly strengthening. After eating Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's dishes, the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution had reached the peak of the second stage. It was the main reason he had decided to seek death so early in the morning and eat all the spirit beast crystals in one go. Then, yesterday, Song Shuhang had broken through several small realms in a row. After advancing each small realm, all his stats, including mental energy, true qi, and constitution, also increased a little. Song Shuhang's mental energy was currently too strong. Therefore, he didn't really notice that small increase that took place when he advanced in realm. Likewise, when he accepted the long-distance strength imparting of that powerful expert, that high-quality energy filled his body and increased his true qi by a large amount. Therefore, the change in true qi also went unnoticed. Lastly was his constitution, which had already reached the peak of the second stage. Yesterday, when he accepted the strength imparting and broke through from the 4th to the 7th dantian in a row, the strength of his constitution kept increasing. Now, just as Shuhang broke through the 8th dantian, his physical body also broke through its bottleneck and slowly but incessantly started to head toward the 3rd stage rank. "It's coming," Song Shuhang said softly while grasping the treasured saber tightly. The sky of the mountain valley was suddenly filled with dark clouds that covered the stars and the moon. Soon after, electric arcs started to flash through the dark clouds. At the same time, the strength of the heavenly tribulation covered whole mountain valley. At this time, if ordinary people were to look at the mountain valley through all sorts of equipment, they would discover that it was shrouded in a thick layer of fog, making it impossible to see anything. It was one of the special characteristics of the heavenly tribulation. With that, the scene of cultivators transcending the tribulation would go unnoticed by the eyes of ordinary people. This scene was very similar to the scene of 16th tribulation that Song Shuhang witnessed while he was outside the school's library. Of course, the scene of 16th tribulation was even more majestic. Although 16 failed to transcend her tribulation, she had the incredibly powerful Su Clan 7, who was a 5th-stage spiritual emperor, by her side to protect her. Thereupon, 7 scattered the heavenly tribulation and saved 16's life. However, there was only Yu Jiaojiao by Song Shuhang's side. Yu Jiaojiao had advanced to the 4th-stage realm not too long ago. It was unknown whether she had enough strength to scatter the heavenly tribulation of the 2nd stage. Speaking of which, the frenzied strength imparter Daoist Priest Horizon was also inside the villa. However, Daoist Priest Horizon had decided not to come over for some reason. The truth was that it was impossible for Daoist Priest Horizon to come over. Daoist Priest Horizon was currently doing his best to avoid the heavenly tribulation. Such being the case, how could he recklessly come over and seek death? If he were to come over and Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation were to stir up his heavenly tribulation as well, the combined strength of the tribulations of the 2nd and 5th stage would transform Song Shuhang and Daoist Priest Horizon into ashes. The heavenly tribulation took shape. Yu Jiaojiao quickly got away from Song Shuhang so as to avoid getting involved in the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. A bolt from the blue. Golden lightning split open the layer of clouds and struck the earth. This sudden and thunderous sound startled awake the inhabitants of Jiangnan area's Honghe town. A lot of people raised their heads and blankly looked towards a distant place. They could only see that thunderclouds had gathered above the distant mountain valley. Is a thundershower about to come down? The inhabitants of Honghe town thought to themselves. Rumble, the golden lightning of tribulation came down and struck Song Shuhang. Jiaojiao, didn't you say that the first wave of the heavenly tribulation of the 2nd stage would have only one streak of lightning? Song Shuhang looked at the descending lightning, and his eyes started to tear up. The first wave of the lightning of tribulation descending toward him was carrying along 9 extra streaks of lightning, for a total of 10 streaks of lightning madly dashing toward him. The lightning of tribulation was different than ordinary lightning and had to go through a power-storing process first. While facing the heavenly tribulation, cultivators had to take advantage of the time the heavenly tribulation was using to gather its strength to choose a suitable way to deal with it. Experienced cultivators could guess what type of heavenly tribulation was going to rain down just by looking at the lightning fermenting in the clouds. Song Shuhang didn't have this experience and prepared to use his strongest defensive saber technique before the heavenly tribulation took shape, inverted scale saber technique, inverted scale style. At the moment the heavenly tribulation rained down, Song Shuhang wielded his saber. All the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi in his body burst forth and transformed into inverted scale saber qi. Broken Tyrant slashed through the air and created the strongest defense at Shuhang's disposal, the inverted scale defense. Boom, 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 the 10 streaks of the lightning of tribulation rained down on the defensive layer of saber qi of the inverted scale style one after another. Their power was overbearing, and they made Song Shuhang's hands tingle with numbness. After the heavenly tribulation exploded, Song Shuhang got submerged with lightning. However, inside the heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang blinked his eyes in confusion. He put all his strength in his saber and tried to ward off the heavenly tribulation. But although the heavenly tribulation seemed overwhelming, it wasn't as scary as he'd thought. Those 10 streaks of lightning of tribulation were completely unable to break the defense of his inverted scale saber qi. At best, they could only make his arms tingle with numbness. Song Shuhang felt that he didn't even need to use his saber to ward off the heavenly tribulation. He got the feeling he could just use his steel hands technique and take on the 10 streaks of lightning of tribulation with his bare hands. It seemed easy, perhaps a bit too easy. If the strength of the heavenly tribulation was only this much, he wouldn't be scared even if it were 10 times stronger. Crackle, 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 Song Shuhang managed to block the 10 streaks of the lightning of tribulation of the first wave. In the sky, the clouds of tribulation condensed once more, with electric arcs making crackling noises. The second wave of the heavenly tribulation was gathering its strength. Several breaths later, the second wave of the heavenly tribulation started. Just as before, it started off with a rumbling sound. The wave of the lightning of tribulation that rained down this time was 1 streak short compared to the previous one and had only 9 streaks of lightning in total. In addition, each streak of lightning of tribulation seemed thinner and weaker than the ones Shuhang had faced before. Wasn't each wave of the heavenly tribulation supposed to be stronger than the previous one? Why was Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation seemingly getting weaker and weaker? However, Song Shuhang was very cautious. Even if the heavenly tribulation seemed weaker than before, it was still the heavenly tribulation. Even if it seemed weaker than the previous wave, he couldn't afford to underestimate it. Song Shuhang wielded the treasured saber Broken Tyrant once more, using his strongest defensive saber technique again, inverted scale saber technique, inverted scale style. The saber light flashed and transformed into inverted scale saber qi that protected his body. Bang, 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 the 9 streaks of the lightning of tribulation descended, and just as before, they were unable to break through Song Shuhang's defensive saber qi. Song Shuhang maintained his inverted scale saber technique and managed to ward off even this wave of the heavenly tribulation. Too easy. After the end of the second wave of the heavenly tribulation, the clouds of tribulation gathered once more, and the crackling sound of electric arcs echoed. The next wave of the heavenly tribulation would come soon. It wasn't just my misconception. This wave was really weaker than the previous one, Song Shuhang said as he shook his hands. Whether it was its strength or imposing matter, the second wave of the heavenly tribulation was weaker than the previous one. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked curiously at the faraway Yu Jiaojiao. At this time, Yu Jiaojiao had opened her adorable, small eyes wide and had a dumbfounded expression on her face. She had never seen a heavenly tribulation where each wave was weaker than the previous one. Was it a reverse heavenly tribulation? After seeing that he couldn't obtain any useful information from Yu Jiaojiao, Song Shuhang took a deep breath and adjusted his condition until reaching an optimal state, starting to load the inverted scale style. Then, the third wave of the heavenly tribulation rained down. This time, there were only 8 streaks of lightning of tribulation. It was even weaker compared to the second wave. Song Shuhang wielded his saber and used the inverted scale style to easily ward off the heavenly tribulation. Soon after, the fourth wave of the heavenly tribulation descended. This time, there were only 7 streaks of lightning of tribulation, and it was again weaker than the previous wave. Song Shuhang didn't lower his guard and used the inverted scale style, successfully warding off this wave of the heavenly tribulation as well. Next, the fifth wave of the heavenly tribulation rained down. The fifth wave of the heavenly tribulation was short of another streak of lightning and had only 6 of them. It was again weaker than the previous wave. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and displayed the inverted scale style, warding off this wave of the heavenly tribulation as well. From the looks of it, each wave is really weaker than the previous one. Is it possible that my heavenly tribulation is a reverse one? Song Shuhang thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 10 waves of the heavenly tribulation had come and gone. Only the latter half of the heavenly tribulation was left. If things kept going on like this, with each wave of the heavenly tribulation getting weaker and weaker, Song Shuhang would be able to transcend the tribulation with the inverted scale style alone. In the sky, the clouds of tribulation gathered once more, and the 6th wave of the heavenly tribulation took shape. Just as before, this wave of the heavenly tribulation lacked another streak of lightning of tribulation and had only 5 of them. In addition, the lightning of tribulation was thinner than before. Inverted scale style. Song Shuhang kept wielding the treasured saber Broken Tyrant and used his strongest defensive saber technique. The saber chi of the inverted scale style covered his whole body. The 5th wave of the heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th streak of the lightning of tribulation were very weak and simply unable to break through Shuhang's defense. Now, I need to prepare for the next wave of the heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang muttered to himself while maintaining the inverted scale style to ward off the 5th and last streak of the lightning of tribulation. But right at this time, boom! A booming sound echoed. Just as it clashed against Song Shuhang's defense, the 5th streak of the lightning of tribulation suddenly turned into a lightning dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The lightning dragon seemed almost real, to the point that it had even scales and dragon beard. The lightning dragon seemed to have the power to destroy everything as it rained down. The saber chi of Song Shuhang's inverted scale style was shattered to pieces upon contact. The defense of the emerald green kasaya Song Shuhang was wearing automatically activated, trying to resist the lightning dragon with its strength of the peak of the 2nd stage. However, the defense of the kasaya was able to hold on only for 1 breath. Its defense was ripped apart as the lightning dragon bumped against it with its dragon horns. Sly bastard! Song Shuhang roared. His heavenly tribulation was unexpectedly playing dirty. It appeared weak on purpose and used 5.8 waves of the heavenly tribulation, with each wave being weaker than the previous one, to give the impression of being a pushover. Then, it concentrated all its killing power in the last lightning streak of the 6th wave. It was only the heavenly tribulation of the 2nd stage, but it could already make use of military tactics and strategy. Roar! The lightning dragon of tribulation issued a lifelike dragon roar. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and raised his fists. The immovable body of the Buddha activated. The steel hands technique activated. The 33 divine beasts technique also operated at full power. The light of virtue on his body also showed itself. The first fist style of the basic Buddhist fist technique burst forth. His limbs bent and straightened out as the fist exploded like a cannon, rushing forward with incredible strength. Song Shuhang's brutally punched the lightning dragon. But just as his fist and the lightning dragon bumped into each other, there was an explosion. Boom, 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 the light generated by the exploding lightning dragon completely covered Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang felt awful. He had concentrated all the power of his body in cultivation techniques into this fist, ready to meet the lightning dragon head-on. But his fist had yet to bump into the lightning dragon when the latter self-detonated. This heavenly tribulation had consciousness and was nothing like the methodical tribulation that other cultivators had transcended in the past. Boom, the radiance of the exploding lightning dragon covered Song Shuhang's body. Next, the power of tribulation within the lightning dragon directly attacked Song Shuhang's physical body, ignoring the defensive items he had with him. Although the defensive formation on the emerald green Kasaya had been smashed to pieces, the emerald green Kasaya itself was still a powerful piece of defensive clothing. But right at this time, the power of tribulation within the lightning dragon directly passed through the emerald green Kasaya and bombarded Song Shuhang's physical body. The power of the lightning dragon burst forth. In the blink of an eye, the defense that the immovable body of the Buddha provided to Song Shuhang's body was breached. The steel hands technique that covered his arms was also rendered useless and broken through. The power of the lightning of tribulation entered his body, wreaking havoc in there. The power of the heavenly tribulation had the special ability to suppress the true chi and spiritual energy of cultivators. After the lightning of tribulation seeped into his body, the true chi of his body was continuously suppressed. Next, the power of the lightning passed through his meridians and started to invade Song Shuhang's 8th danshans. Song Shuhang felt his whole body becoming soft due to the electricity, and his muscles were also out of control. This feeling of not being able to control his body was truly infuriating. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and said, "Damn it." He wouldn't give up so easily. He no longer restrained the mental energy between his eyebrows and fully mobilized it, controlling the 33 divine beasts' innate true chi inside his body and using it to resist the power of the lightning dragon the heavenly tribulation generated. The dual pain derived from his physical body and usage of mental energy made Song Shuhang growl in pain. "I'm dying. I'm dying." Of course, the pitiful Lady Onion was also calling out in pain while inside the size-reducing purse. Song Shuhang forgot to take her out of his purse before transcending the tribulation. Therefore, she was still with him at this time. Song Shuhang managed to ward off the previous waves of the heavenly tribulation with his inverted scale saber technique and wasn't wounded in the process. As a result, Lady Onion wasn't injured in the slightest, either. But when the lightning dragon directly attacked Song Shuhang's body, ignoring all of his defenses, Lady Onion wasn't able to escape her fate as well. Although the one that was transcending the tribulation was Song Shuhang, Lady Onion just happened to be very close to his body and was thus affected by the power of the lightning dragon of tribulation. At this time, she felt as though someone was roasting her, with all the water fluids in her body quickly evaporating. But what made Lady Onion even sadder was that the lightning dragon reduced to ashes the green onion sprout she grew back with much difficulty. If not for the fact that she had taken root in the Enlightenment Stone, receiving its protection, this lightning dragon would have taken her life. I refused to accept it. After I diligently practiced for so long and finally descended from the mountain, a Buddhist nun kidnapped me and locked me up for several hundred years. Then, when I finally managed to regain my freedom, I was captured by this small cultivator that even cut off my green onion sprout. When I managed to grow it back with much difficulty, it melted inside the golden coffin. And now, I'm accompanying him and dying in the heavenly tribulation together with him. I refuse to accept it. I don't want to die yet. But so what if she didn't accept it? Unfortunately, there was nothing Lady Onion could do about this matter. At this time, Lady Onion wished she could get out of the size-reducing purse and immediately get away from Song Shuhang. However, it was impossible for her to do so. After all, she was unable to assume human form now that her green onion sprout had been reduced to ashes. In a distant place, Yu Jiaojiao was anxiously looking at Song Shuhang. The way the heavenly tribulation was behaving was simply too strange. It was nothing like this when she transcended the heavenly tribulation back then. Is it possible that the way the heavenly tribulation works has changed? Or is it just Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation that is a bit special? Yu Jiaojiao thought to herself, worried to death. Her mental energy had firmly locked Song Shuhang. If his life aura were to fall below the safety threshold, she would immediately take action and scatter the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Although this lightning dragon was scary, Yu Jiaojiao had an 80% assurance of scattering the heavenly tribulation in the sky. But if that 20% probability were to come out on top, for the sake of their friendship, she would prepare a luxurious tomb for Song Shuhang at the bottom of the sea. The power of the lightning dragon was still wreaking havoc in Song Shuhang's body. However, the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi inside his body had managed to stabilize the situation under the direction of his powerful mental energy of the third stage rank, starting to drive out the power of the lightning dragon. If he was given 2 hours worth of time, Song Shuhang should be able to drive the strength of the lightning dragon out of his body on his own. However, he didn't have that much time at this moment. In the sky, the next wave of the lightning of tribulation was ready to start trouble. Was it possible that he had no choice but to accept his defeat? But right at this time, a glistening metallic luster covered Song Shuhang's body bit by bit. At first, only his chest and abdominal area were emitting this weak light, but afterward, the light got brighter and quickly spread to the rest of his body. His physical body had already broken through the bottleneck of the second stage and was slowly evolving into the body of the Battle King that cultivators of the third stage realm possessed. But when the power of the heavenly tribulation seeped into his body and started to wreak havoc, it stimulated Song Shuhang's physical body and increased the speed of the transformation, directly pushing it toward the final stage. That glistening metallic luster was the sign that his body was about to evolve and transform into the body of the Battle King. A feeling of power welled up in Song Shuhang's heart. Next, the feeling of numbness the power of the lightning dragon caused immediately disappeared. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Although his realm had yet to reach the third stage, his mental energy and physical body had reached the third stage ahead of time. Just as the strength of his constitution increased, the true qi inside his body obtained a powerful boost. Bang, 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 the 33 divine beasts' innate true qi inside Song Shuhang's body made one vigorous effort and drove the strength of the lightning dragon out of his body. Get out! Song Shuhang roared. When he roared, the remaining power of the lightning dragon inside his body was transported toward his right arm. In the end, the leftovers of the heavenly tribulation were driven out of his body. But right at this time, the treasured saber broken tyrant in Song Shuhang's hand generated an attractive force. Next, the saber quietly gobbled up the remaining power of the lightning dragon. The treasured saber broken tyrant had experienced the flames of tribulation back then when the sect master of the Moon Saber sect, Ba Qianjun, faced his tribulation of the fourth stage realm. Afterward, the blade changed a little and could now store some of the power of the heavenly tribulation. After absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation, its dark blade became a little brighter. The lightning dragon had finally disappeared. At this time, Song Shuhang's whole body was charred black due to the electricity. At the same time, both his hair and eyebrows had been reduced to ashes after experiencing the power of the heavenly tribulation. Still, he had ultimately managed to survive that fearsome lightning dragon. The sixth wave of the heavenly tribulation was now over. Still 4 waves to go. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time, the 7th wave of the heavenly tribulation had already taken shape, and 4 streaks of lightning of tribulation rained down with all their might. Song Shuhang closely stared at the lightning of tribulation. Then, just as the lightning rained down, he ruthlessly slashed out with the treasured saber broken tyrant in his hands. He didn't use the inverted scale saber technique this time. Instead, he just operated the 33 divine beasts technique and used the strongest saber slash at his disposal. When the saber slashed out, the cry of a whale was transmitted from Song Shuhang's body. However, the roars of all kinds of animals were mixed within this cry, making it somehow resemble the cry of a dragon. Bang! The 4 streaks of lightning of the 4th wave of the heavenly tribulation were scattered and destroyed. Next, the 3 streaks of lightning of tribulation of the 8th wave of the heavenly tribulation were also scattered. After that, the 2 streaks of lightning of the 9th wave of the heavenly tribulation were also scattered. Just as he was warding off the incoming waves of the lightning of tribulation, the metallic luster covering his body got brighter and brighter. It was a sign that the body of the battle king that only cultivators of the 3rd stage possessed was continuously consolidating. In the end, the 10th and last wave of the heavenly tribulation was finally approaching. The 10th wave of the heavenly tribulation was made up of only 1 streak of lightning. But this single streak of lightning was going to be stronger than all the previous waves of the heavenly tribulation. This is the last wave. If I survive this wave, I'll become a 3rd stage battle king. Song Shuhang shouted. Afterward, he spun his wrist and flames started to burn on the treasured saber broken tyrant. It was the heaven-burning flaming saber technique he had obtained from Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven. He had decided to use this saber attack to deal with the last wave of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The last streak of lightning of the heavenly tribulation rained down. As before, it had the appearance of a lightning dragon. However, it was much smaller than the lightning dragon in the 6th wave of the heavenly tribulation. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation was at the end of its wits. Is it trying to appear weak again? Song Shuhang smiled gently. The 10 waves of the heavenly tribulation were supposed to be one stronger than the other. Such being the case, how could the strength of the last 4 waves be weaker than that of the first 6? It's all useless. You already used this trick once, and now, you want to use it again? Do you really think that I'll fall for it again? This lightning dragon was surely going to be stronger than the previous one. No matter how weak it appeared, Song Shuhang would attack it with all his might. Song Shuhang poured all his strength into the treasured saber broken tyrant. The 33 divine beasts' innate true chi inside his 8 great dantians also endlessly poured into the blade. The flames burning on the blade of the saber got stronger and stronger, wrapping up Song Shuhang's whole body. Everything within a range of 3 meters was shrouded in the saber chi of the flaming saber technique. This flaming saber chi was filled with saber intent capable of burning the heavens and all other things in the universe. This was the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. It was Song Shuhang's first time using an all-out slash of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique after advancing to the 2nd stage. In the next moment, the lightning dragon descended. Song Shuhang grabbed the saber with both hands and suddenly slashed out. Break it! As soon as he slashed, all the flames covering his body turned into a blazing sun made of saber chi that chopped toward the lightning dragon in the sky. Boom, 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 the lightning dragon issued a dragon cry. Burn, 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 the flaming saber technique was ready to burn everything in its path. The lightning dragon and the flaming saber technique finally clashed. It was surely going to be a fierce battle between formidable foes, Unexpectedly, when the flaming saber technique attacked, the lightning dragon didn't put up much resistance. In the sky, as the lightning dragon and the sun-shaped disk of saber chi clashed against each other, the former immediately collapsed. That lightning dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws was thoroughly destroyed. The blazing sun-like flaming saber chi gobbled up the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation that the lightning dragon had left behind and burned it down completely. The sound of the unwilling roar of the lightning dragon was transmitted from within the flaming saber chi. From the looks of it, the lightning dragon wasn't just pretending to be weak, but really was weak. Was it possible that the heavenly tribulation had concentrated all its strength in that lightning dragon that appeared during the 6th wave of the heavenly tribulation? In any case, the 10 waves of the heavenly tribulation were now over. Song Shuhang propped himself up with the saber and laughed cheerfully. He had managed to successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation of the 2nd stage. He had somehow managed to crash his way through this situation where he had a 99% probability of dying and only 1% of surviving. Although he was frightened, he was still safe. After laughing cheerfully, Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky. The fact that the last lightning dragon appeared so weak was rather weird. Well, perhaps the strength of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique that Senior Scarlet Heaven had passed on to him was simply too high? In a distant place, Yu Jiaojiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she laughed heartily and said, "Shuhang, congratulations." He had succeeded. Even though he wasn't prepared in the least, he had managed to transcend the incredibly dangerous heavenly tribulation. Now, he was about to become a cultivator of the 3rd stage Battle King realm. Nowadays, after reaching the 3rd stage realm, direct line disciples had technically completed their apprenticeship and could leave the sect. The 3rd stage was the realm that implied that one's apprenticeship was over in the current world of cultivators. Time surely flew by. When Yu Jiaojiao first met Song Shuhang, he was just a small cultivator of the 1st stage Dragon Gate realm. She still remembered that Venerable White had him experience the shape-shifting Dragon Gate together with her so that he could jump through the Dragon Gate more easily. But now, Song Shuhang had already grown up and become a cultivator of the 3rd stage realm. Time really flew by. Wait, time flew by your sister. It had been a little more than a month since she had met Song Shuhang. Absolutely nothing flew by. This bastard had managed to achieve in 1 month what cultivators with average talent took tens of years to achieve. Yu Jiaojiao raised her head and looked at the sky. She felt rather sad at this time. Just as she sorrowfully looked at the sky, Miss Yu Jiaojiao's small eyes opened wide. The reason was that the clouds of tribulations in the sky had yet to disperse. Usually, the clouds of tribulations would immediately disappear after one had successfully transcended the tribulation. But this time, the sky was still full of dense, dark clouds. Just what was happening? Was it possible that the heavenly tribulation wasn't over yet? Shuhang, be careful. Yu Jiaojiao didn't have the time to think and shouted loudly, the heavenly tribulation might not be over yet. Yu Jiaojiao had yet to finish her sentence when a pillar of lightning descended from the sky. It wasn't a lightning arc, but a thick pillar of lightning. Without anyone noticing, a huge pillar of lightning had taken shape. Soon after, the lightning pillar completely enveloped Song Shuhang. Actually, there was no need for Yu Jiaojiao to remind him. Song Shuhang had also noticed that there was something wrong with the clouds of tribulation in the sky. After the 10th wave of the heavenly tribulation, he had been closely watching the sky. Therefore, Song Shuhang grasped his treasured saber tightly and used the flaming saber technique as soon as the lightning pillar rained down. "Tisk, eat my move again!" Song Shuhang roared. But this time, it was the flaming saber technique's turn to be gobbled up by the lightning pillar. It was like a small torch falling into a pool of water. The flames immediately died out. Soon after, the lightning pillar covered Song Shuhang and the power of the lightning of tribulation inside the pillar bombarded his body. There was no such thing as too much deception in war. Who said that the heavenly tribulation of the 2nd stage could only have 10 waves? To tell the truth, the heavenly tribulation of the 2nd stage could have up to 11 waves in total. However, the moral behavior of most cultivator was good enough, so they wouldn't get to experience the 11th wave. As for that small portion of cultivators with a bad moral behavior that had faced the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation of the 2nd stage, they were all dead already. For this reason, the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation had almost become a legend. As such, cultivators slowly started to believe that there were only 10 waves. Crackle, 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 the heavenly lightning inside the lightning pillar exploded. The electricity made Song Shuhang call out in pain, and his body began to shiver. No wonder he'd felt that there was something wrong with the 10th wave of the heavenly tribulation. After all, the whole strength of the heavenly tribulation was concentrated in this wave. Didn't they say that the heavenly tribulation had only 10 waves? Why the hell did the 11th appear? It's bad. Even the body of the battle king of the 3rd stage realm can't resist the power of this heavenly tribulation. His whole body had become soft due to the electricity, and he couldn't even move his fingers. The power of the heavenly tribulation seeped into his body once more. This time, even the true chi inside his body was influenced by the lightning of tribulation and he couldn't revolve it anymore. I'm dying, this time, I'm really dying, in the airspace of the Pacific Ocean, on that hidden island slowly drifting about in the sky. In the deepest part of the floating island, that powerful senior wearing a mask and residing inside the cold bronze palace seemed to have sensed something as she opened her eyes. The 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation? The powerful senior used one hand to gently caress the rabbit in her bosom and the other jade-white hand to count on her fingers. Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse was something she had manufactured personally. Therefore, her mark was on the purse. Usually, the mark was in a dormant state. But if Song Shuhang got involved in a dangerous situation related to the new wielder of the will, the mark would trigger and draw her attention. At that time, if needed, she could secretly make her move and help Song Shuhang. Since heavenly tribulation was something related to the will of the heavens, the mark that the powerful senior had left behind activated as soon as the lightning pillar hit Song Shuhang and bombarded his body with the lightning of tribulation. The powerful senior could sense Song Shuhang's current state through the mark on the purse. That brat had unexpectedly met the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation of the 2nd stage, something that was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. That's bad. Is it possible that the new wielder of the will discovered the presence of the mark I left on the size-reducing purse and thus decided to send this 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation? After all, in the eyes of the new wielder of the will, she was a surviving evildoer, member of the ancient heavenly city. The powerful senior kept counting on her fingers, but even after she finished counting, she didn't come to any conclusion. Forget it. Regardless of the situation, I still have some responsibility in the end. I can secretly help him once. Moreover, this little friend Song can't die yet. I'll help him on behalf of 9 lanterns this time, the powerful senior thought to herself. But before making her move, she had to conceal the heavenly island properly so as to avoid the new wielder of the will discovering its presence. The powerful senior gently waved her crimson-red hand. Next, all the restrictions of the heavenly island activated. Immediately after, the powerful senior started to count the time in her mind and prepared to use her other hand to open a space gate to help Song Shuhang survive the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation. She had at her disposal a very covert secret technique that could allow her to quietly increase the resistance Song Shuhang's body had towards the lightning of tribulation. If she managed to increase the resistance Song Shuhang's body had towards the heavenly tribulation, his probability to transcend the 11th wave of the tribulation would become much greater. The powerful senior had been researching ways to elude the detection of the wielder of the will for a long time ago. This magical technique was the result for the research of all those years, and its effects were pretty good. On the periphery of the heavenly island, Miss 9 Lanterns closed her book of Buddhist scriptures. At this time, she wore a white dress and was stepping on white lotuses. Her whole body was surrounded by thick light of virtue. After closing the book, she glanced towards the depths of the heavenly island and gently joined her palms together, paying her respects. She was thanking the powerful senior for lending a hand this time. In the netherworld, all the filth and evil in the world was gathered in this place. An intellectual-looking man wearing a scholarly robe had stepped into the depths of the netherworld. Countless scholarly texts were floating next to his body, with the voice of the sage reading their content aloud. The resounding voice of the sage was keeping all the filth and evil away from his body. The eyes of the scholar were full anger and killing intent. After stepping into the netherworld, he had carried out a massacre and wiped out several demons natives of the place. But right after, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. After a short pause, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. The 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation, interesting. The power of the heavenly tribulation is precisely what I need right now. I wonder how big is the area of the netherworld that the lightning pillar can clean up. The scholar laughed aloud like a madman. Afterward, he restored the connection between him and Song Shuhang, locking his position through the connection and opening a space gate to his location. The body he had taken over was that of Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. Therefore, if he were to open a space passage and connect the two, half of the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation would automatically lock the aura of the ghost spirit and enter the netherworld through the space passage. Ahahaha, come. The scholar madly laughed and opened the space gate. In the meantime, inside some ruins at the bottom of the sea, Senior White's group had already reached the depths of the ruins. What they found there was a secret technique with self-recovering properties. After activating the secret technique, one could regrow severed limbs. This secret technique that looked rather simple at first glance had required whole 6 walls to be noted down. Of course, this secret technique wasn't as simple as it looked. Perhaps it even concealed information about Immortal Cheng Lin's way to immortality. Therefore, the members of Venerable White's group had stayed here for the past few days in the hope of comprehending the secret technique. As expected, the secret technique was truly complex, and even with Venerable White and Venerable Spirit Butterfly's natural talent, it had been impossible to completely understand the concept behind the technique during these days. But regardless of that, the two Venerables had obtained a lot of benefits while studying the secret technique. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, True Monarch White Crane, True Monarch Fallout, Great Master Profound Principle, and Cave Lord Snow Wolf also comprehended it to some extent. However, the one that obtained the largest benefits was Soft Feather. When she heard Immortal Cheng Lin explain the Daoist canon earlier, the bottleneck of her realm started to wriggle. Then, after she comprehended bits and pieces of the self-recovery secret technique, she stepped into the final stage of the 3rd stage realm. At this time, she needed but a single thought to attract over the heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage and advance to the 4th stage innate realm. From now on, she would be able to ride a flying sword and chop the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. She only had to wait to leave the ruins and return to the Spirit Butterfly Island. Then, she would make thorough preparations to transcend the tribulation with Venerable Spirit Butterfly's help and advance to the 4th stage realm. Just as everyone was trying to comprehend the self-recovery secret technique, Venerable White froze for a moment. Afterward, he stretched out his hands and made a hand seal. In the faraway Jiangnan area, while he was transcending the tribulation, something suddenly lit up on Song Shuhang's chest. It was the mark of a flying sword. It was the mark of the disposable Song Shuhang 001 edition, that Venerable White had left on Shuhang's body a long time ago. The tattoo of the disposable Song Shuhang 001 edition had disappeared after the technique activated to help Song Shuhang get away from the tsunami Yujiaojiao had summoned. However, although the tattoo disappeared, the root of the mark was still present. Such being the case, there was a possibility that Venerable White might be able to sense Song Shuhang's conditions if the latter was facing a life and death situation and the former wasn't in secluded meditation already. Venerable White had now sensed Song Shuhang's conditions. He is transcending the tribulation. Venerable White furrowed his brows. Then, he grabbed the sword worn at his waist, Meteor Sword. Meteor Sword had accompanied him for many years and transcended each heavenly tribulation together with him. If he were to hold Meteor Sword in his hands, Song Shuhang's probability to safely transcend the tribulation would surely increase. Venerable White pierced the void while holding the sword in his hands. After that, Meteor Sword disappeared in the void and was delivered to Song Shuhang's side through Venerable White's innate space-related talent. Hopefully, his sword would be able to give little friend Shuhang a helping hand. Jiangnan area, in the mountain valley. Song Shuhang's current condition was truly tragic. At this time, he really wanted to cry. Just as he was trying his best to resist the lightning pillar of the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation, the omnipresent lightning of tribulation passed through the gloves of passion of swordsman Wooden Ox and touched his hands. In the next moment, that damned secret appraisal technique activated. What kind of joke was this? This was the heavenly tribulation we were talking about. Wouldn't the price to appraise the heavenly tribulation be incredibly high? It was like making an already bad situation even worse. This time, the secret appraisal technique had wounded even his poor heart. But no matter how sad he was, it wouldn't help him stop the secret appraisal technique. One breath later, Song Shuhang started to spurt out blood crazily. A total of 500 wounds of different sizes opened up on his forelimbs and back. In the next moment, he felt as though his hands, feet, and back had been cut into slices. The volume of blood was huge, and the piercing pain made Song Shuhang's knees become soft. However, the price was lighter than what Song Shuhang had expected. He believed that he would receive thousands of wounds all over his body after the appraisal. In the next moment, runes gushed out of his eyes and fell on the heavenly tribulation. They formed the picture of a clock, whose hands turned counterclockwise. Then, they returned to Song Shuhang's eyes with the information they had gathered. Since the appraisal technique activated, it better give me a good method to solve this situation. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and said. Perhaps the secret appraisal technique was his last hope of surviving this ordeal. If he could successfully appraise the method to transcend the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation, it would have been worth it to pay the price for the appraisal. This is the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation of the second stage, and it has the power of a prolonged all-out attack of a cultivator of the third stage rank. Whenever the strength of the mental energy, constitution, or true chi of the person transcending the heavenly tribulation reaches the third stage rank while still in the second stage realm, there is a small probability of triggering this phenomenon. The probability of triggering this phenomenon is 1 in a 100 trillion. Is it making fun of me? I ended up triggering the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation even though the probability was so low. Since I was a child, I didn't win any major lottery prize. Does it mean that I've wasted all my luck on this stupid probability just now? How to transcend the heavenly tribulation: clench your teeth and resist, treating the pain as sweet torture. As long as you don't die, you'll feel wonderful. Wonderful your sister. Song Shuhang's heart was in pain. If he hadn't lost that much blood, perhaps he could have had a small possibility of resisting. But how was he supposed to resist with that massive loss of blood and his body full of wounds? He could already feel the wounds that had opened on his body getting burned by the power of the heavenly lightning. This time, it was really over. Yu Jiaojiao clenched her teeth and tightly grasped her small claws. Then, he gently growled and assumed her monster form. She hadn't expected that an 11th wave would come after the 10th. Damn it, Shuhang was so close to successfully transcend the tribulation. Yu Jiaojiao thought to herself. However, she didn't have too much time at this moment. Song Shuhang was unable to resist the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, she had no choice but to scatter the heavenly tribulation. Yu Jiaojiao jumped high up and got ready to destroy the lightning pillar that the heavenly tribulation generated. But right at this time, a space gate opened, and a tyrannical aura reached over. At the same time, an incredibly evil and wicked aura also leaked out. After getting influenced by that aura, Yu Jiaojiao's body stiffened. That tyrannical aura had completely suppressed her, making her unable to move. Heavens, what was happening? Just as she was in deep thoughts, the thick lightning pillar in the sky divided into two. One part was slightly bigger, and one slightly smaller. The slightly bigger one ruthlessly barged into the space gate. As for the slightly smaller one, it kept attacking Song Shuhang's body. As a result, that power of the heavenly tribulation that Song Shuhang had to withstand had reduced by more than a half in an instant. Yu Jiaojiao was dumbfounded. Song Shuhang was likewise dumbfounded. At this time, another space gate quietly opened. Afterward, a glittering and translucent finger came out of the gate and pointed at Song Shuhang. The whole process was extremely covert, and neither Song Shuhang nor Yu Jiaojiao noticed anything. Song Shuhang immediately felt that something had changed in his body. He felt that he could withstand the lightning now. Has my body developed some resistance after receiving electric shock upon electric shock? The actions of that powerful senior from the heavenly island were extremely quick. She quietly opened the space gate and used that cheat-like magical technique that could increase Song Shuhang's resistance to the lightning from afar. Afterward, she quietly retreated and returned to the heavenly island, sealing up the whole island. She no longer paid attention to Song Shuhang, so as to avoid the new wielder of the will discovering her traces. The magical technique of the powerful senior was very covert, and the new wielder of the will was unexpectedly unable to discover her petty tricks due to its worsening condition. It was truly the go-to cheat-like magical technique while transcending the tribulation. In the netherworld realm, the lustrous scholar that was currently occupying Song Shuhang's ghost spirit was able to pull part of Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation to his side through the connection between them. After completing his task, he quickly closed the space passage and cut off the connection between him and Song Shuhang. The pillar-shaped heavenly tribulation had locked onto the position of Song Shuhang's ghost spirit and madly charged toward him. The scholar quickly grabbed one of the books hovering around his body which had the voice of the sage spreading from it and threw it inside the lightning of tribulation. The book was consumed inside the heavenly lightning and ultimately changed into a streak of purple-golden lightning. The lustrous scholar controlled the streak of purple-golden lightning and merged it with the lightning pillar of the heavenly tribulation. In the next moment, that lightning pillar of the second stage rank instantaneously erupted with the power of the ninth stage tribulation transcend a realm. Ahaha, excellent. Truly excellent. The lustrous scholar laughed madly. His body moved and dashed through the netherworld realm at extremely high speed. In the rear, the strengthened lightning pillar of the ninth stage rank pursued him relentlessly. All the evil and filth in the places the lightning pillar passed through was completely wiped out. Even the soil of the netherworld realm had been purified thanks to the evil cleansing properties of the heavenly tribulation. Unless some powerhouse of the netherworld intervened, this stretch of land of the netherworld realm wouldn't recover to its original state even after 10 years. And even if it were to recover to its original state, the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation would act like deadly poison for the organisms of the netherworld realm there present. The heavenly tribulation was the same as a dangerous nuclear weapon for the creatures of the netherworld realm. Even after the nuclear explosion faded away, the radiation would stay behind for a very long period of time. It was something the demons of the netherworld despised with all their might. In the place where Song Shuhang was transcending the tribulation, Song Shuhang felt his whole body weak and numb, but due to his increased resistance to lightning, the pain that the heavenly lightning caused him had greatly decreased. In addition, more than half of the lightning pillar was gone now. I can do it. I can transcend this heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up, and his confidence increased. As long as he could transcend the heavenly tribulation, he would become a cultivator of the third stage. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Yu Jiaojiao, who was still midair, was now able to move again. Earlier, she was frozen in place due to the evil and tyrannical aura leaking out of the space gate. But now that the gate had disappeared, she had recovered the capacity to move. As soon as that happened, she tried to sense Song Shuhang's aura. That's bad. Song Shuhang's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Even if its power had been reduced by more than a half, Song Shuhang would die under the attack of the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation if this continued. Yu Jiaojiao didn't know about that cheat-like magical technique that was currently affecting Song Shuhang's body. Therefore, her guess was wrong. Anyway, after thinking up to this point, she secretly clenched her teeth and made her move, quickly shooting toward the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation. Now that the lightning pillar had lost more than half of its power, she was 100% sure that she could scatter the heavenly tribulation. Miss Yu Jiaojiao was preparing to scatter the heavenly tribulation and put an end to Song Shuhang's tribulation transcending process. On the ground. When Song Shuhang, who was currently facing the heavenly tribulation, saw Yu Jiaojiao heading toward the lightning pillar of the heavenly tribulation, he immediately guessed her intentions. "No! Jiaojiao, have mercy!" Song Shuhang called out. Now that the lightning pillar in the sky had become smaller, added to the fact that his body had gained resistance to lightning as well, there was hope for him to successfully cross the tribulation. But if Yu Jiaojiao was to scatter the clouds of tribulation, he would fail to transcend the tribulation. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang's voice couldn't spread outside the lightning pillar, and thus couldn't reach Yu Jiaojiao's ears. In the sky, Yu Jiaojiao advanced bravely. Song Shuhang's eyes immediately started to tear up. He could only helplessly stretch out his hand and wave at Yu Jiaojiao, looking at her figure getting closer and closer to the clouds of tribulation. It was over. As soon as Yu Jiaojiao scattered the clouds of tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would be forcefully stopped, and the pain he had endured earlier would have been all for nothing. He was grateful that Yu Jiaojiao had disregarded her safety and decided to scatter the clouds of tribulation to save him, but the problem was that he needed no saving at this time. "Jiaojiao, don't mind me. Please, allow the heavenly tribulation to hit me to its heart's content." Song Shuhang felt that his tears were about to fall. Unfortunately, he had no tears to shed, and even if he had, they would quickly evaporate under the strength of the lightning. Sigh. Whatever. In the worst case, he could recover his strength during the next few days and ask the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group about their experiences while transcending the tribulation, challenging it at a later day. Just as Yu Jiaojiao was about to bump into the clouds of tribulation, a fist-sized black hole appeared in the middle of the sky. It was likewise a space-related ability. However, it wasn't the same method that 9th-stage tribulation transcenders used. In the next moment, a plain and simple longsword drilled out of the fist-sized black hole. The sword, which seemed to have a certain intelligence, flew in circles in the sky. It was precisely Venerable White's meteor sword. After staying together with Venerable White day and night, Meteor Sword had developed some very basic intelligence. It only needed some refinement before turning into a sentient weapon. It was a sword with intelligence. After circling in the sky, Meteor Sword stopped for a moment. Soon after, it shot toward Yu Jiaojiao and immobilized her, starting to spin and bringing away the surprised Jiaojiao. The sword whizzed, and Yu Jiaojiao was brought outside the range of the heavenly tribulation. It wasn't that Meteor Sword had decided to prevent Yu Jiaojiao from scattering the heavenly tribulation after noticing her. Its intelligence wasn't that high yet. At this time, it was relying on its low intelligence, focused on helping Song Shuhang transcend the tribulation to the best of its ability. Such being the case, it planned to keep the area where the tribulation was taking place clean, protecting Song Shuhang and not allowing anyone to come close to the heavenly tribulation. One could only say that Meteor Sword had appeared just at the right time. Yu Jiaojiao's face stiffened as she was carried away. Afterward, Meteor Sword whizzed toward Song Shuhang, passing through the lightning of the heavenly tribulation and landing in Song Shuhang's hands. Meteor Sword wasn't a cultivator, and although the strength of Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation was going to increase with its interference, the increase would be nowhere close to the one taking place if a cultivator of the same rank had interfered. It was one of the main reasons cultivators tried their best to get their hands on powerful magical treasures when they had to transcend the tribulation. The most liked magical treasures by cultivators that wanted to transcend the tribulation were those that had low rank, high defense, and high resistance to the heavenly tribulation. As soon as he saw Meteor Sword, Song Shuhang knew that it was Venerable White sending help. Song Shuhang had already seen Meteor Sword. Back then, when he was under the effects of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique, he headbutt Cold Flame Sword of the Penniless Thief sect and brought him to Venerable White's side, bringing Meteor Sword back along with him. Meteor Sword appeared just at the right time. Venerable White is the best. Song Shuhang was moved. As soon as he grabbed the sword, he felt that the resistance he had toward the heavenly tribulation had gotten stronger. Boom! Now that Meteor Sword had joined the fray, the strength of the lightning pillar of the heavenly tribulation had increased by a large margin. However, Song Shuhang was unable to determine exactly how big the increase in strength was. The reason was that the strengthened heavenly lightning didn't harm him directly. Meteor Sword unexpectedly absorbed all the lightning, and only after it was filtered did the lightning finally shift onto Song Shuhang's body. After the filtering, the strength of the heavenly lightning decreased greatly and didn't cause Song Shuhang too much damage after seeping into his body. At the same time, the strength of the heavenly lightning stimulated the transformation of Song Shuhang's body. This was the last step of the heavenly tribulation. After successfully transcending the tribulation, the energy of the heavenly tribulation would start stimulating the body of the cultivator and make them advance in realm. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and said, "Senior White's Meteor Sword has the ability to filter the power of the heavenly tribulation. The next time I transcend the heavenly tribulation, should bring with me Venerable White's sword to reduce the pain caused by the tribulation by 5 tiers." Just as he was in deep thoughts, his whole body started to transform. The speed at which the true qi inside his 8 dantians was revolving was getting faster and faster, linking and becoming a uniform mass. A wonderful feeling welled up in Song Shuhang's heart. It was an indescribable feeling, both wonderful and comfortable. It made him feel so light that he felt he could float up. The true qi inside his body kept revolving faster and faster until it reached the critical point. Soon after, Song Shuhang felt that his 8 dantians broke through their limits, causing an earth-shaking change. Each dantian was originally a formless mass similar to a great container where the true qi was stored. But right at this time, each of his dantians doubled in size out of nowhere. Except for the Sea of Qi dantian, when the other 7 dantians, the dragon tail, dragon claw, dragon body, dragon palm, dragon neck, dragon head, and dragon horn dantians, expanded, it felt as though each of them had now a new dantian attached to them, albeit separated with a membrane. In other words, each of the 7 dantians had now an extra dantian closely attached to them. Along with the change that happened in his Sea of Qi and other 7 dantians, the route Shuhang's true qi followed also changed. Originally, all the true qi in his dantians was supposed to pour into the 8th dantian, the dragon horn dantian, and spray out of it. But now, his true qi used the Sea of Qi dantian as the starting point and passed through the dragon tail, dragon claw, dragon body, dragon palm, dragon neck, dragon head dantians and arrived in the dragon horn dantian. Soon after, the true qi entered the new dantian that was now attached to the dragon horn dantian and passed through the various new dantians, ultimately returning to the Sea of Qi dantian and forming a circular route. A great river of true qi had taken shape. Song Shuhang's body slightly trembled. He had broken through to the 3rd stage. When his realm increased, his mental energy, constitution, and true qi likewise increased. That wonderful and light feeling spread to Song Shuhang's whole body. Clench your teeth and resist, treating the pain as sweet torture. As long as you don't die, you'll feel wonderful. That method to transcend the tribulation resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. Wonderful. 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 Super wonderful. Was this what it meant for cultivators to transcend the tribulation? The feeling of advancing in realm was so good that one might get addicted to it. Along with Song Shuhang successfully reaching the next realm, the lightning of tribulation in the sky stopped in its tracks. Soon after, the power of the lightning of tribulation started to shrink, and the lightning pillar also shrank until turning into a streak of purple-golden lightning that started flashing through the clouds of tribulation. This time, it was really the last attack. As long as Song Shuhang could resist this attack, he would receive the body tempering of the heavenly lightning and finally transcend the tribulation. Song Shuhang looked at the purple-golden lightning condensing in the sky, somewhat excited. But right at this time, a sound was transmitted from a faraway place. "Little friend Song, don't worry. This Daoist priest will lend you a helping hand. Clench your teeth and resist. I'll scatter the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation for you." Daoist Priest Horizon anxiously shouted as he was riding his flying sword. At first, Daoist Priest Horizon decided to stay inside Yu Jiaojiao's villa and not interfere with Song Shuhang's heavenly tribulation. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Shuhang, but he himself was also on the verge of transcending his tribulation. If he were to carelessly make his move, he might trigger his own lightning of tribulation. At that time, both he and Song Shuhang would die if the two tribulations were to join forces and rain down together. Thereupon, Daoist Priest Horizon decided to stay inside Yu Jiaojiao's villa and hide his aura, keeping an eye on Song Shuhang's situation from afar and paying close attention to the level of his life aura. Wave after wave of heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang finally reached the 10th wave. This boy unexpectedly met the 10th wave of the heavenly tribulation that is hard to come by even in 100 years. Luckily, he managed to successfully transcend the tribulation in the end. Daoist Priest Horizon secretly heaved a sigh of relief back then. But right at that time, the clouds of tribulation in the sky didn't disperse. On the other hand, the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation started to condense. Does the heavenly tribulation really have an 11th wave? As if that wasn't enough, the strength of this 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation seems incredibly high. There is no way a cultivator of the second stage can survive its power. In addition, fellow Daoist Song Shuhang didn't prepare in the least for the heavenly tribulation. The 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation is surely going to take his life. Daoist Priest Horizon furrowed his brows. Then, he made a few calculations in his mind. Since it was already the last wave of the heavenly tribulation, he could try to scatter the clouds of tribulation in one go. As long as he was quick and careful enough, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't affect his condition. He could consider it doing someone a favor. Thereupon, Daoist Priest Horizon rode his flying sword and headed toward the place where Song Shuhang was transcending the tribulation at high speed. Actually, the relationship between them wasn't so good that Daoist Priest Horizon would risk his life to save Song Shuhang. The two of them had just met 3 days ago and carried out a transaction. But due to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, and also because he had stayed inside Yu Jiaojiao's villa for 3 days, freeloading her food, Daoist Priest Horizon had a good impression of Song Shuhang and Yu Jiaojiao. Therefore, he decided to help him to the best of his ability. While flying, Daoist Priest Horizon kept paying close attention to the changes happening to the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation had apparently received the influence of a mysterious power, and its power greatly reduced. However, little friend Song Shuhang's life aura was getting weaker and weaker. Thereupon, as soon as he arrived at the scene, Daoist Priest Horizon shouted loudly to comfort Song Shuhang, "Little friend Song, don't worry. This Daoist priest will lend you a hand." Song Shuhang, who was currently transcending the tribulation, luckily, Yu Jiaojiao was close by. Before Daoist Priest Horizon could make his move, Yu Jiaojiao blocked him and said, "Daoist priest, please wait a moment." Daoist Priest Horizon was confused. "Daoist priest, Shuhang's heavenly tribulation is almost over. You don't need to worry," Yu Jiaojiao explained in a hurry. Song Shuhang had managed to transcend the 11th wave of the heavenly tribulation with much difficulty. Now, only the last blow of the heavenly lightning that would temper his body was left. If someone were to scatter the heavenly tribulation at this time, Song Shuhang would surely cry himself to sleep. The heavenly lightning had the capacity to temper one's body. After ordinary cultivators advancing to the third stage realm managed to successfully transcend the tribulation, they would get hit by the body-tempering heavenly lightning. As a result, their constitution would strengthen and reach the third stage rank, evolving into the body of the Battle King. However, Song Shuhang's body had already evolved and turned into the body of the Battle King while he was transcending the heavenly tribulation earlier. As such, the body-tempering heavenly lightning would just strengthen his constitution a bit. Anyway, the body-tempering heavenly lightning was also part of the heavenly tribulation. If it was scattered, Shuhang would have to transcend the heavenly tribulation anew. Only God knew if the heavenly tribulation would still have the 11th wave the next time. If the 11th wave were to appear the next time as well, Song Shuhang wasn't sure if he could successfully transcend the tribulation. Although he had already reached the third stage realm, the strength of the heavenly tribulation was going to increase accordingly to his strength. After hearing Yu Jiaojiao's words, Daoist Priest Horizon ultimately stopped and landed next to Jiaojiao. Then, he sensed Song Shuhang's current state. Shuhang had finished consolidating the body of the Battle King, and even the true qi inside his body had formed a great river. He's really a talented youngster. Daoist Priest Horizon said. Yu Jiaojiao likewise sighed with emotion and nodded. Then, she explained to Daoist Priest Horizon all the dangerous things that happened during the tribulation transcending process. Daoist Priest Horizon listened while sighing with emotion. But then, he suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment. Didn't he just forget something? When he met Song Shuhang 3 days ago, he was just a cultivator of the second stage 4th Dantian realm. Such being the case, why was he transcending the tribulation right now? Who had secretly imparted strength to little friend Song Shuhang? Just what was happening, he had already booked little friend Shuhang and had to impart him his strength first, who had stolen his prey. Boom, in the sky, the purple-golden body-tempering heavenly lightning rained down. Song Shuhang's body tingled with numbness after it was struck by the purple-golden lightning. But the strange thing was that a comfortable feeling kept spreading from the depths of his body, and his constitution was getting strengthened amidst this comfortable feeling. Song Shuhang was panicking a bit. Although he was currently getting struck by lightning, he felt very comfortable and wished it could go on forever. There isn't something wrong with my body, right? After striking Song Shuhang's body for around 10 breaths, the purple-golden heavenly lightning finally dispersed. Song Shuhang immediately raised his head and looked at the clouds of tribulation in the sky. The clouds of tribulation had disappeared without a trace. His heavenly tribulation of the second stage was finally over. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Finished. This time, he didn't dare to laugh loudly like before. What if he were to laugh and a 12th wave of the heavenly tribulation appeared right after? Then, he started checking the changes that had happened in his body. First was his true qi. After officially advancing to the third stage, the true qi inside his body formed a circle, creating the great river of true qi. The true qi was moving in an endless cycle in a steady stream. Soon after, the true qi inside his body started to change into true liquid. 10 streams of true qi would transform into 1 stream of true liquid after condensing. The total volume reduced, but the strength remained the same. On the other hand, the quality increased. Now, he only had to wait for all the true qi in his body to condense and transform into true liquid. At that time, his dantians would be able to store 10 times the energy while having the same size as before. Nevertheless, the size of the dantians was going to double after reaching the third stage. If we were only talking about the capacity to accommodate true qi, a cultivator of the third stage could have more than 20 times the true qi of a cultivator of the second stage. In addition, Song Shuhang had also experienced the effects of Venerable White's Qi storage expanding technique. As such, his danshans could accommodate more true Qi than ordinary cultivators of the third stage. As long as he kept diligently practicing, the density of his true Qi would be much higher than that of other cultivators of similar level. Then was his constitution. The body-tempering heavenly lightning had the capacity to strengthen the constitution of cultivators and could strengthen the constitution of a cultivator of the second stage until making it reach the third stage rank directly. The higher the number of waves of the tribulation, the stronger the effects of the body-tempering heavenly lightning. Song Shuhang's constitution had already evolved and turned into the body of the Battle King before he finished transcending the tribulation. After experiencing this heavenly tribulation with 11 waves, the intensity of his constitution shot up and almost doubled. He had discovered that dots of starlight were now appearing all around his body whenever he was operating his true Qi at full strength. Song Shuhang was still unaware that this starlight appearing around his body was a phenomenon that would take place only after ordinary cultivators of the third stage had opened their dazzling star meridian. However, Song Shuhang had yet to open the 4 mysterious meridians inside his body. This change had taken place because his constitution had reached the same strength as that of a cultivator of the third stage dazzling star rank right after he advanced to the third stage realm. Song Shuhang felt that his constitution had become very strong. Such being the case, it should be enough to alleviate the pain his mental energy was causing, right? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang felt his mental energy fluctuate. Soon after, he got a headache, just as though someone had pounded his head with a small hammer. After transcending the tribulation, one's constitution, true Qi, and mental energy would all increase. Although his constitution had strengthened, his mental energy had increased as well. At this time, the mental energy between his eyebrows was leaning even more towards the silver color. Although his head was still in pain, Song Shuhang felt happy. The situation was much better than when he was a cultivator of the second stage. Back then, he felt as though someone was pounding his head with a huge hammer, but now it had changed into a small one. If he could strengthen his constitution some more, that small hammer would turn into an inflated one. At that time, he would be able to sleep peacefully. Just thinking about this matter filled him with happiness. Song Shuhang put away Meteor Sword. He would return the sword to Senior White the next time he met him. Then, he looked to a distant place, smiling and gesturing to Yu Jiaojiao and Daoist Priest Horizon that he had managed to successfully transcend the tribulation. This time, it was really over. After he finished reporting the good news to Yu Jiaojiao and Daoist Priest Horizon, Song Shuhang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, he stretched out his hand and took something out of his size-reducing purse, the Enlightenment Stone. The same Enlightenment Stone on which Lady Onion had taken root. Just now, he felt a huge life aura transmitting from the Enlightenment Stone. Several minutes earlier, Lady Onion felt that her luck was awful today. The green onion sprout she had managed to regrow with much difficulty was reduced to ashes under the heavenly lightning, filling her with despair. Just how much time would she need to grow back her green onion sprout and assume human form again? Just as she was in deep thoughts, the body-tempering heavenly lightning in the sky rained down. While tempering Song Shuhang's body, part of the lightning also struck Lady Onion on the Enlightenment Stone, who happened to have been dyed with Shuhang's blood. After getting struck by the body-tempering heavenly lightning, Lady Onion's root was tingling with numbness from time to time. She felt that her life was really turning into a tragedy today. But right at this time, Song Shuhang took the Enlightenment Stone out of the purse. What's happening? Lady Onion was confused. In the next moment, a dark green onion sprout with shades of red quickly grew on the Enlightenment Stone. Lady Onion instantaneously grew into a half-a-meter tall green onion. Lady Onion was dumbfounded. Immediately after, her lovely laughter echoed. Ahaha, waha. Her green onion sprout had grown back. Moreover, it had grown back in its entirety. At the same time, a thought welled up in Lady Onion's heart. In the next moment, her body magically changed and transformed into a beautiful girl with fair skin. She was wearing a green cheongsam that made her slender and hot figure stand out. In addition, her long green hair was arranged into twin tails, hanging behind her back. Due to Song Shuhang holding the Enlightenment Stone in his hand, Lady Onion was standing on her tiptoes on Song Shuhang's palm after assuming human form. "Ahaha, I managed to assume human form again," Lady Onion said happily. This time, she didn't make the same mistake as the last time and properly hid the Enlightenment Stone inside her body. Therefore, she didn't look as though she was pregnant. Lady Onion placed her hands on her waist and stood on Song Shuhang's hand, laughing complacently. "Fellow Daoist Onion, congratulations for recovering your capacity to assume human form." Song Shuhang felt that Lady Onion, who was currently standing on his hand, was very light. After hearing Song Shuhang's voice, the sound of Lady Onion's laughter stopped, and a bitter expression appeared on her face. Although she had managed to assume human form again, she was still the same Lady Onion. She was nothing but a small onion spirit with the cultivation of the first stage third aperture nose aperture realm. Even if she had the help of the Enlightenment Stone, her green onion sprout had been cut off several times during the past few months. She was already lucky enough that her realm hadn't decreased. Remembering the whole process made her eyes tear up. Her enemy, Mr. Song Shuhang, who was just a small human cultivator with a strength similar to hers back then, had cheated his way to the mighty third stage realm within a short period of time. Lady Onion raised her head and looked at the sky. "Unknown Mother, when will I be able to escape from the hands of this man and regain my freedom?" At this time, Lady Onion really regretted acting on impulse and trying to steal Song Shuhang's Enlightenment Stone. After a long sigh, she lowered her head and looked at Shuhang, blinking her eyes. "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, I've been able to assume human form after such a long time and endured a lot of hardships in the process. Can you set me free now?" "Hee hee." Song Shuhang laughed gently. The Enlightenment Stone was still attached to Lady Onion's body. How could he let her go before taking back the Enlightenment Stone? Lady Onion shouted, "Damn it." "Hee hee." Song Shuhang laughed again. In a distant place, Yu Jiaojiao and Daoist Priest Horizon smiled. Then, they headed toward Song Shuhang to congratulate him for transcending the tribulation. Whenever someone transcended a tribulation, it was something worthy of celebration in the world of cultivators. If disciples of big sects and families successfully transcended their tribulation, it wasn't uncommon to invite guests over and host a banquet. But after taking a few steps, Daoist Priest Horizon's complexion suddenly changed. The aura on his body had started to get restless. From the looks of it, he had been influenced by that last attack of the heavenly tribulation and couldn't suppress his realm anymore. What an awful turn of events. He had been influenced by the tribulation even though he had been so careful. At this time, suppressing his realm was of no use. Therefore, he had to impart his strength to someone. After imparting his strength to another person, he would decrease his realm and delay his heavenly tribulation. Daoist Priest Horizon made a hand seal and turned around, looking at the nearby Yu Jiaojiao. "Miss Jiaojiao, although you are a sea monster, my strength imparting technique has been perfected through the years and now works on monsters as well. I just happen to have here 10 years worth of high-quality strength that I can impart onto you. There is no need to carry out a transaction this time. It's free of charge. Are you interested?" Yu Jiaojiao. "I'm sorry, Daoist priest. I don't think I need a strength imparting at this moment," Yu Jiaojiao refused. Daoist Priest Horizon was filled with regret. Then, he turned toward the distant Song Shuhang and shouted, "Little friend Shuhang, although you just transcended the tribulation, you can't look down on something like strength imparting. I have here 10 years worth of high-quality strength to impart. It's all free of charge, are you interested?" Song Shuhang. I'm sorry, Daoist priest. Since I just transcended the tribulation, would like to consolidate my realm first, Song Shuhang replied sincerely. You have a point. Consolidating one's realm is rather important. Daoist Priest Horizon sighed faintly. If he couldn't impart his strength, he would have no choice but to seal his strength. But if he were to seal his strength, he would have to deal with the after effects and bear a lot of limitations. It was different from strength imparting, where he could just impart his strength and get done with it. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Daoist Priest Horizon noticed Lady Onion, who was currently standing on Song Shuhang's hand. Daoist Priest Horizon opened his eyes wide. Since Lady Onion could change her appearance, he thought that she was a powerful monster of the 5th stage realm. Therefore, he didn't even consider giving Lady Onion his strength. If both parties were at the 5th stage realm, and of different species at that, his 10 years' worth of high-quality strength might not be so appealing in the eyes of the opposite party. But after a careful look, Daoist Priest Horizon discovered that the green onion girl before his eyes was unexpectedly a cultivator of the 1st stage 3rd aperture realm. Her strength was very low. Now then, how could this monster assume human form while having such low strength? Was it possible that she was from a special race? Was she a special creature? Or perhaps she had had a fortuitous encounter in the past. But regardless of the reason, this female monster was the best target for the strength imparting. Daoist Priest Horizon asked, Little friend Shuhang, is that onion spirit on your hand your monster pet? What monster pet? I'm a free onion spirit. I'm not anyone's pet. Lady Onion turned around her small face and glared at Daoist Priest Horizon, putting special emphasis on the word free. Song Shuhang faintly nodded his head and said, That's correct, Daoist priest. Lady Onion isn't my pet, but she's sticking with me for the time being due to certain reasons. Very well then. Daoist Priest Horizon said. Little monster onion, I have here 10 years' worth of high-quality strength to impart. All free of charge, are you interested? I don't want it. I'll be plagued with bad luck after receiving your strength and won't live for long. Lady Onion said. Since Song Shuhang was carrying her along wherever he was going, she had also heard the rumors about the frenzied strength imparter from Yujiaojiao. Daoist Priest Horizon faintly smiled and said, Those are just vicious slander about this Daoist priest that people are spreading. If one diligently practices after receiving my strength, thoroughly refining it, they won't have any problem. For example, a small fellow Daoist that accepted this Daoist priest strength imparting not too long ago kept diligently practicing and is now at the peak of the 3rd stage realm, ready to advance to the 4th stage realm. After hearing these words, Lady Onion was somewhat moved. She felt that if things continued like this, the difference in strength between her and Song Shuhang would keep getting bigger and bigger. Afterward, as Song Shuhang's realm was getting higher and higher, and the gap between them increasing, she would have absolutely no chance of escaping. On the other hand, she could quickly reach the 4th stage realm if she were to accept the strength imparting of this Daoist priest. Is it really free? Lady Onion asked. Yes, 10 years' worth of strength, completely free of charge. Daoist Priest Horizon said with a gentle smile. In that case, I accept. Lady Onion said firmly. But I'll tell you something first. I don't have any spirit stones with me. You won't be able to obtain anything even if you decide to charge me later. Don't worry. This Daoist priest is someone that keeps his word, Daoist Priest Horizon reassured her. Then, he hinted Song Shuhang to place Lady Onion down. After the hint, Song Shuhang remembered that Lady Onion had been standing on his palm all along. Thereupon, he placed Lady Onion on the ground. Lady Onion had made this choice even though she knew about the rumors surrounding the frenzied strength imparter. Such being the case, Song Shuhang didn't try to stop her. Perhaps she could obtain something good out of it? Lady Onion sat cross-legged on the ground according to Daoist Priest Horizon's instructions. In the next moment, Daoist Priest Horizon started to hover midair. Take a look at this Daoist Priest strength imparting technique. Daoist Priest Horizon said as he hovered, arriving on the top of Lady Onion's head. Afterward, he started the strength imparting process while hovering above her head in an upside-down position. This strength imparting posture was really weird. Song Shuhang looked at the strength imparting scene before his eyes. At first, he thought that the scene would be similar to the one seen in martial arts movies where the powerful grandpa would place his hands on the back of the main character and operate his strength at full power, continuously passing it on to the main character. After that, the complexion of both the main character and the grandpa would change with their faces becoming red, even with some steam rising from their bodies. Soon after, the strength imparting process would end and the strength of the main character increase. But little did he expect that the actual strength imparting process would be carried out with the two of them having their heads pressed against each other. This posture seemed incredibly tiring. Was Lady Onion's neck sore? After all, she had to bear Daoist Priest Horizon's whole weight. After the strength imparting process started, dazzling light was emitted from Daoist Priest Horizon's body. Daoist Priest strength imparting was the real deal and definitely not a scam. He was the disciple of a Daoist sect that followed the correct path. Therefore, the strength he was imparting was both gentle in nature and of high quality. Origin spiritual energy came out of Daoist Priest Horizon's golden core and ultimately gushed out from the top of his head, pouring into Lady Onion's body. He carefully controlled the flow of spiritual qi so as to avoid Lady Onion's body exploding. After all, her strength was really low. After the spiritual energy poured into Lady Onion's body, one portion started to strengthen her body under Daoist Priest's control. As for the other portion, it dispersed and turned into true qi. Afterward, it dispersed again and turned into qi and blood energy. Lady Onion was still a small monster of the first stage realm, and she could only absorb qi and blood energy as of now. The nearby Yu Jiaojiao said, the strength imparting process requires an outstanding control of one's energy. If too much energy is poured into the body of the person on the receiving end, the meridians will explode due to the high load and the person turn into a cripple. But if the amount of transferred energy is too low, it will lead to unnecessary consumption and eventually waste the origin true qi or origin spiritual energy. From the looks of it, even the person imparting the strength has to face certain danger. Song Shuhang secretly nodded. However, Daoist Priest Horizon has been imparting strength to others for many years now and is very skilled in this field. It's unlikely for problems to arise if he's the one imparting strength, Yu Jiaojiao added. Song Shuhang nodded once more. As expected, he wasn't the frenzied strength imparter for nothing. Right at this time, Daoist Priest Horizon, who was currently passing his strength on to Lady Onion, slightly furrowed his brows. His strength imparting technique had been improved through careful research and could impart strength to members of the monster race as well. Generally speaking, even if a monster could assume human form, the structure of the meridians inside their body would still be different than that of human beings. But when he passed his strength on to Lady Onion, he discovered that the structure of the meridians inside her body was the same as that of a human being, to the point that he had started to wonder if he was passing his strength on to a human cultivator or a monster. However, now wasn't the time to investigate this matter. One couldn't afford to get distracted during the strength imparting process. Daoist Priest Horizon concentrated and started to pass his strength on to Lady Onion. In the next moment, Lady Onion's strength started to increase very quickly. She was currently receiving the strength of a 5th stage spiritual emperor. The power that was transmitted over was spiritual energy of the 5th stage rank that was later converted into qi and blood energy of the 1st stage. Therefore, one could easily imagine how big the total amount of energy was. In less than 2 minutes, Lady Onion broke through the 4th aperture, the ear aperture. The strength of her constitution increased, and her hearing became much sharper. In addition, thanks to the enlightenment stone inside her body, which was constantly strengthening her comprehension skills, Lady Onion was able to grasp a few small tricks to revolve the qi and blood energy while she was receiving the strength imparting. It was like killing two birds with one stone. This is great. I trained so hard for 300 years and could only reach the first stage third aperture realm, but now, I was able to break through within just a few minutes. If this continues, perhaps I can really catch up to Song Shuhang's realm. Lady Onion was extremely excited at this time. Keep your calm and continue quietly operating your meditation technique. Don't get distracted, Daoist Priest Horizon immediately warned when he saw Lady Onion getting distracted. Lady Onion immediately concentrated and started to quietly use her meditation technique. Around 5 minutes later, along with the pure energy continuously pouring into her body, Lady Onion broke through her fifth aperture, the mouth aperture. In the next moment, Lady Onion awakened the innate skill of her mouth aperture. The innate skill was the illusory sound. Lady Onion became clear of the effects of this innate skill as soon as she awakened it. It was an innate skill that added illusory properties to her voice. When used, it could allow the user to make people fall into an illusion with mere words. Lady Onion just happened to have with her the volume of a Buddhist technique, the Roaring Lion's technique. Although she left the original copy to Song Shuhang, Lady Onion still remembered the contents. Once she was done with her practice and managed to combine the technique with the illusory sound, the effects surely should be excellent. The Roaring Lion's technique plus illusory sound would give birth to a roar that would shake people to the core. However, why did she find this innate skill of the mouth aperture, the illusory sound, so familiar? Lady Onion was unable to momentarily recall where she had heard about this innate skill. Well, it wasn't important now. The only thing that mattered was that this innate skill was very suited to her. Now then, would she able to confuse Song Shuhang if she were to display the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster, which was part of the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, now that she could integrate the illusory sound within? She was looking forward to trying it. Lady Onion really wished she could give a try to this innate skill immediately. Unfortunately, she was in the middle of the strength imparting process and could only put it off until later. Even though Lady Onion broke through 2 small realms in a row, the amount of energy that Daoist Priest Horizon had passed on to her wasn't even equivalent to 1 year's worth of strength. Daoist Priest Horizon planned to impart her 10 years' worth of strength in total, but he had passed on to her only 1/20th of that amount up till now. At this time, the 5 apertures inside Lady Onion's body were all open. Next was the last step of the first stage. Now that her 5 apertures were open, the qi and blood energy inside her body linked her ear, nose, mouth, eye, and heart apertures. It was a sign that she would have to jump through the Dragon Gate soon. After jumping through the Dragon Gate, the qi and blood energy inside her body would turn from intangible to tangible, from illusory to material. In short, it would turn into true qi and make the cultivator advance to the second stage true master realm. Focus your mind. You are going to break through the bottleneck soon. Steel your mind and keep your heart calm, don't stop the meditation technique even for a second. Daoist Priest Horizon said in a grave tone. The words directly echoed inside Lady Onion's ears thanks to the secret sound transmission technique. Daoist Priest Horizon was unable to open his mouth and speak now that the strength imparting process had reached a critical moment. He was going to consume quite a bit of origin spiritual energy to help Lady Onion break through the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate. Using the origin spiritual energy of a 5th stage spiritual emperor to help a little monster of the 1st stage advance in realm was like using cannon fire to kill a mosquito. Daoist Priest Horizon's heart twitched in pain. Lady Onion quickly focused her mind and operated her meditation technique. At this time, Song Shuhang noticed that Daoist Priest Horizon, who was currently upside down with his head pressed against Lady Onion's, suddenly started spinning. Yes, he literally started to spin. The scene was the same as those guys practicing break dance and spinning on their heads. While his head was pressing against Lady Onion's, his legs were slightly bent, and his hands were pointing toward the sky. The speed he was spinning at was very fast, definitely faster than an electric fan. Song Shuhang felt that he was unable to look at this embarrassing scene further. Perhaps it would be bearable if it was a black uncle with a strong build doing it, but when an old Daoist priest, who was supposed to have high integrity and bearing, was doing it, it was a bit. Daoist Priest Horizon kept spinning, his speed constantly increasing. It's there. I can see the dragon gate. Lady Onion said happily. It seemed that a big and tall dragon gate had appeared before her eyes. If she could successfully jump through the dragon gate, she would advance to the second stage realm. Her cultivation level was shooting up like a rocket. This feeling was simply wonderful. Coordinate with me. I'll help you jump through the dragon gate. Daoist Priest Horizon said in a grave tone. Lady Onion focused and operated all the chi and blood energy in her body, coordinating with Daoist Priest Horizon. Right at this time, the origin spiritual energy inside Daoist Priest Horizon's body suddenly rose, and close to 1 year's worth of strength poured into Lady Onion's body. Lady Onion's body started to float up slowly. She was now hovering midair while sitting cross-legged. On the top of her head, Daoist Priest Horizon was quickly spinning, and his legs were now wide open due to the high speed. His current posture was almost identical to Chun-Li's spinning bird kick. By looking at the scene from afar, it seemed as though Lady Onion had a giant Bamboo-copter on her head, the same as Doraemon. The scene was rather funny. But this funny scene was making the chi and blood energy inside Lady Onion's body rise, and rise again. Strength erupted once more from Daoist Priest Horizon's body. Afterward, another pure stream of energy was transmitted over. Inside this stream of energy was 2 years' worth of pure spiritual energy. Lady Onion jumped through the dragon gate in one go. All the chi and blood energy inside her body started to flow backward and poured into her lower abdomen area, the place where her dantian was located. Soon after, all the chi and blood energy inside her dantian changed from illusory to material, transforming into true chi. Lady Onion had practiced for 300 years, but was able to reach the second stage realm only today after cheating. At this time, she felt that her eyes started to tear up. To help Lady Onion jump through the dragon gate in one go, Daoist Priest Horizon had consumed whole 3 years' worth of pure spiritual energy. He felt incredibly sad at this time. After helping Lady Onion advance to the next realm, Daoist Priest Horizon stopped spinning. Lady Onion also stopped hovering midair and fell to the ground. At this time, Daoist Priest Horizon was still on the top of her head, not moving in the slightest. Don't relax just yet. I still have to pass on to you more than 6 years' worth of strength. Immediately revolve your meditation technique and get familiar with the true chi inside your body. I'll make you break through at lightning speed through the various small realms of the second stage and help you open your dantians. Daoist Priest Horizon's voice was transmitted over again. Lady Onion was very happy. There was still 6 years' worth of strength left. Perhaps she could directly reach the third stage realm and get as strong as Song Shuhang? Lady Onion immediately tried to familiarize herself with the true chi inside her body. So that was true chi? It was completely different than chi and blood energy. A person could control chi and blood energy and it would bring the user a warm feeling whenever it was used. For example, if one wanted to transfer the chi and blood energy to their arm, they would feel a warm feeling spreading from their heart aperture, or other apertures, and finally pour into their arm. True chi was different. When it was revolving inside the meridians of the body, a cool and refreshing feeling would be transmitted over. Moreover, one could feel its presence through their sense of touch while it was moving in the meridians. The degree of control and sensation one could get from true qi far surpassed that of qi and blood energy. Wonderful. Wonderful. From this day onwards, I'll be an onion spirit of the second stage. Lady Onion thought to herself as she was controlling her true qi and making it revolve through her meridians. She reached the second stage just like that? Song Shuhang couldn't understand. Was it really so easy? When he was experiencing how to jump through the dragon gate back then, Doudou ate him and swallowed him in his belly. The fear of Doudou's sharp teeth piercing his flesh was still lingering in his mind. That was one scary memory. Then, the mark of the disposable Song Shuhang 001 edition was imprinted on his chest, and he ended up flying high up in the sky. Then, he shared his senses with Yu Jiaojiao and experienced the shape-shifting dragon gate together with her. Finally, he even had to disguise as a woman and fight on the grievance-settling platform. Only after experiencing all sorts of tribulations was he able to reach the second stage realm. But Lady Onion only had to place on her head the Bamboo-copter edition Daoist Priest Horizon to break through. Only those that had experienced it knew about the wonders of the strength-imparting technique. How wonderful would it be if Daoist Priest Horizon's strength-imparting technique didn't have those fearsome consequences? If that were the case, Song Shuhang wouldn't mind getting strength-imparting a few times himself. Right at this time, Daoist Priest Horizon asked, "Child, did you familiarize with your true qi?" "Yes," Lady Onion said excitedly. With the enlightenment stone inside her body, it took her only a few seconds to understand how to revolve her true qi. Now, she could easily revolve the true qi inside her dantian and forward it to the several nearby meridians. But since she hadn't studied any cultivation technique of the second stage, she could revolve the true qi only nearby her dantian area. She didn't dare to push it too far so as to avoid the true qi going crazy in her meridians and causing her harm. In that case, let's proceed with the next step. Get ready, it's time to accept the remaining 6+ years worth of pure spiritual energy. Daoist priest took a deep breath and started spinning again. This time, he was using a different posture. Now that Lady Onion had advanced to the second stage, things weren't as simple as pouring energy into her 5 apertures. He had to pour energy into her meridians first and then shift it to her dantian. Such being the case, he had to change his posture while imparting the strength. Lady Onion sat cross-legged again according to Daoist Priest Horizon's instructions. However, her hands were pointing toward the sky this time. Daoist Priest Horizon pressed his palms against Lady Onion's palms and his head against hers. Therefore, as soon as Daoist Priest Horizon started spinning, Lady Onion also started spinning. Both of them were spinning and spinning. The scene was incredibly weird. Song Shuhang felt the corner of his eye twitch. It had to be because he strained his eyes yesterday and surely not because of the posture that Lady Onion and Daoist Priest Horizon had assumed. Yup, that had to be the reason. The strength-imparting process started. Daoist Priest Horizon said in a grave tone, "Use the cultivation technique you practice and revolve your true qi. Come on, coordinate with me." "The meditation technique?" Lady Onion asked. "No, I'm talking about the true qi revolving cultivation technique of the second stage," Daoist Priest Horizon said. Lady Onion panicked. She hadn't studied any cultivation technique of the second stage. Back then, the Buddhist nun 9 lanterns captured her and locked her in the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Afterward, she studied a set of basic body tempering techniques, the Heavenly Dragon Temple's basic finger technique, and a meditation technique while locked there. As for techniques of the second stage to revolve one's true qi, no one ever taught them to her. Pull yourself together and quickly revolve your true qi. Coordinate with me. I'll help you immediately break through the first dantian of the second stage, the dragon tail dantian, and transmit over some more pure energy. Daoist Priest Horizon said. Lady Onion said with a pained expression on her face, speaking of which, Daoist priest. I didn't study any cultivation technique of the second stage. Daoist Priest Horizon. F********************************* CK. Although he considered all kinds of circumstances, he forgot to keep in mind such a simple thing. Lady Onion only knew a foundation establishment technique of the first stage and hadn't studied any cultivation technique to revolve her true chi. As a result, what breaking through did they want to carry out? After pouring true chi into Lady Onion's body, it would accumulate in her sea of chi dantian until bursting it open. The only thing breaking would be Lady Onion's body. What could he do now? What was the best course of actions? It was truly a worrisome matter. Lady Onion probed out and asked, perhaps Daoist priest can teach me a cultivation technique on the spot? Now that she had the enlightenment stone with her, her comprehension skills should be very good. She could definitely use a cultivation technique while still learning it, to the point that she might practice the cultivation technique to a very high level if she were to borrow one from Daoist Priest Horizon, probably. Daoist Priest Horizon. Do you think this is compulsory school education, imparting strength for free and gifting cultivation techniques too? In addition, how could it be so easy to teach others the cultivation techniques of his sect? If Daoist Priest Horizon wanted to instruct a disciple, he first had to complete the official procedure to receive a disciple and register their Dao name in the register of the sect. Only afterward could he start teaching the disciple. He couldn't afford to bear the consequences if he was caught passing down privately cultivation techniques to others. Beyond that, learning a cultivation technique wasn't as easy as eating a meal. One couldn't just learn it because they said so. Daoist Priest Horizon furrowed his brows. Did it mean that the strength imparting process was going to end like this? However, he hadn't even imparted 4 years' worth of strength yet. In his current situation, it was still very dangerous if there was only a difference of 4 years. The heavenly tribulation looming over his head might still rain down. He had to impart at least 10 years' worth of strength to be safe. Thereupon, Daoist Priest Horizon slowly stopped spinning, and his vision fell on Yu Jiaojiao and Song Shuhang. You two fellow Daoists, listen to me for a moment. I still have more than 6 years' worth of high-quality strength left. How about dividing it between the two of you? It's all free of charge. Daoist Priest Horizon said. Daoist Priest, I just finished breaking through. I don't really need it at this time. Song Shuhang said as he forced a smile. It wasn't a good idea to receive more strength in his current situation. Otherwise, he would have clenched his teeth and prepared himself for a strength-imparting session. After all, Daoist Priest Horizon was influenced by the heavenly tribulation precisely because he thought of helping him. I also don't need it at this time. Yu Jiaojiao vigorously shook her head. Lady Onion shouted, I want it. Give it to me. Daoist Priest Horizon sighed and said, even if you want it, you haven't studied any cultivation technique of the second stage. If I pass more strength on to you, your dantian will explode. Lady Onion's heart ached. She had just experienced the beautiful feeling of breaking through, and now, she had to stop. There was still 6 years' worth of high-quality strength waiting for her. After seeing Lady Onion, Song Shuhang secretly sighed. If he had a cultivation technique with him that belonged only to him, he wouldn't have minded giving it to Lady Onion. After all, he ended up owing her several green onion sprouts during the past few months. In addition, perhaps due to her melting in the hot medicinal bath he was taking in the golden coffin the last time, Song Shuhang felt a heartwarming feeling coming from Lady Onion after returning to Earth. It felt as though there was a blood relationship between the two, just as if Lady Onion was his daughter. Perhaps this analogy wasn't too appropriate, but it was a similar heartwarming feeling. Unfortunately, the 33 Divine Beasts technique was something he had obtained from Venerable White, and didn't belong to him. If he wanted to teach it to someone, he had to ask for Venerable White's permission first. It was one of the fundamental rules of the world of cultivators. Back then, when Medicine Master introduced Song Shuhang to the path of cultivation, he carefully explained to him all the rules of the world of cultivators. In addition, one needed the matching spirit beast crystals to practice the 33 divine beasts technique, and Song Shuhang didn't have any extra spirit beast crystal at this time. Actually, there were several techniques handed down in Yu Jiaojiao's family. Her father was an established true monarch, and there was hope for him to break through the 7th stage Venerable Realm. He was also an old friend of Venerable White. However, her cultivation technique was correlated to her flood dragon bloodline, and one couldn't learn it unless they had the bloodline of a flood dragon. In addition, her cultivation technique was also something that couldn't be handed to others so easily. Daoist Priest Horizon sighed. Was it possible that he would have no choice but to seal his strength in the end? After seeing the distressed expression on Daoist Priest Horizon's face and Lady Onion's dumbfounded expression, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something. Aside from the 33 Divine Beasts technique, there was another cultivation technique recorded down in his memories. The power of that cultivation technique was pretty good and could allow the user to reach the 6th stage True Monarch realm. He wasn't thinking of the sword technique he found in the secret room of the Chu family. There was no fate between Song Shuhang and that technique, and he wasn't able to comprehend it in the end. The cultivation technique Song Shuhang was referring to was the Tome of Never-Ending Tears he had seen in the crystal-clear water pavilion not too long ago. It was a cultivation technique that Senior Sister Yi and her teacher had created. Song Shuhang read the Tome of Never-Ending Tears once and was influenced by it, ending up crying very aggrievedly. However, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears didn't belong to him either. It was something that belonged to Senior Sister Yi. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang took out the wooden token of authority that Pavilion Master Chu gave him back then. He could get in touch with Senior Sister Yi Si with this token. Song Shuhang poured his true qi inside the token, and Senior Sister Ye's voice was transmitted from within after a short time. "Hello? Shuhang, is that you?" Sob, sob, sob. Senior Sister Ye's crying voice carried a hint of happiness. "Yes, it's me," Song Shuhang said. "Yi Si, how come you are crying?" Sob, sob, sob. "Yesterday, a friend of yours and a puppy called Doudou came to the crystal-clear water pavilion. That friend of yours gave me a very kind and familiar feeling. As soon as I saw her, I felt as though I had just met my mother. It really made me reminisce of the past. Then, when I went to sleep earlier, I dreamt about my mother and me during my childhood and started crying," Yi Si replied while crying. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. This friend of his and Doudou went to the crystal-clear water pavilion, and this friend reminded Yi Si of her mother? Who was this friend? Which fellow Daoist is this friend of mine you are talking about? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. "Her name is Fairy Lychee, and she's a guest here right now. She's really a gentle fairy maiden, and she's very pretty as well." Yi Si stopped crying with much difficulty and asked, "Shuhang, did you need something since you contacted me?" "Yes, it's like this. There is a small monster onion here with me, and I wanted to see if she could learn the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Can I teach it to her?" Song Shuhang asked. "Sure, no problem. If you want to teach it to someone, you can go ahead and do so. There is no need to make these distinctions between us," Yi Si said while sobbing. Then, she also added, "Pavilion Master Chu said that I have to go to Earth within a few days to complete a mission. I'll look for you at that time." The reason Yi Si gave her permission so easily was that she had this strange thought deep inside her heart, or nearly obsession if we wish to call it as such. She wanted to pass down all the techniques of the crystal-clear water pavilion. She couldn't allow the inheritance of the crystal-clear water pavilion to disappear. "Good," Song Shuhang replied. Since Pavilion Master Chu had decided to allow Yi Si to come to Earth, she must have found a way to stop others from signing a contract with her, right? If that's all, I would like to go cry some more because I really feel like crying at this time. I'll contact you when the time comes, Yi said as she started sobbing again. Song Shuhang. Now then, Fairy Lychee unexpectedly gave senior sister Yi the same feeling as her mother? Was it possible that there was a blood relationship between the two of them? Song Shuhang casually took out his phone and looked at it. Coincidentally, Fairy Lychee had just sent a selfie in the 9 Provinces #1 group. Amidst the vast grassland, Fairy Lychee was wearing a camo short-sleeved shirt while taking a selfie. In the rear was a yawning lion. Fairy Lychee, I just reached the Serengeti Plain in Africa. It's already my 6th time taking a group selfie with lions in recent years. Each time I come here, there are small variations. It's very interesting. Northern River's loose cultivator, Fairy Maiden just arrived in Africa? I've heard that several small dimensions appeared there. Fairy Maiden, did you already take a look at them? Fairy Lychee, Northern River, I was just preparing to take a look at those dimensions. That's the main reason I came to Africa. Soon after, the seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group started to discuss those dimensions and Fairy Lychee's selfies. Song Shuhang. What the hell, Fairy Lychee is in Africa? In that case, who is the person that went to the crystal clear water pavilion together with Doudou? Song Shuhang felt as though he had come to a sudden realization. Then, also a few days ago, he read about Northern River's loose cultivator mobilizing the other seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group and trying to arrange a tight encirclement in space to catch Immortal Master Copper Trigram. He remembered that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had that incredible disguising technique at his disposal. Song Shuhang had experienced the effects of Copper Trigram's disguising technique firsthand while he was on that lone island abroad. The first day, he looked like a cowboy with a sturdy build. The second day, he had changed into a hot woman with a slender waist. Song Shuhang had discovered the truth of the matter by coincidence. Now then, should I expose Senior Immortal Master Copper Trigram? Song Shuhang really wanted to say the truth about this matter in the 9 Provinces #1 group and tell everyone that Immortal Master Copper Trigram was now hiding in the crystal clear water pavilion. It was a rather interesting state of mind. To make an example, let's suppose that there was a mysterious case and only one person knew the truth while everyone else was in the dark. After seeing everyone else making all kinds of incorrect guesses while discussing the case, the person knowing the truth would get the urge to interject and make the truth known to the public. At this time, Song Shuhang had a similar impulse. Luckily, he clenched his teeth and was able to resist it. You wouldn't die if you didn't seek death. Song Shuhang silently repeated this sentence in his mind. He absolutely didn't want to become a second senior thrice reckless. He didn't want to become the infamous thrice song Tyrannical Saber. If he were to write in the 9 Provinces #1 group right now, he would be telling everyone that he was still on Earth. After all, his magically modified mobile phone couldn't get any signal while in space. At that time, Fairy Firefly's obsessive-compulsive disorder might flare up again, causing her to visit him and send him to space one more time. He would be ruining himself together with Senior Copper Trigram. It wasn't worth it to expose Immortal Master Copper Trigram if he would suffer the consequences as well. Of course, he could still send messages privately to inform the seniors of the group about this matter. For example, he could tell Northern River's loose cultivator about it. But now wasn't the time. Song Shuhang put away his phone and looked at Daoist Priest Horizon and Lady Onion, who were still in the strength-imparting posture. Daoist Priest Horizon was currently concluding the strength-imparting process and was pouring the last wave of pure spiritual energy into Lady Onion's sea of Qi Dantian. After the process was completed, he would put an end to the strength-imparting. Song Shuhang said at this time, Lady Onion, perhaps I can teach you part of a cultivation technique. It's the part related to the second stage. Lady Onion's eyes immediately lit up. However, it will depend on you whether you can learn it or not. In addition, if I teach you this cultivation technique, you will have to enter the sect of a powerful senior and be prepared to become her disciple. Are you willing? Song Shuhang said. I'm willing, I'm willing. Quickly give it to me, I'll learn the technique immediately. In addition, I promise to be a very filial and good disciple. Lady Onion nodded with all her might. Song Shuhang said indifferently, beyond that, I have another request. Say it, quickly. Lady Onion was starting to get impatient. She felt that Song Shuhang was quite fussy. You can consider it as the price to pay to obtain this cultivation technique. After you obtain the technique, you won't try to secretly run away and will wait until I manage to take that thing out of your body. If you agree with my conditions, make a vow, Song Shuhang said. Lady Onion's whole body stiffened. She was in a dilemma at this time. The reason she had clenched her teeth and decided to accept Daoist Priest Horizon strength imparting, even disregarding the consequences, was so that she could escape from Song Shuhang once her strength was sufficient. Such being the case, what was the point in her accepting the strength imparting if she had to agree to Song Shuhang's conditions? Lady Onion had a conflicted expression on her face. Song Shuhang. As expected, that stupid Onion was planning to receive Daoist Priest Horizon strength imparting and seize the opportunity to run away from him once her strength was sufficient. TSK, he couldn't let her do as she pleased. Actually, Song Shuhang would have let her go long ago if not for the fact that she was growing on the Enlightenment Stone. Unfortunately, the Enlightenment Stone was too important for him, and he couldn't let this stupid Onion run away. Song Shuhang decided that he would increase the level of his alertness around Lady Onion by 3 tiers, keeping a close watch on her. Once Venerable White was back, he would ask him to imprint the mark of the disposable Song Shuhang 001 edition on Lady Onion's body. With that, even if she were to escape, the mark would active and forcefully bring her back. It was a really good method. Lady Onion was still in a dilemma. If she didn't agree to Song Shuhang's conditions, she would remain in the second stage realm and without a matching method to revolve her true chi. She would grow old and die in this realm without being able to advance even a little bit. Since Song Shuhang had already reached the third stage realm, she had no chance of escaping. Although she still would be unable to run away after accepting Song Shuhang's conditions, she would at least obtain a cultivation technique she could use while in the second stage, as well as Daoist Priest Horizon strength imparting. If the final outcome was going to be the same, it was better to choose the option that could give her some benefit. In addition, vows could have loopholes. Lady Onion looked at Song Shuhang and said while clenching her teeth, "Do you promise that you will let me go after taking that thing out?" "I'll take an oath on my heavenly tribulation," Song Shuhang said. Oaths taken on the heavenly tribulation had a very strong binding power. "In that case, I agree to your conditions, and will also take on oath on my heavenly tribulation," Lady Onion said. "If you respect this agreement, I'll respect it as well. I promise I won't try to secretly run away before you take that thing out of my body." Stupid human. "I will not secretly run away, but leave a memo to notify you when I do." "Yes, I'll uprightly run away." "Ahaha. Deal," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Then, he thought in his heart, as soon as Venerable White comes back from the ruins, I'll ask him to quietly leave the mark of the disposable Song Shuhang 001 edition on Lady Onion's body. Since he couldn't trust her, it was better to leave a mark on her. With that, she would come back even after fleeing to the end of the earth. After the duo took the oath, Song Shuhang passed the Tome of Never-Ending Tears on to Lady Onion through the secret sound transmission. The Tome of Never-Ending Tears was currently divided into 5 sections. The first section consisted of a cultivation technique of the 2nd stage rank, while the 5th one of a cultivation technique of the 6th stage rank. Song Shuhang passed the first section of the cultivation technique on to Lady Onion. Usually, it wasn't too difficult to learn cultivation techniques of the second stage rank. The core was the chant of the cultivation technique and the route the true Qi had to follow while revolving. Since it was a tailor-made cultivation technique, the true Qi route of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears was somewhat complex, but there was a shortcut. The sadder one was, the faster they could learn this cultivation technique. In short, the speed at which one could grasp the technique was directly related to the sorrow in their heart. For example, the main character of Gao Moumou's story was especially suited to learn this cultivation technique. After seeing Song Shuhang and Lady Onion, Daoist Priest Horizon sighed deeply and said, "Sigh, I fear it's too late to start practicing a cultivation technique of the second stage now." Even if it was a cultivation technique of the second stage, one needed at least 1 day, if not more, to learn it. At this time, his strength imparting technique was about to end. The technique would come to an end as soon as Lady Onion's sea of Qi Dantian was full of true Qi. Therefore, only 10 or so minutes were left. In short, Lady Onion had to grasp the cultivation technique that little friend Song Shuhang was passing on to her within 10 minutes. It was something too difficult to achieve. Only if this onion spirit was a talent hard to come by even in 1,000 years would she be able to grasp the cultivation technique within such a short amount of time. Song Shuhang faintly smiled and replied, "Daoist priest, we must give it a try. If we give it a try, there is a chance to succeed. But if we don't even try, we are doomed to fail for sure. Only those willing to take the risk can succeed." Daoist Priest Horizon looked at Song Shuhang and said with a smile, "Little friend Song isn't a Buddhist disciple for nothing. You truly have a calm and contemplative mind. In that case, let's hope for the best and see if she can learn the cultivation technique little friend passed on to her within 10 or so minutes." Song Shuhang. Little friend Song Shuhang was currently bald, and even his eyebrows had been reduced to ashes while he was transcending the heavenly tribulation earlier. Then, an emerald green kasaya and a dazzling golden light were covering his body. As if that wasn't enough, even his foundation establishment cultivation technique was the basic Buddhist fist technique. Even if Song Shuhang were to say that he wasn't a Buddhist disciple, no one would believe him. Shuhang caressed his bald head and clenched his teeth. Then, he used the hair-growing technique he obtained from Dharma King Creation. After using the hair-growing technique, Song Shuhang's hair quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, his hair had reached his waist. The effects of the hair-growing technique were excellent. The only problem was that he couldn't control the length properly. Sometimes, his hair would grow only a centimeter or two, and other times, it would overgrow and reach a length of several meters. By the way, if there was an opportunity, he would try to trade his emerald green kasaya for a Daoist robe. At this time, Lady Onion was wholeheartedly learning the Tome of Never-Ending Tears that Song Shuhang had passed on to her. She couldn't count on the help of a teacher right now, and even Song Shuhang could only go by the book and tell her the content of the first section of the technique through the secret sound transmission. Therefore, it was all up to Lady Onion's natural talent and comprehension skills whether she could learn the cultivation technique. But speaking of natural talent, it had taken Lady Onion 300 years to break through from the first to the third aperture. It took her 100 years to open each aperture. Was there really any hope for her? At this time, Lady Onion was silently reading the chant of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears and making her true Qi flow in her meridians according to the instructions of the tome. Luckily, she had the help of the Enlightenment Stone, which had increased her comprehension skills quite a lot. Therefore, her practice was proceeding smoothly and without any problem. But even if things were proceeding smoothly, she would need at least 2 days to completely grasp this section of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. But the problem was that she didn't have that much time. According to what Song Shuhang and Daoist Priest Horizon had said just now, she had only 10 minutes to learn this cultivation technique. Lady Onion started to get anxious. However, one had to be very careful not be rash while practicing. If she was anxious, her progress would slow down even further. Lady Onion was getting desperate. Was it really going to end like this? Would her life be forever a tragedy? She couldn't help but recall her green onion life. Actually, this life was simply too painful to recall. She was originally a carefree small onion spirit that learned the strange 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive and prepared to descend from the mountain to travel around the world. But as soon as she descended from the mountain, before she could even live her life to the fullest and leave her name in each corner of the world, she met the Buddhist nun Nine Lanterns, who kidnapped her and locked her inside the Heavenly Dragon Temple for 300 years. At first, she thought that getting locked up for 300 years was tragic enough, but little did she expect that even more tragic events awaited her. 300 years later, she finally regained her freedom. But she had been free for only a few days when she met Song Shuhang. Not only did she fail to rob him, but she also suffered great losses. After meeting Song Shuhang, the story of her miserable green onion life started. For example, her green onion sprout was cut off. For example, her green onion sprout was cut off again. For example, the ghost spirit ate her green onion sprout. For example, her whole green onion body melted. For example, her green onion sprout was reduced to ashes in the heavenly tribulation. It was such a sad life. Lady Onion felt so sad that the more she recalled about her life, the more she felt like crying. Her tears were finally triggered, and she couldn't help but start crying loudly. She looked extremely aggrieved while crying. Right when Lady Onion was extremely grieved and crying loudly, the strength of the tome of never-ending tears skyrocketed, just as though someone had suddenly pressed on the accelerator of a sports car. The newly born true Qi in her sea of Qi Dantian was transformed into teary true Qi within 2 minutes. Soon after, the teary true Qi started to quickly flow in her meridians as though it was alive. There was no need for Lady Onion to control it. The true Qi followed the complex route and entered her meridians, starting to revolve through her body. Along with her tome of never-ending tears improving, Lady Onion got even sadder. Bean-sized teardrops incessantly flowed out of her eyes. The strong smell of green onion scattered in the surrounding area, spreading further and further away. After seeing Lady Onion cry like that, Daoist Priest Horizon couldn't bear it anymore and tried to comfort her. "Little Onion, why did you suddenly start crying? Even if you can't grasp the cultivation technique, you don't need to be that sad. After all, completely understanding a cultivation technique of the second stage within 10 minutes is something very difficult to achieve. Daoist priest, everything is fine. These effects should be related to the cultivation technique I just taught her. This cultivation technique has the ability to influence the mood of the cultivator and reduce them to tears," Song Shuhang quickly explained. "There is such an extraordinary cultivation technique?" The corner of Daoist Priest Horizon's mouth twitched. He found the description of this technique somewhat familiar. Isn't this the same cultivation technique that damned sobbing old man practices? That cultivation technique can reduce both the user and his enemies to tears." Just as Daoist Priest Horizon was in deep thoughts, the green onion smell in the surrounding area got stronger and stronger. The reason was Lady Onion's tears. The smell was coming from her tears. "Grumble," Song Shuhang's stomach growled. He had consumed a lot of energy while facing the 11 waves of the heavenly tribulation earlier. Therefore, he was somewhat hungry. Yu Jiaojiao's belly started growling at the same time. She only drank alcohol yesterday and didn't eat anything else. Therefore, she was also hungry. When the weeping Lady Onion heard Song Shuhang's belly growling, a certain scene resurfaced in her mind. In the scene, Song Shuhang evilly grinned and cut off her newly grown green onion sprout, using it to allay his hunger. The scene both terrified and scared her, making her cry even more bitterly. Song Shuhang. Whenever the tome of never-ending tears reduced someone to tears, they were really cute. Of course, the user had to be a cute girl for that to happen. A big man bitterly crying would look rather disgusting. Right at this time, an immortal boat was quickly heading toward Song Shuhang and the others from a distant place. It was Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's immortal boat. She also sensed Song Shuhang's tribulation and headed over at the fastest speed. After all, Song Shuhang was her only mean to get in contact with Venerable White. Nothing could happen to Song Shuhang before she met with Venerable White. As the immortal boat got closer to the destination, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue lightly sniffed. What a strong fragrance of green onion! The green onion fragrance that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue smelled wasn't inferior in quality to the aroma of the onion spirit crystal that she got from little friend Song Shuhang back then. If anything, the aroma she smelled just now was even stronger. The aroma of the onion spirit crystal she got back then was the same as a green onion spice that had gone through an initial refining process and was thus giving off a light green onion fragrance. But the smell just now was the same as a first-class green onion spice that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had refined personally. Just smelling this aroma was enough to make people hungry. Is it possible that little friend Shuhang found another very old green onion before breaking through? It seems that the green onion was involved in the heavenly tribulation, causing its fragrance to become even richer, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue thought to herself. The closer she was getting to the place where Song Shuhang had transcended the tribulation, the stronger the fragrance of green onion was growing. At the same time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue calmed down. The clouds of tribulation had dispersed, and there was nothing wrong with little friend Song Shuhang's life aura. From the looks of it, he had already transcended the tribulation safely. It would be truly awesome if little friend Song managed to really get his hands on another green onion, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue thought to herself. The onion spirit crystal she'd obtained the last time was swallowed down by that stupid, gluttonous snake, forcing her to look for new seasoning. Unfortunately, she just happened to need something like an old green onion for this year's immortal feast. Anyway, what could she use to carry out a transaction with little friend Song Shuhang this time? Just as she was in deep thoughts, the immortal boat landed. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue got out of the immortal boat and glanced at the place where the tribulation had just taken place. The heavenly tribulation had already dispersed, and the dense fog covering the place where the heavenly tribulation had taken place had also disappeared. However, Yu Jiaojiao had promptly arranged a small illusory formation that covered her, Song Shuhang, Lady Onion, and Daoist Priest Horizon. With that, ordinary people were unable to see them. This illusory formation could stop only ordinary people and had no effect on cultivators. As soon as she entered the illusory formation, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue saw little friend Song Shuhang and Miss Yu Jiaojiao standing on one side. The intense green onion aroma she was smelling came from two different sources. One of the sources was little friend Song Shuhang. That smell of fried green onion meat coming from his body had gotten stronger. The reason should be the heavenly tribulation stimulating the remaining medicinal strength of medicinal pills and natural treasures that had accumulated in his body while his constitution was getting tempered, making it so that the green onion fragrance coming from his body would not disappear for a long time. It was a delicious smell. Luckily, there wasn't any ferocious monster beast in the surroundings. Otherwise, if ferocious and powerful monster beasts were to smell the aroma coming from Song Shuhang's body, they might get hungry and wouldn't mind having a meal. Afterward, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue looked towards another side. There, a young girl with green twin tails hanging behind her back sat cross-legged with her arms pointing towards the sky. Daoist Priest Horizon was hanging upside down on top of her head and looked like a quickly spinning human propeller. It's been quite some time since I've seen this idiot Horizon cause harm to young cultivators. Below, that girl with twin tails receiving the strength imparting was crying aggrievedly, and her tears were falling like rain. The second source of that green onion aroma was this girl with green twin tails. To be more precise, the strong and rich fragrance of green onion was coming from the tears streaming down her cheeks. Is that another little fellow Daoist that has eaten a very old green onion just like little friend Song Shuhang? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was confused. But in the next moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. Her guess was incorrect, that girl hadn't eaten a very old green onion, because there was unexpectedly some weak monster chi emanating from her body. In other words, the girl herself was the very old green onion. Bie Xue hadn't expected that this green onion could already assume human form. Right at this time, Song Shuhang said to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, Senior Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, "How come you are here?" Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said with a smile, "I saw that you were transcending the tribulation and came over to see whether you were in need of help. However, it seems you have already transcended the tribulation. Congratulations, little friend Song." "Thank you, Immortal Fairy," Song Shuhang said with sincerity. Even if she didn't help him in the end, just the fact that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue had come over from afar to give him a hand while he was transcending the tribulation was enough to make him feel grateful. Right at this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue pointed at Lady Onion and asked, "Little friend Song, who is that monster onion that can assume human form even while in the second stage?" The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. He had almost forgotten Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's occupation. She was an immortal chef. She was something akin to a natural enemy for Lady Onion. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Immortal Fairy, she is precisely that old monster onion, and she has been staying by my side for certain reasons. That onion spirit crystal that I exchanged with you back then was also something obtained from her body." "Oh. So that's how it was." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue nodded. Then, just as expected, she asked, "Little friend Shuhang, can you sell her green onion sprout in that case? From what I see, she has already grown a new one." Onion-type monsters could regrow their sprout as long as their root was intact. In addition, if natural treasures were used as a fertilizer, the age of the newly grown sprout wouldn't be too lacking compared to the one that was just cut off. Of course, this method wasn't too cost-effective. Even Immortal Fairy Bie Xue would not be so extravagant to use natural treasures as a fertilizer to cultivate a green onion. She was already cultivating a few green onion spirits at the moment, but the age of their newly grown sprouts wasn't good enough. It was one of the main reasons old monster onions were so valuable. Is it possible that the monster onion in little friend Song Shuhang's hands absorbed some natural treasure? The age of her newly grown green onion sprout is also very good, and it's worth having. What Immortal Fairy Bie Xue didn't know was that Lady Onion's sprout had grown back several times already within a short period of time. Moreover, she was different from the ordinary onion spirits that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue knew. No matter how many times her green onion sprout was cut off, the age of the newly grown would be still very good and the same as the one that was just cut off. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang knew that Immortal Fairy Bie Xue would ask this question. However, Immortal Fairy wasn't to blame for this. After all, Song Shuhang sold her that onion spirit crystal back then and ended up eating Lady Onion as well. Therefore, it was natural for Immortal Fairy Bie Xue to think that Lady Onion's sprout was for sale. Sob, 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 the distant Lady Onion was terrified. Now that she had reached the second stage realm and opened her ear aperture as well, her hearing was twice as good. When she saw Immortal Fairy Bie Xue coming over, she was already scared to death. But when she heard Immortal Fairy Bie Xue saying that she wanted to buy her green onion sprout, even her legs went soft. She was scared, terrified, and felt wronged. She had just grown back her green onion sprout, and they already wanted to cut it off. As all these negative emotions mixed together, they turned into the saddest moment of Lady Onion's life thanks to the amplification of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Lady Onion felt that her tears were about to go against the current and start flowing backward due to the extreme sorrow. Using sadness and sorrow as fuel, Lady Onion's Tome of Never-Ending Tears exploded with all its might. Then, a few breaths later, a light explosion was transmitted from Lady Onion's dantian. Whoosh, teardrop-like true qi had now appeared in her sea of qi dantian. It was a sign that she had finally managed to grasp the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. At the same time, even Daoist Priest Horizon's true chi that was pouring into her body started to get assimilated, continuously getting transformed into teary true chi. The Tome of Never-Ending Tears quickly refined it and turned into true chi that belonged to Lady Onion. You managed to learn it, the continuously spinning Daoist Priest Horizon called out while on top of her head. It was something inconceivable. This silly and cute monster onion had really managed to learn that cultivation technique of the second stage to revolve one's true chi that little friend Song Shuhang had passed on to her within 10 minutes. Was it possible that this silly monster onion was an undiscovered cultivation talent, and she was unable to advance quickly because she didn't have a good master to guide her? If he had known earlier, Daoist Priest Horizon would have received her under his wing, gaining a very talented disciple. Unfortunately, this young seedling was already under Song Shuhang's care. That's excellent. Little fellow Daoist, coordinate with me and revolve your cultivation technique. After I'm done filling to the brim your sea of Qi Dantian, we'll try to break through the Dragon Tail Dantian. According to my estimations, we can reach the third Dantian of the second stage in one go if we make a concentrated effort. Daoist Priest Horizon said while he was in deep thoughts. Lady Onion was also baffled and had no idea as to what was going on. She herself hadn't expected that she would suddenly manage to get a thorough understanding of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Was it possible that the Tome of Never-Ending Tears was very suited to her? But regardless of the reason, she had managed to learn the technique. Now, she could coordinate with Daoist Priest Horizon and enjoy that feeling of quickly breaking through. Lady Onion smiled amidst the rain of tears, starting to cooperate with Daoist Priest Horizon. She wanted to become stronger. At the very least, strong enough to protect her green onion sprout. In the meantime, Song Shuhang shook his head and said to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, "I'm sorry, Immortal Fairy. But I currently have no intention of putting Lady Onion sprout on sale. In the past, I've promised her that I won't cut off her green onion sprout again." Immortal Fairy Bie Xue faintly smiled and looked at Song Shuhang, saying, "Right, even if she's just a green onion, she's very good looking and pretty. No matter if it's from the viewpoint of a monster or human, she is indeed very pleasing to the eye. It's understandable that little friend Song doesn't want to hurt her. After all, little friend Song is still a youngster in the prime of his life, right?" "No, it's not like you think, Immortal Fairy," Song Shuhang quickly explained. "Don't worry, I can understand. Still, it's a pity. She was truly a good ingredient," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue muttered to herself. Then, she looked at Lady Onion as though she was going to snatch her. It was the same gaze that immortal chefs used to look at valuable ingredients. After getting stared at like that, Lady Onion trembled. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue looked at Lady Onion, then looked at Daoist Priest Horizon, who was on top of her head. Oh, right. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue suddenly exclaimed. Then, she turned her head around and said to Song Shuhang, "Little friend Shuhang, if, just hypothetically speaking, that green onion has some unexpected accident after receiving Daoist Priest Horizon strength imparting, will you sell me its sprout?" The meaning of Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's words was very clear. After accepting Daoist Priest Horizon strength imparting, there was a 90% chance that the small monster called Lady Onion would die. Perhaps she would die for good just after a few days. After all, it was Daoist Priest Horizon's strength imparting that we were talking about. Little friend Shuhang also knew the renowned name of the frenzied strength imparter. Such being the case, if Lady Onion sprout was somehow left behind after she had had an accident, it would be fine to sell it, right? In the final analysis, Lady Onion was nothing but an ingredient in Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's eyes. Song Shuhang. Yu Jiao Jiao. Daoist Priest Horizon. Lady Onion kept shivering and cried even more loudly. Daoist Priest Horizon spoke gravely and earnestly, "Small monster, you'll keep living. In addition, you'll live a very happy life. Don't let these people look down on the two of us. It wasn't only for her sake, his prestige was also at stake. Daoist priest, let's try to do our best. Lady Onion said while sobbing. Her tears fell like rain while she was speaking. But right at this time, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue suddenly stared at Lady Onion again and gently sniffed. Afterward, she arrived in front of Daoist Priest Horizon and Lady Onion with quick steps and squatted down. When she squatted down with her tall and slender figure, she was as tall as Lady Onion, who was sitting cross-legged. The scared Lady Onion closed her eyes. Don't worry, little girl. Little friend Song doesn't seem to have any intention to sell your green onion sprout. I won't make him do something he is unwilling to do, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue comforted her. After all, she could carry out the transaction once Lady Onion died due to some unexpected accident. There was no need to be impatient. Then, she stretched out her long and slender fingers and collected the tears that had gathered in the corner of Lady Onion's eye. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue raised her veil and stretched out her tongue, gently licking the tears on her finger. Interesting. Although the quality isn't that high, the taste is very strong. It should turn into a good spice after getting refined and mixed with the sprout of an ordinary monster green onion, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said softly. Lady Onion's tears had a very strong and rich taste that was already comparable to a first-class spice without any refining. If the quantity of the tears was enough, she could collect and refine them, and keep using them for a long time. Little friend Song Shuhang, if you don't want to sell her green onion sprout, can you sell me this green onion juice? If you have her cry a few times every day and collect the tears, I can carry out a transaction with you for the tears, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said. At that time, this special type of spice would go down in history with the name of Tears of Monster Onion. Song Shuhang. Yu Jiaojiao touched the corner of her eye. In the end, she was also a half-flood dragon and half-mermaid. If Lady Onion's tears could be sold for money, did it mean that she could sell her tears as well? She wasn't asking for too much. If she could exchange her tears for a set of immortal dishes, she would gather all the sad romance movies in her possession and collect some of her tears this evening. What do you think? Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said. If we are talking about tears, Lady Onion should have a stock full of them. Immortal Fairy, you can carry out the transaction with Lady Onion directly, Song Shuhang replied. If there was something Lady Onion wouldn't lack after practicing the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, that was tears. A certain scene resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. In the scene, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was preparing a dish while Lady Onion was on the edge of the pan, crying loudly. This scene was simply too bewitching, and he couldn't get it out his head. Moreover, what the hell is this green onion juice? Spirit River Sioux Clan, in the spiritual veins of the Spirit River secret realm. A petite figure came out of the spiritual river. She had a relatively small build, and her short hair reached until her shoulders. She was very beautiful. At this time, her petite body was releasing the same pressure as a dragon. At last, the wounds the heavenly tribulation caused have almost healed, Sioux Clan 16 said softly. Then, she stretched out her hand and revealed a vine-like spirit herb that had the shape of a lifelike flood dragon. It was the skeletal dragon's withered vine. She heard from Seven that it was something that Song Shuhang had gotten for her on the mysterious island. That fool had even lost part of his memories in the process. 16 closed her hand and left the Spirit River secret realm. After returning to her residence, she looked for her phone and switched it on. After trying to switch the phone on, 16 slightly furrowed her brows. Then, she stretched out her hand and patted on the phone, using the battery charging technique and successfully turning it on. It was a small magical technique that Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had developed. Nowadays, it was already widespread amidst the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group and their social circle. Actually, the fact that someone like thrice reckless Mad Saber had developed such a sophisticated small magical technique proved that people couldn't be judged by their looks. Who knew, perhaps Death Seekers were all born with great imagination and creativity. After turning the phone on, 16 quickly swiped on the screen and opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group. She looked through the chat logs of the group and started to scroll through the messages sent after she had gone into secluded meditation. She got added to the group long ago under Su Clan 7's recommendation. But given her personality, she didn't write much in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. A lot of messages had been sent in the group during the past few months, but 16 didn't have the time to carefully read all of them. Therefore, she quickly scrolled through them, trying to get an understanding of the things that happened while she was away. She discovered a lot of things after scrolling through the chat logs. After the last time, when she had mailed herself to Song Shuhang's place. Shuhang's life had become very interesting and busy thanks to the seniors of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. For example, Song Shuhang went to welcome the legendary True Monarch White while she was in deep meditation, going through a lot of events that made one unable to determine if they should cry or laugh. Afterward came the mysterious island, the grievance settling platform and the Chu family, as well as the hand-guided tractor competition. Then, a few days ago, Song Shuhang was sent into space. Fairy Firefly sent him into space twice. Su Clan 16. From the looks of it, Song Shuhang had it rather rough lately. In addition, Song Shuhang had already reached the 2nd stage realm. That was quite fast. The first time 16 met him, he had just stepped on the path of cultivation and was trying to establish his foundation with Senior Medicine Master's help. In just a few months, he had officially become a cultivator. Even if he has missed the best period to practice, his cultivation speed is incredibly fast. 16's eyes lit up. I wonder when he'll return from space. 16 swiped on the chat interface of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. She had decided to attempt to break through to the 4th stage realm again by the end of this month. This time, she wouldn't fail. She had been planning to meet Song Shuhang once again before trying to break through to the 4th stage realm, but she hadn't expected that he was in space. It didn't matter. She could meet him after transcending her tribulation. At that time, she could look for him with a flying sword directly and give him a surprise. Just as 16 was in deep thoughts, someone sent a message in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Scholar Xian Gong, today, I got so angry that I burst out laughing. Finally, someone that had real blood of demodragon decided to carry out a transaction with me. However, the sample of blood had the size of a thumb, and the demodragon was only of the 5th stage rank. This guy opened his mouth and asked for 300,000 spirit stones of the 6th stage. He must be crazy to ask for so many spirit stones. Or perhaps he was thinking that I was an idiot. Northern River's loose cultivator, 300,000 spirit stones of the 6th stage. That's crazy. Northern River, did you obtain any information from your side? Scholar Xian Gong said, depressed. Northern River's loose cultivator, I'm sorry, Senior Xian Gong. Although several cosmic demons landed on Earth lately, they were all low-level black demons of the 3rd stage rank. If I manage to get some information about it, I'll immediately notify you. Sigh. Northern River, please, keep paying close attention to this matter, alright? Scholar Xian Gong sighed deeply. He felt that his luck had gone downhill since that nuclear explosion. But right at this time, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, Fellow Daoist Xian Gong, if you haven't managed to get your hands on the blood of demodragon in 3 months, contact me. I'll have a way to help you get some high-quality blood of demodragon at that time, and the price will be fair. However, the quality, and the price, might be quite high. Therefore, you have to prepare yourself mentally. Scholar Xian Gong sighed and said, Thank you, fellow Daoist 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. I'll keep searching, and if I can't find it within 3 months, I'll contact you. Had demodragons gone extinct recently? How come none of them landed as of late? After Scholar Xian Gong finished sending his message, the group restored its calm. Afterward, another fellow Daoist popped up. It was the Soul King Dharma King Creation. Dharma King Creation, is there any fairy maiden close to the Jiangnan area that can help me with something? Female driver, Fairy Dongfang 6. Dharma King Creation, How come there are a few extra words before Fairy Dongfang 6 nickname? Very soon, Fairy Dongfang 6 also popped up and wrote, ***************************************************** CK. Which bastard has changed my nickname again? Doudou, is this your doing? True Monarch Yellow Mountain appeared and wrote, it isn't Doudou's doing. Doudou ran away from home, quite far this time. He is in space, and there is no signal there. Therefore, it can't be him. He. I've had his position locked onto since the very beginning. I'll go to catch him in a few days. Fairy Dongfang 6. Northern River's loose cultivator, Senior Yellow Mountain has switched to the dark side. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, I've heard that True Monarch Yellow Mountain wants to marry Doudou to a man, is this real? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, wahahaha. True Monarch is really awesome. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Doudou is going to marry a man? But who is this man? Now then, has Senior Yellow Mountain switched to the dark side due to the song that Doudou sang during the hand-guided tractor competition the last time? Scholar Xian Gong, which song? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, about this matter, it's better not to reveal it. Dongfang Snow, I know the song. That song was rather funny, actually. I searched it and listened to it just recently. It's the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain that Doudou produced. Broadcasting that song was like adding the finishing touch to the hand-guided tractor competition. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider it as the soundtrack of the competition. That was true love. So funny, system notification, Dongfang Snow has been muted by the group's founder, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, for 30 days. The last time, Fairy Dongfang Snow also got muted for 1 day because she started talking about the Song of the Stupid Yellow Mountain. But little did they know that she hadn't learned her lesson and dared to talk about the song even in front of True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Medicine Master, ahaha, that was funny. Medicine Master, voice message. Wait a moment. I wasn't laughing at you, Senior Yellow Mountain. I was laughing because of Fairy Dongfang 6's nickname. Since I'm rather slow at finding the right letters, the message arrived just now. Don't mute me, please. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. It was rather depressing to manage this group. Should he consider disbanding it? Who was it then? Except for Doudou, who might be so bored to do something like this? Fairy Dongfang 6 said as she clenched her teeth. In addition, what's the deal with this female driver? Women can't drive now? Do you really think I won't run you over to death? In the faraway residence of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue suddenly had a bad premonition. If the culprit wasn't True Monarch Yellow Mountain's Doudou, the only ones left were the problematic children at his place. The Jade White Lion, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, and Fairy Maiden Jasmine, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, were more than capable of doing something of the sort. Thereupon, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue silently entered the lurking mode and didn't send other messages. Dharma King Creation, Fairy Dongfang 6, let's return to the original topic. Are you close to the Jiangnan area right now? What do you need? Fairy Dongfang 6 asked. I wanted to record a very interesting video. Therefore, I thought of looking for you and using a dancing scene starring you as the starting scene of the video. Given your wonderful dancing skills, it's surely going to be a hit. I'm currently in the newly built city of Cinema in the Jiangnan area. They've got a palace here that has rather distinctive qualities, and the Huahai Square is right in front of it. Since the city of Cinema hasn't started doing business yet, I booked all the area surrounding the palace and decided to shoot a video there, Dharma King Creation said with a smile. You want to record a video and use my dance as the opening scene? Good, no problem. I'm less than 1 hour away from the Jiangnan area. Send me the coordinates, I'll immediately head there, Fairy Dongfang 6 replied. She would happily help with these matters that required next to no effort. In addition, she really liked dancing. Is there any other fairy maiden in the group that has free time and wants to join in the fun? There are several good songs as well, just waiting for someone to sing them. It would be better to have 3 fairy maidens sing this song together to make it more pleasant since 3 female singers were coordinating and singing together in the original one, Dharma King Creation said. At this time, Fairy Firefly replied, I have free time. I'm less than 40 minutes away from the Jiangnan area. Send me the coordinates. Good, I'll send Fairy Firefly the coordinates, Dharma King Creation said happily. Su Clan 16 looked at the chat logs and started pondering. The Jiangnan area was the place where she had transcended her tribulation the last time. Afterward, she met Song Shuhang next to Jiangnan University town. It shouldn't be a bad experience to go there and take a look. After pondering for a moment, Su Clan 16 wrote, Senior Creation, count me in. However, it might take me some time to arrive. 7 isn't here today, and I'll need to drive a car to get there. After seeing that 16 had appeared, Northern River's loose cultivator immediately asked, 16, how are your wounds? Senior Northern River, thanks for your concern. The wounds the heavenly tribulation caused are almost healed. 16 sent a smiling emoji. Dharma King Creation said happily, 16, you don't need to drive a car. I'll come over to pick you up. Are you in the Su clan at this time? Yes, 16 replied with a smile. Wait for me. I'll immediately come over. If I go all out, it should take a little more than an hour for a round trip, Dharma King Creation said happily. With 16 and Fairy Firefly singing, added to Fairy Dongfang 6's beautiful dance, they were going to attract a lot of people after the live broadcast had started. Indeed, Dharma King Creation wasn't planning to record a video, he wanted to start a live broadcast. The Soul King felt that it was a bit boring to sing all alone. Since they were in an era where the internet was widespread, he decided to sing live so that everyone could hear him. However, he was well aware that he wouldn't attract many people if he were to start the live broadcast by himself. Therefore, Dharma King Creation thought of an ingenious plan. Is there any other fairy maiden that wants to participate and help me increase the numbers? Dharma King Creation said. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Fellow Daoist Creation, do you need my help? Fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer wants to help. That's great. Your charm is surely going to be very effective. However, you'll have to wear women clothing, is that fine? Dharma King Creation said. Go and die. Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, this young master was about to say that he knew several fairy maidens and could introduce these beauties with heavenly voices to you, but you unexpectedly want me to dress up as a woman? Since you don't have any sincerity, bye-bye brother Dharma King, our friendship is over. Young master, it was just a prank, bro. Please, introduce me to those fairies. They are okay as long as they can sing. Dharma King Creation said hurriedly. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, hee too late, bye. I'll block Fellow Daoist Creation for 1 month. Afterward, Young Master Phoenix Slayer sent a screenshot. In the screenshot, the block user option next to Dharma King Creation's name in the user list of the 9 provinces number 1 group was checkmarked. No. Fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer, don't be so cruel. Dharma King Creation said anxiously, too bad that young Master Phoenix Slayer had already blocked him and thus couldn't see his messages anymore. Dharma King Creation placed the phone down with some bottled-up bitterness in his heart. Then, he glanced at the equipment before his eyes. It was broadcasting equipment, a very advanced one at that. One of the disciples of Dharma King Creation's brother had delivered these things. The disciple prepared first-class broadcasting equipment for Dharma King Creation, registered an account for him, presented a petition to a broadcasting studio, and so on. After completing his task, he left the place in a hurry, getting far, far away. This disciple decided that he wouldn't click on the streaming website that Dharma King Creation was going to use for at least 2 years. What would he do if he were to carelessly click on the live broadcast of his martial uncle? He might end up dead. Dharma King Creation was well aware that he wouldn't attract the attention of many people if he were to go on stage by himself. The reason he decided to stream his concert on the internet was so that even more people could hear him singing. If there was only a handful of people listening to him, he might as well stay in the sect and hold his concert there. Indeed, the fact that Dharma King Creation frequently held concerts in the sect was the reason this disciple had prepared first-rate equipment for his martial uncle and taken care of all registrations and procedures for him. Due to the Soul King often holding concerts in the warring Buddha sect, all the elders of the sect expressed their support for the idea as soon as they came to know that Dharma King was planning to go outside and stream his performance on the internet. Thereupon, the sect promptly provided the money and arranged the place, the equipment, and took care of the various procedures in Dharma King Creation's stead. P.S. To prevent Dharma King Creation from getting just a handful of viewers during the live broadcast, possibly making him give up on the whole thing, the warring Buddha sect mobilized all their layman disciples in the country and told them to start following Dharma King Creation's live stream as soon as the broadcast began. In addition, the elders of the sect urged these layman disciples to turn off the audio of the device they were going to use to watch the stream. Of course, Dharma King Creation was unaware of this matter and even worried he might not get viewers after the start of the concert. Thereupon, he thought of a good plan to increase the number of views. He contacted several fairy maidens he knew to help him increase the views with their dancing and singing skills. Then, after the number of viewers was high enough, Dharma King Creation would join the fray and start singing. Dharma King Creation's secret plan was brewing in the dark. Unfortunately, I'm still short of one fairy maiden. Whatever, I'll pick up little 16 first and put this matter off until later. Dharma King Creation laughed. Then, he rose into the sky and headed toward the Spirit River Sioux clan with his flying magical treasure. At the same time, in the place Song Shuhang had just transcended the tribulation. Lady Onion's strength imparting process finally reached the final stage. After Immortal Fairy Bie Xue's appearance, which frightened her to death, all her fear turned into sorrow that pushed the strength of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears to the limit, allowing Lady Onion to successfully receive all the strength that was imparted to her. Lady Onion had reached the second stage third Dantian, Dragon Claw Dantian, realm in one go. In addition, the Dragon Claw Dantian was already full, and she needed but a slight effort to break through to the next small realm. Lady Onion's current realm was the same as the one Song Shuhang had 3 days ago. The strength imparting process ended. Lady Onion and Daoist Priest Horizon were both safe and sound. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. The strength imparting wasn't one of the top 10 cheats that the main characters in novels could get their hands on for nothing. Lady Onion had become a little expert of the second stage in just a small amount of time. If she could survive next, she would have greatly profited from the strength imparting. Then, just as Daoist Priest Horizon finished imparting his strength to Lady Onion, Song Shuhang's nose started to itch for some reason. He pinched and rubbed his nose and felt a burning sensation transmitting from it. Was it possible that it was one of the after-effects of that heavenly tribulation with 11 waves? Anyway, everything was now over and all of them were safe. Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and decided to take a group photo to commemorate the fact that he had transcended the tribulation, as well as the fact that Lady Onion had successfully received some strength from the lovely grandpa. As soon as he took his phone out, Song Shuhang discovered that there were a lot of new messages in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. He unconsciously swiped on the screen and opened the group chat. The first messages were about scholar Xian Gong looking for the blood of demodragon. Afterward, it was Senior Dharma King Creation asking the various fairy maidens in the group to help him record a video. Dharma King Creation invited Fairy Dongfang 6 and Fairy Firefly. Next, Song Shuhang saw that a certain Su Clan 16 also popped up. It's 16. 16 seems to have come out of secluded meditation. From the looks of it, her wounds have finally healed. A happy expression flashed through Song Shuhang's eyes. He didn't get any news about 16 since she went into deep meditation, and Senior 7 also didn't give him a satisfactory answer. But now, 16 seemed to have recovered and was out of secluded meditation. It was the best news he had received during the past few days. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pressed on the chat window, preparing to send 16 a congratulatory message. But immediately after, he saw Fairy Firefly's profile picture. Song Shuhang's hand, which was in the process of writing the message, stopped before it could complete its task. If he were to message Fairy Firefly, who just happened to be heading toward the Jiangnan area, would lock onto his position and conveniently use her repulsive flying rocket technique to deliver him to space again. Perhaps I should send 16 a private message, Song Shuhang thought to himself. It was a good method to avoid getting caught by Fairy Firefly. Hold on. That wasn't a good idea either. At this time, Fairy Firefly and 16 were both headed toward Dharma King Creation's place to help him record a song. What if Fairy Firefly were to discover from 16 that he was still on Earth? Although the probability was rather low, it was still risky. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang gazed at the shape-shifting brooch the nearby Yu Jiaojiao was wearing. Coincidentally, the place Dharma King Creation and 16 had decided to meet at was the newly built city of cinema in the Jiangnan area. He could easily get the address of the place after some research. In that case, was it better to go over directly and congratulate 16 personally, giving her a surprise? As long as he was careful, he could meet with 16 after Fairy Firefly had left. Then, just in case, he could use the shape-shifting brooch as well. In addition, he was already planning to head toward Jiangnan University Town and get a car from Venerable White's garage so that he could bring his friends back to their houses. He could bring Gao Moumou back first. The faster he could finish writing the story, the better. Shuhang, why are you in a daze? Yu Jiaojiao asked. 16 recovered from the wounds she received while transcending the tribulation and came out of secluded meditation, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Su Clan 16. Do you know her? Yu Jiaojiao asked. She had also heard about the geniuses of the 9 Provinces number 1 group. If her age was converted to human years, Yu Jiaojiao was part of the same generation as Soft Feather and 16. Yes. I met her as soon as I stepped in the world of cultivation, Song Shuhang said. 16 was the main reason he got involved in that matter related to the Moon Saber sect and the Immortal Farming sect. During that time, he got the treasured saber Broken Tyrant, the Blood God Crystal, and several other good things. Jiaojiao, I'll make a trip back to Jiangnan University Town when the sun rises. I watch to fetch a car there, and I'll probably go looking for 16 while I'm at it. Perhaps I will meet up with other seniors as well. Do you want to tag along? Song Shuhang asked. After hearing Song Shuhang's words, Yu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. No, I think I'll stay at home. With Song Shuhang gone, she would get to spend some time alone with Gao Moumou and the others. Such being the case, she could try to get them drunk again. She had several good ideas this time. Perhaps she could try to have the half-drunk half-sober Gao Moumou write 50,000 characters one more time. The thought alone was enough to make her excited. "All right. I'll go alone in that case," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Then, he waved his phone and said, "Let's take a group photo, okay? It's to commemorate the fact that I've transcended the tribulation, and also to congratulate Lady Onion for obtaining Daoist Priest Horizon strength imparting." "Good. It was your first time facing the heavenly tribulation. It's indeed something worth remembering," Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. Immortal Fairy Bie Xue and the others didn't have any objection either. The group photo was taken. The eyebrowless Song Shuhang, whose hair now reached the waist, was standing in the center while wearing his emerald green kasaya. Yu Jiaojiao, who had now assumed her original half-fish half-human form, was standing on the right side together with the calm and composed Daoist Priest Horizon. The veiled Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, who was the tallest and most slender amongst them, was standing on the right side. Then, next to Immortal Fairy Bie Xue was the trembling little Lady Onion. After seeing the group photo, the corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. "Where the hell have my eyebrows gone?" Yu Jiaojiao comforted him. "Shuhang, you don't need to worry. You can just draw them with a pencil. All human girls carry tools with them to apply makeup. You just have to ask one of them to draw you two pretty eyebrows." Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at three women on the scene. Jiaojiao was a half-fish and half-human girl. Therefore, she didn't use the same makeup as human girls. Lady Onion was a natural beauty. In addition, she was just a green onion, and she had no use for makeup. Lastly was Immortal Fairy Bie Xue. "I indeed have cosmetics with me," Immortal Fairy Bie Xue said with a smile. "However, I'm afraid I won't be able to draw your eyebrows. It's something that only a husband and a wife should be doing. Little friend Shuhang will have to ask another female cultivator to help him." Song Shuhang. "We are just talking about drawing two lines. Immortal Fairy, we aren't in ancient times anymore. If drawing eyebrows is something that only husband and wife can do, how can makeup artists keep making a living out of it? According to Immortal Fairy's viewpoint, they should marry the first person they applied makeup to and stop with their job." Around an hour later, Dharma King Creation arrived at the place he had arranged beforehand with Fairy Dongfang 6, Fairy Firefly, and 16. 16 add Fairy Firefly started singing to warm up, and Fairy Dongfang 6 started dancing according to the rhythm of the song. Dharma King Creation had invited over several professional cameramen that started to do their job earnestly. At this time, Dharma King secretly started the live broadcast. After the live broadcast started, the disciples of the warring Buddha sect with the task to boost the number of views immediately got into action and switched on their computers and phones, opening the page of Dharma King Creation's live broadcast one after another. Martial Uncle Creation is not the one singing. I can see a dancing fairy maiden, as well as other two fairy maidens in the back singing. Quickly turn the audio on. I want to hear the pleasant voice of those fairy maidens. Chapter 631 300,000 patients in urgent need of medical treatment. Martial Uncle Creation is truly awesome. It's actually the performance dance of a fairy maiden. Such being the case, the layman disciples of the warring Buddha sect that were scattered all over China and the world decided to turn the audio on. Loudspeakers, headphones, sound amplifying equipment, everything was turned on. In the next moment, the pleasant voices of two fairy maidens echoed in their ears. One of the voices was sweet and gentle, the other clear and melodious. Soon after, the disciples of the warring Buddha sect started to match the sounds they heard to the three fairy maidens on the screen. There were three fairy maidens on the screen. The fairy maiden in the forefront was wearing a colored skirt and long-sleeved dance clothing. Her long black hair was flying up and down in the air, and a light smile was hanging on her face. She looked like a colorful butterfly dancing amidst flowers. Then, two fairy maidens in the back were warming up their voices. One was a beautiful mature woman wearing a red-colored ancient skirt. That sweet and gentle voice that was blowing in one's face like spring breeze belonged to her. The other fairy maiden was a petite cutie, who also happened to be wearing red clothing. Nevertheless, what she was wearing was modern-style clothing, a short red jacket, and a short red skirt. A scarf was tied around her waist, covering up her lower abdomen, and two adorable sandals were worn on her feet. That clear and melodious, and also a little icy, voice belonged to her. That dancing fairy maiden is super good. I have decided, I want a file with all her pictures. Idiot, that petite fairy maiden in the back is our true love. She is so cute, both her voice and person are exquisite. Flat is justice. I prefer that mature fairy maiden wearing a red skirt. That gentle voice echoing beside one's ear is capable of making even bones go soft. I want to marry her. Which song are they singing? I can't hear it clearly. However, the voices of those two fairy maidens are really great. It seems they are still warming up and practicing. In addition, there is some distance between them and the camera. That's why the lyrics aren't too clear. We should be able to hear them clearly as soon as the main event starts in a while. We should seize the opportunity and call for our other fellow disciples before the main event starts. Such a beautiful event should be shared with everyone. The first wave of viewers that the live stream got was mainly composed of layman disciples of the warring Buddha sect. These layman disciples immediately got into action and spread the link of the live stream through their various channels. Quickly tune into Martial Uncle Creation's live broadcast. Martial Uncle is really the best. He didn't sing personally but found several fairy maidens to perform in his live broadcast. The voices and dancing skills of those three fairy maidens are excellent. This the link of the live stream. Quickly tune in, you'll regret it otherwise. The layman disciples of the warring Buddha sect spread the news at extremely high speed. However, this phenomenon wasn't limited only to them. The other users of the streaming platform also got curious and came over to take a look. Nowadays, as long as there was something big going on, and it had the capacity to pique people's interest, a large crowd would automatically gather. The news that three incredibly beautiful women were live streaming quickly spread amongst the users of the site. Thereupon, even more people tuned into the stream after they got wind of the news. Here I come. This is just the practice, right? It's going to be a delight when the true live broadcast starts in a while. Wait a moment. Am I having hallucinations? Are the hands of that dancing beauty glistening? We aren't in the post-production stage yet. Is this the work of some special equipment used for light effects? It has such good effects even during daytime. These guys seem professionals. What's the matter with this dance? The more I look, the more I feel like I'm getting enchanted by it. Modern people got to experience all kinds of dances on the internet, which included old dance, modern dance, rap dance, weeb dance, and even flirting dance. But the dance moves of that fairy maiden in the live broadcast didn't belong to any of the above-mentioned types. However, they had the power to resonate with one's heart. There was only one thought in the hearts of the spectators at this time. They wanted to keep looking until the end of time. In addition, what they were looking at was just a live stream and were thus seeing the dance steps of the fairy maiden through the screen. How shocking would the effects be if they saw the scene in person? While she was dancing, Fairy Dongfang's sixth charm increased by hundreds of thousands of times. At this time, she was extremely dazzling, and people just couldn't look away from her. Then, the voices of those two beauties in the back, one small and one big, were also very good. One of the voices was sweet and gentle, the other clear and melodious. When the two beauties sang together, the resulting outcome was truly refreshing. Just as Su Clan 16 and Fairy Firefly's coordination got better and better, they relaxed a little and stopped controlling their voices. As such, bits and pieces of the lyrics leaked out and echoed in the ears of the viewers. Mist curling up into the hazy rain with towers shrouded in the misty rain. I stop and lean against the eaves waiting for you to open your umbrella and pass by my side. I can finally hear what they are singing. I feel as though my ears are about to melt. I wish I could immerse myself in this heavenly sound forever. Exaggerated comments started to appear in the chat of the streaming site. I'm looking forward to seeing the three of them start their performance officially. All sorts of tip notifications filled the screen. All the viewers were immersed in the wonderful dance and heavenly singing. The viewers started to spread the news about the stream on their own by calling their friends and sharing the link with other people. The number of viewers skyrocketed and was just like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger as it rolled. Very soon, the stream surpassed 10,000 views, but the number was continuously increasing. Of course, the disciples of the warring Buddha sect were fanning the flames, but the strength of the other spectators couldn't be taken lightly either. After around an hour, the number of viewers had already surpassed 100,000. After seeing the numbers, Dharma King Creation's heartbeat sped up. 100,000 people, there were already 100,000 watching the stream. In his whole life, he had never sung before 100,000 people. He was somewhat excited at this time. At the same time, the corner of his mouth rose, turning into a bright smile. Around 10 minutes later, Fairy Dongfang 6, Fairy Dongfang 6, and Su Clan 16 finished their rehearsal and decided to take a small break to discuss how to coordinate in a while. Dharma King Creation took a deep breath. Now was the time. He enthusiastically led the three fairy maidens toward the rear of the palace, where he had already told someone to arrange a resting room with snacks, tea, and rare celestial fruits. After helping the three fairy maidens settle down, Dharma King Creation found an excuse to leave the room. Before leaving, he quietly activated the soundproof formation of the room. After the preparations were complete, Dharma King Creation slowly arrived in front of the broadcasting equipment. Within short 10 minutes, the number of viewers had doubled, surpassing 200,000. Dharma King Creation smiled, he was very pleased. He started to fiddle with the broadcasting equipment and said, "Hello, everyone. The three fairy maidens are currently taking a break. However, you don't need to worry, their rehearsal is almost over, and you'll be able to appreciate their dance steps and singing again in a short while. We want the fairy maidens to come on stage. Please, tell them to hurry up. Please, don't be impatient. I'll take advantage of this break to ask you guys if you have any song to recommend. I'm in charge of the statistics," Dharma King Creation said with a smile. "Those fairy maidens can sing whatever they want. Everything they sing is very pleasing to the ear. Please, just tell them to hurry up and get on stage quickly. My wallet is itching to get into action. I'll start tipping as soon as they sing something. Both my eyes and ears are ready. I want to taste this audiovisual banquet." "No problem. No problem," Dharma King Creation said with a smile. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. After a look, he noticed that the number of viewers had surpassed 300,000. The number was high enough. Dharma King Creation said, "Since you guys don't seem to have any preference, is something like Water Melody fine? Old songs are the best. Water Melody is good. I also approve of Water Melody. Everything the fairy maidens want to sing is fine." A barrage of messages flooded the chat. Aha! Such being the case, everyone should get ready to hear the song, Dharma King Creation said. Thereupon, the viewers started to adjust the quality of the sound. Someone increased the volume to the max, someone started using headphones, and someone even started recording. In short, all the viewers were getting ready to enjoy the upcoming audiovisual banquet. Only the disciples of the warring Buddha sect felt that something was amiss. Didn't he say that the three fairy maidens were coming on stage to sing Water Melody? Such being the case, What was Martial Uncle Creation doing in front of the screen? Why hadn't he left already? Was it possible that no, that couldn't be, right? Some quick-witted disciples stretched out their hands toward the volume keys, getting ready to lower it. But right at this time, Dharma King Creation started his attack. Dharma King slightly opened his lips and said, "When will the moon be clear and bright?" With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky in the heavens on this night, I wonder what season it would be. He could bring others to their knees by just opening his mouth. He wasn't the Soul King for nothing. His voice couldn't only conquer the ears of humans, but could directly seep into their bodies and conquer their soul. The 300,000 plus viewers immediately felt their knees going soft. The voice of the Soul King was full of destructive power. It was so scary that words alone weren't enough to describe it. As soon as Dharma King Creation opened his mouth to sing, the sound wave spread like the shock wave of a nuclear bomb, ignoring all defenses and annihilating everyone in its path without making distinctions between friends and foes. The fearsome sound wave was full of deadly power even after passing through the electronic equipment. The sound wave that Dharma King produced while singing wasn't something that science could explain. The sound wave spread from the broadcast studio and ultimately reached the viewers through their headphones, mobile phones, and other acoustic equipment. The devilish sound flooded their minds. The viewers felt as though they were helpless small boats fighting against the raging sea, swinging left and right amidst the rainstorm and ready to capsize at any time. The devilish sound kept causing a mess inside their heads, turning their minds upside down. All the viewers felt as though they were facing death. No. Help me, someone take off my headphones. Heavens, no. Mom, save me. Martial Uncle, show mercy. It's me, Su Gang. Please, don't sing, we are on the same side. This is bad, my head is spinning, I feel like throwing up, all the strength in my body is gone. There is only the distance of a palm between my finger and the volume button of the loudspeakers, but I don't have the strength to reach it, save me. I feel as though my ears are getting raped. I feel dizzy, and I'm about to puke, not only my ears, my entire body is also getting raped, I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. My ears are melting. I want to die. Too bad that Dharma King Creation couldn't hear any of their complaints. Dharma King Creation was getting more excited as he was singing. I'd like to ride the wind to fly home. Yet I fear the crystal and jade mansions are much too high and cold for me. Dancing with my moonlit shadow, it does not seem like the human world. 300,000 people were listening to his stream, whole 300,000 people were hearing him singing. It was wonderful. At this time, Dharma King Creation really felt like a superstar. The more he was singing, the more he was getting this feeling. Cease fire. Quickly cease fire. Martial Uncle, it's me. Su Yuan. Your most illustrious martial nephew, Su Yuan. Damn, my ears are about to have a miscarriage. My brain is melting and leaking out of my ears. Mom, I still want to be your son in the next life. Little Nan, I love you. Luckily, Dharma King Creation had decided to stream his concert on the internet. That voice of his that had the power to conquer the soul of humans was restricted for the most part by headphones and loudspeakers, not reaching the users on the other end at the peak of its power. The only thing that was transmitted over was that lethal sound wave that science was unable to explain yet. Otherwise, if ordinary people were to hear him sing in person, they would likely turn into idiots. The moon rounds the red mansion. Stoops to silk pad doors, shines upon the sleepless, bearing no grudge. Why does the moon tend to be full when people are apart? People experience sorrow, joy, separation and reunion. The moon may be dim or bright, round or crescent-shaped. This imperfection has been going on since the beginning of time. May we all be blessed with longevity, though thousands of miles apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together. Dharma King Creation reluctantly stopped after finishing the song. At this time, except for a few quick-witted users that had managed to turn the audio off in time, the eyes of the remaining 300,000 viewers had turned completely white. They felt dizzy, had blurred vision, were on the verge of throwing up, and had no strength in their body left. They didn't even have the strength to take their headphones or earphones off their heads. All the 300,000 viewers seemed to have undergone a mental breakdown. They were weakly lying on their chairs, tables, or beds, collapsed in all kinds of positions. The scariest thing was that some people that were watching the live broadcast in internet cafes or similar places even turned the volume of the loudspeakers to the maximum. Afterward, well, there was no afterward. All the people there were wiped out. However, it was finally over. Hee hee, amongst the 300,000 viewers, some started to laugh absent-mindedly. They had finally escaped that hell, the singing guy had finally stopped. They wouldn't have to suffer anymore. They started to accumulate their strength, and once they had recovered a bit, they would mute the loudspeakers or take the headphones off their heads. But right at this time, Dharma King Creation said something from the broadcast studio. Dharma King Creation said happily, "Ahaha, I didn't sing too well just now. I was a beat slower with several syllables." The 300,000 viewers rolled their eyes in contempt. Who the hell would even notice if there was something wrong with your syllables? Their heads were buzzing for the whole time he was singing. In addition, they felt as though they were constantly experiencing roller coaster rides, bungee jumping, flying around on trapeze, and other such deadly stimulations. Dharma King Creation also added, "Therefore, I think it's better if I sing another time. I ask everyone to prick up your ears to prepare for the second round. Please, silently sing together with me." The 300,000 viewers the live stream, f*ck, he still wants to sing? _angle_. Thereupon, Dharma King Creation who opened his mouth started singing again amidst the desperation of the 300,000 viewers. "When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I ask the clear sky in the heavens on this night, I wonder what season it would be." It was coming again. That fearsome storm-like voice was coming again. This time, the 300,000 viewers didn't have the strength to resist and were like dead fishes thrown into a tsunami, completely at Dharma King Creation's mercy. This time, I'm really dying," said someone weakly. "Doctor, save me, please. I feel that there is still hope for me. Mom, this world is simply too scary. I won't look at a live stream ever again. I won't survive this. I'm surely not going to survive this. Elders, I was mistaken. I shouldn't have turned the audio on. Please, save me, elders," called out in grief a layman disciple of the warring Buddha sect. Lascivious activities can lead to bitter consequences. Those fairy maidens really led to my demise. I won't love a fairy maiden ever again, but was making such an oath really okay? From tomorrow onwards, I'll become a real monk and abstain from sex, alcohol, and meat. I'll stop being a layman disciple and return to the warring Buddha sect to become a real monk. Someone had finally seen through the vanity of the mortal world. The God of creation really made fools of people. All kinds of wails echoed. From the looks of it, China's hospitals would be filled with additional 300,000 patients once Dharma King Creation's song was over. As for the symptoms of the patients, dizziness, vomiting, lack of strength, and so on. Amongst them, some would probably end up suffering from music phobia and old songs phobia, while the majority would develop live broadcast phobia. Water melody had become a nightmare of 300,000 people today. It was unknown how the authorities were going to process this situation. There were also the recordings of Dharma King Creation's voice. Would they become terrifying pollution-free weapons that surpassed conventional weapons someday in the future? At this time, in Yu Jiaojiao's villa, Song Shuhang said goodbye to Yu Jiaojiao, Daoist Priest Horizon, and Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, heading toward Venerable White's garage situated next to Jiangnan University Town together with Lady Onion. This time, Lady Onion absolutely didn't want to stay behind and gladly followed Song Shuhang. She changed back to her green onion form and obediently hid in Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. Her natural enemy, Immortal Fairy Bie Xue, had been eyeing her covetously all along. Lady Onion feared that her green onion sprout would become part of a dish the following day if she were to stay inside Yu Jiaojiao's villa any longer. After arriving at Venerable White's garage, Song Shuhang decided to drive a SUV made in China and switched the navigator on, setting Jiangnan area City of Cinema as the destination. Hopefully, Fairy Firefly would have already left by the time he got there. Only then would he be able to meet with Su Clan's 16 openly. Song Shuhang secretly offered his prayers. Then, just as he started the vehicle and prepared to get out of the garage, he discovered that an uncle dressed up as an office worker was waiting for him at the entrance. It's you, uncle. Song Shuhang immediately recognized the man after seeing him. It was that uncle who went with the Dao named Zhengde. He was a disciple of the immortal farming sect that mistakenly believed that Su Clan 7 stole the 7 colors wonder fruit from their sect after getting played by young Master Hai. Afterward, this uncle followed Su Clan's 16's traces and arrived at Jiangnan University Town. Then, a lot of things happened between him, 16, and Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang stopped the vehicle and looked at Zhengde, who was a cultivator at the peak of the second stage realm, very close to reaching the third stage. From what he remembered, this uncle had become the new sect master of the immortal farming sect. Such being the case, what was he doing here in Jiangnan University Town? Moreover, it seemed as though he was waiting for him. Zhengde also looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang was now a little taller, and even his build seemed to have gotten stronger. His short hair now reached the waist, and his eyebrows were gone. Then, as for his realm, what the hell? The corner of Zhengde's mouth twitched. When he saw this boy 2 months ago, he hadn't even completed his foundation establishment and got KO'd by one of his punches. But when they met again today, that boy had reached the third stage realm. Zhengde couldn't help but blurt out, "What kind of bug did you exploit?" "Aha, Uncle Zhengde seems very trendy as of late, it seems you have grasped some modern words as well," Song Shuhang said with a forced smile. Then, he got out of the car and continued, "Actually, I had a fortuitous encounter recently, which increased my cultivation speed a little. But since I've been breaking through too quickly, I have to put in twice the effort while practicing so as to consolidate my foundation properly." After all, the only reason he quickly advanced in realm while he was in the second stage was someone imparting him their strength. This caused his realm to become somewhat unstable. Therefore, he had to spend the next period of time to stabilize his foundation as much as possible. Zhengde faintly sighed. A fortuitous encounter that slightly increased his cultivation speed? Other cultivators might start crying if they were to discover how quickly you advanced in realm, do you get that? Song Shuhang asked, "Uncle Zhengde, did you need something since you were waiting for me?" "Yes. I was looking for you, but had no idea where you lived. Therefore, I had no choice but to wait for you close to the university," Zhengde replied. He waited close to Jiangnan University Town for the past few days because he was looking for Song Shuhang. But since the university was closed due to holidays, he was able to meet Song Shuhang only today. "Uncle, how can I help you?" Song Shuhang asked. Zhengde took a seed out of his clothes. The seed was emanating a 7-colored radiance. It was obviously something very valuable. This is the seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit. The ripe 7 colors wonder fruit of our immortal farming sect was stolen by the people of the Moon Saber sect back then. If we wish to cultivate it again until it matures, it's going to take us simply too much time. During the past 2 months, we have been able to obtain only a few seeds, and they'll need at least 100 years together with a large number of natural resources to mature. A bitter smile appeared on Zhengde's face after he had said this much. Uncle, are you planning to give this seed to me? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Since when had the relationship between him and the immortal farming sect become so good that they were ready to hand him out something as valuable as the seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit? Uncle Zhengde's face blushed, and he forced a smile, saying, about that, actually, I wanted to give this seed to that little girl from the Spirit River Sioux clan. I heard she was injured by the heavenly tribulation, and although the effects of this seed are no match for that of a ripe 7 colors wonder fruit, it should still help her treating her injuries if she were to eat it. Song Shuhang's face also became awkward. From the looks of it, Zhengde was thinking of delivering the seed to Sioux Clan's 16 through him. Uncle, why didn't you deliver the seed to Sioux Clan's 16 directly? Song Shuhang asked. Uncle Zhengde forced a smile. I'm too ashamed to meet her or Sioux Clan 7. Back then, he almost ended up worsening 16's condition due to his stubbornness. But afterward, not only Sioux Clan 7 didn't settle the accounts with him, he even gave him a wooden token of authority to protect the immortal farming sect. Zhengde had firmly kept in mind 7's righteousness and benevolence. Song Shuhang took the seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit from Uncle Zhengde's hand and said, all right. In that case, I'll pass the seed to Sioux Clan 16. I was just planning to meet her. Little friend Shuhang, thank you very much, Zhengde said earnestly. Uncle, do you need anything else? Song Shuhang asked. Zhengde shook his head. This uncle hadn't changed in the least. He had waited for several days here just to give him the seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit. Right. Uncle Zhengde, do you have a phone? How about giving me your phone number? With that, you can directly call me if you need something in the future, Song Shuhang said as he took out his mobile phone. The quality of the phone Venerable White had magically modified was superb, and it didn't break even though he was transcending the heavenly tribulation earlier. However, a black burned layer had appeared on its surface. Yeah. Uncle Zhengde took out his mobile phone and started to frantically fiddle with it, finally exchanging phone numbers with Song Shuhang. The immortal farming sect was basically living in seclusion before. The fact that Uncle Zhengde had managed to learn how to use all these modern devices within just 2 months was already quite something. After exchanging phone numbers, Song Shuhang thought of something and said, right. Uncle Zhengde, does your immortal farming sect sell medicinal materials? Recently, he had gotten the formula of a medicinal bath from Senior Medicine Master. It was precisely the formula of that medicinal bath he took in the golden coffin of 6th cultivator of true virtue back then. Its effects were quite good, and it could increase the strength of his constitution quite a lot. Although he had already reached the 3rd stage, the medicinal bath would still have some effect. In addition, the medicinal bath could be used to strengthen the body of ordinary people as well after the strength of the medicinal materials was diluted. Song Shuhang could have his family members take the bath for example. Little friend, you want to buy medicinal materials? Which type do you need? Zhengde asked. Song Shuhang gave him the list of medicinal materials he needed and asked for the price. Zhengde made a few calculations in his mind and said, these medicinal herbs are all low-level ones. We have all of them. The price of the whole set is around 7 spirit stones of the 3rd stage. This price was the same as the one Miss 6th cultivator of true virtue proposed to him in the grave. From the looks of it, the price she proposed was really close to the base price. That's fine. Such being the case, give me a few sets. Song Shuhang took out a spirit stone of the 6th stage and said, you can convert the entire spirit stone into medicinal materials. Zhengde took the spirit stone of the 6th stage and made a few calculations. A spirit stone of the 6th stage can be converted into around 857 sets of medicinal materials. I'll round up the number and give you 860 sets of medicinal materials the next time, is that all right? However, this number is pretty high. I'll need to return to the sect first to prepare the needed medicinal materials. I'll deliver them to your place as soon as everything is ready. Many thanks, Uncle Zhengde. Notify me when you are ready to deliver them, I'll tell you address of the place, Song Shuhang said, beaming with joy. If you need more medicinal materials in the future, don't hesitate and look for me. Even if our immortal farming sect doesn't have the medicinal materials, we can buy them at a price lower than the market price from a few sects that specialize in cultivating spirit herbs. When the time comes, we'll sell the materials to little friend Shuhang at a fair price, Uncle Zhengde said with a smile. Sure. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Uncle. Song Shuhang and Zhengde shook their hands. While practicing, both medicinal pills and natural treasures were essentials for cultivators. Song Shuhang hadn't had a channel to buy medicinal materials earlier. Therefore, even if he wanted to refine the lowest level, body-tempering liquid, he could only rely on the medicinal materials that Soft Feather sent him back then, and he couldn't do anything once he used them up. But now that he could count on the help of the immortal farming sect, Song Shuhang would be able to save up a lot of spirit stones if he were to refine a few medicinal pills after learning a bit more about alchemy from Senior Medicine Master. After saying goodbye to Uncle Zhengde, Song Shuhang got back into his SUV and headed toward the city of cinema. By the way, perhaps because he had reached the third stage, with his physique and eyesight getting stronger, or perhaps because he had gotten used to Senior White's 10x speed increasing formation, he was a little bored now that the vehicle was proceeding at normal speed. He was going simply too slow. He felt as though he was riding an electric motorbike. Speaking of which, how were Senior White and the others doing during their exploration of the ancient ruins? Song Shuhang gently touched Meteor Sword, which was now hanging around his waist. That forbidden area that the loose cultivator Li Tiansu had discovered was still waiting for him to come and explore it. All their hopes to cure little Li Yinzhu were pinned on that forbidden area. But he could explore that forbidden area only if Venerable White had free time. Afternoon, at 3 p.m. Song Shuhang finally arrived at the new city of cinema. During this period of time, the weather was changing randomly. The sun was shining brightly in the morning, but now that it was afternoon, there was heavy rain. The torrential rain had cooled down the burning hot temperature quite a bit. Dharma King Creation, 16, and the others are here somewhere in the city of cinema. Song Shuhang looked at the insides of the city of cinema from afar. There was a huge defensive formation with Buddhist runes engraved on it. From the looks of it, it was something that Senior Dharma King Creation had arranged personally. Had Fairy Firefly and the others finished recording the video? Song Shuhang parked the vehicle in the parking area of the city of cinema. Then, he took out the shape-shifting brooch and wore it on his chest. It was a brooch that Venerable Spirit Butterfly had manufactured personally, and its shape-shifting ability was very strong. If one was a little careful after the transformation, they could even use the Sea Urchin Warrior's aura concealing technique. Even if he were to meet Fairy Firefly, there was a high probability that she wouldn't recognize him. Song Shuhang turned into a man with a fierce look and strong build, weakening his aura as far as possible. Then, he took out his mobile phone and swiped on the screen, opening the 9 Provinces number 1 group. The 9 Provinces number 1 group was very lively at this time. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, damn it, the Soul King started singing again. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, 7 Lives Talisman, weren't you going to break through? How come you are listening to Dharma King Creation singing? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, I'm not. I haven't started breaking through yet. I haven't gone to see Fellow Daoist Creation singing either. The last time, the natives of the island decided to seek death and revolt against me. As such, I've decided to stay here for some more time and teach them the Book of Odes before leaving. Actually, it's pretty funny what happened the last time when they wanted to revolt. They surrounded my house and started to perform calisthenics radio music moves. Ahaha. Song Shuhang's face was burning with shame. The one that had taught the natives about those calisthenics radio music moves was none other than his foreign disciple Joseph. Speaking of which, Joseph had now moved next to him, and they were neighbors. If there was still fate between them, he might really receive him as a disciple in the future. This thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind. At this time, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman also wrote, "I just received the complaint of a fellow Daoist. He said that a layman disciple of the warring Buddha sect tricked him and made him watch a live stream. At first, there were 3 fairy maidens dancing and singing, but then, Dharma King Creation suddenly made his appearance and started singing. In addition, he sang over and over again. At this time, the friend of that fellow Daoist is still foaming at the mouth and both his feet and arms have gone soft. When he heard that I was acquainted with Dharma King Creation, he especially came to me to state his grievances. Northern River's loose cultivator. F*ck, did Dharma King Creation deceive the 3 fairy maidens earlier? He wasn't planning to record a video, but to open a live stream and sing? After reading up to this point, Song Shuhang's whole body trembled. He recalled how painful it had been to listen to Dharma King Creation singing from point-blank range. If Dharma King Creation were to broadcast his performance, that would be something comparable to a natural calamity. Bang! Song Shuhang suddenly felt his vehicle shaking. Someone had bumped into him. A traffic collision? What kind of joke is this? My vehicle is parked in the parking area. Luckily, he decided to drive a heavy SUV this time. Otherwise, his vehicle would have been knocked flying by the strength of the impact just now. Where had this crazy driver come from? The strength of the impact was simply unreal. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked backward. What bumped into him was an off-road vehicle of a brand he didn't recognize. The rear of the other vehicle was at this time on top of Song Shuhang's SUV. From the looks of it, the opposite party was reversing their vehicle but accelerated too much, causing the traffic collision. It was a very rough off-road vehicle, and it felt as though its whole body was reinforced. In addition, thick railing to protect against collisions was installed on the rear of the vehicle. No, wait. It wasn't only the rear of the vehicle. Song Shuhang could see from his viewpoint that the whole body of the vehicle was surrounded by railings to protect it from collisions. Just what kind of off-road vehicle was this? It was more like those bumper cars used in amusement parks. However, it was the terroristic version of bumper car. It was the version used to take human lives, the bumper car of death. After the traffic collision, the rear of Song Shuhang's SUV was completely smashed, while the vehicle of the opposite party suffered no damage. The owner of the other vehicle didn't do it on purpose, right? Damn it. I bumped into someone's vehicle again. A familiar voice echoed from the off-road vehicle. I bumped into someone's vehicle again. From the looks of it, it wasn't the first time that this driver had bumped into someone else. They were truly a kamikaze driver. Song Shuhang saw through the rearview mirror a beautiful woman jumping out of the rough off-road vehicle. Song Shuhang. It was unexpectedly someone he knew. It was Fairy Dongfang 6, the #1 kamikaze driver of the 9 provinces #1 group. She left Song Shuhang a deep impression during the hand-guided tractor competition the last time. Even now, Song Shuhang would immediately get a scare and wake up from his dreams whenever he recalled Fairy Dongfang 6 driving her hand-guided tractor. What was happening right was something very scary. Fairy Dongfang 6 was unexpectedly driving on the streets. Wasn't she afraid of causing terrific and deadly traffic collisions? With her driving skills, she was able to bump into someone even in the parking area. Therefore, wouldn't she cause a massacre if she were to drive on the streets, and leave the police officers with several murder cases to solve? At this time, Fairy Dongfang 6 opened her umbrella and ran toward Song Shuhang's vehicle, anxiously yelling, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Dear friend in the car, are you all right?" Song Shuhang thought of casually replying and greeting her. But then, he remembered that he had now changed his appearance. Thereupon, he opened the window of the SUV and coughed once, looking at Fairy Dongfang 6 with a serious expression on his face. Just as he was planning to open his mouth and say something, Fairy Dongfang 6's eyes suddenly lit up. Little friend Shuhang, what are you doing here? What? I even changed my appearance. How was Fairy Dongfang 6 still able to recognize me? Song Shuhang exclaimed in surprise. Ahahaha, the cultivation technique I practice is the 9 bewitching dance steps. Thereupon, the innate skill of my eye aperture also ended up being the bewitching eyes, which allows me to see through ordinary illusory technique with but a glance, Fairy Dongfang 6 said with a smile. The 9 bewitching dance steps were also a type of illusory technique. It was a first-class cultivation technique when it came to enchanting and captivating others. Fairy Dongfang was specialized in this field, and since even the innate skill of her eye aperture was the bewitching eyes, she needed but a glance to see through Song Shuhang's disguise. Song Shuhang. I got a scare earlier. I didn't think I would bump into someone while reversing the car. Luckily, the one I bumped into was little friend Shuhang and not an ordinary person. I had just gotten into the car and didn't even have the time to activate the shock-absorbing formation when I bumped into you. It would have been quite troublesome if the victim had been an ordinary person, Fairy Dongfang 6 explained. Fairy Dongfang 6 was also aware that her driving skills were very bad, or straight-up dangerous. But if one wanted to improve their driving skills, they would have to practice and get better little by little, right? Thereupon, Fairy Dongfang 6 had been practicing very hard lately to get rid of the kamikaze driver title hanging above her head. To avoid leaving a trail of corpses and destroyed vehicles on the streets while she was driving, she decided to add a shock-absorbing formation on her car. With this formation in play, the strength of the impact would be absorbed by the shock-absorbing formation and completely shifted onto her body if she were to carelessly bump into other vehicle or objects. With that, she didn't have to worry about causing a bloody massacre while she was driving on the streets. But just now, before she could even activate the formation, she pressed onto the accelerator with too much strength and ended up crashing into the SUV behind her while reversing the car. The rear of the poor SUV was completely smashed. Fairy Dongfang 6 was extremely worried. After all, it was going to be rather troublesome if the one involved in this traffic collision was an ordinary person. But after discovering that she had bumped into little friend Song Shuhang's vehicle, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was truly fate. There were so many cars parked in there, and the one she crashed into was the one belonging to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. Little friend Shuhang, didn't fellow Daoist Firefly deliver you to space? How come you are back already? Fairy Dongfang 6 asked. In addition, little friend Song Shuhang's current state was somewhat strange. His long hair reached the waist, but he didn't have eyebrows. This combination was rather strange. Fairy Maiden, I hope you'll keep this matter a secret for my sake, Song Shuhang said softly. I won't conceal the truth from you, Fairy Maiden. Actually, I was never sent to space a second time by Fairy Firefly. I'm guessing that Fairy Firefly sent into space someone that was disguised as me at that time. Someone disguised as you? Fairy Dongfang 6's eyes immediately lit up. Are you talking about that shady fortune teller? I'm also guessing that it might be Senior Copper Trigram's doing. Song Shuhang happily sold out Senior Copper Trigram. Well, this is really an interesting piece of news, Fairy Dongfang 6 said and stretched out her hand, swiping it over his body and giving him a general physical checkup. After determining that Song Shuhang was truly fine and wasn't injured, she was able to relax for good. But, had she made a mistake while inspecting him earlier? How come little friend Song Shuhang was now at the third stage realm? Right. Little friend Shuhang, I completely destroyed the rear of your brand new vehicle. I'll get you a new one later, alright? Fairy Dongfang 6 said. Song Shuhang shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. This vehicle didn't belong to me in the first place. It was Venerable White's. PFFF, Fairy Dongfang 6 immediately spurted out a mouthful of saliva. What? Venerable White's vehicle? She stretched out her hand and pinched her thigh hard. Fairy Maiden, what are you doing? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Damn it, this isn't a dream. I really crashed into Venerable White's vehicle. Fairy Dongfang 6 muttered to herself. Crashing into Venerable White's vehicle equaled crashing into Venerable White himself. Now that she had offended Venerable White, wouldn't a meteorite suddenly fall from the sky and hit her? You don't have to worry. It's not a big deal, Fairy Dongfang 6, Song Shuhang replied. These vehicles are something that true monarch Yellow Mountain delivered to Senior White so that he could freely tear them apart and have fun with them. Senior White has already destroyed several of them after coming out of secluded meditation. But if you still don't feel at ease, you can provide Venerable White a few new vehicles as a compensation. Is that really enough? Fairy Dongfang 6 said happily. Yes, it's fine. In addition, only the rear of the vehicle was destroyed. I can just look for a repair shop later and have them fix it, Song Shuhang replied. After hearing Song Shuhang's words, Fairy Dongfang 6 finally heaved a sigh of relief. Right. Fairy Maiden, is your live broadcast already over? Song Shuhang said. Fairy Dongfang 6 asked in puzzlement, live broadcast? Which live broadcast? Didn't Dharma King Creation invite you fairies to perform in a live broadcast? After you, Fairy Firefly, and 16 were done singing and dancing and were taking a break, Dharma King Creation seized the opportunity to sing a song of his own. This is a hot topic in the 9 provinces #1 group right now. From what I've heard, Dharma King Creation created a calamity after he opened his mouth and started singing during the live stream, Song Shuhang said. Fairy Dongfang 6's eyelid twitched. She grabbed her phone and started to fiddle with it. After a short moment, her whole body felt uneasy. What kind of joke was this? Didn't he say that he wanted to record a video? Why did it suddenly turn into a live broadcast where she, Fairy Firefly, and 16 were accompanying Dharma King Creation and performing together? Dharma King Creation, this scheming bastard. Fairy Dongfang 6 secretly clenched her teeth. Tonight, I'll run over his whole place and leave a trail of blood behind. Song Shuhang had already understood what was going on. From the looks of it, Dharma King Creation didn't tell the 3 fairy maidens that he was going to start a live stream. It seemed he had secretly started the stream without informing anyone. In that case, did it mean that he had casually sold out Dharma King Creation? Well, that was a rather awkward situation. After all, Dharma King Creation had been gentle enough to pass on to him a cultivation technique, the hair-growing technique. However, it wasn't really the case, either. This matter had already spread to the 9 provinces #1 group, and the 3 fairy maidens would get knowledge of it as soon as they took their mobile phones in hand. Therefore, the result would have been the same even without his reminder, right? Cough. Will Senior Creation live long enough to see tomorrow's sunshine? After Fairy Dongfang 6's mood settled down, Song Shuhang asked, right. Fairy Dongfang 6, is Fairy Firefly still here? Firefly came here with her flying sword, and after we finished shooting, she left the same way she came here. On the other hand, I was shopping close to this place before coming over and thus drove until here, Fairy Dongfang 6 said. As for 16, Dharma King Creation went to pick her up earlier. But she said she didn't want to return to the Spirit River Sioux clan just yet and decided to use the public transportation to leave. In that case, where is she now? Song Shuhang asked. Before I left, she headed in another direction after leaving the city of cinema. They have a train station there, she should be headed toward it, Fairy Dongfang said as she pointed in the direction of the train station. Thank you, Fairy Maiden, Song Shuhang replied. Then, he bid farewell to Fairy Dongfang 6 and drove away with his SUV with the smashed rear, quickly heading in the direction of the train station. Hopefully, he would make it in time to meet with 16. Around 5 minutes later, Song Shuhang parked the SUV in the parking area next to the train station. Then, he quickly dashed toward an alley. Luckily, he managed to notice Su Clan's 16 proceeding toward the train station with an umbrella in her hand while he was driving over there. At this time, the rain had gotten even stronger. Song Shuhang ran under the eaves of the alley for a while, ultimately stopping. He leaned against the wall and gently breathed out. The rain had soaked his body, and the raindrops were falling to the ground after passing through his hair. Afterward, he raised his head and looked towards a distant place. Su Clan 16 was slowly walking over while holding an umbrella in her hand. She had short hair, and looked beautiful even without makeup. She wore red clothing, a short red jacket, and a short red skirt. A scarf was tied around her waist, covering up her lower abdomen, and 2 adorable sandals were worn on her small jade-white feet. When he saw 16 getting closer and closer, the corner of the Song Shuhang's mouth rose. He was planning to suddenly jump out as soon as 16 got closer and give her a surprise. 16 was holding the umbrella and seemed to be thinking of something. She was distracted. But right at this time, a fierce-looking man with a strong build suddenly jumped out of the nearby alley and blocked her path. The man had a fiendish grin on his face. Who is this person? Su Clan 16 was immediately alarmed. Her petite body tensed up, and the liquid true qi inside her body condensed, turning her right palm into a blade. Her bright eyes closely stared at the grinning tall man. A cultivator of the 3rd stage, in addition, it seemed he had been waiting for her here for quite some time. Was this an assassination attempt from the enemies of the Su clan? Thereupon, Su Clan 16 instantaneously counterattacked. The expression on her small face froze, and her right palm violently moved forward. Spirit River Saber Technique, Tyrannical Saber Technique, Imperial Saber. It was an overbearing and awe-inspiring attack. Violent saber intent burst forth from 16's small body. Just as she was about to make her move, the grinning man grimaced and used a strange tone to ask, 16, guess who I am? But his voice had yet to fade when a frightened expression appeared on his face. Stop. 16, it's me. This voice, isn't this Song Shuhang's voice? At the critical moment, 16 tried her best to pull her right palm back, restraining the saber chi of her Spirit River Saber technique as much as possible. But the remaining strength of the saber palm still ended up hitting Song Shuhang's body. The Spirit River Saber technique was extremely tyrannical. All the attacks would focus on pressing forward without stopping, destroying everything in their path. It wasn't easy to stop such a saber technique when it was on its way to attack the enemy. Song Shuhang pitifully called out. His body was sent flying while upside down amidst the heavy rain. Since he was going to meet 16, he didn't hear his emerald green kasaya. Therefore, he had to tank 16 palm attack with his physical body. The true liquid in Song Shuhang's great river of true qi exploded and tried to protect his body. But how could he properly keep off Su Clan 16's unique skill, the Spirit River Saber technique, with a defense he had hastily put up? Although 16 had tried her best to restrain the strength of her saber chi at the critical moment, the attack was still as overbearing as before. Song Shuhang was sent flying while in an upside-down position and heavily fell into a nearby puddle. The heavy rain fell on his face and streamed down through the corner of his eyes. His heart was wounded at this time. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. In Song Shuhang's imagination, things should have gone like this. he was supposed to elegantly lean against a white wall with green tiles while the light rain was continuously pouring down, with him beneath the eaves. Then, Su Clan 16 would pass before him while holding an umbrella in her hand. Right at that time, he would make his appearance and say to 16, 16, guess who I am? 16 would get a scare at first. Then, she would charmingly smile and say, Shuhang, you gave me a scare. Afterward, the duo, which had reunited after a long separation, would look at each other under the fine rain and smile. Little did he expect that 16 would suddenly attack him, and with so much strength at that. At this time, he was lying in the heavy rain with bean-sized raindrops hitting his dirted face. In addition, he felt as though his stuffy chest was about to split open. In the heavy rain, Song Shuhang lay in the puddle, getting drenched like a chicken. Before him, Su Clan 16 held an umbrella in one hand, with her other palm still having the shape of a blade, while looking at Song Shuhang with a confused expression on her face. Song Shuhang forced a smile and deactivated the shape-shifting brooch on his chest, saying to 16, 16, it's me, Shuhang. You almost killed me. Please, lend me a hand and help get up. That blow from 16 had been rather painful. Luckily, his constitution was very strong, and he only felt some pain but didn't suffer any injury. However, Su Clan 16 didn't immediately go forward to help him get up. She looked at him vigilantly, with her hand still having the shape of a blade and saber chi condensing on it. Song Shuhang. What's the matter now? I already changed back to my original appearance, why is 16 still being so cold? Who are you? And why are you pretending to be Song Shuhang? Su Clan 16 said coldly while holding the umbrella with one hand and pointing the other toward Song Shuhang. Her shiny black pupils were full of cold intent. What? It's me, Song Shuhang. I'm not an imposter. Song Shuhang got up from the puddle and rubbed his chest, saying, 16, do you not recognize me? Oh, perhaps I know the reason. Is it because of my strange appearance? The reason for this is the heavenly tribulation. Both my hair and eyebrows were reduced to ashes, and I have this long hair now because I used the hair growing technique. I still didn't have the time to cut it yet. Are you still trying to trick me? In that case, don't blame for being rude. Su Clan 16 approached Song Shuhang with light steps, her right hand releasing powerful saber intent. Is it possible that my hair and eyebrows aren't the reason? Song Shuhang said in a hurry, 16, I think you are misunderstanding something. Do I really have to prove that I am me? But how can I prove it? Humph, Fairy Firefly sent the real Song Shuhang to space a few days ago. Therefore, he is still there at this time, Su Clan 16 said coldly. Speak, who are you? Why did you disguise as Song Shuhang and try to approach me? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. F************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** As though 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart. He got fcked by Senior Copper Trigram. About that. 16, calm down a bit and listen to what I have to say, Song Shuhang said as he waved his hand. The fact that 16 was slowly approaching him made him feel a lot of pressure. Actually, the one that was sent to space the second time wasn't me, it was Senior Copper Trigram. Song Shuhang explained. At that time, Senior Copper Trigram suddenly decided to assume my appearance. Afterward, he was unlucky enough to meet Fairy Firefly and got sent into space. Fairy Firefly wasn't able to see through Senior Copper Trigram's disguise and wrote in the group that she sent me to space a second time. But the truth is that I've been on Earth all along. Su Clan 16 stopped in her track, but her shiny black eyes kept staring at the Song Shuhang before her eyes. There are no problems with this reply, right? Song Shuhang said with a smile. I read in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group that you were coming to the Jiangnan area. Therefore, I secretly came over to look for you to give you a surprise. Su Clan 16 slightly lowered her eyes and firmly shook her head after a short time. That's impossible, you can't be him. Song Shuhang reached the second stage realm just a little before the start of the hand-guided tractor competition. And yet, the person before her eyes was a cultivator of the third stage. Song Shuhang stepped on the path of cultivation just a few months ago, and now, in just these few months, he had reached the third stage realm? What kind of joke was that? I advanced in realm as well, and it happened during the wee hours of today's morning. Try to smell, my body should still have the smell of the heavenly tribulation, Song Shuhang said hastily. Su Clan 16 said, I only smell the fragrance of green onion. Song Shuhang scratched her head and said, in that case, do you want to take a look at my identification card? That kind of thing is too easy to fake, Su Clan 16 said. Whenever senior cultivators came out of secluded meditation, they would immediately look for Cave Lord Snow Wolf and have him take care of certificates and whatnot. If Cave Lord Snow Wolf could do it, other cultivators could do it as well. Such being the case, how could she trust something like an identification card? In that case, what do I have to do to prove that I'm indeed Song Shuhang? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was really at a loss at this time. 16 slightly lowered her head, her eyes bright. Actually, after chatting with him for a bit, she already knew in her heart that the person before her eyes was the real Shuhang. Although the aura on his body had changed, as well as the fact that he had gotten taller, with his cultivation realm increasing, his unique disposition was still the same. She was able to see through him after talking him with for a while. However, she still wanted to test Song Shuhang one last time. In that case, I'll ask you a question. Su Clan 16 arrived by Shuhang's side while holding the umbrella, blocking the rain for him. Song Shuhang said, what question? That day, when that uncle from the immortal farming sect was pursuing us, what did you give me to eat after we found a place to hide? 16 said softly. This matter was something that only she and Song Shuhang knew about. Are you talking about that fasting pill? Song Shuhang said, somewhat embarrassed. 16 still remembered about that matter about the fasting pill? 16 smiled, and dimples bloomed on her face. She stretched her hand and helped Song Shuhang get up. After Song Shuhang finally got up, 16 secretly clenched her teeth. At this time, Song Shuhang was quite a bit taller than a few months ago. His height had increased from his original 175 centimeters to his current 182 centimeters. On the other hand, Su Clan 16 hadn't grown taller at all. Even at this time, she was only around 150 centimeters tall. With that 30 centimeters difference in height, she would at most reach Song Shuhang's chest if they were to hug. Did you have nothing better to do other than growing up? Wasn't 175 centimeters tall enough? Why did you have to grow even taller? Won't you turn into a 2 meters tall small giant if you keep growing up like this? Song Shuhang noticed that 16 had suddenly become angry. He scratched his head in confusion. How exactly had he offended her this time? 16 faintly sighed. Then, she stretched her hand and pasted it on Song Shuhang's body. Afterward, liquid true qi was transmitted over from her palm and covered Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang's drenched clothes and hair immediately dried up. True qi can be used like this too. Song Shuhang carefully experienced the process. Just as though she had discovered what was on Song Shuhang's mind, Su Clan 16 explained in a gentle tone, as long as you possess fire-type true qi, it's very easy to do something like this. It was a rather handy trick. But in the absence of fire-type true qi, one had to rely on something like the clothes cleaning technique. Fire-type true qi? I have a dual type, lightning and fire, true qi, Song Shuhang said. Having fire-type true qi is enough, Su Clan 16 said. This is also one of the methods to train one's ability to control true qi. 7 trained me the same way back then. In a while, I can teach you how to use your true qi to evaporate the water soaking your hair and clothes. You can try it by yourself too so as to improve your ability to control true qi. Sure. Song Shuhang also asked, 16, where were you planning to go just now? 16 paused. Since she believed that Song Shuhang was still in space, she thought of taking a stroll around Jiangnan University town. In addition, she wanted to take a look at the place when she and Song Shuhang had met the first time before transcending the tribulation. But she hadn't expected that Song Shuhang would come to look for her and even give her a surprise, almost getting killed in the process. In that case, where could she go now? 16 lowered her head and noticed that she was still wearing that set of red clothes. This time, Dharma King Creation came to pick her up, and she got out in a hurry and didn't have the time to change her clothes. Therefore, 16 said, I want to go to a clothing store. A clothing store? Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. 16, come with me. I just happen to have some very fitting clothes to gift you. Song Shuhang just happened to have a large box full of immortal clothing with him. The clothes inside were both exquisite and beautiful. Since he had so many clothes with him, he was at a loss how to deal with them. But right at this time, 16 said she needed clothes. It seemed there was some fate between 16 and those clothes. Song Shuhang had already thought of giving 16 those clothes and now was a good opportunity. The box with the clothes was currently inside Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. However, it wasn't convenient to take them out at this time. Therefore, Song Shuhang planned to bring 16 somewhere else and let her have a good look at the various clothes inside the box and see if she liked any of them. Su Clan 16 looked at Song Shuhang strangely. Then, she pushed her umbrella into Song Shuhang's hand and said, all right. Let's go then. Song Shuhang grabbed the umbrella and said, come with me. My vehicle is parked in the parking lot of the train station. The umbrella wasn't too big, and while it was fine to cover the petite 16, it got somewhat crowded when a big guy like Song Shuhang joined. Song Shuhang tried to cover 16 as much as possible with the umbrella. Even if he got soaked, he could seize the opportunity and use that method involving the usage of true qi to dry one's clothes that 16 told him about. In the parking area, 16 looked at the SUV with the smashed rear and asked, is this your vehicle? Aha, actually, it was a brand new vehicle before I drove it till here. After saying this much, Song Shuhang heaved a long sigh and continued, but when I was in the parking area of the City of Cinema, I just happened to meet Fairy Dongfang 6, who was trying to reverse her car at that time. Su Clan 16 nodded and couldn't help but laugh. From the looks of it, the kamikaze driver Fairy Dongfang 6 had bumped into Song Shuhang's vehicle. Luckily, even if the rear of the vehicle was smashed and flattened a bit, the rest was still fine. Song Shuhang could drive it without problems. He would just need to look for a repair shop and have them fix it when he had the time. After getting into the SUV, Song Shuhang first headed toward Venerable White's garage next to Jiangnan University town. He couldn't drive this vehicle with a smashed rear when driving his friends back home. In the afternoon, 4:40 p.m. Song Shuhang arrived at the garage and exchanged the SUV for an ordinary commercial vehicle. In addition, it just so happened that a repair shop was right next to the garage. Thereupon, Song Shuhang conveniently delivered the SUV to the repair shop. There was still a lot of super luxurious cars in the garage, but Song Shuhang had no intention of driving them. After all, he had to bring his 3 friends back home tomorrow, and if he were to use one of those fancy cars, he would need to explain a lot of things and bring unnecessary troubles upon himself. On the road, Song Shuhang asked, 16, do you already have a place where you can stay? I don't. Senior Creation brought me to the Jiangnan area this morning, and I still didn't have the time to look for a place to live. Su Clan 16, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, said. In that case, how about going with me to Yu Jiaojiao's place and staying there for a few days? Song Shuhang said. Yu Jiaojiao? Who is that? Su Clan 16 slightly raised her eyes. From the sound of it, it seemed the name of a girl. She's the daughter of true monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, a member of the 9 Provinces #1 group. He is precisely that person with the long nickname Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. Anyway, she's half Flood Dragon and half Mermaid, Song Shuhang replied. What's her current realm? 16 asked casually. She's at the 4th stage realm. You don't want to challenge her to a fight, right? Song Shuhang asked. From what Song Shuhang knew, 16 and 7 were very similar, and their hobby apparently consisted in challenging other people to battle. In short, they were battle maniacs. Back then, when 16 was breaking through, 7 happily wrote in the group that he would bring her around and have her challenged to battle the various seniors of the group after the Tribulation. Don't worry. I don't want to challenge her to battle, Su Clan 16 said with a smile. Since she was a half-flood dragon and half-mermaid of the 4th stage, she shouldn't have the capacity to transform into a human just yet. If that Miss Yu Jiaojiao is willing, I'll disturb her for a few days. Good, it's settled then, Song Shuhang said. The vehicle kept advancing on the road. But right at this time, Song Shuhang's mobile phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen of the phone and discovered that the caller was Great Master Profound Principle's layman disciple, Senior Brother 3 Realms. Song Shuhang stopped the vehicle on the side road and picked up the phone. Hello, Senior Brother 3 Realms. Is something the matter? Song Shuhang asked. Shuhang, where are you now? Oh, wrong question. I should ask you first if you have free time these days. Can you leave your place? Senior Brother 3 Realms asked quickly. Yes, I can head out if I want to. Is something the matter? Song Shuhang asked. Was it possible that Guogua had run away from home again to treat his hemorrhoids? If you have the possibility to head out, that's good. Do you remember the Jingang token of authority I gave you the last time? Senior Brother 3 Realms asked. Song Shuhang replied, yes, I do. The Jingang token of authority was the key to enter the Jingang Immortal Cave and learn the follow-up technique of the basic Buddhist fist technique belonging to the Jingang Temple. It was a powerful fist technique with 8 styles. The strength of its moves ranged from the 2nd to the 5th stage. There was also the heart-tempering ancient well inside the Immortal Cave. If cultivators looked inside the well, their inner desires and ambitions would get stimulated along with their most reserved thoughts. After these thoughts and desires resurfaced, one could overcome them through the heart-tempering ancient well, strengthening their state of mind. All cultivators below the 5th stage realm could obtain pretty good benefits in there. One needed the Jingang token of authority, as well as 6 spirit stones of the 4th stage as a fee, to enter the Jingang Immortal Cave. After carrying out that transaction with Daoist Priest Horizon and obtaining some spirit stones, Song Shuhang had already considered heading toward the Jingang Immortal Cave if there was a chance so that he could try to learn the demon subduing Buddhist fist technique. Senior Brother 3 Realms said, yesterday, the ancient well suddenly erupted and turned into a fountain. Many disciples of our faraway wandering temple entered the Immortal Cave and obtained a lot of benefits, with 13 of them even grasping part of the demon subduing Buddhist fist technique. From what I understand, this is a very rare opportunity. Now that the ancient well has turned into a fountain, it's even easier to learn the fist technique. Moreover, this fountain won't last for long. Therefore, you should seize the opportunity while you can. If you have free time, I can bring you to the Jingang Immortal Cave, where you can try to learn the technique. If you don't have enough spirit stones at this time, I can pay up in advance for you. Senior Brother 3 Realms owed Song Shuhang several small favors. For example, when Guogua came over and caused Shuhang a lot of trouble. Therefore, when the ancient well erupted, Senior Brother Three Realms immediately thought of Song Shuhang and decided to give a hand while he was at it. "Thank you, Senior Brother Three Realms," Song Shuhang said. "In addition, you don't need to worry about spirit stones. I got my hands on a good sum of spirit stones recently." "Right, Senior Brother, how many people can the Jingang token of authority allow me to carry along? I can pay the fee for each person if necessary." Senior Brother Three Realms replied, "Sigh, fine. I'll put in a good word for you this time and allow you to carry along other people. Give me your address, I'll contact you." "Thank you, Senior Brother," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Afterward, he gave the address of Yu Jiaojiao's villa to Senior Brother Three Realms. The effects of the heart-tempering ancient well in the Jingang Immortal Cave were very beneficial to cultivators. Therefore, he wanted 16 and Yu Jiaojiao to come with him as well. After hanging up the phone, Song Shuhang said to 16, "16, how about going to the Jingang Immortal Cave together?" "Sure." Su Clan 16 looked at Song Shuhang and said, "But I don't have spirit stones with me at this time." "I can pay for you," Song Shuhang said. Su Clan 16 leaned against the seat and asked, "Good, I'll owe you this one." "Right, how much money did I owe you the last time?" "I have long forgotten," Song Shuhang said with a smile. The vehicle kept speeding along the road, quickly arriving at Yu Jiaojiao's villa. Just as Song Shuhang returned to the villa, the heavy rain also stopped. The air was fresh and clean after the rain. As soon as Song Shuhang arrived at the door of the villa, he smelled the fragrance of alcohol. Had they drunk again? Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 arrived in front of the door and rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" Yu Jiaojiao's voice echoed. Her voice was spiritless, just as though she was drunk. Song Shuhang replied, "Jiaojiao, it's me. I've returned." "Oh, I'm coming," Yu Jiaojiao replied. Afterward, the sound of footsteps echoed. The lock of the door turned, and a long, white leg kicked the door, pushing it open. The door of Yu Jiaojiao's villa opened towards the outside. After the door was kicked open, two long, white legs as well as 5 jade-white toes appeared before their eyes. Those legs were so beautiful that one could look at them for a lifetime. A little above was a short skirt that covered them until the knees. Further above was Jiaojiao's cute and lovely upper half. Song Shuhang glanced at the interior of the villa from his position. As expected, his poor friends had been KO'd. Gao Moumou, whose capacity for alcohol was the worst, was already lying on the table, mumbling something in drunken language. Tubo and Yangda were also dizzy and couldn't walk steadily. "You drank again?" Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, "In addition, you drank together with Gao Moumou and the others while in your true form?" "Don't worry. I didn't get drunk." Strong smell of alcohol came from Yu Jiaojiao's mouth as she said, "In addition, I used a magical technique on my body, and in the eyes of ordinary people I have my mother's appearance. I won't give your friends a scare." Song Shuhang. "Is it possible that Yu Jiaojiao's hobby is drinking? I didn't know that she had this hobby earlier. How come she can't resist the urge of getting drunk lately? You came back just in time. How about accompanying me for a drink?" Yu Jiaojiao said. At this time, she noticed Su Clan 16, who was standing behind Song Shuhang's body. After a moment of surprise, she guessed, "Is it possible that you are fellow Daoist Su Clan 16? "Nice to meet you, fellow Daoist Jiaojiao," Su Clan 16 replied with a smile. "No need to stand on ceremony, you can consider this place your own." "Right, do you want to drink a cup or two with me?" Yu Jiaojiao said. "I won't drink today." Song Shuhang waved his hand and said, "Jiaojiao, Senior Brother Three Realms will come here in a while to carry us to the Jingang Immortal Cave. It just so happens that the heart-tempering ancient well in the cave has erupted and turned into a fountain, with its strengthening effects getting amplified. I think we should seize the opportunity and go there to take a look. The heart-tempering ancient well in the Jingang Immortal Cave? Yu Jiaojiao was confused. From the looks of it, she hadn't heard about this place before. Jiaojiao, how about tagging along? The heart-tempering ancient well has very good effects that are extremely beneficial to cultivators, Song Shuhang said. Yu Jiaojiao had helped him quite a lot during the past few days. Therefore, he wished to return the favor a bit. Oh, Yu Jiaojiao turned her head around and looked at the lame Gao Moumou. Gao Moumou was dead drunk at this time, and from the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to write characters today, either. Forget it. I'll let him off the hook this time. However, I will get the other two guys dead drunk before leaving. In the meantime, Song Shuhang brought 16 to his room and took a box out of his size-reducing purse. The box was opened, revealing layer upon layer of immortal clothing. In addition, all of it was women's clothing. Each of the clothes had a unique design and wasn't inferior to the clothes that fairy maidens wore in legends. Several runes and formations were engraved above the immortal clothing to make it even more beautiful. After seeing this large box full of gorgeous clothes, Su Clan 16 blinked her eyes. Where had Song Shuhang obtained all these clothes? Song Shuhang started to explain on his own initiative. This box full of immortal clothing was a gift that a certain senior prepared, and it has been lying inside the warehouse of the 3 Ages Armed Escort Office all along. I collected this box recently from their office, but I didn't expect that I would find only immortal clothing inside. Luckily, aside from the immortal clothing, there was also that small box that contained 33 spirit beast crystals and the encyclopedia of animal taming inside the box. Otherwise, Song Shuhang would have cried himself to sleep. Back then, he used the only spirit stone he had with him as the fee to collect the sealed package. When I opened this box full of immortal clothing back then, I saw that there were some clothes very suitable for you, 16. Therefore, I kept this thought in mind and decided to gift them to you the next time we met. Song Shuhang picked up the layer of clothes on the top and spread it on the bed. 16's eyes shone. Then, she said with a smile, should I try them? Yes, you should. I'll wait outside the door. Call me when you are done. Song Shuhang waved his hand and walked out of the room. 16 lowered her head and replied, okay. Song Shuhang stood outside the door while taking a look at the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming in his hands. This book was like a textbook, very easy to understand. In addition, the various methods described in the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming to tame animals were unexpectedly related to the 33 divine beasts technique he practiced. According to the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, the 33 divine beasts technique was an excellent cultivation technique to tame animals. During the taming of spirit beasts, one could use their 33 divine beasts' innate true qi to refine the spirit beast, allowing it to grow faster, get stronger, and become of higher quality, and it had other abstruse and mysterious effects as well. In other words, the 33 divine beasts technique was basically a small cheat to quickly raise spirit beasts. Beyond that, Song Shuhang discovered another important thing from this book. Each cultivation technique that was part of the 33 divine beasts technique had a method similar to the whale swallowing technique to gobble up and absorb the energy inside spirit beast crystals. Therefore, it wasn't uncommon for the disciples of the 33 divine beasts sect to encounter the same problem as Song Shuhang, with their bodies getting filled with too much true qi and almost exploding. At that time, these disciples of the 33 divine beasts sect with too much true qi inside their bodies could use the method described in the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming to pass it to their spirit beasts, refining them in the process. During the refining process, one could even obtain a stream of pure energy back from the body of the spirit beast. Although the amount of energy was smaller than the original, its quality was higher. In addition, the spirit beast refining process would increase the strength of the disciple's constitution as well. Song Shuhang. As expected, the 33 Divine Beasts sect had a way to take care of the negative effects of the whale swallowing technique. If he could tame a spirit beast, he could use this method to pass the excessive amount of true qi or true liquid inside his body to the spirit beast, refining it while he was at it. During this process, the quality of the true qi and true liquid would increase. As if that wasn't enough, even one's constitution would get stronger. It was a cheat almost comparable to having a ghost spirit. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion and said, "Now I understand why this cultivation technique was able to pique Senior White's interest." Once Senior White was out of the ancient ruins, he would transcribe a copy of the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming and give it to him. At the same time, he thought of something. He still had 2 spirit beasts back home. They were precisely those 2 seahorses with the bloodline of a flood dragon that the stallion spirit had gifted him as an apology. Song Shuhang still remembered that young Master Phoenix Slayer almost whipped that stallion spirit to death after he discovered that the gift consisted in 2 seahorses. Anyway, perhaps he could use those 2 seahorses to test the effects of the method described in the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming and see if the effects were really as incredible as described in the book. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, 16th's voice echoed from the room. "Shuhang, I'm done trying the clothes. You can enter." Song Shuhang looked at the time. Unexpectedly, only 7 minutes had passed. It had been rather quick. Usually, women would take their sweet time while trying on clothes. It was a very tedious and long process. He didn't expect that 16 would finish so quickly. Song Shuhang pushed the door of the room open and looked inside. In the next moment, he saw that 16 had changed into a red and white short cheongsam. It almost seemed as though this set of immortal clothing was something tailor-made for her. It suited her a lot. This cheongsam-type immortal clothing really made 16's slim waist stand out. In addition, 16's legs were also slender and long if compared to the rest of her body. A perfect score of 5 out of 7. Does it look good? 16 raised her head and pushed her short hair behind her ear, looking at Song Shuhang. "It's perfect." Song Shuhang gave the thumbs up and said, "Do the other clothes also suit you?" "Yes, they all have the same size after all. Therefore, they all suit me," 16 said. She almost felt as though these clothes were tailor-made for her. "That's great. In that case, I'll gift all the immortal clothing of this size to you," 16. Song Shuhang felt that it was better to gift away this immortal clothing as soon as possible. "In that case, I'll go ahead and accept the gift, is that fine?" 16 said with a smile. Actually, the style of the other several clothes was too cutesy and didn't really suit her. "You are welcome," Song Shuhang said with a smile. "The fact that you are willing to accept them lifts a weight off my shoulders." Su Clan 16 gently nodded her head and said, "What about the other clothes, how do you plan to deal with them?" Song Shuhang held his chin and said, "There are several different sizes. I feel that the size below, which is slightly bigger than this, might suit Soft Feather. In addition, I owe her several favors as well. I'll try to gift them to her, but I'm not sure if she will like them or not." Soft Feather's father was a certain Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was an established venerable with an incredible amount of resources and money. Therefore, there was a chance that Soft Feather didn't lack immortal clothing at all. Moreover, wouldn't Venerable Spirit Butterfly misunderstand if Shuang were to gift some clothes to Soft Feather? In the 9 provinces number 1 group, Venerable Spirit Butterfly was known as a powerful senior that liked to fuss over every single detail. But after meeting with Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Song Shuhang got the impression that he was a very gentle senior, impartial towards the younger generation. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problem in the end, right? Song Shuhang's mind was filled with thoughts. But what Song Shuhang didn't know was that Venerable Spirit Butterfly felt very uncomfortable when Shuhang bought Soft Feather those sandals. If he was to gift Soft Feather several sets of immortal clothing, with Soft Feather taking turns and wearing them every day, Venerable Spirit Butterfly might directly run away from home in tears. There are clothes of even bigger size further below. I think they might be suitable for some of the other fairy maidens in the group. When the time comes, I'll see if I can gift them to those fairy maidens, Song Shuhang replied. Su Clan 16. Song Shuhang looked at the speechless Su Clan 16 and asked cautiously, is that improper? As expected, gifting women's clothes left and right wasn't too proper. But if he couldn't gift them, would he have no choice but to keep them in the box to collect dust? Because he surely wasn't going to wear them himself. Su Clan 16 pondered for a moment and said, you want to gift all this immortal clothing away, right? Yes. After all, I have no use for them, and I don't think it's going to be too easy to exchange them for spirit stones. Therefore, I might as well gift them to someone, Song Shuhang said. In that case, give them all to me. Su Clan 16 said. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. But the size of the other clothes, Su Clan 16 raised her head and said full of confidence, I'll grow up. Song Shuhang. Should he really believe 16 in regards to this matter? Cough. Anyway, I can gift the larger sizes to the several elder sisters in the Su Clan 16 added. When it came to the larger sizes, even 16 herself felt that she wouldn't be able to grow enough to wear them for a lifetime. Song Shuhang thought for a moment and nodded his head, saying, that's great, actually. After all, his objective was to gift these clothes away. Therefore, he might as well give them all to 16. It would solve his problem in one go. The corner of 16's mouth rose as she said, the value of this immortal clothing isn't low. Since I'm taking all of them, I'll give you something in return as compensation. There is really no need. There isn't anything I lack at this time, Song Shuhang replied. In that case, do you have a method to restrain your aura? 16 asked. Song Shuhang. He indeed had something similar. In the final part of the Sea Urchin Warrior's 20 years of mandatory education manual was a technique to conceal one's aura. However, he needed the effect of Soft Feather's shape-shifting brooch to use it. But the brooch was something that belonged to Soft Feather, and he had to give it back. In addition, the effects weren't that great either. Since you reached the third stage realm, you can study high-level cultivation techniques now. Given your dual, lightning and fire, attribute, you can learn basic magical techniques that can attract lightning and create fire out of nowhere. Unfortunately, you don't have the wind attribute. Otherwise, you could have studied several speed-increasing techniques that would have come in handy during combat, 16 added. When he heard about attracting lightning and creating fire out of thin air, Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. Alright, magical techniques were indeed something he lacked. When he saw the lightning palm back then, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep for the whole night. 16 also added, moreover, have you already taken care of your cultivation technique of the third stage? Yes, that's already taken care of. Venerable White has the follow-up part of the cultivation technique I practice. I just have to wait for him to come out of the ancient ruins to continue with my training, Song Shuhang replied. Venerable White didn't expect that Song Shuhang would advance in realm so quickly. Therefore, he didn't leave behind the third volume of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. In addition, he could learn another footwork from Venerable White now that he had reached the third stage realm. Back then, Venerable White showed him several different types of footwork, and Song Shuhang took a liking to all of them. Then, after he learned several different types of technique, he would look for an opportunity to find Senior Phoenix Slayer. After finding Senior Phoenix Slayer, he could try to borrow his CPU again. At the same time, he wished for Senior Phoenix Slayer to advance in realm quickly without a hitch. With that, he could look for him and borrow his CPU even after reaching the fourth and the fifth stage realm. Cough, perhaps he was going too far right now. Moreover, it wasn't going to be easy to convince Senior Phoenix Slayer to lend him his CPU. He had to find a way to convince him first. Song Shuhang started to giggle while in deep thoughts. The nearby Su clan 16 almost thought that Shuhang had gone mad. Half an hour later, Song Shuhang, Yu Jiaojiao, and 16 sat in the living room of the villa, waiting for Senior Brother Three Realms' arrival. Song Shuhang's three friends, as well as Gao Moumou's girlfriend, were delivered back to their respective rooms. Actually, Gao Moumou wasn't sent back to bed. Yu Jiaojiao had someone place him in front of the computer. She wanted to see if Gao Moumou was going to write several thousand characters if he were to wake up in the middle of the night and see the computer before his eyes, getting a sudden inspiration. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this time, the cry of a sword echoed outside the villa. Has Senior Brother Three Realms arrived? Song Shuhang quickly looked outside. Then, he saw a white-haired Daoist priest with a ruddy complexion descend from the sky. It was Daoist Priest Horizon. All of you are here already? After passing 10 years' worth of pure strength to Lady Onion, Daoist Priest Horizon didn't have to worry about the heavenly tribulation for a while. His current state was very good. At this time, he was holding in his hands 2 large jars of liquor, whose intoxicating aroma spread in the room as soon as he entered. You came back just in time. How about having a big drinking contest tonight? During the past few days, I freeloaded your food and drink, which was a bit embarrassing, cough. Therefore, I got some good alcohol from Immortal Fairy Bie Xue today, and we can drink until daybreak. Daoist Priest Horizon said with a smile. This time, Daoist Priest Horizon came back for Lady Onion. He felt that the little monster known as Lady Onion was a hidden gem. Therefore, he wanted to take her in as a disciple. Although Lady Onion had become the disciple in name of that other fellow Daoist acquainted with little friend Song Shuhang, it wasn't official yet, and Lady Onion had yet to acknowledge them as her teacher. Therefore, he was still in time to lure her away with an attractive offer. Lady Onion was a talented little monster that had managed to learn an excellent cultivation technique of the second stage in a little over 10 minutes. If he were to miss such a talented disciple this time, he might not be able to find another for a lifetime. Thereupon, Daoist Priest Horizon thought about this matter for one whole evening and thickened his face, coming over to the villa again. Daoist Priest, you are a little late. I just finished having a drinking contest. Yu Jiaojiao's whole body emitted the smell of alcohol. Actually, as soon as she smelled the intoxicating aroma coming from the jars Daoist Priest Horizon was holding, she thought of drinking again. However, she had serious matters to attend to this evening. It doesn't matter. We can simply have another contest. Miss Jiaojiao seems to have sobered up already, and little friend Song can drink as well. As for that miss on one side, you can also come to drink with us if you want. Oh, forget what I said, it was inappropriate. It's not a good thing for minors to drink alcohol. Daoist Priest Horizon laughed. Of course, Daoist Priest Horizon could easily tell that Su Clan 16 wasn't a minor. But after seeing 16's cute little face, he couldn't help but tease her a little. Whenever elderly people saw little kids, they would turn into lovely grandpas and start teasing the kids, enjoying the love and joy that came from it. Daoist Priest Horizon's current state was very similar. Minor? Su Clan 16 raised her head and stared at Daoist Priest Horizon. At the same time, her right palm turned into a blade, itching to get into action. Song Shuhang quickly said, Daoist Priest Horizon, about that. I'm sorry, but we have something important to take care of this evening. How about drinking again in a few days? Just as he was speaking, the cry of another sword echoed outside. Midair, a figure come over while riding the flying sword. This time, it was Senior Brother Three Realms. His voice echoed before he even reached the destination. Little friend Song, are you ready? If you are ready, we'll immediately set out. Yes, I'm ready, senior brother. I'm planning to bring 2 people along, Yu Jiaojiao and 16. Is that fine? Song Shuhang asked. Sure, no problem. Come over, I'll bring you to the Jingang Immortal Cave as fast as possible. We have no idea when the ancient well in the Immortal Cave will stop erupting. Therefore, it's better to get there as soon as possible, Senior Brother 3 Realms said with a cool smile on his face. Song Shuhang grabbed 16 and faced Daoist Priest Horizon, cupping his hands. In that case, Daoist Priest Horizon, let us bid farewell. The Jingang Immortal Cave? So you were planning to go to that immortal cave belonging to Great Master Profound Principle that the Jingang sect left behind? Daoist Priest Horizon said with a laugh. Such being the case, I'll accompany you guys as well. After saying this much, Daoist Priest Horizon placed down the jars of liquor and took out his own Jingang token of authority, waving it around complacently. Next, Daoist Priest took out a cloud-type flying magical treasure and said, "Guys, get on board. I'll bring you to the Immortal Cave. It will be much faster than you lot riding your flying swords by yourselves." But right at this time, just as Senior Brother 3 Realms landed and saw Daoist Priest Horizon's appearance clearly, he called out in alarm, "The frenzied strength imparter." Daoist Priest Horizon. Su Clan 16 also reacted after hearing Senior Brother 3 Realms call out in alarm. The frenzied strength imparter Daoist Priest Horizon? No wonder I found this Dao name familiar. Shuhang, let's run for our life. 7 said that one must run away as far as possible when they get a glimpse of Daoist Priest Horizon. We absolutely can't allow him to catch us. Otherwise, something very scary will happen. Daoist Priest Horizon. Daoist Priest was very saddened at this time. He felt that the world had instantly lost its colors. Cough, cough. Song Shuhang quickly explained, "You don't have to worry. Daoist Priest Horizon won't be able to impart strength within a short period of time. He passed 10 years' worth of strength to a monster onion just the day before yesterday." After hearing these words, 16 and Senior Brother 3 Realms relaxed a bit. However, they were still vigilantly gazing at the Daoist Priest Horizon. Daoist Priest Horizon was deeply hurt at this moment. At last, the group of people sat on Daoist Priest Horizon's flight-type magical treasure and headed towards the Jingang Immortal Cave. When Daoist Priest Horizon, who was a 5th-stage spiritual emperor realm, operated the flight-type magical treasure, he was much faster than Senior Brother 3 Realms riding his flying sword. At this moment, time was money, or spirit stones in this case. Very soon, the group reached the Jingang Immortal Cave, and Daoist Priest Horizon put away his flying magical treasure. After arriving in the proximity of the Jingang Immortal Cave, everyone felt the mysterious energy all around. It wasn't similar to the true chi or spiritual energy of cultivators. If one wanted to classify it, it was something more similar to mental energy, or maybe soul energy. Under the effects of this soul energy, several illusory pictures appeared before the eyes of Song Shuhang and the others. Amidst these pictures were the various conditions and forms of life. After cultivators entered the Jingang Immortal Cave and accepted the trial of the heart-tempering ancient well, the desires and ambitions hidden deep inside their hearts would resurface. Now that the ancient well was erupting, its energy had given birth to these strange pictures. Senior Brother 3 Realms carried Song Shuhang and the others along, entering the Immortal Cave. Daoist Priest Horizon showed his own Jingang token of authority and handed over the fee to enter the Immortal Cave. Song Shuhang handed over the fee for 3 people and entered the Immortal Cave together with 16 and Yu Jiaojiao. At this time, there was a lot of disciples inside the Immortal Cave. Most of them were disciples or layman disciples of the faraway wandering temple. There was an ancient well inside the Immortal Cave, and the water of the well would spurt out like a fountain from time to time. The nearby cultivators, who were sitting around in a circle, were using the strength of the ancient well to temper their mind and heart. Yu Jiaojiao and 16 hadn't practiced the basic Buddhist fist technique. Therefore, there was no need for them to try to grasp the mystery of the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. After entering the Immortal Cave, they followed Senior Brother Three Realms' instructions and found a place next to the ancient well, sitting down there. Then, once the ancient well was quiet again, they would glance at the water inside and start the heart-tempering process. Daoist Priest Horizon held his chin and pondered for a moment. Then, he also decided to start the heart-tempering process. He was a regular customer of the Jingang Immortal Cave. Since he was frequently avoiding the heavenly tribulation, he would often come here and take advantage of the heart-tempering effects of the ancient well to keep a normal and peaceful state of mind. The heart-tempering effects of the ancient well benefited Su Clan 16 the most. Thanks to the heart-tempering, she would be able to keep a calm state of mind while facing the heavenly tribulation the next time, not getting influenced by her previous failure. Song Shuhang strolled around the Immortal Cave a bit, taking a look at the records regarding the basic Buddhist fist technique that the experts of the Jingang sect had left behind in the ancient Immortal Cave. This alone allowed him to obtain long-lasting benefits. After a short moment, he headed towards the mural hiding the secrets of the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique and started to comprehend the technique. After a long time, Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. He felt that he had a great affinity with the basic Buddhist fist technique, and even when he was learning the technique back then, it didn't take him much time to understand it. Nevertheless, it seemed that learning cultivation techniques from murals or paintings wasn't his strong point. Whether it was the painting of the mysterious sword technique of the Chu family or the mural of the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique before his eyes, Song Shuhang felt that they were simply too abstract. He gently touched the size-reducing purse in his clothes. Hopefully, he would be able to obtain some benefit by relying on the power of the Enlightenment Stone. Anyway, Song Shuhang decided to put off the matter related to the comprehension of the technique until later and headed toward the heart-tempering well first. He wanted to take a look at the mysteries concealed within the erupting ancient well. He approached the ancient well and entered the range of the heart-tempering zone. The mysterious energy of the ancient well shrouded Song Shuhang's body, starting to stimulate his inner desires and evil thoughts. Song Shuhang didn't try to ward off this energy. Instead, he allowed it to take effect. No man in the world was perfect, not even the so-called sages. They would always have their desires and aspirations. Actually, it was something pretty normal. If one didn't have any wish or aspiration, what was the difference between them and a dead fish? According to what Senior Brother Three Realms had said, Song Shuhang had to wait for the ancient well to finish spurting water and look at the water in the well after it had restored its calm. After he looked at the surface of the water, Song Shuhang's own image was reflected within. What is that I wish for? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Before entering the 9 provinces number 1 group, the things that Song Shuhang wished were obviously related to the mortal world. But what now that he had stepped on the path of cultivation? What did he wish for? A ripple formed on the surface of the water in the ancient well. Then, Song Shuhang saw something. He saw the picture of himself dressed up as a scholar, looking incredibly handsome, with scholarly texts floating next to his body. The voice of the sage was spreading from these scholarly texts. Aha, now then, that's the style I like. Then, in front of him dressed up as a scholar was a creature that emanated an evil and foul aura from all over the body. From the looks of it, there was a great battle going on. It is possible that I want to become a righteous warrior specialized in killing monsters and vanquishing demons? No, wait a moment, there is something wrong with the me dressed up as a scholar. Although their outward appearance was the same, Song Shuhang discovered, after a careful inspection, that the scholar before his eyes wasn't really the same as him. On the contrary, it was part of him, it was his ghost spirit, the same ghost spirit that was forcefully borrowed by that powerful expert a while ago. That's strange. Isn't the ancient well supposed to show me the wildest and darkest desires hidden within the depths of my heart? Why am I seeing my ghost spirit? Is it possible that the secret desire in my heart consists of having my ghost spirit become a powerful scholarly cultivator? In that case, what about me? Where is the main body? Is it possible that my main body turned into a good-for-nothing lazybones and had the ghost spirit become a righteous warrior in its stead so that it could take all the credit and the glory? However, I don't think I'm that type of person, right? Perhaps what I'm seeing isn't one of my desires or aspirations, but a real event? If what I'm seeing is a real event, how is that possible in the first place? Wasn't the connection between me and the ghost spirit blocked? Was I able to re-establish the connection with the ghost spirit thanks to the mysterious power of the ancient well? However, the viewpoint from which I see this scene isn't that of the ghost spirit. This is the viewpoint of a bystander. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, in the picture the ancient well was displaying, the battle between the ghost spirit dressed up as a scholar and the demon started. From the looks of it, it was a very incredible battle. But Song Shuhang was rather confused after watching it. He could only see that the scholar edition, ghost spirit and the demon made of filth and evil were standing one in front of the other, keeping a close watch on each other. Then, particles of light were continuously flashing in the space that separated them. Those particles of light were probably the traces of the battle going on between the two. However, Song Shuhang was completely unable to discern how the two of them were fighting. Nevertheless, large numbers of demons standing close to the two fighters were continuously dying. These demons that were continually dying had all kinds of different appearances. Amongst them were some that had shapes similar to humans. They had a beard and were wearing pink clothes with a red belt tied around their waists. As soon as he saw their appearance, Song Shuhang muttered to himself, "Are those the disciples of the netherworld?" Although he didn't have any memory of ever meeting a disciple of the netherworld, he felt that he had seen them somewhere. Was it possible that he had lost his memory? If he had lost the memory of this event, was it possible that he had met them on the mysterious island? Then, just in this fashion, the scholar edition, ghost spirit and the foul demon kept fighting in a way that Song Shuhang was unable to understand. It was unknown for how long the duo kept fighting, but the evil laughter of the foul demon suddenly echoed. In the next moment, Song Shuhang saw the whole netherworld turn into sticky black liquid. Soon after, the black liquid poured into the body of the foul demon and continuously increased its strength. On the other hand, that row of scholarly books floating next to the body of the scholar edition, ghost spirit, from which the voice of the sage was spreading, started to burn. After a short time, all the books floating around his body turned into ashes and disappeared. Song Shuhang's heart skipped a beat. He had a very bad feeling at this time. The scholar edition, ghost spirit sighed faintly and said, "It seems that the time to drop the curtain has finally come." Just as he was speaking, a figure drilled out of the body of the ghost spirit. It was precisely that lustrous scholar that had forcefully borrowed the body of Song Shuhang's ghost spirit back then. At this time, the anger and killing intent in his eyes had reduced quite a lot. However, there was still an unwilling expression on his face. If he had more time and sufficient energy inside his body, he would have tried to seal and suppress the demon before his eyes. But as the saying went, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. The lustrous scholar took a step forward. At the same time, a huge book condensed next to him, wrapping up his body. The voice of the sage echoed from the book and purified all the filth and evil in the surrounding area, striking the foul demon. Song Shuhang's ghost spirit was also wrapped in the energy of the scholar, and a space gate appeared next to its body. "Go back. Return to your master's side." The voice of the lustrous scholar echoed in the ears of the ghost spirit. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt his body shake slightly. The connection between him and the ghost spirit had been restored. Just as he'd expected, the picture he saw through the ghost spirit wasn't the manifestation of his inner desires. It was the scene of the lustrous scholar that had forcefully borrowed his ghost spirit fighting against another powerful opponent while in the netherworld realm. The great battle was about to come to an end. Therefore, the lustrous scholar decided to send Song Shuhang's ghost spirit back. As soon as the connection between Song Shuhang and the ghost spirit was re-established, Song Shuhang was able to sense the condition of the ghost spirit once more. What came after was pain, pain, pain. There were 2 extremely deep wounds on the back of the ghost spirit. Words alone weren't enough to describe the piercing pain. Song Shuhang's face whitened due to the extreme pain. In addition, the ghost spirit felt very uncomfortable at this time, just as though it had fallen into extremely filthy sludge. If not for the protection of that last stream of energy of the lustrous scholar, the filthy sludge would have already contaminated the ghost spirit, turning it into one of the demons of the netherworld. The pain made Song Shuhang gasp for breath. Right at this time, the crack in the space enlarged, dragging the body of the ghost spirit inside. "I'm sorry. Since I've borrowed your ghost spirit for so long, I thought of giving you a reward while returning it to you. But now, all the things I had with me have been reduced to ashes, and there isn't anything left for me to give you as a reward. I might have to go back on my word." The voice of the lustrous scholar directly echoed in Song Shuhang's ears through the ghost spirit. Song Shuhang sighed faintly. Speaking of rewards, he had already received his. The energy that was transmitted over from the body of the lustrous scholar allowed him to directly break through from the 2nd to the 3rd stage realm. This reward was more than enough to offset the fact that the scholar had borrowed his ghost spirit. Just as though he had read Song Shuhang's mind, the lustrous scholar turned his head and smiled faintly. "Heh. In that case, I can be free from worries." After he had said this much, the strength of the space gate completely covered the ghost spirit, and the teleportation process started. At this moment, it was already slightly past midnight in China. A new day had started. August 10th, Saturday. Dao name, Path-Seeking Scholar. Although the ghost spirit was getting teleported away, Song Shuhang could still see the scene of the battle between the lustrous scholar and the demon. Roar! Right at this time, the foul demon of the netherworld crazily roared. That sticky black liquid that was being carried over from all over the netherworld was like a vast black sea, continuously pouring into the body of the demon. At this moment, the whole netherworld realm was backing up this demon. Under the influence of this huge power, the demon suddenly broke through the limitations of its original realm, temporarily reaching a higher realm. This method that relied on external energy to empower oneself could be used for a limited amount of time. This state would last for only a few breaths. However, those few breaths of time were more than enough for the demon. Thousands of demonic claws stretched out from the body of the foul demon and struck at the book that the lustrous scholar had summoned. One blow was sufficient to destroy the book. At the same time, those thousands of demonic claws intertwined. Then a giant black sun was summoned amidst the intertwined claws through a magical technique. The lustrous scholar crossed his hands behind the back and stood still. He didn't try to defend himself and faced the black sun directly. Actually, he had already exhausted all his energy and didn't have the strength to fight back. The little bit of energy he had left was barely enough to keep his body together, preventing it from dissipating. He wasn't afraid of death. After all, he was someone that had died a long, long time ago. Boom! The black sun descended and swallowed the body of the lustrous scholar. The body of the scholar turned into particles that scattered in the netherworld. In the very core of his body was a lustrous writing brush. It was a parasite-type magical treasure belonging to the lustrous scholar. The magical treasure was of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender rank. Nevertheless, the lustrous writing brush was blown to pieces after one breath of time under the terrifying strength of the black sun. The pieces scattered in all directions. The strength of the huge black sun was tremendous. After swallowing the body of the lustrous scholar, it detonated. The power of the explosion filled the whole scene Song Shuhang could see. The explosion of the black sun even broke through the limitations of space. The energy of the exploding sun pierced through the void. Song Shuhang's ghost spirit, who was currently getting teleported away, was also involved in the explosion of the black sun. No! Song Shuhang called out. In the next moment, the explosive power of the black sun shrouded Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. The ghost spirit felt as though it was thrown into a mixer, getting continuously and brutally mixed until it turned into a mass of dough. Afterward, another great power locked the ghost spirit and started pulling it until it was turned into noodles. The whole process was accompanied by extreme pain. The severe pain was transmitted to Song Shuhang's main body through the sense sharing, making him break out in a cold sweat. Song Shuhang's ghost spirit had already reached the high rank and thus possessed an intellect that wasn't inferior to that of a human. Therefore, it made up its mind and resolutely cut off the sense sharing between itself and the main body so as to avoid Shuhang experiencing this piercing pain alongside it. After the sense sharing was cut off, Song Shuhang gasped for breath in agony. The contract between him and the ghost spirit was still there. Therefore, he could sense the current condition of the ghost spirit. A powerful force grabbed the ghost spirit and dragged it toward the depths of a bottomless abyss. Unfortunately, the ghost spirit didn't have the slightest strength to revolt at this moment. Song Shuhang clenched his fists and said, "What can I do? What can I do?" Boom, 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 the power of the black sun was still shaking the nearby space. Amidst the explosions, a lustrous fragment was attracted by the aura of the ghost spirit and ended up falling on its body. Buzz, as soon as that lustrous fragment and the ghost spirit came in contact, the aura of the lustrous scholar also briefly resurfaced. The lustrous scholar used the last bit of his energy and forced a smile. After a short while, his voice echoed in the ears of the ghost spirit. "I'm sorry, little friend. It seems I won't be able to safely return the ghost spirit to your side. I didn't think I would have to go back on my word once again. Overturn the mountain of myriad books, the still pond of wisdom." The lustrous scholar was trying to pass some important information to Song Shuhang. But before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a powerful explosion echoed next to the body of the ghost spirit. Boom! The force of the explosion twisted and finally turned into a type of energy that surpassed space itself. That energy covered the ghost spirit and stretched it apart as it was noodles, finally turning into a ball and pulling it toward the depths of the abyss. "No!" Song Shuhang roared inwardly. That fearsome energy that was covering his ghost spirit had now disappeared. Boom! Song Shuhang felt as though an explosion had hit him. His body became soft, and he weakly lay on the ground. A stream of energy was pulled out of Song Shuhang's body, ultimately disappearing. It was the energy belonging to the ghost spirit. After the ghost spirit was pulled towards the depths of the abyss, all the energy stored within Song Shuhang's body that belonged to the ghost spirit disappeared as well. As a consequence, the true liquid inside Song Shuhang's body entered a chaotic state. He felt as though something inside him had been taken out, leaving him empty. Afterward, a feeling of weakness rushed up to his head. At the same time, he couldn't feel the ghost spirit anymore. Had the ghost spirit died? The ghost spirit accompanied him since the day he'd stepped on the path of cultivation and experienced all kinds of hardships together with him. It had managed to evolve and turn into a high-rank ghost spirit from a middle-rank one with much difficulty. It had the potential to become an immortal ghost in the future, becoming a partner that could accompany Shuhang for a lifetime. But now, it had unexpectedly died. "Shuhang, what happened to you?" Senior Brother Three Realms' worried voice echoed. Soon after, Su Clan 16, Yu Jiaojiao, and Daoist Priest Horizon's voices also echoed. However, Song Shuhang was too weak at this time, so weak that he couldn't even open his eyes. Is my ghost spirit really dead? Song Shuhang was unwilling to give up and started to inspect his body. He inspected every inch of this body, but that extra reserve of energy belonging to the ghost spirit had disappeared altogether. It was completely different than that time when the lustrous scholar blocked the connection between him and the ghost spirit. This time, it seemed that the ghost spirit had truly disappeared. No, wait a moment. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and touched his chest. Then, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After a short moment, he inspected his body again. From what he could feel, although very weak and somewhat incomplete, the contract he had signed with the ghost spirit was still there. Since the contract hadn't disappeared, the ghost spirit hadn't died either. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. The ghost spirit hadn't died but was pulled toward the depths of that bottomless abyss by that terrifying power. This was the reason he couldn't sense its presence anymore. This time, the disconnection between him and the ghost spirit was even more thorough than when the lustrous scholar blocked it. It wasn't only the sense sharing that was cut off, even that extra reserve of energy inside Song Shuhang's body that belonged to the ghost spirit disappeared. It was the main reason he felt as if his body had been emptied out. Nevertheless, the ghost spirit was still alive since the contract existed. As long as the ghost spirit was alive, he would have an opportunity to rescue it. After heaving a sigh of relief, Song Shuhang operated the 33 divine beasts technique to recover from this feeling of weakness that was permeating his whole body. At the same time, he recalled the bottomless abyss he saw earlier. What was that place? That strength that pulled away his ghost spirit gave Song Shuhang the impression of something that had surpassed the concept of space. What kind of power could surpass the power of space? Song Shuhang wasn't an inexperienced rookie cultivator anymore. At the very least, he knew that the power of space was something that only 9th stage Tribulation transcenders could use freely. In that case, a strength that surpassed the 9th stage Tribulation transcender rank. What could intrinsically surpass space? Perhaps, time? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, a small space gate appeared in the center of his palm. Soon after, a lustrous crystal fell into the palm of his hand. Just like the one that had come in contact with the body of the ghost spirit a while ago, this fragment was also a piece of that magical treasure of the Tribulation transcender rank. In the next moment, a piece of information was transmitted from the lustrous crystal to Song Shuhang's brain. Celestial sprint footwork. Celestial bodies move in circle day and night without rest, over and over again. A virtuous man should follow suit, energetically and incessantly striving for self-improvement. It was a type of scholarly footwork from the same branch as the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. After one had successfully practiced the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk until reaching the master level, they could practice the follow-up technique as well. The virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork was suitable for long-distance raids. One wouldn't gasp for breath even after walking for thousands of miles. It was also pretty good to dodge attacks within a small range. After practicing it to the master level, the user would be as light as a swallow, skimming the surface of the water like a dragonfly. On the other hand, the celestial sprint was a type of footwork that relied on the powerful constitution of the user, and thanks to that, it was capable of instant speed-ups. It was a cultivation technique that combined body tempering and instant acceleration. It was the final gift that the lustrous scholar left to Song Shuhang. During his last moments, he stimulated all the energy left in the Tribulation transcender rank magical treasure and opened a small space gate, passing this small cultivation technique onto Song Shuhang. After the technique was passed down, the crystal lost its luster and turned into an ordinary piece of transparent glass. Song Shuhang sighed faintly. At this time, several voices echoed beside his ear. I think we should make Shuhang eat a medicinal pill to replenish his physical strength, Yu Jiaojiao said. Su Clan 16 said, perhaps we should feed him medicinal pills to make him restore his true qi and spiritual energy as well. Senior Brother Three Realms said, I see that the aura of Shuhang's whole body is in a chaotic state. I might as well use my energy to settle down the chaotic aura inside his body. You are all mistaken. After I inspected him, I discovered that little friend Shuhang is so weak because he consumed a large amount of origin true liquid within a short period of time. From the looks of it, he was comprehending something here next to the ancient well. This time, it's my turn to get into action. Daoist Priest Horizon laughed and said, since he lost a large amount of origin true liquid, he will be full of vigor only after I pass on to him 1 year's worth of strength. After he heard these words, Song Shuhang used all his strength to open his eyes and said, Daoist Priest, have mercy. Little friend Shuhang actually woke up, Daoist Priest Horizon said regretfully. Little friend, your body lost a large amount of origin energy. Therefore, you should get some of my strength in order to replenish the origin energy you lost. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh and said, thanks for your care, Daoist Priest. But there is really no need to pass me your strength. In addition, I don't have anything with me that I can exchange with. Perhaps you can allow, ahahaha. Daoist Priest Horizon stopped halfway through his sentence. At first, he about to say perhaps you can allow Lady Onion to acknowledge me her teacher. After all, that was his original objective. Anyway, thank you for your concern, Daoist Priest. But you guys don't need to worry. I just need to sit in meditation for a while to recover. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and took out a portion of the Snow Lake True Chi Powder 7th edition from his purse and ate it, starting to recover the true liquid inside his body. Su Clan 16 sat next to him and acted as his protector. The ghost spirit was dragged away by that tyrannical power, getting stretched out as noodles, then flattened, then turned into noodles again, and so on. It was unknown for how long this process continued, but at last, that strength disappeared. As a consequence, the ghost spirit was thrown out of the teleportation process. In the next moment, it found itself in a grassland. I managed to survive. I thought I was going to die for sure this time. The ghost spirit sat up and inspected its body. Luckily, there didn't seem to be anything missing. Actually, its condition was better than before because the 2 deep wounds on its back had finally disappeared. It was something worthy of celebration. Next, it opened its palm and revealed a piece of that magical treasure of the Tribulation Transcender rank. At this time, the piece had exhausted all of its energy, turning into a pure white crystal. Fortunately, the last bit of energy inside the fragment protected its body amidst the chaotic space, allowing it to avoid getting thoroughly shredded to pieces. But what was this place? Shuhang's ghost spirit turned its head and looked around. It could hear the singing of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers, and there were towering old trees as well. The spiritual energy in this stretch of the world was extremely rich. The ghost spirit didn't have to do anything but stand still. The energy was continuously pouring into its body, making it recover and strengthening its cultivation level in the process. What kind of immortal realm did I enter? The ghost spirit thought to itself. Anyway, it's better to contact the main body first. This time, the main body would have to comfort it gently. In addition, it would have to comfort it for 3 hours, no, at least 5 hours to mend its broken heart. But soon after, the ghost spirit was dumbfounded. It actually failed to contact the main body. At this time, there wasn't any 9th stage Tribulation Transcender blocking the connection, and yet it still failed to feel the presence of its main body. It felt as though they were in 2 different worlds. This situation was rather strange. The contract between it and the main body was still there. In that case, why couldn't it get in touch with Song Shuhang? After a careful inspection, the ghost spirit discovered that the contract was somewhat incomplete. Just what was happening? The ghost spirit scratched its head, unable to understand what was wrong with its current state. Forget it. Better find a place with human presence first and ask the people living here about this place. It was unknown how far this place was from China. Who knew how long it would take to return to Wenzhou City and look for Song Shuhang? Thereupon, the ghost spirit flew high up in the sky, overlooking the area below from above. It kept flying higher and higher, until reaching the summit of the sky. Very soon, it noticed a far-off architectural complex composed of many palaces. It found these constructions very familiar. After all, both it and the main body had passed some time inside that place recently. There was no mistaking, that place was precisely the crystal clear water pavilion. Since the crystal clear water pavilion is here, I can perhaps get in touch with the main body through Pavilion Master Chu or Senior Sister Lychee. The ghost spirit flew toward the crystal clear water pavilion at high speed. But just as it was on its way, it suddenly thought of a certain matter. Wasn't the crystal clear water pavilion floating in space? When did it return to Earth? Was it possible that Pavilion Master Chu got tired of the stars in the space and decided to move the whole thing to Earth? The ghost spirit had a strange feeling at this time. Since it had inherited Song Shuhang's cautious nature, the ghost spirit slowly and vigilantly approached the crystal clear water pavilion. "Hello, what's up?" Suddenly, the voice of a woman echoed from behind it. The ghost spirit got a scare. Although it had a full 365-degree field of vision, it didn't notice that someone was approaching from behind. But as soon as it heard the voice, it noticed that a pretty woman had appeared next to it. The woman was floating midair and her long hair reached her feet. Pavilion Master Chu? The ghost spirit unconsciously associated the woman before his eyes to Pavilion Master Chu. Although the woman seemed somewhat younger and didn't have that lazy aura around her, the ghost spirit was sure that it was Pavilion Master Chu, the master of the crystal clear water pavilion. You know me?" the woman said with a smile. "In that case, why were you stealthily approaching our crystal clear water pavilion? Pavilion Master Chu, you didn't recognize me?" The ghost spirit had already made a guess in his heart. However, it still asked this question. "Do we know each other?" Pavilion Master Chu asked in puzzlement. This time, the ghost spirit didn't reply immediately. Instead, it closely watched Pavilion Master Chu. There was a crystal-like pearl of the size of a dove egg attached to Pavilion Master Chu's immortal clothing. The ghost spirit looked at its own face reflected in the crystal-like pearl. At this time, 30% of its facial features resembled that of the main body, and the other 70% that of the powerful lustrous scholar. How come my appearance has changed? After seeing that the ghost spirit didn't reply even after a while, Pavilion Master Chu asked again, "Who are you?" Tyrannical Saber Song, the ghost spirit raised its head and clenched its teeth, saying, "My name is Song 1. That Tyrannical Saber part had to be removed." Pavilion Master Chu kept hovering next to the ghost spirit and asked again, "In that case, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber Song 1, what business did you have with our crystal clear water pavilion since you were headed toward it? Please, call me Song 1. The ghost spirit sighed. Its original plan was to go to the crystal clear water pavilion and obtain directions from Pavilion Master Chu or Senior Sister Lychee to China's Wenzhou City. Then, it would return to the house of the main body and try to contact Song Shuhang from there. The ghost spirit had now gotten a gist of what was going on. Even if it could find China at this time, it didn't have too many possibilities of finding the Wenzhou city where the main body lived. The young Pavilion Master Chu before its eyes, the rich spiritual qi in this world, that power that surpassed the concept, space, that shrouded it back in the space passage. When all these elements were combined with the knowledge that it had obtained from the memories of the main body before, the ghost spirit immediately thought of a plot device often overused in novels. Was it possible that it had transmigrated to another world? I need to make sure whether I'm still in my original world or not. After pondering for a moment, the ghost spirit said, "Actually, I approached the crystal clear water pavilion because I was looking for you, Pavilion Master Chu. You were looking for me? Pavilion Master Chu asked in puzzlement. The ghost spirit asked another question, Pavilion Master Chu, can I use the time city of the crystal clear water pavilion for a brief period of time? The time city? What's that? The crystal clear water pavilion doesn't have any time city. Pavilion Master Chu was both curious and confused as she gazed at the ghost spirit. After hearing these words, the expression of the ghost spirit underwent a myriad of changes. Actually, it wasn't really planning to use the time city. It only wanted to make sure of something, because from what the ghost spirit remembered, the time city was something that Pavilion Master Chu would establish sometime in the future thanks to a magical treasure related to time. However, the Pavilion Master Chu before its eyes had no idea as to what the time city was. Therefore, this Pavilion Master Chu wasn't the same as that lazy Pavilion Master Chu that it had met back then. Such being the case, had it really transmigrated? What should I do now? The ghost spirit raised its head and looked at the sky. Should it keep living and form a complete contract with the main body after Song Shuhang was finally born? No, that won't work either. After all, the main body in the future was completely unable to sense the presence of the contract between of the two of us. Is it possible that I died during the long wait? F*ck, I got separated from the main body and ended up in another time. Then, I died before the main body was born. The ghost spirit felt rather depressed at this time. In the capacity of a ghost spirit, it only had to accompany its master and keep getting stronger alongside him. It didn't need to rack its brain or do anything special. Afterward, it would either pass away together with its master while transcending the heavenly tribulation, dying both in body and mind, or keep marching forward, becoming a tribulation transcender or even reaching the immortal realm, ultimately fighting for the will of the heavens and becoming eternal and everlasting. In other words, since it was a ghost spirit, it didn't need to think of problems such as, what should I do, what am I going to do now, what is my objective, and so on, because it was the main body's job to worry about that stuff. But now that the two of them had separated and ended up in different times, all these worries had shifted onto the body of the ghost spirit. That's rather depressing. Perhaps I should look for another person and sign a contract with them? The ghost spirit thought to itself while looking at the incomplete contract with the main body. The contract signed with a ghost spirit was unbreakable. The only reason it had become incomplete at this time was that Song Shuhang had yet to be born. Let alone Song Shuhang, even the ancestors of Song Shuhang's ancestors were probably nothing but spermatozoa at this time. Anyway, since the other person that had signed the contract didn't exist yet, the contract of the ghost spirit, which was supposed to unbreakable, ended up becoming incomplete. Such being the case, perhaps it could look for another person and sign a contract with them, getting settled for life? Pavilion Master Chu found the continuously changing expression of the ghost spirit rather interesting. She didn't disturb it and kept hovering next to it, carefully sizing it up. Pavilion Master Chu was very curious as to who this ghost spirit was. The reason was that she found the leftover aura of some magical techniques used on the body of the ghost spirit very familiar, because that aura was her own. This leftover aura was there due to the ghost spirit frequently getting subjected to the effects of her magical technique, which caused some of the aura of the magical technique to stay behind. In more concrete terms, if she were to frequently use a healing technique on the body of a disciple, after some time, leftovers of the aura belonging to the magical technique would stay behind on the body of the disciple. The current state of the ghost spirit was similar to this. But Pavilion Master Chu was sure that she had never seen this ghost spirit before, let alone used any magical technique on it. This was the reason Pavilion Master Chu was looking at the ghost spirit curiously. It was also the reason she didn't attack it when the latter was stealthily approaching the crystal clear water pavilion but greeted it instead, starting a discussion with it. She wanted to know for what reason her aura was present on the body of the ghost spirit. But right at this time, the ghost spirit seemed to have recovered from its worries and gazed at Pavilion Master Chu. Then, after a short while, it probingly asked, "Pavilion Master Chu, can you temporarily give shelter to this homeless person?" "Absolutely." Pavilion Master Chu narrowed her eyes and smiled. This was exactly what she was hoping for. Thereupon, Pavilion Master Chu happily brought the ghost spirit Song 1 to the crystal-clear water pavilion. The ghost spirit secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was better to stay in the crystal-clear water pavilion before it had decided what it was going to do. At this time, in the Jingang Immortal Cave, the ancient well, which had turned into a fountain, suddenly stopped spurting out water and calmed down. Next, the water level of the ancient well quickly dropped, leaving more than half of the well empty. All the cultivators that were in the middle of their heart-tempering process immediately stopped. It was due to the experience they had gained from their predecessors. The water level of the ancient well had a direct impact on the effects of the heart-tempering process. The higher the level of the water, the greater the effects of the heart-tempering. But if the level of the water was too low, the inner desires and ambitions of cultivators would grow too much during the heart-tempering process and get out of control. At that time, they not only wouldn't be able to temper their heart, they would even get negatively influenced by their desires. Actually, only the members of the faraway wandering temple knew that the bottom of the heart-tempering ancient well was connected to a fearsome place. This place was the Netherworld realm. The passage that connected the two was very, very small and had only the size of the tip of a fingernail. It was precisely due to the energy transmitted over from the Netherworld realm, which was full of filth, evil, and chaos, that the inner desires and ambitions of cultivators could be easily aroused while next to the ancient well. As for the water in the ancient well, it was a type of sealing magical treasure that the powerhouses of the Jingang Temple had created back in their days through special techniques after leading over there a small spiritual vein. Not only could the seal suppress that small crack that connected the ancient well to the Netherworld realm, it could also use its strength to create that heart-tempering effect. Moreover, whenever a cultivator was making use of the heart-tempering ancient well, they would reinforce the effects of the seal at the same time. It was truly an ingenious method with a lot of benefits. To tell the truth, the reason the ancient well suddenly erupted this time was the fierce battle between the lustrous scholar that had borrowed Song Shuhang's ghost spirit and that demon of the Netherworld realm of the Tribulation Transcender rank. As coincidence would have it, there wasn't much distance between the place where those two powerhouses of the Tribulation Transcender rank were fighting and the fingernail-tip-sized space passage connected to the bottom of the ancient well. When the two Tribulation Transcenders started their battle, they ended up causing the eruption of the ancient well. As a consequence, Song Shuhang didn't see the manifestation of his inner desires while he was trying to temper his heart but ended up seeing the major battle between the lustrous scholar and the demon of the Netherworld realm. The fact that the water level of the ancient well was continuously decreasing was also related to that demon of the Tribulation Transcender rank. After that demon detonated the huge black sun, it created a major turbulence in the Netherworld realm. As a consequence, the fingernail-tip-seized space passage was also affected. After receiving the influence of the explosion, a large amount of foul energy belonging to the Netherworld realm was squeezed into the fingernail-tip-sized space passage, to the point that the incoming energy even slightly enlarged the passage. It seems that the ancient well is done spurting out water like a fountain, Senior Brother 3 Realms said regretfully. At the same time, tens of disciples of the faraway wandering temple stepped forward and formed a circle around the ancient well. It wasn't the first time that the water level of the ancient well had decreased. It was something that had happened several times during the past years. The decreasing water level of the ancient well implied that the seal had weakened. At this moment, they had to strengthen the seal as soon as possible. The disciples of the faraway wandering temple swiftly surrounded the ancient well and got ready to set up the seal. Their seal didn't have the same heart-tempering ability as the seal the Jingang temple placed back then. However, the faraway wandering temple was likewise a very famous Buddhist sect, and the effects of their seal weren't any weaker. Nevertheless, the reason behind the changes happening in the ancient well this time was completely different from the past. Just as more than 10 disciples of the faraway wandering temple finished setting up the seal, a burst of black mud-like energy violently gushed out of the ancient well and bumped into the seal. That's bad. Everyone, quickly evacuate the Jingang Immortal Cave, a senior disciple of the faraway wandering temple shouted. Junior brother 3 realms, quickly contact our martial uncle, there is something wrong with the ancient well. Actually, there was no need for the remainder of this senior disciple, the cultivators inside the cave had already quickly left the Jingang Immortal Cave. Each cultivator had keen senses and could easily tell if a situation was dangerous, and that thing that spurted out of the ancient well made them feel a sense of crisis. Yu Jiaojiao, Su Clan 16, and Daoist Priest Horizon also quickly withdrew from the cave. Song Shuhang, who had already recovered his physical strength, also followed behind them. However, just as he withdrew until reaching the entrance of the Jingang Immortal Cave, he stopped in his tracks. Next, he turned his head around and looked at that mural in the middle of the Immortal Cave while somewhat confused. He wasn't sure whether it was just his misconception, but when that black mud-like energy spurted out of the ancient well, the mural in the Immortal Cave started to emit a pure radiance. That radiance resonated with a type of energy present on Song Shuhang's body at this time. It was the light of virtue. Only after leading to the right path 1,000 souls could one call themselves virtuous. Only after leading to the right path 10,000 souls would the light of virtue start to protect one's body. The light of virtue protecting Song Shuhang's body resonated with the radiance emitting from the mural. Through the resonance, Song Shuhang unexpectedly started to comprehend the abstract cultivation technique concealed within the mural. At the same time, the energy of the enlightenment stone in Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse likewise entered into action, improving his comprehension skills. After a few breaths of time, Song Shuhang finished comprehending the cultivation technique. What he comprehended were the first and second styles of the demon subduing Buddhist fist technique. Those moves were something that only cultivators of the second and third stage could practice. The demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique was a very special cultivation technique, and various practitioners could comprehend different fist techniques from the mural depending on their disposition. It was the same as the mysterious sword technique concealed in the secret room of the Chu family. The fist techniques that Song Shuhang comprehended were named Demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique 1 and Demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique 2. What a bummer. The powerful Jingang temple had decided to follow the same pattern used for the basic Buddhist fist technique while naming the various styles of the awe-inspiring demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique, calling it 1, 2, 3, and so on. The person that created the fist techniques of the Jingang temple was surely affected by some severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, and they were likely too lazy to think of proper names for the styles, but right at this time, 16's lovely voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ear. Shuhang, be careful. Immediately after, powerful saber chi slashed out of Su Clan's 16's palm, with the dazzling saber light destroying a mass of filth that had suddenly pounced toward Song Shuhang. Now that the seal of the ancient well was broken, the energy of the netherworld was continuously gushing out of the well. For some unknown reason, that mass of filth had been closely following Song Shuhang. There were still several disciples of the faraway wandering temple inside the cave, but that mass of filth decided to target Song Shuhang in particular, coming over from afar and pouncing toward him. After Su Clan 16 slashed open that mass of sludge, other sludge pounced toward Song Shuhang. Shuhang, quickly get away. Su Clan 16 shouted. Song Shuhang laughed and took one step backward. Then, he assumed the stance of a fist technique. He wasn't afraid of this filthy sludge. The light of virtue was protecting his body, preventing all kinds of evils from approaching him. His light of virtue alone could easily keep off this level of filth. At this time, Song Shuhang was itching to get into action and wanted to try out the fist technique he had just learned. At this time, he had a strong feeling that he could immediately display the fist technique he had just learned as long as he gave it a try. The feeling was very strong. Demon Subduing Buddhist Fist Technique. Song Shuhang said gravely, mentally adding 1 at the end of the technique. As soon as Song Shuhang punched, the light of virtue protecting his body lit up, making him resemble a small sun. Inside his body, the great river of true qi that his 8 dantians had formed revolved at high speed. At the same time, the liquefied 33 divine beasts' innate true qi exploded according to the pattern of the demon subduing Buddhist fist technique. In the next moment, the light of virtue on Song Shuhang's body suddenly expanded, giving birth to a golden giant 3 meters tall. The giant completely wrapped up Song Shuhang. In addition, its appearance was the same as Shuhang's. Its hair reached until the waist, it didn't have eyebrows, and even its clothes were the same as Shuhang's. When Song Shuhang's fist exploded, the golden giant also followed suit and punched. Just as the first marched forward, the faint sound of Buddhist scriptures reverberated in midair alongside the cry of a whale. Buddhist fist techniques and the light of virtue were both natural enemies of that filthy and evil thing that had come over from the netherworld. After the powerful fist swept over the area, that filthy sludge that had pounced toward Song Shuhang disappeared without a trace. That wasn't all. After the fist disintegrated those small masses of filthy sludge, its energy spread and covered more than half of the Jingang immortal cave. All the filthy sludge that had come from the netherworld realm disappeared from the area that Song Shuhang's fist swept over. I succeeded. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would be really able to display the demon subduing Buddhist fist technique on the first try. Then, his vision shifted to another place of the Jingang immortal cave. There was still filthy sludge there. Song Shuhang clenched his fist again, planning to get rid of that dirty energy thoroughly. But right at this time, a grating sound reverberated from within the ancient well. Soon after, a bewitching figure drilled out of the ancient well. I just sensed a disgusting aura. The rough voice of the bewitching figure echoed. Its face was full of beard, it wore pink clothing, and had a large red belt tied around its waist.